Chapter 91. I have reason to suspect that he is a jerk. It's too early to draw a conclusion. But at least judging from the initial performance, they feel that Li Hanxing has become more adaptable to the rhythm of the line-changing game. After his teammates arranged protective eye positions, Li Hanxing's position gradually became more aggressive. Da Xiu is a melee tank hero. It is impossible to suppress Jace's development in a matchup, even after passing the most difficult first 2 levels by changing lanes. Jace, a hero with invincible suppression in the early and midterm, can still easily suppress the 1v1 matchup. Of course, RNG doesn't expect the big tree to counterpress Jace, as long as the big tree can maintain its own development and not be too far behind Jace. The characteristics of tank heroes determine their lower limit in team battles. Heroes, like Jace who rely on damage to survive, are no different from super soldiers without sufficient equipment support. And once this type of core hero is not well developed, he will suck blood crazily in order to supplement his development, which will also affect the development of his teammates. It stands to reason that in the line-changing game, both sides are destined to have a path without the protection of defensive towers, and the chances of early attack will increase. However, the auxiliary heroes on both sides are more protective. Lulu's roaming is not very useful. It is better to protect the development of Big Mouth. Brown can roam, but RNG does not have a tower in the bottom lane. Once he leaves, there will be no room for development. On the contrary, the support of both sides was tied to the line, and there was no way to free it. None of the 3 lines had a good chance. And the jungler didn't want to show up easily. Instead, he fell into a dull rhythm of mutual brushing. This is the disgusting part of the line-changing game. The director simply switched the camera to the top lane. Compared with the other 2 lanes' mutual brushes, there would at least be some sign of blood exchange in the top lane, with enough eye position to provide protection. Li Hanxing chose to start suppressing. The first thing he has to do is to push the line of troops into the defense tower, not giving the tree a chance to control the line. It's easy for Jace to clear the line. Just turn in skills. Looper is also a thief. When Jace uses his skills to clear the line, he uses his physical body to block the line and block the line of troops outside the defense tower. However, the body of the level 3 tree is not as solid as imagined. Although the passive has the ability to recover, it cannot withstand the double consumption of the army line and Jace's basic attack. In just 1 minute, the 2 bottles of red medicine on Da Xiu were completely consumed. If you want your body to get stuck, you have to pay a price in terms of blood volume. Especially after Jess seized the opportunity and hit a QE reinforced cannon. His health could no longer be sustained, so he could only retreat to the defense tower and choose to return to the city for a wave of supplies before TPing back to the line again. There was no way not to hand over TP. The top line of troops had always been a little in front of the defense tower. As soon as he returned to the city, Jace immediately pushed the line of troops into the tower. He had to hand in TP to return the line to ensure that he would not lose experience. Hey! This creates a TP gap between the 2 sides on the road. Can Top seize this opportunity? Hao Kai keenly captured the key information on the court. It's useless for Jace to TP to other lanes at this time. Right, Ziyuan said. Jace has no control. The ice girl in the middle lane has not reached level 6. And Top's bottom lane has no first-hand control. Even if Jace goes use. Hey! Noob has entered the jungle, Sister Zhou shouted, after Li Hanxing pushed the top line into the tower. He did not rush home. Instead, he walked directly into the upper half of the jungle area of the RNG home, and all the way to the grass on the left wall of the first tower in the blue square middle road, looking at the middle lane across the wall. At the same time, the excavator went around the blue square's sharp-built camp and surrounded Jace on the left and right. The ice girl in the middle moved E directly forward. The excavator also came out of the beak camp with E, and Jess even fired out the super long-range QE's second company with reinforced artillery. Attacks from 3 directions caught Xiaohu off guard. Fortunately, the Tsar did not give Ice Girl a chance to consume himself during the Lang phase, and maintained his condition very well. After being beaten, he was not instantly killed. Instead, WQ flashed and quickly ran back to the defense tower, and the Tsar with remaining health was able to escape, go home to replenish the status, and then TP returns online. Top's early offensive rhythm has obviously improved compared to the last game against EDG. Hao Kai praised. Especially new. It's hard to overstate how fast he has improved. This time he is obviously more comfortable in the lane change game. The successive attacks directly knocked out the TPs in the middle and upper lanes of RNG. And the Tsar in the middle lost precious flashes. Because of his long hands, the Tsar can suppress the Ice Girl in the lane. now that the mid laners of both sides are about to reach level 6. The Tsar who does not flash will definitely restrain himself. After returning home, Li Hansheng directly took out 2 long swords to increase his attack power. But he did not directly hand over TP and return to the top lane. Instead, he stood in the spring, as if waiting for something. Do you want to wait until the money is directly combined with the Sawtooth Dagger before it goes online? At this time, Sister Joe was not so confused. She knew some basic game common sense. And there was nothing wrong with the guess she made. Maybe, Su Yuan smiled. Professional players are like this. They try every means to convert their financial resources into substantial combat effectiveness. It will be particularly uncomfortable if they are stuck with money. Only Hao Kai didn't speak. He always felt that this was unreasonable, because Li Hansheng stayed in the spring water for too long. If you wait in the spring for more than 5 seconds, you will lose money. If you wait for 1 more second, you will lose more money and experience online. Professional players don't make mistakes like this. Hao Kai's eyes began to move around the minimap, and the director also gave a close-up of the junglers from both sides. The mail gun developed very well, while the excavator was slightly behind in level because it gave up part of the experience and economy of the wild monsters to Jace at the beginning. Because the starting routes of the 2 junglers are completely opposite. The mail gun is brushing from bottom to top. So now it happens that the 3 wolves and the marsh frog are brushing in the upper half of the area, while the excavator is brushing from top to bottom, and is also brushing the 3 wolves and demon swamp frog. But after finishing the 3 wolves, the excavator did not go to the demon marsh frog, but went directly to the river. The excavator wants to gank? That's not right. RNG's vision is perfect. Hao Kai was surprised. From God's perspective, there are 3 eye positions in the river grass below the RNG middle road, the intersection and the grass behind the red buff. These 3 eye positions are like a triangle on the map, completely lighting up this area without any blind spots. Go to the bottom lane to gank? The male gunner had previously wiped out the river crabs on the bottom lane. At this time, the river crab altar on the bottom lane was still there. The view provided by the river crab altar in the bottom lane has no blind spots. It means that the 3 eyes plus 1 river crab altar on RNG's side completely block all the excavator's routes. However, I saw that the excavator first entered the grass in the river a little above Xiaolong Pit. He put down a relay here. After making sure that there was no view of RNG, he stuck the wall and used E to directly bypass the lower river crab altar and enter Xiaolong Pit. Then there was a buzz. Flashing to the Xiaolong Pit, he perfectly bypassed all vision and quietly entered the lower half of RNG's wild area. Immediately after placing a vision on the red buff, Jace, who had been waiting for a long time in the spring, directly handed over his TP and went to the lower half of the jungle to join the excavator directly. Oh my god! Guan Ziyuan instantly turned into a doll and screamed. Candy's behavior is really bold. It's very risky, but it seems to be effective. RNG bottom lane didn't realize that they were surrounded. Mouse and Braun have been standing at the ruins of the first tower in their own bottom lane. Although Big Mouth and Lulu on the opposite side have the advantage, they don't dare to press forward too much. The 2 sides have formed a tacit understanding in the bottom lane. But Lulu suddenly gave W to Big Mouth, and also used E to Big Mouth. After gaining movement speed, Big Mouth rushed forward with W, doubling the attack speed and spitting as if it was for free. Braun raised the security door to confiscate all the damage done to Big Mouth. ? Mata was puzzled. Is it profitable to exchange blood for top like this? Just when he couldn't figure it out, a very fast-firing blue electric energy ball flew next to the 2 of them and exploded. Boom! Shiba! Mata was shocked. Damn it! Why is Jace here? Wuxin was also dumbfounded. When the 2 of them fully reacted, Jess and the excavator had already shot out of the grass next to the stone man, completely cutting off their escape route. And the Big Mouth and Lulu in front of them were getting closer and closer. Although Mata wants to know how the excavator and Jess bypassed RNG's absolute defensive vision in the bottom lane. This must be reviewed after the game to become clear. Now after thinking about it for a while, he realized that it was impossible to fight back or escape because the damage was not enough to force him to change his head. Don't hand over your skills. Keep them to prepare for the next wave of ganks. We can't escape, Mata said directly, unintentionally. He simply gave up the resistance and allowed Top to kill him. After a symbolic struggle, the 2 of them delayed for a while and were directly killed by Top. Big Mouth and Jace each got 1 kill. These 2 are also the 2 most important output cores in the top lineup. With the numerical advantage, Top turned around and went to get Xiaolong. Li Hansheng roughly estimated the time, and knew that the opponent's red buff seemed to be refreshed. He immediately called Lulu to accompany him into the jungle to forcefully counterattack. I can't move in the middle lane. I have no TP in the top lane. And I'm still soaking in hot springs in the bottom lane. Even if MLXG knew that Li Hansheng was rebelling against his red buff, he still had no temper at all, and could only let go of Xiaolong and then his own red buff. The addition of Mana and Looper was mainly due to Mana becoming the team leader. The entire RNG is inevitably tainted with the Korean operating style. After all, Mana is the team leader in the Samsung team, the originator of operations. What RNG wants in bringing him in is his experience in operations to lead the team to grow. One of the most obvious characteristics of Korean-style operations is that there is no team fight with a winning rate of 80% or even more than 90%. And no fight with a low fault tolerance rate. The bottom line is a microcosm of directly saving skills when facing 4 packs of 2. And MLXG giving up the red buff is also a microcosm. If this were another more reckless team, I wouldn't care about you so much. But if you dare to rebel against me in front of me, I will kill you. TSK. Top has gained so much from this TP. 2 heads, a small dragon, and a red buff. It's so exciting! Isn't it surprising how Top responded to the changes in the lane change game? Sister Zhou would praise Li Hansheng whenever she got the chance. The last time we played EDG, Noob showed extreme discomfort. But now? First, he roams to help teammates force out the opponent's skills. And then he supports with TP. He has a strong sense of presence. Ghost? Noob didn't really wake up after losing to EDG. Right? It's really outrageous. How can you get experience in lane-changing games without accumulating time? Is it true that someone can be so talented? EDG. Look at the good things you have done. Take your monsters to the next level, and become the monster among monsters. Those who underestimate my husband. You all have to be slapped in the face today. Ahoy! Sheng Bao is so handsome. Sheng Bao can fly with confidence. Mom is always with you. These days, Top fans have been ridiculed wherever they go. But now Li Hansheng gives them enough confidence with his actual actions on the field. After Mata was resurrected, he went to the red buff to insert a relay. He happened to see the accessory I inserted by the excavator before. After clearing the I position, he returned to the line to join Wu Xian. However, just a moment later, the Queen's shrill scream sounded in the canyon, which was the sound effect of the excavator's ultimate move. RNG's excellent vision in the lower half allowed them to see the excavator once again use the ultimate move to return to the dragon pit, and then use E displacement to reach the triangular grass in the bottom lane. Shiba, are you still having fun? Mata cursed angrily in a low voice. Hack, you don't give me a way to survive. Do you? Wu Xian also cursed. Despite this, the two of them had to be timid, and quickly retreated to their second tower. However, just on the way the two retreated, a crampon slowly slid over, and then the ice girl stood in front of them. W, Ring of Frost, will force the retreating two people to stay. Then R, freeze it. The mouse was directly frozen in place. Lulu's big mouth with W was like a mad dog chasing after him. After turning on W, he spat at a very fast attack speed. Because Brown was frozen, he couldn't provide ADC with anything at the first time. Effective protection. The excavator came over and knocked Brown away again. The mouse was instantly killed, and Braun couldn't escape. Shiba, how did the ice girl TP down? Didn't I eliminate the red bus vision? Mata was puzzled again. This involves the S6 accessory system. Before level 9, scanning cannot continue forever, but can only scan a small area fixedly, so no one will scan in the early stage, which eliminates the field of view. Either the jungler punishes the sharp bill to obtain the effect of True Sight Potion, or one determines the position of the opponent's eye and uses the True Eye to line up. Although Mana eliminated the grass ward next to the red buff, but after Li Hansheng came down from TP before, he also placed a vision in the grass diagonally opposite the red buff. And the RNG people didn't notice it at all. The effect of the previous attack on the middle road to force the Tsar to teleport was reflected at this moment. Rat and Braun are killed again. This time, both heads were given to Big Mouth. Imp's Big Mouth directly killed 3 heads in the early game, becoming the fattest thing in the game. Woohoo! Take off! The little bitch smiled happily. Since the team has been focusing on the top lane, he didn't have many opportunities to express himself this season. But now, he has such an opportunity. Hey, is RNG confused now? Candy laughed happily. Do they think they can beat us by learning EDG? Do you understand how terrifying our Lao Li's gaming talent is? Brother Han Sheng is so strong. Lu Mao also praised with a smile. Your boy is indeed growing as fast as a monster. Even as arrogant as Gao Dui. He must admit that Li Hanqing's growth rate is far beyond his imagination. It just doesn't feel like a human being. He felt like he was playing a standalone game and felt that the character was too weak. So he directly downloaded a modifier to forcefully modify the character's attributes to the highest value. But any growth cannot avoid time and experience. So Li Hansheng is better. 2 days ago, I was at a loss as to what to do. 2 days later, I have adapted to the rhythm of the line-changing game, and can command the whole team to complete this early attack under this rhythm. The team sets tactics around a guy like this. And he and Imp really don't have any objections. Tactical status is achieved by strength. And Li Hansheng has achieved this. Calm down. Calm down. I haven't won yet. I just have a certain advantage. Li Hansheng waved his hand nonchalantly. I just want to use this game to tell other teams. Either you can beat us in a fair fight, or want to play tricks with us. Then let's see who can beat the other. In less than 7 minutes, RNG's bottom lane duo died in succession. And the development rhythm of Rat was greatly affected. The hero Rat can do 1d5 with equipment. But without equipment, it will just scratch people's itch. EDG's training room. Abu and others are organizing teams to watch the game. Top and RNG are both powerful opponents that EDG will face this season. Although they defeated Top only 2 days ago. The regular season cannot explain anything. You still have to observe. After watching the perfect offensive rhythm in the first 7 minutes of Top, the entire EDG team was shocked. Has this guy evolved again? The factory director couldn't believe it. Isn't it too outrageous? No. No. Abu shook his head. With such a smooth attacking rhythm, it feels like there is a new conductor. Could it be that Wei Shen is taking charge? No. The factory director shook his head. Top's main caller has always been Li Hansheng, even though no one wants to believe it. But the only explanation at the moment is that Li Hansheng's personal abilities have evolved again after losing to us. Now it seems that there is no way to effectively restrict him in the lane change game. Suddenly, the entire training room fell into silence. Just like the factory director said. Hard to believe. It's like a person who didn't know advanced mathematics at all 2 days ago can score 90 points in advanced mathematics 2 days later. Such a magnitude and span of progress. Anyone who sees it will be stunned. Should we be grateful that we met Top in advance? Or should we regret that we used a lane-swapping tactic to win Top once, causing Li Hansheng to improve ahead of schedule? AI Luli said weakly. The entire EDG team was silent again. If this really happened, they would rather lose to Top in the regular season and save this trick for the playoffs. But now there is no regret medicine to take. Once Top shows the ability to break the line-changing game. So, if you want to defeat them, the difficulty will be infinitely higher. Chapter 92. Do you understand the value of the strongest turret and the big mouth? Top used double TP to perfectly organize 2 waves of attacks, and immediately established an economic advantage. Could RNG not know that Top brought double TP? I know. And RNG also brought double TP. But all the incentives came from Li Hansheng first forcing out the TP of the big tree on the top lane, and then immediately asking his teammates to run to the middle to force out the opponent's TP in the middle again. Once the TP difference is formed, the side leading the TP can take the initiative to attack and seize the initiative on the court. This is the advantage of Top's lineup in the early stage. As a former professional player, Hao Kai can always point out something that only those with a deep understanding of the game can see at the most critical moment. Top's midfielder and jungler are not as effective as RNG in the late stage. But his ability to drive the rhythm in the early stage is even better. The late-stage combat effectiveness of the Tsar plus male gun is even more exaggerated than that of 2 excavators plus 2 ice girls. But that's the later stage. It will take at least 25 minutes before this midfielder pair with terrifying output can display their terrifying combat effectiveness. Early stage? What they need is development. If they follow and fight frequently, then why don't they choose a hero who is better at fighting in the early stage? The Tsar is not an Earthbinder. To be precise, there are almost no Earthbinder heroes in the middle lane. As long as you want to roam, you can always find an opportunity to roam. It's just a matter of the efficiency of roaming. Earthbinder is the player's way of playing. It's just that some players play in a true Earthbinder style, and some players are forced to do so. Like this little tiger. If you, the Tsar, compete with the Ice Maiden on map running and support roaming, that's not pure. Is there something wrong with your brain? Ensuring one's own development is the most important thing for a late-stage core hero like the Tsar. No matter how loud you are. Once the Tsar has equipment, He will lose his combat effectiveness after a few pokes from the soldiers. Don't worry. Don't worry. Our lineup allows for a certain degree of disadvantage in the early stage. Mata reminded his teammates in his voice. This is the benefit of multi-core lineup. Mice cannot develop. It doesn't matter. There are still Tsars and mail guns. The rats will follow along and slowly replenish their equipment. In the later stage, RNG will have one more core hero than top. It's just that the bottom lane is a little more uncomfortable now. Originally, they could finish the damage near the ruins of the first tower in the bottom lane. But now they have to retreat to the second tower in the bottom lane. But if Dazue and Lulu dare to push the line so far forward, the change of direction is also giving RNG a chance. The person who feels uncomfortable with RNG is the looper on the road. If you let a hero like Jace get killed in the early stage, the pressure on the line is too strong. Let alone Lihanxing's Jace. If it is a normal game, and Jace's TP supports the bottom lane, the looper can quickly push the lane to the opponent's tower, causing Jace to lose at least one wave of experience and economy to even out the man advantage. But the problem is that this is a lane change game, and the top tower on the road has long been gone. If Dashu wants to push the line, he has to push his troops to the second tower on the top road. How can Dashu push the line so fast at this time? If the line is pushed rashly, it is likely that Jace is back, and the line of troops has not yet been pushed to the second tower. Originally, Dashu was controlling the lane on the top lane. But it turned out that Jace was controlling the lane, and Dashu himself had no room to develop. Moreover, Lihan's speed back to the lane was already fast. Although he didn't make much in this wave of TP support for the bottom lane. At least, he didn't lose money, and he also helped his teammates gain an advantage. What really makes Looper uncomfortable is the red buff on Jace. Shiba. Looper had a headache. This kind of long-range hero can't suppress the line when he gets the red buff in the early stage. If he goes up to exchange blood, he can't change it. And it's not that easy to run. The most important significance of the red buff to Jace is the burning and slowing effect, which greatly enhances Jace's offensive flexibility. Jace often has an embarrassing point in the early stage. That is, after turning on W in cannon form. You don't want to switch forms to exchange blood, but just want to level remotely and consume. You will find that you can often only click 1 to 2 times, and the opponent will run out of basic attack range. I don't want to hand over the reinforcement cannon. AoE ranges like this with super high damage should be used with caution during the landing phase. If one of them is not used well, your line of troops will be GG. If you use the acceleration gate without handing over the reinforcement cannon, it will only in order to level a consumption. It seems a bit fussy? The red buff perfectly makes up for this, allowing Jace to chase the big tree and hit the opponent with a complete set of AW, hitting the opponent 4 times without being pulled out of the normal attack range by the big tree. No. Lihanxing seized an opportunity. After drawing A, he immediately connected to W, quickly dragging the mouse to complete the ultimate move of A. At this time, Dashu did not dare to run away straight, and had to move S, for fear that Jace would make a follow-up to strengthen it. Gun. You're twisting your ass! Looking at the big tree twisting left and right, Lihanxing was not in a hurry at all. He fired his Q prejudgmentally, then turned around and fired an A to make up for the remaining artillery soldiers. After confirming the trajectory of the Q skill, he could 100% after hitting the big tree. He turned around and handed over E, acceleration gate, at the extreme distance. Electric energy surges. After the blue electromagnetic gun crossed the acceleration gate, its speed and damage were fully increased, and it fired a wave of terrifying explosions, lowering the tree's health. This reinforced cannon immediately allowed Jace to trigger Storm Knight Surge, gaining a 35% movement speed increase. After switching to the Warhammer form, there was another movement speed increase. Under double acceleration, he quickly approached the big tree and handed over Q, Leap in the Sky. Buzz. The tree decisively dodged to avoid the damage from Jace's Q skill, and then ran back to the tower without looking back. Shiba! Looper felt very uncomfortable. He had to hand over this flash. Otherwise, if he took another burst from Jace, and was stuck by Jace using the red buff slowdown and his own acceleration, he would most likely be killed alone. At the same time, he was also glad that he had not pushed the line rashly before, so that he was not very far away from his top tower. If the line was too far forward, even if he handed over this flash, he might not be able to escape. After just a few minutes of landing, he understood why all teams had to rack their brains and use lane-switching tactics to target Lihanxing when facing top. If the tree had not avoided the weakness of the first few levels, and had not accumulated the advantages of troop lines, defense towers, and vision from subsequent lane changes, and had the tree come up and directly confront Jace, Looper would not be able to guarantee that he would be able to withstand this. There is a terrifying landing pressure. That is, when Dasha reaches a certain level and has certain self-protection and line-clearing abilities, he can barely survive and develop. Top's double C in the middle and bottom is originally top-notch. But now there is a monster like Li Hansheng in the top lane. That is, he has a perverted 3C. If you play a normal game and you target the top lane, Top's middle and bottom lanes will be perfectly developed. The only option is to change the line, taking advantage of the characteristics of the lane-changing game. The top lane is eliminated first. This elimination does not mean that Li Hansheng cannot develop at all, but that Li Hansheng cannot accumulate equipment advantages prematurely through his strong personal landing ability. For example, in normal landing, Li Hansheng may have a greater advantage. He can get 2 pieces in 15 minutes. So it is basically impossible to change lanes if the equipment advantage is not great enough. The risk of Li Hansheng playing extreme operations will be greatly increased. Just like when playing EDG. Did Li Hansheng have any problems with his operation? No. The reason why he can't beat him is just because the equipment doesn't support him to fight like that. And there will always be situations where the damage is slightly worse. Then target the middle or lower position of Top, so that Top can only have at most one C position that can develop normally in order to defeat it. Even if this kid faces Salmon someday, he probably won't fall behind in the lane. No wonder Marin was beaten like this by him. If you just watch the game video, you cannot intuitively feel the terrifying landing pressure brought by Li Hansheng. Some of the wonderful operations performed by Li Hansheng may be incomprehensible to ordinary players, but for top players, they are considered within the scope of common sense. Even Looper feels that he can perform those operations when he is in good condition. The really scary thing about Li Hansheng is that he always seems to be in the best condition, and he can perform the most extreme operations in the best condition in every game. For example, in this wave of blood exchanges, Jace first predicts Q within 1 second, then turns back to add artillery and soldiers, and then predicts the limit of Q's flight trajectory to hand over E. If you break this operation down, it's a very common technique used by Jess to delay the reinforcement cannon, which can effectively increase the hit rate of the reinforcement cannon. But even if most people use this technique, they will concentrate on watching Q's flight path after Q takes action and make predictions to decide whether to hand over E or not. How can anyone be as extreme as Li Hansheng? In the process of prejudgment, don't forget to replenish your sword. Is it really possible to do 2 things at once? Human energy is limited. Why would any professional player get hit by an operation like dodging the Stone Man's ultimate move? Lack of energy. Maybe in that moment of trance, you have already taken off. A typical example is that after Mr. Defay got older, he used to be able to maintain a high level of performance in BO5 games when he was young. However, when he got older, he could only perform at a high level for 3 games, and his performance in the next 2 games fell off a cliff. It's great to be young, Looper sighed. He could only simply understand that Li Hansheng was still very young, so he was full of energy. It's really scary. So Yuan also sighed. After changing lanes and coming back, I can still have such terrifying suppressive power. If it were a normal match, I wouldn't dare to think about it. This is Noob, Sister Joe boasted with a smile. If we can win today, Noob will really never have any shortcomings again. Everyone in RNG on the field is actually quite passive. Their lineup determines that they are not proactive in the early stage and can only passively delay in the late stage. Fortunately, Mata, a commander with rich operational experience, is here, even if they were at a disadvantage. RNG did not panic like other young teams, but carried out various defenses in an orderly manner. The first is the battle for vision. The male gunman made a green jungle knife, and Braun also entered the jungle area more frequently to lay out his vision. The core of operation is vision. Only with a field of view can you obtain enough visual field information to make the most accurate judgment. At the same time, it also restricts Top, the midfielder and jungler combination that is capable of driving rhythm in the early stage. As long as the 2 sides are limited to the rhythm of brushing, there will be no kills, no towers, and no loss of experience in the jungle. RNG can accept it. However, the defensive side is ultimately the more passive side. Top pretended to focus on attacking the lower lane and further enriched the big mouth, causing Lulu and Digger to frequently compete with RNG for vision in the lower half, after deceiving all RNG's attention to the bottom lane. In the canyon, the sharp scream of the Excavator Queen sounded again, which meant that Top would attack again. and RNG was ready. Especially the middle and junglers, who immediately moved closer to the lower half. However, the Ice Girl came straight to the upper road, met up with the excavator directly at Dalong Pit, and rushed straight to the upper road. The big tree has been pinned under the defense tower by Jace, and he has not noticed the danger at all. When the Ice Girl and the excavator blocked the defense tower directly, Looper was completely desperate. He quickly activated R and handed over all his skills. It was not for the purpose of struggling, but simply to clear out the minions under the tower before dying. Slowed down the opponent's tower push speed by a certain amount of time for teammates, and also allow you to lose less troops. The head was taken by Jace, and the top tower was also destroyed. Top has established its own top lane, so RNG is bound to respond in the bottom lane. But the Tsar didn't come, so there was only one male gunner who ran to the bottom lane, and the support was Braum, who had no ability to save anyone. Lulu and Dazue had already retreated to their defense tower. To put it bluntly, in the early stage, the development of the big mouse with 3 heads in their hands was very scary. With the help of the defense tower, playing 2v3 with the Lulu tower was as easy as drinking water. RNG had no choice but to give up and retreat again. If this continues, RNG will be a bit difficult to play. Haokai frowned. They are indeed very defensive, but sooner or later they will still find opportunities for top if they blindly defend. That's right. Top just hit the road with one move. Who can guarantee that they won't do it again? Ziyuan nodded. RNG must also quickly find its rhythm. In fact, RNG is also planning a counterattack. Xiaohu, are you ready? Mana asked. Alright. Okay. Mana nodded. Originally, they had wanted to use Dashu's TP to make a fuss, but because Dashu was forced to flash by Jace before, if Dashu came down alone without flash as the first mover, they might not be able to succeed. In order to seek stability, we must wait for the Tsar. The best choice is to surround the bottom lane with TP from the top to the middle. Although there was no chance to kill the bottom lane just now, the male gun still left several wards that can be used to bypass the back. Dazue and Lulu were pushing their troops across the river, and Mata quickly shouted, TP! TP! The Tsar and the tree handed over TP at the same time. By the time the 2 figures appeared in the direction of the river, they had completely completed the maneuver around Lulu and Dazue. The mouse immediately activated Q and entered the stealth state, and Braun also moved forward immediately. The Tsar quickly WEQ directly poked Dazue's face, and Dashu also activated his skill in advance and walked straight forward. Braun immediately jumped in front of the Tsar with W and prepared to use his ultimate move while raising his shield to protect the Tsar. However, Lulu backhands an R, Wild Growth, causing Big Mouth to surge in size. Lulu's ultimate move will knock all units around the target into the air. Then she sets E to Big Mouth, and W to Braum to prevent Braum's ultimate move and the security door interfere with Big Mouth's output. As soon as Tsar and Braun moved over, they were knocked into the air before they had time to hand over their skills. Dazue saw this and made a backhand Q, hitting the Tsar to reduce the Tsar's double resistance, and then directly fired W. With the attack speed boots, Hurricane, and pickaxe in hand, the attack speed is already exaggerated. After turning on W, the attack speed doubles, and it directly breaks through the 2.5 panel. The Tsar lost 40% of his health in almost the blink of an eye from when he was knocked into the air to when he landed on the ground. This is under the premise that there is a big tree on the side that can provide 20% damage reduction effect by using R. Without this big tree, the Tsar's health would have dropped to about half. And because of the passive splash effect of the hurricane, the big tree and the blood volume also dropped a lot. The mouse quickly treated the Tsar, and then started shooting wildly with R. But compared with the equipment of Big Mouth, the equipment of Mouse is really not good enough. It is a small scimitar plus recurve bow. It is obvious that the first piece of Mouse is going to the dilapidated equipment. But the equipment of dilapidated is very powerful. But the 2 small pieces it's a bit unsatisfactory. Even if the Mouse activates are to gain an attack power bonus. Under the protection of Lulu, the damage caused to Big Mouth is limited. The big tree had already been tied up with W. Braun immediately raised his shield after canceling the sheep transformation, while the Tsar used his backhand R to try to push the Big Mouth away. Buzz! Big Mouth flashed directly to avoid the Tsar's ultimate move as soon as Dashu's W control ended, avoiding being pushed away, and continued to chase the Tsar for output. The Tsar also quickly flashed, and Braun even made a backhand R. But he was directly avoided by Big Mouth, because Big Mouth also carries Wind Rider combined with Lulu's W. The double acceleration effect makes Big Mouth move very fast. He can easily deflect Brahm's ultimate move by moving around and continue to pursue the Tsar. What a turret-type shooter like Dazue lacks is never damage, but mobility. The most embarrassing part is that when you fire W, others will just pull away, without giving you a chance to stand up and deal damage. Lulu and Wind Rider can perfectly prevent Big Mouth from being kited by the opponent. Oh my god! The damage caused by Big Mouth is so terrible. RNG should be regretting banning people now. Why didn't they ban the monster hero Big Mouth? Imp! The little bitch showed the terrifying strength of the S tournament champion ADC. When the commentators saw the scene on the field, they all exclaimed. And the barrage kept rolling. F***CK? Little bitch. Dreaming back to S4. The little bitch finally has carry again. Yi Qing is back? Are you dumbfounded? What do you think of Brother Han Sheng? Do you understand the value of a little bitch? Does the S tournament champion ADC understand? Is Big Mouth so exaggerated? Just spray it 4 times. This is the first time in the LPL region that the redesigned Big Mouth has shown such exaggerated output capabilities. Just ask. Which shooter can chase 4 people on the opposite side at this time? Only Big Mouth. However, the Tsar still distanced himself and ran away with his remaining health. Big Mouth could only continue to output rats. Dashu and Braun were only hit by the splash effect of the hurricane. Until now, both of them have lost their health, dropped by nearly 40%. His W duration is about to expire. You can kill him, Mata reminded loudly. Can. Just the next second. Electric energy surges. Jace's enhanced cannon suddenly shot out from the grass near the stone man. The remaining blooded Tsar suddenly became a corpse on the ground. Then Jace opened the ghost sword and turned on W. After switching forms, he held the Warhammer Q to the mouse's face. A set of bursts directly beat the rat, which was already in poor condition, to residual health. The mouse flashed and tried to replace the Big Mouth. Jace decisively hit the mouse with a hammer and kill it. Dashu and Braun wanted to kill the weak Big Mouth, but the CD of Lulu's next E skill improved again, and Big Mouth also used the treatment he had been holding in his hand. Braun and the tree died tragically. Sheepa! His TP, Mata said mid-sentence, and immediately reacted. Li Hanqing's cliffhanger points out the talent of Insight. This is an inconvenient point after the S6 revision. Through the tab, you can see what the opponent's main system talents are, but you have no idea what the opponent's secondary system has, because you have no way to see it. The opponent's secondary talent selection. Previously, just forced the Tsar to TP first, then went home and waited for a while before TPing down. The process did not exceed 30 seconds. Insight is reduced by 15%. 15% of 300 seconds is 45 seconds. The Tsar does not bring Insight. This means that when the Tsar's TP is good, Jace's TP will be good already. Actually, it has nothing to do with Jace's TP. If they had killed Big Mouth and Lulu earlier, Jace wouldn't be able to do anything to them even if his TP came down. The main reason is that Imp's operation is too bad. 1v4. The forced Tsar's ultimate move can only be used to save lives, not to attack. The Tsar is their core output. As a result, all the Tsar's skills are used to escape, and almost no damage is done. A mouse alone cannot kill Big Mouth. It was precisely because he failed to kill quickly that he gave Jess the chance to support TP. This is not over yet. The male gunman immediately came to support on the way down. Just above the Xiaolong pit, he met Ice Girl and Excavator, who were also supporting on foot. Ice Girl directly flashed W, and then R to hit all the controls. Excavator challenged punishment and hung up first. And then a set exploded. The male gunman didn't even have a chance to get E-layer, pure man level, so he was instantly killed. Ace. The group is destroyed. There was an uproar at the scene. The originally stalemate situation felt like someone had pressed the accelerator button. RNG defended so perfectly in the early stage, but one of its own attacks blew itself up. This RNG is exploding. It will be difficult to defend next. After killing the opponent, Top's Excavator went to solo the second dragon alone. Big Mouth and Ice Girl immediately went to the middle. Li Hansheng took his time and cleared the opponent's lower half of the wild area all the way to the middle. The 3 of them worked together to kill the opponent. RNG's most precious middle tower has been removed. This time Li Hansheng can be said to be making a lot of money. TP went to the bottom lane and harvested not only 3 heads, but also 2 groups of wild monsters. He directly changed his data to 501, which completely offset the impact of the first few minutes of the line change and made his personal development extremely terrifying. Backstage, the 3rd young master saw that RNG was suddenly wiped out by the team. He slammed the table angrily. Table's HP 1. He immediately angrily asked Fly. Why can EDG beat Top in the lane-changing game? But we were beaten like this by Top in the lane-changing game? Have you designed your tactics well? Face questioning. Fly didn't know how to respond. He also wanted to know why Li Hansheng was so uncomfortable 2 days ago. Why did he become a completely different person in just 2 days? Big brother. You don't have to open it like this for cheating. Right? Is he really a saint? The same trick won't work the second time. Right? Chapter 93 Li Hansheng. Also known as the Little Artillery King of Star City. Although I have emphasized it many times, I still want to say that the key to breaking the top game in this game is on the top lane. Hao Kai sighed. The new player's adaptability to the lane change game in just 2 days ushering in a qualitative change. I even wonder if new players are like the protagonists in online novels. Do they have a grandfather hidden in their bodies? I have been playing professionally for so many years. But in this kind of game that requires experience accumulation, I have never seen a player who can grow to this point in such a short period of time. Is there a possibility? Sister Zhou said awkwardly. Noob has the unique skills of a saint. And you can't use any trick on him twice? Anyway, it's a good thing for us in the LPL. Noob is a new top laner who has finally emerged in the top lane. It would be a pity if he disappears from everyone because he is not adaptable to the lane change. Esports Saint. Right? Sister Zhou. Can you shut up? Isn't it better to just be evased quietly? Brother Hansheng is right. Sister Zhou should be poisoned with mute medicine to make her mute. So that Sister Zhou will have no shortcomings at all. A wonderful day begins and ends when I hear Sister Zhou speak. The days when I was reborn as a top laner in LPL. Li Hansheng's equipment has begun to become more and more exaggerated. At 12 minutes, he originally only had 1 Yuming. But this time he went home and took out his CD shoes and small wooden hammer. The opposite tree was crushed by more than 30 knives. And the tree had no kills. So far, only lunchbox and wristbands. These are 2 small items used to combine Glory of Justice. And they are both very cheap. If this progress continues, it is estimated that Li Hansheng will be able to make a 2-piece suit in 16 to 17 minutes. RNG here. Neither Czar nor Mouse has waited for their first big deal. And the development of the seat positions of both parties is not at the same level. What's even more terrible is that 1 tower in the middle is gone. This means that the Tsar's development space will be compressed, and the Tsar's development will also face great danger. The jungle area also loses valuable natural barriers. And it will become easier for Top to invade the jungle area. The pressure on the wing from Ice Lady and Digger will also surge. The field of vision provided by the defense tower is also very valuable to the team. Now that 1 tower is gone, the field of vision is compressed. Once the Ice Girl disappears in the middle, both RNG side lanes will be in danger. This is no longer something that can be defended simply through vision control. How to prevent it? There is a limit to the number of wards. And Top is the dominant side, with more team economy. And Top's jungler is an excavator. Excavators don't need so much equipment, and can convert more economy into vision. RNG is not good. The male gun must be equipped with output equipment. It is already at a disadvantage. How can it have the extra economy to repeatedly compete with Top for the field of vision in the jungle? The entire team's vision pressure is placed on Mana alone. Secondly, entering the jungle also involves risks. Facing the dark wild area. Every time the support enters the grass. It is a life-threatening game. You never know whether the opponent will crouch against you in the grass. Obviously, Mata cannot lift the skirt of the Goddess of Luck every time. And the Goddess of Luck will not always favor him. Just when he was going to his blue zone for vision, the evading excavator used geo-hearing to discover his movement trajectory in advance. The moment he inserted his eye, the excavator E came behind him and W pushed him away. Jace is also Akraquakwe. And he did not waste any output. This is the theoretically highest damage set of bursts for Jace to hit the stakes. Due to being knocked away, Braun did not even have time to open the security door. And his body was not solid. The excavator and Jess were instantly on the spot. Mata's face darkened. Times have changed. It's no longer the time when S4 Samsung was dominant. Just 1 support person could light up the entire map. The vision of the current version relies more on the entire team. And 1 person wants to support the team's vision. To borrow a sentence from the internet. Very blue and spicy. Once the wild area is lost, the male gunner will be the one who suffers the most. At least a few other people can continue to develop by shrinking their defensive towers online. The main source of income for the jungler is in the jungle. If the jungle is gone, how can he still develop? Do you really want to force dirty soldiers online? Good brothers can play like this. But professional junglers cannot play like this. However, they can be huddled for a while. But they cannot be huddled forever. Once the dragon is refreshed, they will have to come out even if they don't come out. And before the big dragon refreshes, top needs to approach again, after dealing with the upper and lower lanes. And at the right time, top forcibly reversed RNG's blue buff, allowing Jess to take the blue buff. In this way, the Tsar without the blue buff cannot frequently use skills to clear troops. When top started to push together in the middle, RNG really felt the disgustingness of this lineup. Big Mouth finds the right moment to use E. Although AD Big Mouth's E skill does no damage, the slowdown effect is enough here. Jess directly made a Q at an angle, bypassing Braun and blasting to the back row. The excavator that escaped underground also used the Q skill to cause a certain amount of damage. Jace's cannon blasted the Tsar and the rat, and the two crispy skins were directly bombarded with 40% of their health. Big Mouth also found the opportunity to directly fire R, living cannon. After the redesign, Big Mouth's R skill has also undergone a small enhancement. In the previous version of Big Mouth, the AD and AP items were too obviously torn apart. AD Big Mouth relies solely on Q and W skills, while AP Big Mouth basically relies solely on E and R skills. After the redesign, AD-style Big Mouth can also rely on R skills to deal damage. Currently, Big Mouth's R skill has additional damage when the opponent's health is above 50%, between 50% and 25%, and below 25%. It can barely function as a poke. RNG's two core C position heroes were directly suppressed to less than half health. Ice Girl went directly to the bottom of the second tower to hand E. Lulu also directly put W to Big Mouth. And top's overall formation pressed forward. RNG was frightened and retreated immediately. Actually, Jess used W to cooperate with Big Mouth to lower the health of the opponent's second tower in the middle. After repeated waves, he also removed the opponent's second tower in the middle. In this way, the development space of RNG is further compressed. The pressure on the visual field has also further increased. And what's even more terrible is that the dragon has been refreshed. Top has a Big Mouth, and the destruction of the Big Mouth is about to be completed. When the time comes, there will be double percentage damage and Lulu as a pendant. And the speed of rushing the dragon will be far beyond imagination. Top side strongly surrounded the jungle area to create a vision, and then forced a group at the Baron. RNG's side also came in a group of 5 people. But top doesn't open the Baron at all, but continues poke around the Baron area. The shortcomings of RNG's passive and conservative lineup are reflected. Either Tsar WQ pushed people in the past, but according to this posture, it is estimated that Tsar was killed by Jess and Big Mouth in seconds while still flying. At this time, Li Hansheng was the focus of the audience, and everyone was paying attention to the hit rate of his skills. During the repeated pulling process, Li Hansheng hit the reinforced cannon continuously, missing every shot, which immediately made everyone dumbfounded. The core of the poke flow is to use long-distance consumption skills to consume, which has the advantage of long hands. But on the other hand, because the distance is too far, the opponent actually has plenty of time to react and move. Therefore, whether the poke skill can hit the target depends on the player's anticipation, ability, and a little bit of luck. After all, you are facing top professional players, and they are not just standing there to poke you. Basically, if the hit rate of poke skills can be maintained at around 60%, the power of the poke system can be effectively used. And Li Hansheng's nearly 100% hit rate, the blood volume of RNG's front row was suddenly overwhelmed, and they had to force a group start. The Tsar could not take the initiative. Then the only way is to start the group with the big tree. But there is no perfect backward position for the big tree. So the big tree can only use Glory of Justice to force forward. But he couldn't catch up at all. Instead, Jess and Dazue took the opportunity to kite him, and his health was reduced. He could only go home to replenish his health, and then TP over again. After forcing out a TP, Top immediately retreated, and instead began to adopt a 41-point push tactic, asking Jace to lead the lane in the bottom lane, while the other 4 continued to struggle with the opponent near the Baron area. This time RNG was completely dumbfounded. RNG is not easy to deal with now. Hawkeye shook his head. Now only the Tsar still has TP, so the Tsar can only defend in the bottom lane. But in that case, RNG can't beat it in a 4v4 frontal attack. Although Xiaohu Tsar's record is not very good, his development is barely satisfactory. He is currently the character with the highest damage in the RNG lineup. Once Xiaohu cannot appear on the front, RNG will become very passive. Top played so smart. Ziyuan couldn't help but praise. It's hard to imagine that this is a young team that was formed no more than 3 months ago. This kind of operational ability is really no worse than the top teams. So, this year's top must be the biggest dark horse in the LPL, Sister Joe said with a smile. RNG is now in a dilemma, especially when Jace led the troops to the second tower in the bottom lane. The Tsar commanded the Sand Soldiers to come forward and poke wildly. The Tsar, who already had Nash's Fong plus Ice Staff, had a certain combat effectiveness and could clear the troops very quickly. But electric energy surges. Jace uses Q first, and only after confirming that the Q skill will hit. He then uses E. This is another technique of delaying the enhanced cannon. Boom! Jace, who already had the ultimate armor-piercing 3-piece set of Yuing, Black Cut, and armor-piercing bow, directly destroyed nearly half of the Tsar's health with this one shot, directly triggering the acceleration effect of Wind Rider. After Li Hansheng directly turned on W, he switched forms, holding the Warhammer, and rushed in while carrying the damage of the defense tower under the dual acceleration effects of Wind Rider and switching forms. The Tsar's skill is used to clear troops, but it's not good yet. He can't command the Sand Soldiers to interfere with Jace's advance. When Jace rushed over with a Warhammer and Q Sky Leap, the Tsar could only push Jace away with a backhand R, interrupting Jace's Q. And then, the Wii Second Company pulled back. But Jace is determined to kill. Yuing plus CD Shoes plus Black Cut has already given Jace the full 40% cooldown reduction. And clicking Intelligence will give you an additional 5%, for a total of 45%. Buzz, flashing across the sand wall. The ghost knife opened and accelerated forward again. The Tsar just used Q to command the soldiers to poke at him. But after just 2 pokes, Jace's Q skill turned to CD again. Jace's Q at full level only needs 6 seconds to cool down. After the conversion of cooldown reduction, it only takes just over 3 seconds. Q to the Tsar again. Buzz. The Tsar flashed again and distanced himself, running back without looking back. Jace switched back to the cannon form, and was not in a hurry to lose his skills. Instead, he patiently followed Ping A 3 times to lower the Tsar's health, and then followed the Tsar all the way to the Highland Tower. QE's second company took action again. This time Li Hansheng did not use delayed reinforcement of the cannon, but took action decisively, full of confidence. Boom! The blue electromagnetic gun accurately hit the Tsar. Complete the solo kill. Noob's cannon is so accurate! Sister Joe was so excited that she shouted regardless of her image. I would like to call him the #1 cannon king in LPL. Zhe Yuan was stunned for a moment. Isn't there something wrong with this title? King of Guns? Hao Kai showed an ambiguous look. This shouldn't be considered a complimentary title. Right. After Sister Joe calmed down, she also realized that she had used the wrong words, being pushed around by the two of them. She was immediately embarrassed to speak again. Noob, Brother Hansheng, and Brother Yingjun are also known as the Little Artillery Kings of Star City. Right? I, the little bully of Hadean Silver Gun, refuse to accept it. You, the Little Artillery King of Star City, are nothing but a hammer. If you don't like it, let's have a try. Laughing to death. Did Sister Joe have something happen to Brother Hansheng? Otherwise, how could Sister Joe know so well whether his cannon shot was accurate? Bridge Bean Sack. Sister Joe, are you a serious hacker? Li Hansheng didn't know that he had inexplicably gained the nickname King of Guns. If he had known about it, he would have strongly opposed it. After all, a certain artillery king who is still popular now will go in and eat royal food in the future. A gap was opened on the lower side of the road. Front. Top also seizes a wave of opportunities. Gao Dui's Ice Girl used the wall of the dragon pit to hide the crampons of her E, and used the move of hiding E to catch RNG off guard. Ice Girl first used the wall to hide her E, jam her E, and move over a long distance, then flashed into the RNG crowd. W directly freezes 4 people. Then the ultimate move was not given to himself but to the mouse. Later, Lulu gave Dazue the W, and Dazue rushed forward immediately. After turning on W, you instantly transform into the strongest troll, with the power to spray 4, already possessing a sheath knife and a broken big mouth. His attack special effects have been stretched to the limit, especially after the number of layers of sheep swords is full. The current version of the sheath knife special effect has not been modified, and it does not give extra attacks. But after the stack is full, it will cause its own basic attacks to cause AoE splash damage. Combined with the effect of the hurricane, you can see the 4 people in front of RNG, as if they were cut into the aorta, collectively roaring, lose blood. Show off your terrifying damage capabilities once again. The 4 people on RNG's front couldn't organize any effective resistance at all. And they were all melted away by the damage from Big Mouth. What's even more terrifying is the exaggerated hand speed shown by Imp. Surprisingly, with a panel attack speed of 5.0, it can still achieve the effect of moving A. Everyone is amazed. After the Big Mouth is strengthened, the damage is too outrageous, isn't it? Ziyuan looked dumbfounded. What's even more terrifying is the little bitch. Hawkeye also had an expression of disbelief. With an attack speed of 5.0, it's too outrageous to still be able to get away with A, isn't it? The tragic defeat in the S5 World Championship has made many people forget that Imp is the world champion of S4. How could he be a rookie? Such a top. With 3 terrifying C-position players new. God and Imp. I can't think of how other LPL teams can win. Sister Joe also tried her best to praise. Especially after this game. I guess other teams that want to use lane switching tactics to target the top players will also have to think about it. After winning the head-on battle, the 4 top players directly rushed the Baron, allowing the audience to witness the terrifying percentage damage of Big Mouth once again. And here on the lower road, Li Hansheng also forcibly demolished it all the way up. With the help of the super high attack speed of the W skill, he directly demolished the bottom tower from the second tower to the bottom tower by himself, and then forcibly demolished the bottom barracks before leaving. After going home for a round of supplies, top once again grouped together in the middle to advance. RNG had to send someone to the bottom lane to handle the troops. This person could only be the Tsar, because in RNG's lineup at this time, only the Tsar has enough damage to quickly deal with super soldiers. And their only hope for a comeback is to delay a little longer and equip the Tsar with better equipment. The hero Tsar has a strong comeback ability in the later stage, but this hope is slim. In fact, the game has now become Li Hansheng's personal damage show. As long as Jace's enhanced cannon hits a mouse, half of its health will be lost immediately. A slightly fleshier male gun will lose nearly 40% of its health after one hit. However, this imp seems to be high. I want to steal the show. Give it a try, he said to Lu Mao. Find the right opportunity and directly hit the E to slow down the mouse. At this time, Braun had previously raised his shield to block Jace's skills, and there was no security door to interfere with his output. After the Big Mouth A soldier stacked up the stacks of the sheep knife, he directly used W to flash forward and chase the rat with A's frantically. Dasha came over with W at the first time, and Dazue immediately handed Mercury instant control. Lulu also gave Dazue her ultimate move and E at the first time. After triggering Wind Rider, Big Mouth once again moved around to deflect Brahm's ultimate move. After forcibly killing the rat, he turned back and beat the male gun to a low level of health. Teammates followed and swarmed forward. Before the Tsar could support him, all 4 of the team members guarding the high ground in the middle were killed again. Imp's sudden violent behavior shocked everyone. Gui, Imp is really back to his peak today, Ziyuan exclaimed. I think that when Imp just debuted, he was actually known for his violent style of play. Didn't domestic fans also call him a crazy little bitch last year? This season, Imp and Gao Dui's playing style is relatively low-key and team-oriented. The public's attention is focused on Nu, which makes many people forget that Imp actually has a super carry ability. Yi Qing is back? Little bitch. Go. Ah! This is the Puff I am familiar with. Came back. They're all back. I just said that it doesn't matter if you lose a game. Top will be able to win it back sooner or later. MD. I can't wait to seek revenge from EDG right now. How can you win with such a top? What do you do to win? Chapter 94 Who is not a genius boy? As the RNG-based crystal collapsed, it also means that Top won this game. I think this game is Top's response to the outside world after losing to EDG. Guan Ziyuan said eloquently. Want to use line-changing tactics to target me? Then you give it a try. RNG with Mana will if we can't do it. Other teams will definitely have to think about it. However, the sample size of one game is still too small. We can look at the next game. Can RNG reverse the decline? Hawkeye did not say anything. There are indeed very few samples in a game. You can even say that Top is a temporary explosion. Or you can say that RNG did not handle it well. A small sample means a high chance of chance. Both players immediately walked to the backstage lounge. On Top's side, Guohao's hearty laughter greeted them as soon as they entered. Very good! Very good! Everyone performed perfectly in this game. He specifically praised Li Hansheng. The duel with RNG was also a key revenge match for Li Hansheng. especially after losing to EDG 2 days ago. Li Hansheng was under huge pressure from public opinion. This also allowed the entire top team to once again see Li Hansheng's exaggerated mental endurance. Faced with such great pressure, he can still perform at his best on the court like a normal person. Wrong. It is a wave of ultimate evolution completed in 2 days. Gao Dui and Candy circled around Li Hansheng, looking him up and down, which made him feel scared. He subconsciously protected himself. Hey! 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 Do you understand that your eyes are dangerous? You guys all have women. Friends person. Exactly. Gao Dui rolled his eyes. I'm just wondering. It took nearly a year for Labor TM to adapt to the rhythm of the game and adjust his playing style from a passerby to a professional player. How did you do it? That's right. Candy nodded. This is simply unscientific. Could it be that EDG is like a villain in a martial arts novel, who didn't kill you in one attack, but instead opened up your Rondu and Du's 2 veins? Dealing with lane changes is actually not as difficult as imagined. But if you want to adapt to this rhythm, it will definitely take a lot of time to adapt and accumulate experience. Li Hansheng's sudden growth completely went against their common sense. How could people not be surprised? I can't help it. Li Hansheng smiled and shrugged. Maybe it's because of his extraordinary talent. I just worked a little bit harder than you when you were resting. As soon as he said this, his teammates stopped talking and talked about how hard they worked in daily training. Li Hansheng, who trains for more than 16 hours a day, can beat the entire team and even the entire LPL professional circle. The only people who can keep up with him are probably famous training freaks like Deft and the factory director. Li Hansheng climbed up the pole and showed off whenever he got the chance. Look, when I usually ask you to train, you have to sleep. At times like this, you can only envy my rapid improvement in strength. Go! 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 Gao Dui waved his hand in disgust. Not everyone is as weird as you. You don't need to sleep, and you are still so energetic every day. I even wonder if you are on drugs. Is there a possibility that this guy Laoli took the little blue pill? Xiang Renjie? You seem to understand very well. It seems to be useful. Right. Li Hansheng looked him up and down with disgust. Is the barrel weak at a young age? Or is it that the barrel cannot withstand friction and is prone to losing control? Firing bullets? You need to use small pills to strengthen it. Go away! You can try to see if my gun barrel is hard or not. Candy suddenly became furious after Li Hansheng's words broke his defense. Compared to the happy atmosphere here at top, the atmosphere in the RNG training room is quite serious. I have repeatedly told you to win this game. The third young master always steals the show. With a straight face, he glanced at the players with angry eyes. EDG can win. Why can't we win? We must win the second game. What if I don't take it? He had written his essay in advance and was waiting to post it on Weibo as soon as RNG won the game. How can I post an essay even if I lose the competition? He signaled the translator to emphasize the importance of this game to Fly. For the second game, Fly must ensure that they can come up with a winning lineup and a winning strategy. Fly has a big head, but he can't refute anything. He can only try his best to communicate with Mata and Looper. Mainly Mata. Hengshu, if I get the same hero for you, can I suppress Noob in the lane? Fly asked. Or what hero do you think you need to get to be comfortable in the lane? Noob's landing ability is terrifying. He is on the same level as Someday and Sem. Looper gave his own evaluation. I'm afraid I won't be able to take advantage of him purely through landing. Give me a guy with strong self-protection ability. I can guarantee that the flexible hero will not jump in the lane. Okay. Fly nodded. Looper directly faced Li Hansheng on the court. So his evaluation of Li Hansheng was the most intuitive and accurate. Since Looper said so, Fly also knew the approximate range of Li Hansheng's strength. Looper is known as the top gold collar top laner, a hexagonal warrior on top of the unit. If you give him resources, he can carry the team. If you let him withstand pressure, he can also complete the task well. But omnipotence sometimes means omnipotence, because there is no top ability. Carry has the ability, but he is not as domineering as Sem, who can defeat the opponent's top laner or lead the team to come back in desperate situations. His performance is more than average, far from reaching the limit. Since Looper himself stated that he could not suppress Li Hansheng through landing, he could only use special heroes to mix up the landing. After communicating with Mata for a few more words, the rest time was over. When the team members left the lounge, Third Master once again transformed into a pressure monster. A negative energy boy. We must win. We must win. This is the boss's order and requirement. No one responded to him. which made him somewhat embarrassed. But at this time, he couldn't care less. Before the players took the stage, the commentators were talking about the ownership of the previous MVP. In the end, the MVP was given to Li Hansheng, allowing Li Hansheng to continue to consolidate his #1 position in the MVP list. But it also caused dissatisfaction among many people. After all, Imp's big mouth performance is also very eye-catching. It can only be said that everyone's measurement standards are different. Can Li Hansheng get it? If you can get it, his 2 key TPs in the early stage are the key to Top's ability to establish a huge advantage. And he also has dazzling solo kills in the bottom lane. What about Imp? It can also be used. And the big mouth has performed one spray 4 times many times, which is also very eye-catching. But there will be certain tricks in the selection of MVP after all. And LPL officials naturally hope to promote a domestic player. Li Hansheng is the best candidate. He has outstanding looks and is good at everything. The key is his personal strength. But he is still the weakest top laner among domestic players. S5's painful experience of being beaten by LCK top laners in turn stung the audience in the entire competition region. The audience longed for a talented top laner to carry the LPL's top lane. And it was against this background that Li Hansheng emerged. Everyone in the Banana Project feels that Li Hansheng is simply a treasure given to LPL by God. No one is more suitable for the God-making project than Li Hansheng. He is currently only a little bit short of the honor. The players from both sides returned to the stage. This time it was RNG's turn to take the initiative to choose a side. RNG took the initiative to choose the blue side. So Top will still appear on the red side. Guanzhiyuan immediately informed everyone of the side selection situation. Audience. RNG will definitely take the initiative to make adjustments. But I don't know the direction of their adjustments. Will they continue to insist on changing lanes? Or play the laning game normally? Everything is unknown. As soon as it comes up, RNG still took the initiative to block Poppy, obviously wanting to get the bullhead to open up the situation in the bottom lane. As for Top's backhand ban of Leopard Girl, there's nothing to say about it. Leopard Girl is the only T0 hero. Whoever lets him go has a brain problem. RNG's second ban was given to Jace, which was the first adjustment they made proactively. It seems that after the first game, RNG felt that it could not handle the noob Jess, so it chose to use the ban position to block it and directly give the maximum amount of Ruizabe. Guanzhiyuan made a small joke. It seems that RNG's head is not strong. Top did not deliberately make changes, but directly set Enchantress to the ban position. Enchantress was definitely Xiaohu's signature hero in S6 this year. The winning rate in the league was extremely high, with a winning rate of over 80%. This kind of winning rate in professional competitions is basically equivalent to a guaranteed win. Bai Yueya doesn't want to see Xiaohu roaming too much. He even hopes that Xiaohu will use the kind of hero who can develop through money in the middle, which can interfere with the rhythm of RNG. RNG's third ban was to Rise, and Top backhandedly banned Easy. This move is to prevent RNG from allowing the bottom lane to choose Easy to resist pressure, and then free up the support to roam. With Heinusuk's linkage, Top can't compare to RNG. After all, the combined experience of Candy and Lu Mao is not as good as that of Mana alone. Mana won the S4 championship by cooperating with Dandy to drive the rhythm of the whole game in the early stage. RNG just grabs the bull's head, which is no problem. Mata's national protecting Sacred Bull is trustworthy. But Top still did not change their choice, and instantly chose Lulu plus Big Mouth. Wow! Wow! Hawkeye exclaimed repeatedly. Imp knows that he failed to win the MVP in the last game, so he uses his big mouth again to prove himself? A close-up shot of Imp. Unlike his usual relaxed and comfortable expression, Imp has a serious expression this time. The little bitch wants to take revenge for smashing the keyboard on her head. Right? Hey, I almost forgot. The little bitch and Mata have a grudge. Come on, Gu Sungbin. Prove yourself that you are the strongest ADC player in the world. Interesting. Haha. I'll beat you up with the same combination. There is indeed some personal grudge between Imp and Mata. Imp, who just debuted back then, has a characteristic that all talented players have. That is full of arrogance. I am the best in the world and no one will accept it. This character is a bit similar to Uzi. It is worth mentioning that Imp also became famous as a VN in OGN when he debuted in S3. He has the reputation of being the #1 VN in Korea, which is very similar to Uzi's early career trajectory. But anyone who has watched the S3 OGN game knows how crazy Imp is. But Imp is in South Korea, a country that is famous for its seniority system. It does not look at ability, only seniority. Imp's prickly character will only look out of place in such a social environment with a strict hierarchy. It is said that Mata was unhappy with his arrogant character and hit him on the head with a keyboard to calm his temper. And he was clearly the champion ADC in South Korea, but his popularity was average. Mainly because he was too crazy in S3. As a result, Samsung White, which was still called Samsung Ozone Team at the time, was eliminated in the group and was backlashed. Another important reason is that his character is too incompatible with South Korea's social atmosphere. To a certain extent, maybe Uzi also lacks a senior who dared to blast his head with a keyboard when he first debuted? Maybe if the royal family at that time had a character similar to Mata, Uzi's entire career might have changed. But according to domestic urine characteristics, there is a high probability that he will transform into Uzi in the dormitory. And then the team will directly fire the person holding the keyboard. So, the reason why Imp left Korea and came to the LPL was partly because the LPL gave him too much at the time, and partly because he disliked the overall environment in Korea. Regardless of whether the keyboard headshot thing is true or not, there must be a small friction between Mata and Imp. After arriving in the LPL, Imp played very seriously every time he met Mata because he didn't want to lose to Mata. RNG backhandedly defeated Ice Girl and Lucian. Sure enough, this time RNG obviously wanted to choose a lineup that was more proactive in the early game. Maybe they felt that they were too passive in the early game in the previous game, which led to their own disadvantage. Hawkeye gave his reasonable speculation. Top also made changes. Galdi did not choose a brush hero, but directly took out Syndra to suppress the line. Top directly selected the midfielder combination of Syndra plus Excavator, obviously to compete with RNG's early rhythm of the midfielder. And RNG also gave its own response. Directly choose the top and jungle combination of Kindred plus Echo. Kindred has a stronger ganking ability than the male gun in the early stage. The main reason is that the middle laner is Ice Girl, who has stable first-hand control. As for Ike, the top laner Echo's style of play has been popular in the S5 era. At that time, Riot had been weakened to a certain extent, but recently Echo has received a small enhancement. That is, the CD of the Q skill has been slightly reduced in the early stage, which has increased Echo's early landing and troop clearing capabilities. Riot's original intention is to make Echo in the middle less passive when facing the long-handed mage. But Riot, why do players follow your ideas? The classic enhanced AD equipment has made assassins and warriors happy. The number of appearances in the mid laner Echo has not increased, but instead the top laner Echo has returned to the professional arena. This is also the conclusion reached by Fly and Looper after discussion. As long as Echo is a hero who doesn't seek death, it is really difficult to die. He has 3 rings of movement speed: Q deceleration, W deceleration or control, E skill displacement, and R skill time and space retrieval. With so many life-saving skills in hand, I can't figure out how to die. And the most perverted thing about Ike is, after reaching level 6, Echo can go home directly and use his ultimate move to fly back, which can save TP, which is equivalent to a free chance to return to the city to replenish supplies. This is quite scary. RNG's lineup is very simple. Let the midfielder and jungler do more things in the early stage. Choose a stable hero on the top lane, and then open up the situation from the bottom lane. And what about the choice of top? Directly choose Weapon Master at Li Hanqing's request. If you want to play with me with a single belt, then we can continue to play with a single belt. Thus, the lineups of both sides were officially determined. RNG is on the blue side, and top is on the red side. Top lane, Echo versus Weapon Master. Jungler, Kindred versus Excavator. Mid lane, Ice Girl versus Syndra. Bottom lane, Lucian plus Nyoto vs Big Mouth plus Lulu. This one is actually very simple. It depends on who of the 2 midfielders can take advantage in the early stage and has the ability to support the wings first. Whoever has the upper hand will have the upper hand. Indeed, the top lane of both sides is a single weapon. Echo is slightly better. Without the 3-piece set of weapons, they will basically not be considered for team play. After the coaches of both sides left the field, it was customary for the fans of both sides to cheer for each other. One fan took the lead and shouted the team's abbreviation loudly. And then the fan shouted, "Come on," in unison, usually 3 times for each team. No one takes advantage. It can be clearly seen. After top won the last round, the fan shouted louder, slightly overpowering RNG. You don't have to look at this one. Top will definitely win again. Xin, what do you think? Needless to say, in my opinion, Top's lineup is better, and RNG will win first. You are just telling lies. You only say that my lineup is good, but you don't tell me what's so good about it. At the dinner table, A woman who knew a little bit about the game couldn't stand it when she saw the group of male classmates vying to flatter each other. So she directly started to yell at them. A big silencing spell, which silenced all the boys. Huang Xian pursed her lips and smiled, which made the boys even more embarrassed. She was obviously more curious about the content in the fan group than these mindless flattery. After all, there are really people in Li Hanqing's fan base who have a deep understanding of the game, and they often put forward some of their own opinions when the game starts. Brother Han Sheng is a pure outsider. The hero weapon master is an orphan. And top laner Echo is no different. RNG has made up its mind not to care about the top lane, and is trying to use the bottom lane as a breakthrough. Top has not deliberately targeted it. But before targeting the bottom lane, I think Mata may go to the middle lane for 2 waves to free the little tiger. They also analyze the lineup. People in the fan base obviously analyze the ideas, and even make predictions about the actions that RNG may take in the early stage. Huang Xian couldn't help but chuckle when she saw the word orphan. After she passed the Tuesday Pigeon double Q with Li Hansheng, she became curious and paid attention to Li Hansheng's live broadcast room. And because of Li Hansheng, I started to get to know the League of Legends and the LPL Professional League seriously, so as to learn more esports vocabulary. These esports words can always express certain specific situations concisely, and they always make her laugh every time they see them. Putting down her phone, she also noticed that the atmosphere at the dinner table was a bit awkward, and immediately took the initiative to help the boys out. Actually, I also think Top's lineup is better, but I don't understand the game well enough. Can you tell me about it? So warm. She is indeed my goddess. This is the truest inner portrayal of all the boys. Even if they know that Huang Xian is trying to save them, they will inevitably have similar fantasies. What you don't get is always in turmoil. The full view of Summoner's Rift appeared in the broadcast screen. Both players rushed out of the spring immediately. In this game, neither side thought about changing lanes. So it was a normal game. There is nothing wrong with attacking Echo with weapons in the early stage. Neither side can do anything to the other. Echo even has a slight advantage. But this advantage is also very limited. The director focused on the junglers of both sides. However, Hawkeye discovered that the blood volume in the middle of both sides dropped extremely quickly. Hey! Can the director cut the middle line? Why are blood transfusions so frequent? Hawkeye shouted repeatedly. The director was also very considerate, and quickly switched the camera to the middle. I saw Syndra very proactively stepping forward, and using the AQA method to hit Thunder to suppress it. Ice Girl had no ability to fight back. After all, Syndra can move and cast spells. That is, when Syndra uses the Q skill, Dark Sphere, the character can move, and will not stay frozen in place, which gives Syndra capital to exchange blood. Because when you Ice Girl backhand throws Q, you will stand and squat for a moment. This means that Syndra can move around to avoid skills while throwing them. But Ice Girl cannot do this. The reason why Syndra became the dominant player in the middle was because of his mobile casting. MD! Gao Dui suddenly played so strongly, which made Xiuhu seem very uncomfortable. Why is this deal so fierce all of a sudden? Wait a moment. I'll come to the middle to help you hack him later, MLXG reminded. And be careful. I'm setting him on fire this time, because I want to hack you in the lane. So be careful not to get the Sheets kill. I know. Who are you looking down on? Am I so easy to be killed alone? Xiaohu nodded. He just felt that Gao Dui's beating made him a little irritable. The middle lane is not like the top lane. It's not like you can't gain experience at all. But at most it's a bit difficult to last a hit. Syndra's forced blood exchange will inevitably lead to the slow advancement of the army line. Xiaohu is not in a hurry. Just wait patiently for the army line to come over. On the contrary, if Syndra forcefully pushes the lane, this kind of mid laner without displacement is actually quite easy to catch. However, Gao Dui didn't seem to want to develop peacefully with him. Whenever he found an opportunity, he would come up and try to consume him with Q. His skills were extremely accurate. From the beginning to now, Xiaohu had only lost 1 Q, and his health line was suddenly a bit overwhelming. Hey! Wei Shen seems to be in a good condition today. Since the director's camera was always fixed in the middle, Guan Ziyuan was also frightened by Wei Shen's skill hit rate. This hit rate is obviously abnormal, which only shows that Gao Dui is in good condition. Gao Dui's strong play style caused the center line of troops to quickly converge towards the opponent's center tower. Since he was the first to push the line, he was the first to reach level 3. The Ice Girl who replenishes troops under the tower is only 2 levels. Syndra will target the maximum attack range of the defense tower, and use a Q to consume the moment when the Ice Lady replenishes her troops, thus maximizing the hit rate. What's even more disgusting is that the early CD of Syndra's Q skill is very short. After being hit by Q again, Ice Girl's health line was actually a bit dangerous. Xiaohu also realized this danger. He instinctively turned his E backward, and then Q forward to replenish the artillery and soldiers. As a result, Syndra decisively accepted E. The dark magic ball on the ground hadn't disappeared yet. It was pushed by, the weak ones dispersed, and the Ice Girl was stunned in place. This dizziness does not matter. It directly prevents the Ice Girl from using the second stage E to move. After drawing A, Syndra directly grabs the ball with W. After drawing A, she then uses W to smash the ball over. At this time, Thunder, SCD improved and he was punished again, which continued to lower the Ice Girl's HP. Buzz! The Ice Girl quickly flashed back. But Syndra decisively lit the fire with Flash A and left calmly. 1 second later. First blood. A blood. Everyone was shocked. The main reason is that this wave of single kills is too unreasonable. Gao Dui started to exchange blood hard from level 1. And then used the super high skill hit rate to lower Xiaohu's bloodline. And then a beautiful wave of extreme card stuns made the Ice Girl unable to hand over the second weapon. Segment E to get a solo kill opportunity. Very wonderful. But the reason why everyone was stunned was Xiaohu is RNG's most stable carry point this season. His outstanding performance in the middle is an important basis for RNG's current record. Many fans and viewers are even discussing whether Xiaohu has become the strongest mid laner in China. The only competitor is WE's mid laner Xia. But after this wave of single kills, many people reacted. Before Xiaohu and Xia competed for the title of the #1 mid laner in China, Gao Dui had already secured this title in S5. He also joined the league in S4 as a talented young mid laner. Then in the second year, he overcame no state and firmly established himself as the #1 mid laner in China. Even facing the 2 top Korean mid laners Rookie and Pawn, he did not fall behind at all, and even had an advantage. Well, we seem to have overlooked the fact that although Alway did not perform well in the World Championship last year, it does not mean that he played poorly. He is still the best among our LPL domestic mid laners. Haokai said with emotion. LGD's defeat in S5. If you want to divide the pot, Gao Dui is definitely not the first pot. Not even the second pot. The big pot is definitely TBQ, who is playing a fake match. The second pot is top laner Brother A. A top laner who lags the opponent by more than 3,000 gold per game. How can you win the game with such a top laner? It is true that this season Wei Shen is obviously taking the initiative to change his style of play and cover his edge. But it does not mean that he is not good. He is just using the most correct way to help the team win. Guanzi Yuan also said, "Who is not a genius boy? Before you were a genius boy, I was already one. Before you wanted to be the strongest domestic mid laner in LPL, I was already one." Optimistic family members gather. Welcome the patriarch back to his throne. With tears in my eyes. This wave of single kills makes me feel like I saw the Wutian Buddha from last year. Came back. They are really all back. Little bitch. Away. They have all gotten over the shadow of the defeat in S5, and are now competing in a new team. No wonder many viewers are excited. At the beginning of this season, all the attention of top was on Li Hanxing. Many people have overlooked that the midfielders of this team are Gao Dui and Imp. 2 people with top abilities in their respective positions. Hey! EDG's wave of lane changes not only allowed Noob to grow, but also brought Imp and Wei Shen back to their peak. Chapter 95 30 Years of Hedong. 30 years in Heshi. EDG. Look what a good thing you have done. Force out a team of monsters? Hey. 10 years of top fans, thank you EDG veteran. Xiaohu wants to be the #1 mid laner in China. Have you ever asked me? Wutian Buddha? Heinous crime EDG. No matter when, what version, or what circumstances. A solo kill in the professional arena is always the most eye-catching act. Let alone 2 people as talented as Xiaohu and Gao Dui. What the HL? Oh wait, you are so quick to act? Li Hanxing was surprised. Do you think I can only fool around? Gao Dui glanced at him, still looking cold and cold. If I don't show some strength, I always feel that these people don't respect me enough. Stop it. Lao Li and Alway. Hurry up and help me grab the river crabs. Candy interrupted the conversation between the two. Kindred's first mark happened to be brushed on the upper river crab. Under normal circumstances, this is good news for Kindred, who is brushing from the bottom up. Echo on the top lane has lane rights. Although Ice Girl does not have lane rights. Ice Girl has E and can move to support earlier than Syndra. Xinjue, the crab on the road and river, is determined to win. But now, he died in the middle lane. resulting in one less person on his side. If they really fought, the disadvantage would be too great. I could only watch helplessly as the excavator removed the marked river crabs. MD! Upon seeing this, MLXG cursed in a low voice, which was simply called incompetent rage. And then, he could only run back to his wild area in despair. Mata's brows furrowed. This wave of Shuhu being killed alone not only hurt morale, but more seriously, it made it difficult to execute their early plans. Ice Girl was already facing a lot of pressure in the lane against Syndra. But now that she was single-killed, it was even more impossible to have lane rights. So TP was used to make up for the lane. Calculating the time, the jungler should return to the lower half. Mata said, "I'll go to the river to do some vision." Normally, if the assistant goes to the river to gain vision, the ADC needs to be a little timid online. But the temptation of the gun carriage is really too great. Not to mention professional ADCs. Even ADC players in the pub game will have their eyes lit up when they see the cannon truck. He tried to use W to collect the artillery vehicle, but the artillery vehicle soldiers were blocked by melee soldiers. Although Lucian's W was an AoE damage, its range was very limited. Unintentionally, I thought of using Q melee soldiers to defeat the artillery soldiers. But the problem is that Lucian has weakened the range. Although the extension line of the Q skill has not been weakened, the casting distance has been weakened. This caused him to take a few steps forward. "Give me a W!" How could Imp miss this opportunity and rush forward directly? "Hey!" Lulu gave both Fantasy and Help Pixar to Big Mouth. Big Mouth moved very fast. She first used Corrosive Saliva to reduce Lucian's double resistance. It seems that she didn't learn Void Sludge. It doesn't matter. After turning on Biochemical Barrage, Big Mouth's attack speed will be directly doubled. And the bullhead is coming. If you want to use Savage Crash and then Earth Shatter to interfere with Big Mouth's output. Lucian also uses Cold Pursuit to pull away distance. Flash! Flash! Faced with the interference of Nyoto WQ's second company, Imp decisively handed over the flash, which made Nyoto's control fail and allowed him to continue to pursue Lucian. This time, he still chose Storm Knight Surge, and the effect was triggered immediately. He moved very fast and chased Lucian, spitting wildly. Even Lucian's treatment plus flash could not distance him. I didn't dare to fight back, but I couldn't run away, so it was very embarrassing. Green hair is also very detailed, because the E set is for Dazue, and Pixar has also hung on Dazue. After he aimed, he fired a Shining Spear, and the Shining Spear, fired by himself, hit the bull's head, while the one fired by Pixar on Dazue directly hitting Lucian. The damage is secondary, and the main thing is slowing down. Lucian failed to escape in the end, and was killed directly. The bull's head at the back was not much better. After Big Mouth killed Lucian, he immediately turned around and tied the A bull's head. Although the W duration had long passed, the bull's head in the early stage was not as good as it was. Among all the hard assists, Nyoto's body is the most brittle. The reason why Nyoto looks so fleshy is mainly due to the 70% damage reduction effect of his ultimate move. Before his ultimate move, Nyoto was far less powerful than imagined. It was so hard that Lulu even set it on fire on the bull's head. Buzz! Nyoto decisively dodged and ran back to the tower. But Top's bottom lane is already determined to kill. Like Flash, Lulu didn't rush to level A, but followed with 2 steps. After resisting a basic attack from the defense tower, she directly handed over E and Q to deal damage. And Big Mouth also followed up the output. The W and Q at level 1 in the early stage both have CDs of more than 10 seconds. Nyoto has no choice but to watch Big Mouth harvest his own head with flat A, because Lulu was always full of blood. It didn't matter if she resisted the defense tower twice. And Big Mouth didn't need to be healed for help. Double kill. Wow! This wave of imps is so decisive! Hao Kai exclaimed, then shook his head. Wuxin is a bit greedy for the artillery car. When Mata has gone to the river to get a view, he should retreat. Even if he doesn't replenish the artillery, the car should also ensure that there is a sufficient safe distance between itself and the Big Mouth. But the main thing is that Imp is very decisive, Sister Joe praised. If it were an ordinary player, he might not dare to directly chase someone in the face. Indeed, Wang Ziyuan joked with a smile. EDG won't really wake up the entire top in one wave. Right. I saw the bottom lane being killed by the lane. The third young man in the background slapped the table angrily. Table HP 1. No matter how you don't understand the game, you will know what it means when you see the Big Mouth line killing 2 heads. What the H L is Wu Xian doing? Third young master yelled angrily. But no one responded. If I had known earlier, I should have replaced him. The ADC is the team's biggest shortcoming right now. So I said, we should bring in the puppy and form a new team. How can a galactic battleship Mata plus puppy have so much trouble? With that said, the third young master stood up directly. He no longer wanted to stay at the scene. He didn't want to watch Li Hansheng, who was kicked out by himself, frantically filling glasses in front of him. He was killed solo in the middle lane. And in the bottom lane, he was killed by the lane. This means that RNG's tactical core is completely GG. Their lineup originally wanted to play around the middle and bottom, and break through the top from the middle to the bottom. But how to break through now? Moreover, the extremely valuable flash of the bull head is still used, which has a great impact on the bull head. Hee hee. I didn't expect that my brother would win one day. Li Hansheng smiled. Is this what it feels like to win? No wonder these guys pretend to be dead every day. Top did not give RNG any chance. But RNG still showed great resilience, and was stunned to delay the game until 30 minutes. However, Li Hansheng, who had been playing hard for 30 minutes, came out with a 4-piece set. 3 items: Ruined, Bloody Hand, and Giant 9. The opposite Echo only had Ice Fist, Green Armor, and Resurrection Armor. The synthesis formula of the S6 version of Resurrection Armor is Chain Armor plus Magic Resistance Cloak, with attributes plus double resistance, and can be regarded as a pure defensive armor. Li Hansheng completed the matchup single kill and successfully broke through with the ball from the wing. RNG was repeatedly pulled and lost the Baron. After that, no one could limit the weapons master on the wing. We are all developing troops. So why does Weapon Master have a 4-piece set, while Ike only has a 3-piece set? Sister Zhou looked very surprised. The team economy means you can eat more, Guan Ziyuan explained. But it's impossible for the team economy to have one more big item. Right. If you ask Candy how many groups of wild monsters are missing in the wild area, you will understand why. Hao Kai ended the discussion with these words. Ha ha ha. Brother Hansheng will be slaughtered by Candy again tonight. How much economy has been lost in the wild area? The reality will make up for it. Can I interview Brother Hansheng after the game? You're not going to interview him, right? Is it time for the much-loved part of winning the game and getting the cup again? Taking off his headphones, Li Hansheng followed his teammates to RNG to shake hands with them. He has no grudges or personal grudges with the RNG players. MLXG is still a member of the September Wolves of Ionia, and they occasionally chat with each other. It's rare for professional players to get into such disagreements. Teacher Gua, I won today. Li Hansheng deliberately acted like a hotpot while shaking hands. I won the civil war in our group after all. Go away. Next time you meet a laborer, you will have to squat down on the road together with your son. Just wait. MLXG laughed and cursed twice before saying a harsh word. After turning around to pack up his peripherals, Li Hansheng was still stopped at the entrance of the passage. Yu Xuan looked at him with a smile. Congratulations. Xiao Li, does this game break the doubts about you from the outside world? The mouths grow on other people's bodies, and their hands grow on other people's bodies. I can't control what they like to say or what they like to post on the keyboard by typing on the keyboard. Li Hansheng didn't really care. To be honest, if the time traveler can still be defeated by the keyboard warrior, it will be a failure. The mentality is quite good. Having a good mentality is a very high compliment for esports players. How many players in the esports circle are ruined by their mentality? Not everyone can adjust their mentality, and not everyone can have a big heart. After a few words of greeting, Yu Xuan handed Li Hansheng a microphone and immediately took him back to the stage. The top fans at the scene once again burst into enthusiastic cheers when they saw Li Hansheng's reappearance. I am very happy to invite the top laner Noob to accept our post-game interview. Yu Xuan is still smiling. Being a host is very particular about facial expression management, and you must always pay attention to your facial expressions. You won't put on a bad face when interviewing others. Right? After losing to EDG, the outside world is very curious about how you adjusted after the game. Yu Xuan asked curiously. Just a normal post-game review. Li Hansheng answered concisely. That's it? Yu Xuan's eyes widened, a little surprised, and she immediately asked, then everyone is curious. How did you complete the transformation in just 2 days? If you want to say this, I have to talk to you carefully. Li Hansheng looked very serious. Both Yu Xuan and the audience were curious about what he would say next when they saw him like this. However, his teammates who were familiar with him backstage all rolled their eyes. This GDX is starting to show off again. A young and talented player like me likes to study games very much. Not to mention that I work very hard. It is no exaggeration to say that I spend 24 hours a day thinking about how to improve myself. Yeah. Yu Shuang nodded like a peck of rice. This answer sounded very serious, and there was nothing wrong with it. She subconsciously blurted out and asked, "How did you figure it out? Can you reveal the details? Let me think about it." Li Hansheng tried to remember. After deducting the time for eating, sleeping, and going to the toilet, there are also live broadcasts, late night snacks, bathing, and KTV team building. The more Yu Shuang listened, the more something was wrong. And the more she listened, the more confused she became. Are you sure you are studying how to improve yourself 24 hours a day? Others just took a break when they were tired from training. According to Li Hansheng, he just took a break when he was tired from playing. Is it true that co-authoring doesn't do anything serious at all? She directly interrupted Li Hansheng and asked curiously, "You spend all your time doing this. Where do you find the time to study games?" Well, Li Hansheng smiled and gestured with his chest. "Time is like a woman's career line. There is always some squeeze. All in all, I just work a little harder than others." Good guy. Brother Hansheng doesn't do anything with people. Are you sure you try a little harder? Not 100 million points? Who doesn't know that the number 1 liver emperor in LPL is me? Brother Hansheng. Can you drive on this broken road? I'm so hot. Please be a human being. Brother Hansheng. Snort. It must be Top's teammates who have led Shengbao into bad ways. Shengbao was so innocent before. Only then did Yu Shuang realize that she had been tricked by Li Hansheng. And she couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. This guy is rotten and rotten. Still driving at every turn. But it seems like female fans like this kind of character? There is no way. Who made this a society based on face? It seems that hard training can indeed play a very good role. God rewards hard work. Yu Shuang brought the topic of being misled by Li Hansheng back to the competition. Today we are facing off against Looper. We all know that everyone's evaluation of Looper is that he is a top player with no shortcomings. So what do you think of this evaluation? To put it another way, what do you think is the difference between the two of you compared to Looper? It's okay. Li Hansheng shrugged. Looper is indeed a player without any shortcomings. But compared to me, he also seems to have no advantages at all. Yu Shuang chuckled, and could only say that this answer was very Li Hansheng. The audience also burst into laughter. Is Li Hansheng still Li Hansheng without a cup? After winning this game, is there anything you want to say? Hey, Li Hansheng showed his signature smile of the Crooked Dragon King. After defeating RNG, I must express my sincere gratitude to RNG's manager, the third young master who kicked me out of RNG. It turned out that I misunderstood him. I was still very angry before. I'm so good. Why should he kick me? Now I understand. He was actually helping me. He felt that RNG might not deserve to have an excellent player like me. He was afraid RNG has dragged down my entire career. So it made me a free agent and gave me the opportunity to join Top and be teammates with such excellent players. Thank you, third young master. Although my surname is not Xiao, I can still apply that sentence. 30 years to the east of Hedong. 30 years to the west of Heshi. Don't bully young people into poverty. What championship are you asking me about? You can ask me this question again in November this year, and I can give you a satisfactory answer then. Good guy. I call him a good guy. It's really a combination of yin and yang. He. I knew Brother Hansheng's interview session would not disappoint us. You still need to kill someone? I just want to say well done. It's the most outrageous thing that someone like San Xiao can make it in the esports circle. 30 years of Hedong. 30 years in Heshi. Don't bully young people into poverty. November? Gui. Brother Hansheng is aiming for the S competition championship? No. After winning a few games in the regular season. What is Li Hansheng pretending to be? Who does he think he is? Li Hansheng. Just keep talking. If you can't control your words, you will be ridiculed even more sooner or later the next time you lose the game. No doubt. This time the post-game interview with Li Hansheng did not disappoint the audience. It was also the emergence of Li Hansheng this season that caused the post-game interview environment that no one paid much attention to. And the ratings increased a lot. Backstage here, Li Hansheng was ridiculed by his teammates as soon as he entered the door. Loudly, can't you keep a low profile? That's right. Young people can't be too arrogant. You're still called a young man when you're not so angry? Li Hansheng rolled his eyes. You're just jealous. Are you envious that your brother has the opportunity to serve on stage? Go. Who is so envious of you? Li Hansheng laughed proudly. Guihao also stood up at this time. He waved his hand directly. To celebrate winning the game, we will continue Shaxian snacks tonight. Everyone will add eggs. Although the club is not short of money, the pork character still has to be maintained. Gui, are you all going to give it a try? Brother Hao is indeed a lot richer lately. I didn't even dare to think about it before. Double the reward. MVP of the house. Dugga. Li Hansheng himself has been activating the team atmosphere, and the team's current results are so outstanding. The two are superimposed. The overall team atmosphere at top is perfect. After the game, Huang Xian's class reunion has also come to an end. I said top can win from a cliff. Their lineup is invincible. The boys started to play tricks together. After the male classmate who went to check out came back, he eagerly suggested, how about we go to KTV next, and let's continue to celebrate. All the boys looked at Huang Xian. She was the protagonist in their minds. None of the other girls refused. They just came out to have fun. I won't. You go and play. Huang Xian smiled and shook his head in refusal. Xin, why don't you spoil the fun? The atmosphere is here. The best friend on the side persuaded. That's right. We are all from different parts of the world, so the next gathering won't be until next year. The boys also persuaded. You go ahead. I really won't go. Huang Xian shook his head. It has nothing to do with being a spoiler. She simply didn't like the too noisy atmosphere. Being a homebody herself, it was her limit to be able to attend class reunion dinners. She really had no intention of participating in the subsequent entertainment activities. Chapter 96 Find a Way to Abduct Ah Shui. Guihao really wasn't kidding. If you want to eat Shaxian, eat Shaxian. Everyone will add an extra egg. Li Hansheng and Imp, who won the MVP, will add an extra egg. Bi Zai, who has now officially joined the operations department, took many photos with his camera while the team members were eating, and then carefully selected a few to publish on the official Weibo. Wow! B-boy! You have to do some personal work while taking pictures. Right. Li Hansheng yelled dissatisfied. Awei is obviously half a head shorter than me. But you took the photo to make him as tall as me. That's right. Jubi gave away a little porn. Candy complained dissatisfiedly. Aren't you Jiangzi afraid that some female fans will try to seduce Awei? No way. The girl probably felt that this statement was not convincing at all. She shrank her neck, raised her right hand, and made a gesture that all Korean men hated. I just helped Awei beautify her face. Just a little bit. A little bit? Are you sure it's not 100 million bits? Li Hansheng rolled his eyes. Forget it. For the sake of Awei's single-handedly killing Xiuhu today, I will forgive your behavior of involving in private affairs. Also, this gesture is in front of Puff. If you don't cook enough noodles, I'm afraid his blood pressure will rise. Hee. B-boy giggled innocently. The main reason is that you have a good foundation. Loudly. You don't need to be pretty to be a handsome guy. Li Hansheng didn't really care about this thing. Just like B-boy said, the foundation is stronger than anything else. He mainly helps create some opportunities for dialogue between Gao Dui and B-boy. The two of them were officially together. But Gao Dui didn't seem to be used to showing their close relationship with Bizai in an environment with so many acquaintances. Maybe he was afraid that his teammates would misunderstand him. After all, many teams in the esports circle have been ruined by women. However, Li Hansheng thought it was okay. As long as Gao Dui completes his daily training and his condition on the field is not affected, there is no need to deliberately maintain this sense of distance in front of others. Just when the top people were having dinner together after the game, the discussion on the internet about the game between RNG and Top also ushered in a small climax. The main reason is that this game is full of highlights. Li Hansheng used his performance to directly respond to the outside world's doubts about his inability to play line-changing games. Gao Dui and Imp showed extraordinary competitive status and dreamed of returning to the top. There is such a discussion on the homepage of the Esports Louvre. How to evaluate what Noob said in the post-game interview. One word. Mad. But if I had his ability, I guess I would be crazier than him. People's confidence in being crazy comes from their performance on the field. There's nothing you can't be crazy about. The main thing is that they can keep their word, saying that they will defeat the bathing dog in RNG and win the direct confrontation. The labor and management hope that the LPL can have more players like this. Other players are just timid and not crazy when they win. When you lose, you don't really feel like someone will come to comfort you. Right? That is, if you win, the labor and management will brag. And if you lose, the labor and management will criticize you. if you act cowardly after the game. I won't criticize you if you lose the game later, as Top's results are getting better and better. Especially Li Hansheng has attracted absolute attention. His name is mentioned more and more times in the entire esports circle, coupled with the deliberate management of the Top team. Although Li Hansheng has just made his debut, but the popularity is not inferior to those players who have been famous for a long time. Another post on the homepage of the esports Louvre also attracted a lot of heated discussion. Who can beat this Top team? Let me state my identity first. I am Ancient 60E. I have been paying attention to the game since S2. I recently watched Top's game and found that this team is really scary. There has never been a team like Top with 3 top-level players in 3 lanes. A player of personal ability. S3's SKT doesn't count. Mr. Oki's positioning is actually a top blue-collar job. S4 Samsung White also doesn't count. I think Looper is still slightly inferior to Noob in terms of landing. And S5's SKT has this ability in the middle and bottom lanes. Top strength. But Mod Data's landing strength is not even as good as Looper. For such a team with 3 top-notch operators, I am very optimistic about their subsequent performance. As long as Noob can maintain its current state stably, I boldly predict that the champion of this year's spring split will be Top. At first glance, Dingjin. After identification, it is indeed 60E. 60E also dares to resist in post? Are we too gentle recently? Or is 60E starting to be rebellious again recently? Laughing to death. Who is your top champion? Just start bragging like this. Advance loan. Right. 60E comes to brag about Top? Why do I not believe it so much? However, 2 weeks later, Top completely ended their cross-group duel tour. Except for the first cross-group match, which was lost by EDG using a line-switching tactic. Top never lost a game again. Still firmly ranked first in Group A. Even if this record is placed in Group B, it can still beat EDG. After the cross-group duel, Top can finally relax a little. Due to the schedule, Top's next game is scheduled for March 13th, which means there is nearly a week to rest in between. Not only Top, the entire LPL League schedule will usher in a small relaxation. After all, the schedule before the year was too tight. If this pace continues, it is estimated that the LPL will be completed by the end of March. And the officials do not want to see such a situation occur. MSI is in May, and the participating teams are the champions of the spring split. In order to allow the team to be in a good competitive state to face MSI, the spring split schedule generally lasts until April 20th. This will allow the championship team that fought hard to the end to have sufficient rest time. It also prevents the championship team from resting for too long, causing a decline in competitive status. None of this has anything to do with Li Hansheng for the time being. He got up around 11 a.m. today, and Ming was with him. Sure, Ming. We are going to pick up you in Ba. Not taking you on a blind date. Why are you dressed so formally? Seeing Ming combing his hair like an adult and wearing handsome and decent casual clothes, Li Hansheng complained helplessly. This is the first time I've met him. Ming shook his head. This is called respecting him. If you dress too casually, it will make it appear that I don't value him. Li Hansheng was really speechless. There was a reason why Ming was once suspected of being gay. The temperature in the Magic City is much better in March. A thin coat over a sweater or woolen sweater is enough. And the weather has become sunny for a long time. The two of them took a car to Hongqiao Airport. It was about half an hour before Shui's flight arrived, so they waited patiently in the lobby. Li Hansheng looked around as if looking for someone else. Brother Hansheng, do you want to pick up other people? Ming asked curiously. No. Li Hansheng smiled. But when he arrived at the familiar place name of Hongqiao Airport, he suddenly remembered that there seemed to be a Hongqiao girl who was particularly popular in the past 2 years. He just wanted to see if he could meet this celebrity in the right circle. The two found a place to sit down, chatting on their mobile phones in Seven Wolves of Ionia while waiting. In fact, everyone in the group has never met each other. LWX specifically told him to take a photo after seeing Shui. He wanted to see what Shui looked like. Maybe Li Hansheng is the only one in this group who knows what Shui looks like. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. The hall also saw a surge in traffic, and Ming and Li Hansheng got up to look for it. Sure, Ming. Let me tell you, if you look at someone who is short but has a big head, it is most likely you win Ba. Li Hansheng briefly and comprehensively described Shui's 2 biggest features in appearance. He looked around among the crowd, and soon saw a handsome young man wearing sunglasses carrying a suitcase and walking out quickly. I found it. Li Hansheng and Ming blocked Shui's path, and then stood directly in front of him. Brother Han Sheng. Sure Ming. Although Ming has never met Shui has already seen what Ming and Li Hansheng look like through LPL games, so he can recognize them at a glance. Hey! Ming looked at Shui up and down, and was stunned for a long time before he responded. Hey! Brother Han Sheng. Have you met Yuanbao? He's really not tall, but he has a big head. He's just a big-headed boy. No, Yuanbao. You are so young? I thought you must be at least 20 years old. Go! 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 Shui replied angrily. Dude, I'm almost 16 this year. Can I have some fresh meat? Ming immediately raised his phone, pointed the camera at Shui's face, took several photos at close range, and then sent the photos to 7 Wolves of Ionia. Normally, most people in the group are still sleeping at this point, but everyone is curious about what Shui looks like and are waiting for it. When Ming posted the photo, the whole group became lively. Zhangqi TV. Xiang, WTF? Is Yuanbao so young? Fortunately, I changed my tune early. Otherwise, I would have let this take advantage of me, because Shui has a more mature voice and is faceless. Many people in the group thought he was older than them at first. LWX called Shui brother at first, but as he got familiar with him later, he stopped calling him that way. Zhangqi TV. Katanda, Yuanbao likes real person cosplay so much? It seems that when I was a child, I watched Big 2Z a lot, and when I grew up, I would forcefully cosplay him. Seeing what Mr. Shi said, Shui angrily took out his cell phone and wanted to contact with him online. Li Hansheng and Ming laughed like pigs. It's simply murderous and heartbreaking. No way. Shui's head was out of proportion compared to his body proportions, making him appear to have a big head. LQS can only say one sentence that hit Shui's artery. Let him completely break the defense. He looked at Shui, who was online with LQS in the group. Li Hansheng muttered, the club is not short of money now. How should I think of a way to lure Shui to the club? Every time I show off, it's almost meaningless if the team lacks a stable player to support them. Say it again. Now that he's here, can Shui be allowed to join another team? Chapter 97 EDG's Canteen. After waiting for a while, Shui also found that he seemed to be unable to defeat LQS in terms of Yin and Yang's strange energy, and could only be defeated by him. He simply wanted to use his sure kill method to directly kill people and pierce their hearts. It's a pity that there is no if/degree. Hee. It's normal for you to have resentment. After all, you can only be at the bottom of LSPL. Unlike my friends, who can directly go to LPL. Shui felt that his words were heartbreaking enough. However, he obviously underestimated LQS's ability to bear it. Zhangqi TV. Katanda, barking? If you're at the bottom, you're also starting in the LSPL. Right? Isn't it possible that someone will only be a substitute when they reach LPL? Are the substitutes showing off in front of the main players? No. I haven't even passed the trial training yet. Topping? You two are arguing. So why do you want to hurt me? Ming really wanted to cry. Who did he offend? Just eat melon and watch a show. But in the end, I got madly stabbed in the heart. Zhangqi TV. Katanda, it's okay. Sure Ming. Although you are a substitute now, you will definitely become the main player in the future. Is this comforting, or is it continuing to hurt? Topping, your mother asked me to remind you to eat well. Hey! Sure Ming. You are good at learning languages. Li Hansheng gave a thumbs up. This is the charm of sentence fragmentation. It can be used offensively or defensively. TCH. I don't have the same experience as them. No matter how much I substitute, I can still get a chance to play. Ming looked very arrogant. Although Lu Mao's current main position is very stable, it does not mean that the team has completely given up on Ming. He cannot play in the strong dialogue. But when facing the mid-range and bottom teams, White Crescent will often give Ming the chance to play, allowing him to accumulate experience and develop a tacit understanding with Imp in actual combat. A person like Ming, who is talented in his own right, grows up very quickly when playing next to a top ADC like Imp. This is not. Top fans all feel that their club is in trouble. There are 2 such powerful support players, both of whom are quite young. MD! This be Lu Qingsong. I will definitely kill him next time we meet. Shui's defenses were broken one after another, and Shui could only be furious. But there was nothing he could do about it, so he had to angrily put his phone in his pocket, in order to show their sincerity. Several clubs originally said that they could send special personnel to pick up Shui, because Li Hansheng and Ming came to pick them up. Shui refused. There was no need to find a hotel to store their luggage first. The three of them took the car directly back to Top's team base, and placed Ashue's luggage inside the team base. Anyway, the rooms in the team base are enough now. So it doesn't matter if Ashue stays for free. The main thing is that it can also be a favor. It's still relatively early now. It's just noon. And everyone else is sleeping. It's a rare break. So naturally you have to sleep well. However, this does not include Away, who is in love, and Candy, a boy with a canine type. Both of them go out very early. The first floor is the lobby, which has a gym and a small kitchen. The workstations of the training department are also here. Our training room is on the second floor, and the rest area is also on the second floor. Li Hansheng naturally acted as a guide and introduced Ashue to the club's base in detail. This was the first time Ashue came to the base of a professional team, and he was full of curiosity about everything, especially when he came to the training room. He couldn't help but poke his head in and look inside. Unfortunately, the outside was blocked by a layer of frosted glass. "Come in if you want to take a look." Li Hansheng smiled and opened the door and led Ashue in. Because there are currently only 6 first-team members in Top, the training room seems very empty, and a large part of the space is still empty. Did not use. Ashue looked around, took stock, and then sat directly on Li Hansheng's training seat. After walking around for a while, Ashue proposed to go for a trial training. "EDG seems to be here on Lingsha Road." "Right. Let's go to their house first." EDG and IG are 2 clubs that compete fiercely with Ashue. IG won't talk about it. Although esports Yuan Shao transitioned to the jungle and performed well, at least he knew that he was the father in the middle. And he also had a good chemistry with Rookie. The introduction of high-scoring passers-by in the bottom lane still failed to change the status quo. Time is a classic skateboard shoe that is retired on the spot. IG lost many games this season because it was unable to beat others in the bottom lane. Although its top lane attitude was unreliable, it was still able to mix and stabilize. IG's current bottom lane, it's true that I can't even understand how to mix. As for EDG, it's related to the club's team building ideas. EDG's tactical thinking is based on LCK operations, and they are used to solving the game through late-stage team battles. The ADC is the minimum guarantee for a team's teamfight, and it is also the most stable output link in a teamfight. A team's teamfight ability largely depends on the ability of the ADC. Deft actually performed well, but the failure of S5 and the incompatibility with various aspects of domestic food gave Deft the idea of returning to South Korea. Deft originally wanted to leave after Season 5 ended, but was persuaded by EDG to stay for 1 more year. But if there is still no breakthrough in this year's World Championship, Deft's departure is inevitable. By then, EDG will have a vacancy in the bottom lane. The 2 teams have different ideas. IG wants to change the current situation, while EDG wants to prepare for the coming year. Of course, there are other teams that have extended an olive branch to Ashue, but Li Hansheng feels that there is not much hope. They are all teams that are neither good nor bad, such as VG. Although Ashue would not refuse directly, he would never consider joining these teams. IG is not up to par, but they have Rookie. Many domestic players, and even many high-scoring passers-by admire Rookie, and Ashue is one of them. "Yeah, I'll take you there now." Li Hansheng and Ming had nothing to do anyway, so it didn't matter if they followed Ashue around for a walk. After leaving the base, it took about 10 minutes to walk to the outside of EDG's team base. After identifying himself, Abramovich, who had been promoted to club manager, came down to receive him in person. This is human nature. Impressing people with some details can greatly increase the club's attractiveness to players. After all, those who know their friends will die for them. Hansheng and Xiaoming are also guests. Abu was a little surprised to see Li Hansheng and Ming. "We have known Wenbo for a long time. He came to trial training this time. We just happened to have nothing to do, so we just went with him for a while," Li Hansheng explained, and then joked half-jokingly. "What? Are you afraid that we will peek at the tactics? Are you doing trial training? We won't go in to take a look at it. So don't worry. You Top are now number 1 in the league. We must learn from you. How can the strong learn from the weak?" Abu waved his hand indifferently. "Just think that you are here to build a team on behalf of Top." Abu led the 3 of them all the way into the EDG team base. In fact, the internal structures of the bases of each major team were similar. It was just different regional divisions. Abu glanced at the time and said, "The team members have just gotten up. It is the team's rest time. Let's have a meal together first." Ashue and Ming didn't think anything of it, but Li Hansheng's expression felt a little off. About EDG's canteen level, Li Hansheng remembers very clearly a comment that was very popular at the time. When my dog heard that he was going to eat in the EDG-based cafeteria, he shook his head crazily and even went on a hunger strike and was unwilling to go. Real dogs shook their heads at this. Once in the cafeteria, Li Hansheng truly saw it. The overall structure is similar to that of a school cafeteria. The food prepared by the ant is placed in the grid-shaped iron basin, and you can serve it yourself. Shui and Ming were both dumbfounded. Although EDG's results are outstanding, they are indeed not as good as other clubs in this regard. Take Top as an example. The food of the team ant is fried in small pots and served in small bowls, and the cuisine is very rich. EDG looks like it was fried in a big pot in a school or workplace cafeteria. The taste of stir-frying in a small pot is different from that of stir-frying in a large pot. And the appearance of the stir-fried dishes is also different. At least one look at this appearance will reduce your appetite a lot. Why are you standing there? You're not hungry. But I am. Li Hansheng quickly urged the two of them. The guest did not dislike the host. The three of them didn't take much, so they just ate a little. It can be said that they don't have the habit of eating lunch, so they didn't have much appetite. It's not embarrassing, and it's understandable. During this period, the factory director and others also came to the canteen one after another, and when they saw it, they came over to say hello. After eating, after taking a short rest, Li Hansheng and others were taken to EDG's training room. Am I playing with the first team? When he learned that the trial training was with the first team, Shui seemed a little surprised. Most professional team trial players will choose to have the players start trial training with the second team first. The main reason is that the intensity is not that high, and it is not so easy to make people nervous, which allows players to have more room to play. Well, we specially made an appointment with OMG for a training match, Abramovich explained. Normally, EDG wouldn't play with a team with OMG's performance because they don't think it's necessary. EDG is more contacting Korean teams to play training matches. This can also reflect their sincerity. It is of little significance to find a bottom team like HYA and SAT for trial training. It is best to find a mid-range team like OMG. Compared with the other four positions, the ADC position is actually very single in operation, because the ADC hardly has to think about driving the rhythm. The output methods of heroes are all the same, basically focusing on flat A damage. Even shooter heroes such as Easy and Jin must frequently use flat A if they want to cause high damage in team battles. ADC is basically a single-threaded way of thinking. Replenish troops and develop in the early and midterm, and team fight in the mid to late stage. That's exactly what it is. Changes in the version have little impact on ADC players. They are nothing more than changes in popular heroes in the version. Unlike Suk Kaminaka, a slight change in the version may directly lead to a change in the way you play. Among them, the jungler is the best. A slight change in the jungle will cause the jungler to change his gameplay and game ideas. OMG is in the middle of the pack as a whole, and its ADC is SMLZ, a well-known player in the league. Such a team will not be easily defeated in the landing phase. This will perfectly test Shui's two most critical abilities as an ADC: line fights and team battles. Wenba! Go ahead. We'll wait for you here. Li Hansheng and Ming naturally couldn't watch the content of other people's training matches to avoid suspicion. People say it's okay to be polite, but I can't really be that upright. Excessive straightforwardness will make you appear ignorant. However, EDG's first team is not purely the main force. Koro-1 is replaced by Mouse in the top lane. Loli is in the jungle. Beam is in the middle. And Mako is the only main force in the first line as the support. This kind of personnel composition is actually similar to the overall strength of OMG. Wenba! Do you want to choose Draven for you? Let's use Draven to warm up your hands first, Abramovich proactively suggested during the selection process. No. Just follow the normal tactical thinking and choose a hero for me. I have a sea of heroes. Shui immediately shook his head. This is not to show off, but to prevent EDG from causing unnecessary misunderstandings. Shui's biggest reputation is nothing more than the #1 Draven in the national server. Such a reputation can quickly attract popularity during live broadcasts. But in the eyes of professional teams, such a name can easily be regarded as the unique skill of a single hero. Shui obviously didn't want to bear the reputation of a guy with unique skills. That's okay. Abu nodded and asked the translator to communicate with the coach Quickstar. Finally, they completed the BP and entered the normal actual combat session. The factory director, Deft and others all stood behind Shui and watched the game. Li Hansheng and Ming seemed to have nothing to do. They could only lower their heads and play with their mobile phones. The room was very quiet. and the onlookers talked quietly for fear of affecting the communication between the players. Although I can't see the screen, judging from the frequency of Shuai's words, he should be doing pretty well. Li Hansheng could roughly hear the conversation between the factory director and Abu. He plays very aggressively. If he cooperates with Tian Yi, he can probably defeat 90% of the LPL bot laners. He can still command? This is very rare. The positioning is too aggressive, which easily gives the opponent a chance. It may be that I've played too many ranks and some habits have not been changed. The damage ability is top-notch, but it's too easy to get hit. The factory director and Abu were particularly deeply affected by Korean operations. They analyzed Shuai's advantages and disadvantages from the perspective of Korean operations. Naturally, Shuai would be particularly vulnerable to sudden death. Actually, even from a conventional LPL perspective, Shuai's aggressive positioning and cup-filling behavior are hard to understand. He is the sudden death ADC. EDG held several trials throughout the afternoon and won all of them. EDG itself treats training matches more seriously than other teams. In addition, Shuai is indeed very strong. It is almost plug and play without any discomfort. Winning the game is normal. It's just time for dinner. You can stay and have a meal before leaving. Abu greeted everyone enthusiastically. Li Hansheng couldn't refuse even if he wanted to. Maybe it was the reaction of the three people at noon that aroused Abu's alert. In the evening, the food cooked in the EDG cafeteria looked much better, and even some seafood was specially prepared. Come on! Come on! Eat more! Abu enthusiastically wanted to pick up food for Shuai. No! No! I'm allergic to seafood. Shuai shook his head. Is that so? I'm really sorry that we didn't know. Abu immediately stood up and motioned to the people in the canteen to move the seafood to the corners. Knowing that Shuai is allergic to seafood and putting seafood in front of him. Isn't that just disgusting? Abu couldn't do such a disgusting thing. In the final analysis, the importance to Shuai is still shown in various subtle aspects. Wenba, you performed very well today, but you also showed many shortcomings. Abu told the truth, and did not choose someone to listen to, which at least seemed more sincere. If you are willing to come to EDG, we will be happy to help you correct your shortcomings so that you can perform better in the professional arena. After hearing this, Shuai was not in a hurry to express his position. Okay, I will consider it carefully. After training the entire team, I will give you an answer as soon as possible. Okay, I'll wait for your good news. Abu was not in a hurry to force Shuai to express his stance. However, he glanced at Li Hansheng and joked half-jokingly. Hansheng, Imp is in such good shape this season. Won't your club also invite Wenba for a trial training? Withered bad. He specifically emphasized that Imp was in good condition. Doesn't this mean that he told Shuai to go to top and be a substitute? I don't know. Brother Hao and the others are responsible for this kind of thing. I'm only responsible for playing the game. Li Hansheng confused him vaguely. Abu just smiled. After finishing the meal, the three of them were sent away. After leaving the EDG base, the three took a taxi to the IG base. If Abu was very enthusiastic throughout the whole process, then Su Xiaoluo was better known than meeting. Basically, they ignored Li Hansheng and the others, and were not even allowed to enter the training room. MD, is there anything at IG's level that Li Hansheng and the others should learn from? It wasn't until almost 11 o'clock in the evening that Shuai ended the trial training and left. Lao Song is really bad at landing. He directly defeated the opponent's mid laner. On the way home, Shuai got excited when he mentioned Rookie. What? Isn't my brother Hansheng strong in the lane? If Rookie blows up a rotten fish and shrimp, you're going to brag about it. My brother Hansheng also defeated 2 top laners of the S Championship in a row in the official match. Ming He was immediately unhappy, mainly because he also wanted Shuai to come to top. Seeing that Shuai was so interested in IG, he was immediately a little jealous. Hey, they are not in the same position. Shuai smiled. I recognize brother Hansheng's landing ability. Sure, Saming. Let Wenbo decide on this matter. Li Hansheng tried to dissuade him. Shuai himself is a very mature person. Such people usually follow their own ideas, and will not be interfered by others. So, Li Hansheng also wanted Shuai to join the team. But he did not specifically persuade him. It was purely based on Shuai's personal wishes. Using emotions to kidnap morality will only be counterproductive. The three of them returned to Top's team base. When Guihao saw the 3 people arriving, he immediately greeted them warmly. Hansheng, you too. Why didn't you tell them in advance that Jack was coming? I could arrange for you to go to dinner. He looked at the time and said, "It's just right. It's not too late now. Let's go for a walk and have a midnight snack. How about tomorrow?" Shui shook his head. "I haven't found a hotel yet. Why go to the hotel?" He enthusiastically invited Shui to drink with him. Li Hansheng couldn't help but secretly give Guihao a thumbs up. This is a great move. Chapter 98. Congratulations to Top for bringing up Shui. It is said to be a late-night snack, but it is actually equivalent to a small team building, with Li Hansheng and Ming as the glue. Shui created the illusion of integrating into the Top family. What results? Top is currently ranked first in the league. Even if they lost to EDG, they immediately defeated RNG to prove themselves again. What popularity? Top's current popularity is close to that of EDG, a giant team that has won several league championships. Only one thing. Top can't guarantee Shui's main position. At most, it can only be rotated, and it has to be rotated when facing a weak team, which is similar to Ming's treatment. Imp is currently in excellent condition. As long as he doesn't get sick, there is almost no reason to remove him from his main position. Now that the overall atmosphere of the team is positive, it is impossible for Guihao to give up a top player like Imp, who has proven himself in domestic and international competitions for a young player like Shui, who looks very talented. In the next 2 days, Shui went to VG, Snake, and even we invited Shui over for trial training. Every club was full of praise for Shui. Too mature. Most players who come from the pub game will feel a certain degree of discomfort when they first enter the professional stage. Shui has no shortcomings in this area at all. It is completely plug and play. Although the intensity of the training games is not as good as the LPL main game, it is not comparable to that of ordinary pub games. It can only show that Shui's abilities and potential are terrifying. On the 3rd day, Guihao found Shui and formally invited him for a trial training. "Wenbo, you have tried out almost the entire LPL. Why don't you consider trying out at Top, the #1 team in our league? I'm just waiting for your words." Shui chuckled. "It just so happens that we have a training match with EDG this afternoon. It's up to you to play," Guihao said with a smile. In the past, EDG ignored Top. But now with Top ranking first in the league, EDG is not as arrogant as it was at the beginning when facing Top's trial invitation. Guihao took Shui back to the training room and briefly talked to Baiyue, and then asked the translator to communicate with Imp. Imp immediately stood up and gave way to Shui. "Jiaqua, let's play in your seat." Shui sat directly in the Imp seat. "Wahoo." Go Ba and the 2 Korean coaches immediately stood behind Shui, trying to pay attention to him in every detail. "Jack, come on!" Li Hansheng gave him the greatest welcome. "Let you experience the feeling of Shursiming hugging his thigh during the game, and experience what it feels like to do damage under your buddy's crotch." Shui smiled happily. "Okay, today I will experience Shursiming's happiness." Li Hansheng then patted Candy on the shoulder. "Xiang Renjie, give my little brother a little love." "Oh wait, you too. Show us how Top welcomes newcomers." "Nonsense. Do you still need to talk about it? Think of yourself as an orphan on the road. I understand. Everyone doesn't have to worry about this orphan road." EDG seemed very serious, playing with the entire main lineup and not showing off at all. They even played a lane-changing game with Top right from the start. EDG's intention is actually quite obvious. They just want to see whether Li Hansheng's performance against RNG is just a burst of seeds, or whether he is really adapted to the rhythm of the lane change game. Obviously, Li Hansheng, who had been strengthened with extra points, was not afraid of changing lanes at all and easily won the first game. In the second round, the 2 sides played normally, although the 2 sides fought fiercely for nearly 30 minutes. As Top decisively defeated the Baron under the command of Li Hansheng, EDG did not continue to struggle and played GG. As soon as he quit, the factory director sent a message asking, "Isn't the ADC Imp?" Yang Tua said that the game style is a bit different. "And Wenbo is also trying out on your team?" "Yes. Our team will also join in the fun." Li Hansheng did not deliberately hide it. The next few trials were still for Shui, saying they wanted to take care of him. But in fact Top was just playing step by step. Top currently only has 2 ways of playing. One is commonly used to play around the top lane. At this time, Li Hansheng will be selected as a hero such as Sword Lady. In the early stage, the jungler will squat on the top lane to fatten up Li Hansheng, and then let him go to the side lane to lead his teammates. There is room for development, which is commonly known as the 4-1-point push tactic. The other one is the traditional tactic that revolves around double C in the middle and bottom. This tactic does not mean that Li Hansheng has to choose heroes such as Big Tree. He will still choose heroes such as Jace. And he will still play against each other. Suppress. It's just that the jungler will not go to the top lane to gank, but will place some protective eyes on the top lane to prevent Li Hansheng from being targeted crazily. After all, the difference between the two tactics lies in the allocation of team resources and the focus of the jungler's early activities. Focusing on the top lane does not mean giving up the bottom lane. It just means that the jungler does not go to the bottom lane, but the team's eye position will basically be placed in the bottom lane. At least, let the bottom lane have good room for development. And vice versa. In the current version, there is no way to light up the entire field of view. And only a limited field of view can be arranged in a limited area. The jungler who can move freely on the map is a mobile eye position. The half area where the jungler focuses can be appropriately placed with fewer eye positions. Jack, you are an ADC. You can charge faster than labor. Right. After the training match, Li Hansheng laughed and cursed. It can only be said that some habits cannot be changed. We still have Viagra and Brother Hansheng. Right. Ashui explained. It's hard for me to hide in the back. If I charge with you, the opponent will be in a difficult choice. I don't know who to focus on. If the opponent focus on me, I'll try my best to deal all the damage before I die. Can't you and Weiwei easily harvest it? In the end, we will win the team. There's nothing wrong with understanding it this way. But can you change my name? Viagra. Viagra. My weird balls hurt. Gao Dui rolled his eyes. Those who don't know think I'm a little blue pill that improves certain abilities. Woolen cloth. Bai Yueya and the others did not express their opinions immediately. They winked at Guahao. Guahao immediately understood and smiled. Jack, take a rest first. Ashui nodded. He also knew that the top coaching staff needed to discuss. And some things were not suitable to be said in person. Li Hansheng was also called over. What the Korean ADC is like. They want Ashui to be like. And they just use Bang as a template. Guahao nodded. At least one thing is certain. That is, everyone recognizes Ashui's strength and potential. But he looked at Li Hansheng standing aside. Hansheng, tell me what you think. The player's perspective and the coach's perspective may not be the same. I think there's no problem. Li Hansheng shrugged. Why change it? Isn't this the characteristic of Jack? Forcing him to change his gaming habits is equivalent to asking Messi to be the goalkeeper and letting C. Luo plays guard. Allowing Curry to dominate the basket. Allowing James to give up breakthroughs and focus on shooting three-pointers. And allowing Yao Ming to be the ball-handling core. All players have strengths and weaknesses. Do you think everyone has the same flaws as me? How to maximize his advantages and weaken his shortcomings through the integrity of the team is the most reasonable thing. Right. Guahao nodded and gestured with interest to Li Hansheng to continue. There's nothing wrong with Jack's game idea. Who said the ADC has to survive until the end? Many people have this idea because they saw too many of the 4 guarantees of the royal family, and we back then? Once the ADC dies in a team fight, no one will deal damage. But we don't have 4 guarantees and 1 guarantee. The biggest role of the ADC in team battles is to provide output. So as long as he provides enough output, it doesn't matter even if he dies. If the opponent wants to break through the formation to kill the ADC, he must give up a lot of skills. Oh, the other 4 of us are pigs. We can't beat the team even if the opponent gives us skills? Travelers like Li Hansheng know Ashui's positioning very well. Ashui is the top second boss attribute. You build a team around him and be the core of the team? That's obviously nonsense. His playing style is not suitable for the Extreme 4 Guarantee 1 game. He must be in a suitable lineup to maximize his abilities. The type that is suitable for 4 guarantees, and 1 is Uzi. Ashui is more suitable for multi-core tactics. After he died suddenly in order to deal damage, someone in the team still had enough damage to harvest the team battle. That's what the Pinnacle IG is like. The 3 CS all have the ability to deal top-notch damage. As long as any one of them deals damage, the other 2 CS can win the game. Therefore, these 3 people can play a miracle team when they are together. But they all have a certain degree of discomfort after being separated. This is reflected in the game as giving away. It is clear that teammates are retreating. But one person rushes forward alone and is completely out of touch with his teammates. In fact, they see the opportunity to operate, but their teammates may not be able to see it, leading to a disconnect. You can't criticize their teammates. You can only say that there may be differences in game concepts and game ideas. After all, some people are radical and some are conservative. You can't say that the conservative people are wrong. Right? Some people would rather make mistakes than do nothing. But there are also people who would rather do nothing than make a mistake. So, Galaxy Battleship may not produce results after the basic abilities are up to standard. 5 right people will always be more likely to achieve results than 5 strong people who are forcibly needed together. Currently Top is playing multi-core tactics. Of course, this is limited to the ADC position. In fact, Li Hanxing has always felt that Ah Shui is a bit unqualified when playing ADC. With his style, he should be quite good as a jungler or top laner, and can start beautiful team battles. You mean you can keep Jack? Why not? Li Hanxing asked. You all see Jack's strength and potential. Why should you give him up to other teams? Putting aside my personal relationship with him, just focus on his performance. Is it worth keeping him for the team? And he is still so young. Who can guarantee that Poo Poo's status will not have ups and downs? When the time comes, you will want to find a top ADC to replace him. How can it be that easy? Besides, Li Hanxing rolled his eyes. Even if you want to, he may not be willing to be a substitute in our team. There are so many teams pursuing him. That's true. Guihao smiled dumbly. Top can match all the conditions of other teams, but the main position is really unpromisable. But this is precisely the most critical point. Hanxing is right. Why do we have to give up such a good young player to others? It's good for us to keep and train ourselves for emergencies. Bai Yueya also expressed his opinion. Find a way to keep he. If Hanxing really can't do it, why don't you betray your lust? I think Jack really likes playing games with you. Indeed. How about you two sleep in the same room tonight? Firefox also followed suit. Rolling. Li Hanxing rolled his eyes. After listening to enough opinions, Guihao himself had a clear answer. He asked Li Hanxing to call Ah Shui to the office. But Li Hanxing did not listen. It's nothing more than some details and treatment. And everyone is pretty much the same. If Ah Shui was in it for money, he wouldn't have considered coming to try out. Because at this point in time, being an anchor would make more money than being a professional player. Brother Hanxing, do you think Jack will stay? After returning to the training room, Ming came over and asked curiously. Why do I feel a little hung up? Not everyone is willing to compete with Poo Poo. Who knows? Li Hanxing shook his head. He decides on this matter himself. Li Hanxing knew very well that he was not playing a game. He was not facing a group of data but real people. He could not force all the strong people into his team like playing computer games. Not everyone has to make any decision according to his or her own will. It didn't take long. Ah Shui also returned to the team base. He did not reveal what his conversation with Guihao was like. Instead, Guihao once again took everyone out to eat and drink. On the way back, Guihao insisted on taking Ah Shui for a walk around the area. He said that it was a long time to come to the Magic City, and he wanted to wander around for a while instead of just working. When he came to the Huangpu River, Li Hanxing subconsciously glanced at it, wanting to see if there were really pigs inside. Otherwise, why would everyone talk about going to the Huangpu River to fish for pigs? The evening breeze by the river was very cold. Ah Shui walked up to Li Hanxing and half-jokingly asked him whether he should stay or go. Brother Hanxing, I will be very sad for you. You don't pay attention to me at all. What will happen to you? Which team signed the contract? Are you okay? Li Hanxing looked at him with caring eyes. Be normal, and don't do this to me. Ah Shui chuckled. Are you really not curious? Are you really not interested in being a teammate with me? Of course, I want to be a teammate with you. Li Hanxing expressed his attitude openly. Who doesn't like to be a teammate with a strong person? What's more, I really like your game style. But this is your career, not my career. You make your own decisions about your career. As a brother, I respect all the choices you make. You don't have to be embarrassed. If you want to go to IG or another team, just tell me openly. As he said that, Li Hanxing punched him. But you have to agree in advance. If we meet him on the field, I won't be merciful. What? Ah Shui asked with a smile. You can still hack your own teammates on the field? I wonder if League of Legends doesn't have a counterattack mechanism. Damn it! Knife! Li Hanxing was stunned at first, then looked at Ah Shui in astonishment. Have you decided? That's not true. Ah Shui leaned on the guardrail by the river. Since I want to play professionally, buddy, I have to go for the championship. Of course, I have to team up with the strongest people to have the best chance of winning the championship. If you want to mess around, wouldn't it be okay to be a host? You can still make a lot of money. So why do you have to suffer the consequences of being a professional? Although I'm a little sorry for old Song. I can't help but Brother Hanxing is so sweet. Ah Shui chuckled. I just made the same mistake as any other slave who likes to hug his thighs. After today's training match, I experienced Sher Saming's happiness. It's not that Lao Song is not good enough. It's just that Brother Han Sheng's legs are too thick. Hey, you kid. Li Han Sheng laughed dumbly and shook his head repeatedly. You are so smooth talking. Why are you going to take the postgraduate entrance examination? Hey, hey, hey! What are you two whispering about behind our backs? Ming came over and interrupted the conversation between the two. He looked at the two of them up and down with a suspicious look on his face. Brother Han Sheng, I need to warn you. Supervise you on behalf of your vast female fans. You cannot change your orientation in certain aspects. Go away. Li Han Sheng laughed and scolded. I guess the female fans are eager for me to change my orientation. If he saw the scene of him having an intimate conversation with Ah Shui, most female fans can fill up millions of words of content in their minds immediately. The big-headed son of the drama star pestered me. On the first day I joined the team, I shamelessly sent a mating signal to the team leader. No. Li Han Sheng already had pictures in his head. The hairs on my hair almost stood up. Fujoshi are really scary. That's right. Ming grinned and widened his eyes. Come on. Keep the posture just now. I'll ask B-Boy to come over and take 2 photos. The cliff will increase the number of female fans in our club. Get out of here. This time it was Li Han Sheng and Ah Shui's turn to speak in unison, being elegant and easygoing. Sure, Saming. If you have nothing to do, go back to rank training. Are you number 1 in the Korean server? Or are you firmly in the main position? Hack! Ming, who was still smiling at first, immediately turned into a disgraceful face. I'm not going to slap you in the face. Let's have a good chat, and don't prick my heart at every turn. Chapter 99. Do you think I won't be angry? Ah Shui finally chose to join the top team, as he said. After returning from dinner, Guo Hao immediately announced the matter in public. Everyone naturally welcomes newcomers to join the team. After all, Top currently only has 6 members of the first team, which is enough to hold a table of mahjong together. After Ah Shui joins in, after finally getting together a table of mahjong, the remaining 3 people can fight the landlord. B-Boy, please work hard later. Make a picture. Put Jack's head on Xiaoming's body, and then send out an official announcement. Guo Hao is also afraid of long nights and many dreams. The act of promoting newcomers in the competitive field is actually similar to scratching a lottery ticket. It is nothing more than a question of the probability of winning. The difference between Ah Shui and the passer by randomly pulling out a top-scoring ADC is this. The latter's winning probability is at most 50%, while Ah Shui's lottery ticket is equivalent to half scratched, with the word special class written on it. The winning probability is as high as 99.7777%. Why is it not 99.9999%? There must be a slight error. Don't be too serious about what you say before you actually fulfill it. What if Ah Shui hurts Zhong Yong? In fact, this is not just the case in the competitive field, but also in any field. This is also true for newcomers in the workplace. Those with high academic qualifications may not necessarily be elites in the workplace, but the probability of becoming talented is definitely higher. People with low or no academic qualifications may not necessarily become top-notch beings. It is just a matter of probability. This is just like when you play a mobile game to draw cards. Which one do you choose between the ordinary card pool and the limited card pool? Both can come out, but the probability of the latter is higher. Huh? Brother Hao. Ah Shui shook his head after hearing this. If Sher Saming can't do it, why can't you put my head on Brother Han Sheng's head? Your head is too big. Besides, how tall is Brother Han Sheng? How tall are you? Sher Saming complained. I don't dislike you, but you actually dislike me in turn? Go! 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 Ah Shui was hit in a painful spot and immediately jumped up angrily. I'm only 15. In the next few years, my friends are destined to jump up. Do you understand what it means to have a promising future? Then wait until you swish up and tell me. Hey, no matter how bright the future is, it won't change your current height of 1.68 meters. Sure, Saming. It's easy to lose friends when you chat like this. Huh? You are a traitor. I treat you as my son, but you actually want to be friends with me? Doesn't this create a sense of seniority? Guo Hao shook his head helplessly. Well, at least with this kind of trouble, he could be sure of one thing. Ah Shui's winning probability for this lottery ticket can be increased from 99.7777% to 99.8820%. League of Legends is a team competition game, not a single-player game. So no matter how talented the player is, You must be able to integrate into the team. And at least your personality cannot be withdrawn. Right? No matter how active you are. You must at least be able to play with your teammates. Ashui obviously has such ability. The girl nodded, got up, and got ready to work. She was almost the same as Gao Dui. Because they are a working couple, and she joined the team's operations department through the back door. She is afraid of being gossiped about. So she will actively complete any work she has. Don't worry. Li Hanxing stopped her. I think we should not be so high profile for the time being. Jack's joining the team should be handled as low-key as possible. Why? The boy asked curiously. He is only 15 years old. Li Hanxing pointed out the most critical point. He is not 17 years old. Yes. Guo Hao immediately understood. According to Riot's regulations, you must be 17 years old or older to officially represent a professional team in professional competitions. In the early years, Fnatic's talented ADC player Reckles originally joined the team in S2. But due to his age, he missed the S2 World Championship. And domestic. Many of the early players were not even 17 years old. If you look at the age of the child Yushin, he was not yet 15 years old when he joined IG. He was a few months younger than Uzi. When Uzi joined the royal family at the end of S2, he had just turned 15 years old. It's just that the league was not officially established at that time. Everyone was a grassroots team, and no one would care if the age was changed. But now, the LPL League has been established for 4 years. From the early grassroots team to the current major capital, it has slowly begun to enter the field. And various rules and regulations have become more and more formalized. The main reason is that the interests involved are complicated. Top is currently ranked first in the league, and they have beaten many clubs to grab this talented boy Ashui. What do you want other clubs to think? Before Li Hanxing traveled through time, originally IG planned to let Ashui appear in S7. In the nest at the end of S6, IG played Ashui and swept all the way to win the championship. But at that time, IG's management was too high profile and annoyed many people. EDG angrily brought the issue of Ashui's age to the alliance. No one mentioned the matter of changing the age, so the alliance turned a blind eye. But when it was brought to the public, the alliance could only handle it in accordance with the regulations. It is precisely because of this that the talented 80 young man Eboi selected by EDG was not able to appear on the stage immediately. Instead, he waited until he turned 17 to officially represent EDG. Ashui was sealed until the end of 2017 before he officially became eligible. And he also missed out on a version that might be the most suitable for him. The version of S7's Incense Burner monster is really perfect in all aspects to make up for its shortcomings of being easily killed suddenly. After all, in that version, both sides are thinking about how to kill the other side's Incense Burner monster. Even if ADC positions a little more arrogantly, it doesn't matter, because as long as the Incense Burner monster doesn't die, your ADC won't die. Then let's deal with it in a low-key manner. Jack won't come on stage recently. Let's deal with this matter coldly. This is the safest way. Li Hanxing nodded. Sometimes, the identity of the time traveler is quite good and can perfectly avoid various minefields. Under normal circumstances, which club won't celebrate Ashui in a high-profile way? Ashui called one by one to reject the teams that invited him to try out. Top also immediately issued an announcement in the dead of night that Ashui had officially joined the first team. But Top's current popularity is too high. The best record in the league, and the players who know how to make things happen. Especially Li Hanxing, who can win both male and female fans. There are too many things about him. 30 years in Hedong, 30 years in Heshi, is known as eSports Xiaoyan. In the post-game interview, he kept talking nonsense. He was strong and crazy, and he perfectly hit the target of young users in the esports community. There is also Li Hanxing's position type, carry type top laner. The more people lack something, the more they care about it. What is missing in the LPL division? S competition champion. But still far from S competition. Then, under the painful education of S5, everyone realized the importance of the carry top laner. However, the neglect of the role of top laner in the past few years has made it almost impossible to find a player in the LPL who can support the top lane. The emergence of Li Hanxing perfectly filled the audience's needs in this aspect. Many factors come together. Top's current popularity is close to that of EDG, and Li Hanxing's personal popularity far exceeds that of Uzi, and is close to the top director of the current LPL league. Even careful people have discovered that LPL officials are increasingly deliberately giving more shots to Li Hanxing. For example, the post-game MVP selection is biased towards Li Hanxing. The number of post-game interviews has increased, etc. These small details all prove that Li Hansheng is becoming the new favorite in the eyes of LPL officials. A lot of attention has caused Li Hansheng, and even top to be stared at by countless pairs of eyes. Even if the message is sent in the dead of night. It also immediately became the focus of heated discussion in the entire esports circle. The news that Oshue stopped broadcasting to participate in professional team trial training was already a hot news. Many viewers have a nurturing feeling for Oshue. It's like watching your unsatisfactory big-headed son reach the top step by step. Oshue's achievements will give his early fans a special sense of accomplishment. After all, they have watched him grow up step by step. Where is Yuanba going? The curtain finally came to an end. Gui. Jack is going to compete with Poo for the ADC position? Why would a guy who plays Draven with unique skills want to compete with a world champion ADC? Why not? Jack is not a C player like Vincent. He plays Draven seriously, and can be ranked first in the Korean server. Who else said that Jack is a unique skill brother? Hey. To use San Chao's classic saying. What kind of champion are you? Imp what champion? Wow. Why are top hoarding so many bot lanes? You can even put together a table of mahjong. How dare a high-scoring passerby touch the world champion ADC? This guy just bought himself a Navy team to brag about when he first joined the professional team. Right? Indeed. I am not sure if he is the #1 Draven in the national server. But he is definitely the #1 Navy ADC in the national server. I have never seen a newcomer boast so many Navy players. Other clubs did have opinions. But Top itself kept a low profile, and did not let Oshue play the game right away, which was to shut the mouths of this group of people. After all, in this kind of matter, unless you really want to have a fight with a club until the end and break your skin, most people will not do that deliberately. Maybe when EDG wants to take over Oshue in the S9 summer split, IG will finally regret it, and take revenge on EDG for what they did in S7. It has been a few days since Oshue officially joined the team, and the entire top team has returned to its normal rhythm, preparing for the second round of intergroup competition in Group A. Jack, why don't you rest up so late? Li Hansheng, who came back from the shower, walked into the training room and saw Oshue still sitting in his seat. At Oshue's strong request, he also sat next to Li Hansheng, which was equivalent to sandwiching Li Hansheng with Ming, one on the left and one on the right, making a solid hamburger. There's nothing I can do. Oshue sighed. The pressure is high, so I have to score higher and be in better shape. Not everyone is as stupid as Li Hansheng. All attributes have been completely digitized. Even if he doesn't touch the computer or League of Legends for a year, he can still kill indiscriminately as soon as he comes up. For normal players, the scores and status in daily ranking can well reflect the player's recent score status, especially in the future, when everyone's technical and tactical levels are getting closer and closer. Usually before the game, we will see which player has a higher overall score in the Korean server, and which side has a greater probability of winning. If your ranking is good, you may not be able to show your killer status in the game, but if your ranking is not good, your performance in the game will not be much better. Just like the story of Gao Dui Diamond 2 Emperor beating the strongest king's left hand. And in the early years when players were introduced before the start of professional competitions, the player's rank would be displayed, and PDD was always platinum. There are always people who make excuses like this, saying that you don't need to care about rank. This kind of statement makes Li Hansheng's ears tingle. But in fact, they didn't understand the truth of the matter at all. PDD account platinum. That's because the league did not collect evidence back then. Players reported whatever account they reported, and they displayed it according to that account. In fact, PDD only reported a small account that they didn't play much. As for Gao Dui, the matter is even more outrageous. The reality is that Gao Dui no longer wanted to play the League of Legends career because he had conflicts with the team's coach. So he didn't train much at all. If he really wanted to play, how could he be a Diamond 2? The rank of professional players is basically linked to bonuses or wages. More stringent teams will set monthly ranking game and score targets, and money will be deducted if they are not met. Those players who can't get points either have low rankings or are messing around, or they are not strong enough and really can't get up. After Oshue joined the team, he and Imp competed for rotation. With Imp's arrogance, he will not refuse competition, because he does not feel that he will lose to Oshue at all. Oshue also has this arrogance and feels that as long as the competitive environment is fair, he will definitely get the chance to play. The club is also happy to see the two engage in healthy competition for appearances. Ever since Oshue came, Imp's training attitude has become much more correct. Hey, that's right. Poo has been working very hard recently. Li Hansheng laughed gleefully. It was great not having a substitute. Hey. Ah sighed. So, I can only work a little harder than him. If I work harder than him, I will have a better chance. Ah made the gesture that all Korean men hate. Ah. I see. The imp on the side turned his head and saw this scene. Brat, do you think I won't be angry? Ah was startled and looked a little confused. But the next second, Imp smiled and patted him on the shoulder, explaining to him, it doesn't matter in front of me, but you must not do this action in front of other Korean players. Imp is a victim of the senior system in Korea. He doesn't have that much airs about newcomers and is just joking with Ah Shui. He is considered a Korean aide who has integrated well into the domestic culture, and is also aware of some cultural differences between the two countries, which can easily cause some misunderstandings. For example, when Yao Ming was interviewed in the NBA and explained that his Chinese consciousness was that, the nigger brother on the side almost couldn't help but want to fight with him. I was shocked. Ah Shui patted his little heart and felt happy for a while. I thought Brother Poo Poo was going to shoot me in the head with the keyboard. Huh? Shiba. Imp immediately started a bilingual rap. Ah Shui's teasing reminded him of some unpleasant scenes. Brother, I was wrong. Ah Shui quickly admitted his mistake, telling you to talk nonsense. Li Hansheng just watched the show, but he didn't forget to add fuel to the fire. Let Ah Shui learn more. On March 12th, the LPL League, which had been on hiatus for nearly a week, reignited again. The competition format returns to the same group competition. It's a highlight right from the start. The strength of EDG and HYG is too disparate, and no one cares. But in the second game between Top and QG, the focus is on that. But, just before the game, in the starting list announced by QG, the starting ADC player for today's game was PCOHGI, not Uzi. Undoubtedly, this focus battle has become less topical. Is the dog timid after bathing? Hey, big guts. What kind of truth are you talking about? The last two pentakills almost left the bathing dog with a psychological shadow. Yes, I am the bed at the QG team base. The dog presses me under me every day when I take a bath. He dreams about banning Raven every day. Brother, are you so harsh? Let the bath dog hold you down. Did the puppy kill your horse? Be a bit more virtuous. You still have to ridicule me when no one is on the field. Hee. GSL is here to pretend to be a customer again? When you guys all over the internet attacked Brother Han Sheng, why did you ignore the guest? Pretending to be dead now? It's too late. QG, which is not as good as Uzi, obviously plays better overall. But obviously, the conflict between the midfielder and midfielder combination, which they are proud of, has reached its limit. The two of them had almost no interaction on the court. They were just fighting on their own. Outsiders may just think they are in bad shape, but Li Hansheng knew it. Now there is only one fuse left before QG's midfielder breaks up. I just don't know if this Spacetime EDG can enjoy the 1-minute BO5 treatment. 2-0. Top didn't give QG any chance and easily defeated the opponent. When he was about to shake hands after the game, Li Hansheng vaguely heard that Doim and Swift seemed to have some quarrels while packing away peripherals. Puff, what are they talking about? Li Hansheng asked. I can't hear you clearly. Imp shook his head. Maybe Swift thinks that Doim should do things with him instead of relying on the mid lane to brush lanes. Doim seems to say that Swift is not qualified to command him. He has his own game ideas and doesn't need anything. He was taught to play the game. The conflict has reached its peak, but we don't know when it will explode. After defeating QG, Top ushered in other opponents in the group the next day, and they still defeated them easily. The only team in Group A that can cause trouble for Top is QG. As a result, I met QG twice, and the opponent was in trouble. For the first time, Uzi was forced to play, which caused problems with the team's chemistry. The second time was that the conflict between the center and the field was irreconcilable. After defeating teams such as Snake and EPA, Top ushered in a relaxed schedule, with almost one game a week. And on April 10th, it is also the final day of the 2016 LPL Spring regular season. Top also ushered in its last game in the group stage. The opponent is the optimistic family LGD. This season, LGD spent a lot of money to bring in Marin, sold Gao Dui and Imp to Top, and brought in Dade in order to make adjustments to make the team go further. Result? In comparison, the results were even worse. During the S5 spring split, LGD and EDG fought fiercely in the finals until the fifth set before losing to EDG. But now, they are currently ranked 4th in Group A. Although we can make it to the playoffs, we have to start from the first round of the playoffs and work our way up. Not to mention how difficult it is to make a string of 4. With LGD in this state, it's hard to say whether they can win the first round of the playoffs. Chapter 100: Oshua's first career experience. Welcome everyone to watch the final battle of the 2016 LPL Spring Split. Today's match is between Top and LGD. Sitting in the commentary box today are Su Xiaoyan, Guan Ziyuan, and Wang Lauer. Are you talking about the revenge battle between Wei Shen and Imp? It doesn't seem to count. After all, the results achieved by LGD this season so far are really incomparable to Top. Su Xiaoyan didn't know what adjective to use to describe this huge disparity in the showdown. LGD spent the whole spring game and couldn't find the correct instructions for using Marin. Wang Lauer joked in a joking tone. Other clubs may want to take a warning. It's okay to buy Korean players, but when buying Korean players, they must remember to bring the instructions. Hey, this is true. Guan Ziyuan believed deeply. And some players rely on team ability. And some players rely on individual ability. From the current point of view, Marin must be in a mature team to display his talents. It's obviously impossible for LGD to expect him to hit the road and beat the opponent. But it's not completely uninteresting. Wang Lauer chuckled. Today there is a newcomer who has attracted much attention. Jackie Love, who is known as the #1 Draven in the national server. We'll welcome him for the first time today after joining Top last month. Come and get a chance to appear. Isn't Draven the #1 player in the national server? Art? What does Jack love? Laughing. Jack likes to use Draven to be the first in the Korean server. Vincent is so good. He must also be the first player in the Korean server with Draven. Right? The filial son of Navy AD comes to give his mother some hotties again? Do you know why the killing sword was deleted? Can you, Jack, be treated like this? The fist specifically targeted Art, the special filial son. Let's take it for granted. If you are an anchor who can't make it to the professional arena, don't touch professional players. Wang Lauer inadvertently triggered a bloody storm of barrage. Who is the #1 Draven in the national server? In this day and age, as long as you bring up this topic, it will immediately attract heated discussions and criticism from countless viewers. You said Oshue ranked first in the Korean server with Draven. And Vincent fans immediately told you that Riot had deleted the killing sword to target Vincent. The barrage debate continued until the players from both sides came on stage. Top has firmly secured the first place in Group A. Whether they win this game will not affect their ranking. White Crescent simply let Ming partner Oshue start in the bottom lane, mainly because of the weak overall strength of LGD in the bottom lane. A new member of Y4 partners with Hirano Aya. In the second half of this season, Hirano Aya seems to have started to mess up. From the God of Death to the God of Death. The same title has changed from a positive meaning to a derogatory meaning. His bad attitude is also the state of the entire LGD Spring Split. The epitome of. It turns out, being low-key has the advantage of being low-key. Other clubs didn't say anything about letting Oshue play at this time. You win, Ba. Aren't you nervous about playing a game for the first time? Right. Ming chuckled. It's okay. My buddy is experienced and can guide you. A rookie. Gang done. Do you want me to be nervous about such a small scene? Oshue curled his lips disdainfully. What are you going to say about the finals and the like that might make me nervous? To this extent? It's a small case. Sure, Ming. Please worry about your family first. White Crescent Moon patted him on the shoulder. It's Jack's first time on the court. If you don't perform as well as him, wouldn't it be even more embarrassing? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Then I'll be waiting for your outstanding performance today. The current version of the national server is version 6.7. So far, the version has basically consisted of minor repairs and a certain degree of numerical adjustments for some popular heroes and popular talents. After all, compared to S5, S6 has undergone earth-shaking changes in the entire game, and it takes a lot of time to verify the content of the new season version. But the Korean server has been updated to version 6.8, and the LPL has also determined that version 6.8 will be used in the playoffs. At the same time, 6.8 is also the version that MSI will use. In Li Hanxing's impression, the contents of version 6.9 of Rise of the Mage can only be experienced in the summer game. This is actually quite good. He took a look at the update content in version 6.8, and the most critical thing was, the redo of the Gem Knights is the key point. Li Hanxing has already prepared a black technology, and is considering whether to use it in the playoffs or MSI. The other ones are nothing more than the weakening of Big Mouth, the weakening of Echo, and the strengthening of Rambo. In the previous version 6.7 update, The Prince also received a wave of enhancements. Prince's ultimate move has changed from single target damage to group damage, which also means that top laner Prince can also play. Although these changes in the version still have not shaken the status of the three fantasy gods in the top lane. For Li Hansheng, he has more choices. Finally, the lineup of both sides is LGD on the blue side and Top on the red side. Top lane, Jace vs Lucian. Jungle, Beryl vs Excavator. Mid lane, Victor vs Ice Girl. Bottom lane, Ice plus Bullhead vs Karma plus Easy. Originally, Li Hansheng wanted to use Jace and Easy to form a double poke lineup. But LGD directly snatched Jace away. This choice normally has no problems. But now it makes many people have doubts. Can Marin play Jace? Su Xiaoyan frowned, as if trying to remember. I have the impression that Marin has never played Jace. But every Korean top laner should know Jace. Right. Guan Ziyuan's views also represent the views of ordinary players. Since the S3 All-Star game, Shy Jace performed 4 PDDs in one shot, announcing the complete rise of Korean LoL, and also allowing all players to see the terrifying carry ability of Korean top laners. This is just like every Korean ADC who is proficient in Easy. Everyone will think that the Korean top laner will definitely play Jace. The poke system was developed in the Korean division, and they have mastered the essence of poke lineup pulling. Easy and Jace are undoubtedly the two core heroes in the poke system. I don't know. Su Xiaoyan shook her head. Anyway, from the information I collected, Marin has never used Jace even once. Compared to Jace, shouldn't it be top laner Lucian? Wang Lauer looked very surprised. He didn't understand why no one cared about this. Hit Jace? You'd be a fool not to choose Lucian. Hey, have you not seen the live broadcast of my brother Hansheng? Lucian beating Jace is like a father beating his son. What role does Ma Data play? He deserves to show off to Jace in front of my brother Hansheng. He has never been beaten. Right, brother Hansheng. It is recommended to give Ma Datu a little more strength and give him a good welcome on behalf of the LPL. New player has emphasized many times during the live broadcast that Lucian's beating of Jace is an all-round beating. Guan Ziyuan explained to Wang Lauer while emphasizing. Didn't LGD's coaching staff collect this information? How dare they choose Jace in front of Noob? In fact, it is equivalent to LGD putting pressure on Ma Datu again. But the hero Jace is not very good at changing lanes. He can only line up normally. This time we can focus on seeing how the two newcomers in the bottom lane will perform. Both sides entered Summoner's Canyon. As a result, at the beginning, the audience saw a magical scene, with 5 people from both sides heading straight for the road. As Top's performance improves, more and more people are studying Top's tactics, and the role of the lane keeper at the beginning is gradually becoming known to all teams. In short, the grass lining on the top lane at the beginning allows long-handed heroes to suppress them more comfortably without being replaced by the opponent, and allows short-handed heroes to better resist pressure and develop. As long as there is no lane change game, more and more teams will learn from Top and help their own team hit the road at the beginning to grab the bushes on the top road. In this one, both sides have long hands on the road, and the position of the grass in the lane is crucial. Hey, it seems that the two sides will meet on the top lane, and they seem to have studied it. Han-Ming, thousands of arrows, takes the lead, and the steel-framed old woman here backhands an arc. Karma's damage is higher. Will there be a fight? Jace is on the move. Q first and then switch forms, leap of the sky, to slow down and save people. Excavator, breaking out of the ground, interrupts Jace. Top is focusing the fire. Guan Ziyuan was on full fire as soon as he came up. No one expected that both LGD and Top were so stubborn. Jace, who came up to slow down and save others, was directly focused on the fire. Although the wine barrel came over immediately and tried to save Jace, it still could not prevent Jace's death. However, Nyoto added Q and knocked the excavator away. LGD did not let the excavator escape. In the end, the top laner and jungler of both sides exchanged 1 for 1. Looking at it this way, Top is making a little profit. Although the W learned by the excavator at level 1 has an impact. But from the time point of view, you can definitely ask your teammates to help you fight a few more times. Wang Lao raised his voice and shouted. This Marin may be difficult to hit. Lucian returned home and directly took out a long sword, adding 10 points of panel attack power to himself. Follow the line of soldiers back to the line, because both sides have inserted line eyes. There is no such thing as using grass to block the field of vision to suppress or injure people. Li Hansheng found the right angle and directly used Q, transparent holy light, to penetrate the minions to consume Jace behind him. Jace has no countermeasures at all. Both sides have the same range. But Lucian's Q can penetrate troops and consume them, while Jace has no means to penetrate troops and consume them. Not to mention Lucian still got the first blood advantage. Li Hansheng suppressed very fiercely from the beginning. After his Q hit twice, he pressed forward directly across the line of troops to suppress Ma Datu. Looking at it this way, Noob is right. Lucian is really easy to beat Jace. Su Xiaoyan found something wrong. Is he shooting himself in the foot? Tell others how against yourself. How is that possible? Guan Ziyuan shook his head and retorted. You ask which of these top laners knows how to play Lucian? To say that Noob shot himself in the foot would be better to say that he dug a hole for others. There must be professional top laners who play Jace. He is the only professional top laner who plays Lucian now. The meaning is obvious. You can either use the ban position to target my Jace. If you use grab instead of ban, I have a backup plan. I can target you. Ma Datu's Jace's proficiency is not as good as my brother Long. Brother Long? Bed bugs. Dog fans are so sweet. Don't let your master look for pictures and presents here. Hee. A dazzling dog is worthy of a porcelain horse? Called Brother Long twice. Do you really think you are a real living dragon? Why did Ma Datu leave SKT? I think he should miss Guapi. Bang. And Brother G now. Give Wen Boss some pictures. You don't even have to look at it when you're on the road. My brother Han Sheng will beat Ma Datu from a cliff. The director watched the upper lane for a while, and found that it was basically Li Hansheng who was unilaterally beating the opponent. So he simply cut the camera to the lower lane. Result? The bot lane side is also slugging it out one-sidedly. The landing suppression power of Easy paired with Karma is probably only comparable to a combination like Jin plus Zyra or Policewoman plus Morgana. Many people feel that Easy is weak in lane. In fact, Easy's landing at the beginning is not weak at all, especially when combined with its passive. An Easy with full passive attack speed will directly face you with an E against A. Most shooters can't beat A. Easy in the middle is the most classic way of playing. The level 1 Crazy Q minion has 5 layers of passive, and the level 2 directly uses E to ignite the opponent's A. Many players who don't understand the early combat effectiveness of Easy have suffered from this. Easy is weak because it costs 800 to buy development equipment like Tears of the Goddess when you first go home, while other shooters actually buy equipment that increases the attack power of the panel. Once Easy has the line rights, the Q skill has a range of up to 1,150 yards, which can give Easy a tower suppression power comparable to that of a policewoman. Certainly, there is a prerequisite for Easy to suppress the opponent: troop line. Therefore, the supports that can best utilize the power of Easy are always Karma and Zyra, because these two heroes are the kings of pushing the lane among bottom lane supports. At that time, God's Vian was killed by the insidious soldier penetrating Q, and faced the combination of Easy plus Zyra. He was suppressed at level 2 with half health, and hung up under the tower. Compared to Zyra, Karma's damage ability is slightly worse, but its self-protection ability is very strong. Karma sets himself an E, and Easy also has an E. It is extremely survivable when facing gank, and can sometimes cooperate with Karma's W to counterattack. LGD's bottom lane combination is actually not bad. Han Bing is similar to a policewoman in the shooter position. She is one of the few heroes who has both long hands and the ability to push the line. Learning a W at level 1 combined with a 600-yard shooting range makes Han Bing's combat effectiveness not bad. But the support is in Nyoto. Facing an old woman with steel and iron bones, Nyoto can only learn E to be a cow at level 1. Only after reaching level 3 can there be an opportunity to attack. And because the first level team on the road has learned Q, Nyoto can't even become a cow even if he wants to. Of course, you can only get beaten, but you can't stabilize your bloodline. Ah Shui and Ming wanted to express themselves well, so they pressed the line very hard. A level 1 bullhead poses no threat whatsoever. Easy directly used E-Face to force the fight at level 2 and cooperated with Karma to lower the opponent's health line, and was driven out of the experience area. He could only stand under the tower and hang up. Li Hansheng, who really had no landing pressure on the road, cut the screen and took a look, and almost laughed out loud. Why is this picture so familiar to me? Ah Shui and the others did not rush to push the line, but created a wave of slow push. The troops were pushed into the defense tower at level 3, and both Han Bing and Nyoto were only at level 2 at this time. Seizing the pause interval under the ice tower for last-ditch attacks, Karma found the right angle and blasted it with an RQ, and Easy threw it with an AQW, forcing Han Bing to directly hand over the treatment to increase his HP. However, as long as the line of troops remains under the tower, Easy will have ample opportunity to consume it. And another flat A hit will continue to reduce Han Bing's HP. Brother Han Sheng! Look at me! Look at me! I can kill! Ashui shouted excitedly. He was stuck at the limit of the attack range of the defense tower, and handed E directly. After he passed, the damage of E hit Han Bing. And at the same time, a flat A was automatically added, directly force out the flash of ice. Han Bing, who was still alive, quickly pulled back, but at this moment, a new line of soldiers came up. Y4 felt that there would be no danger in following the soldiers on the line, so he immediately turned back because he was greedy for soldiers. Easy directly Q shot. Seeing Easy's Q, Y4 instinctively turned around, and the minions were blocking the front. But I don't know why. The soldier did not block this Q. This Q went directly through the soldier's body and hit Han Bing. Oh! Su Xiaoyan was a little confused when she saw this scene. She has been following professional competitions since the earliest days. Why do I seem to remember which game this scene appeared in? Is there any? Guan Ziyuan and Wan Lauer were not impressed at all. Big courage. How dare you suggest that a dog was killed alone while bathing? Ha ha ha. At Piglet and at Uzi should be here. Laughing. Does the ADC from the royal family have to be killed by the Easy Tower? Dream back to the S3 finals. Right. Su Xiaoyan finally remembered. I remember that during the S3 finals, the puppy seemed to be killed by Piglet's Easy. She said this subconsciously, but she regretted it as soon as she said it, and quickly went back to make amends. But heroes are different. Y4 is purely greedy for soldiers. Thinking of this, it seems that he is changing his direction and saying that Uzi is greedy for soldiers? Su Xiaoyan couldn't argue, so she just kept silent. This tower kill is like knocking down dominoes. Li Hanqing's solo kill also followed closely behind. His Q was accurate and kept Jace's health very low. After the troops entered the tower, he still used the hand-raising action of level A to trick Jace into hitting him, and then decisively cancelled it. A set of W and Q dots. The Q was dodged by Jess with a flash, but he immediately caught up with the contact point with E. The simple and unpretentious kill under the tower is done by Jiang Zi. The middle lane is also blooming. The ice girl E hit Victor's face, and the excavator next to him also came over to supplement the control. Although the explosion between the two was not high, the victory was due to the connection of control, and they were stunned to kill Victor by force. LGD instantly received the bad news that all three teams were killed. LGD is so weak. Ashui looked very surprised, at least judging from the strength of the lineup on paper. LGD was more than enough to rank among the top 3 in Group A. My mentality has collapsed. Li Hansheng shook his head. Ma Datu has probably been caught stupid. Ever since Top gave Ma Datu a welcome ceremony years ago, the entire LPL has followed this trick when facing LGD. Various father-son squats, 3-person squats, and even 5-person squats. Ma Datu was either squatted to death or squatted on the road. The whole person has been completely numb. Coupled with the overall sluggish performance, the team's morale suddenly collapsed. Hirano Aya's performance was bad, and Dade in the middle no longer looked like the Emperor of Spring. It comes down to it. Command-oriented players, like Ma Datu and Dottie, are not willing to learn Chinese, and do not actively integrate into the team. They simply cannot use their advantages. The most suitable type of Korean aide in the LPL right now is a tough guy like Rookie, who doesn't have many BBs, and doesn't have any tactical execution ability. I will beat you in the opposite position, and let my teammates fight around me. The current Doin can be considered to be of this type. And these two people have one thing in common. They speak Chinese very well. And at least, they have no barriers to communication. Effective communication is the most important point. Chapter 101 The Anchor can set the pace himself. Marin joining LGD is actually a microcosm of the LPL team spending money to buy people indiscriminately in the past 2 years. It only depends on whether the player you buy is famous enough, and the competitive aspects are not taken into consideration at all. This is no joke. Judging from the actual effect, Rookie is much more adaptable than Kakao. But Rookie is just an add-on to Kakao. Same reason. Def played well. But every time EDG faced the most critical moment of life and death, the man who stood up was always General Pawn. The man with a waist injury. In fact, General Pawn is also the addition of Deft. The same goes for Marin. Anyone who knows the game, understands the game, or even watched the S5 Global Finals will know that Smeb is undoubtedly the Korean top laner with better personal abilities. Marin isn't a better team, and his own personal abilities are particularly suitable to be used in the collaborative atmosphere of an excellent team. Marin's outstanding performance is a reflection of the excellent collaboration of the entire SKE team. That version belongs to the top laner. So Marin can win the title of FMVP. If that version tends to be in the bottom or mid lane, then the FMVP will undoubtedly belong to Faker or Bang. Marin's performance will not be bad, but it will not be so dazzling. After all, still depends on the version. In the game League of Legends, it would be unreasonable to talk about something without mentioning the version. Top is currently advancing in the league with a winning streak, and the whole team is in full swing. LGD's morale is low, and the overall team is depressed. The result of the game is obvious. Top won 2 consecutive games very easily. Li Hansheng still suppressed Marin steadily in the top lane, but the focus was still on the bottom lane. Oshue's statistics in both games are quite good, with line kills appearing in both games. Certainly, in the midterm, he was sent off because of superiors, but overall his performance was remarkable. So he also got the opportunity to be interviewed after the game. It was still Yu Xuan who interviewed him.
Today is your first time playing in a professional league after joining Top. Were you nervous before the game? How did your teammates communicate with you at that time?
Faced with the question, Oshue first had a bad smile on his face, then scratched his head and looked a little embarrassed.
I was really nervous for the first time, but my teammates are very experienced, and there was a group of experienced people who led me through the first time. This time, I wasn't so nervous.
Question mark. Can this broken road be driven? He is indeed my brother Hansheng's little brother. A tribute to brother Hansheng. Right? LOL. Don't tell me they are very similar. This should be a noob.
Ha! Brother Hansheng. Yuanba has such a stupid attitude. Right.
Ming couldn't help laughing.
Those who are close to Vermilion are red, and those who are close to ink are black.
Gao Dui rolled his eyes.
This kid hangs out with Lao Li every day, and he has become as sullen as Lao Li. That's right. Lao Li is a very cool guy.
Candy chimed in. Li Hansheng glanced at the two of them and snorted.
But I have many female fans.
Gao Dui didn't care, but Candy was obviously very angry.
Why is this society so unfriendly to honest people like me? Don't insult us honest people.
Li Hansheng complained repeatedly.
Don't try to equate dog-type boys with honest people. Go. You're a dog licker. You're a canine boy.
Candy was hit hard and retorted angrily.
What's wrong with this society? In the past, behaviors like mine were described as affectionate, but now they actually care my name is a dog-licking boy. Society is too impetuous. These internet-famous girls. You can't control it.
Li Hansheng patted Candy on the shoulder, as if he had been through it before. On the stage, Yu Xuan is still asking.
Will there be a lot of pressure being the substitute for Imp? Can you reveal the standards of competition within the team? There is definitely pressure, but pressure is also motivation.
Oshue said eloquently.
There are no standards. Brother Sheng said whoever is in good condition will be accepted. As a newcomer,
I have to work harder and have all aspects of experience.
Something is lacking. The playoffs are coming soon. Does the team have any prospects for the playoffs? Brother Hansheng said it. We must win the championship. The only goal in the spring competition is to win the championship.
Oshue answered decisively.
Ha! Then I wish you all the best. And I hope you can get more opportunities to play in the future. Finally, thank you Jackie Love for accepting our interview.
I think Top should not be happy too early. After all, the playoffs are BO5, and are not at the same level as the regular season. The Reflection Monster is here again? Why is it that the Top record is #1 in the league, but other teams can't do it? Why can't I be the first in the regular season to show off? Why can't I be proud? Winning in the playoffs counts as a real win. What does the regular season count? It's really outrageous to open the door for outrageous mother hackers. It's so outrageous. You can't pretend to be cool even if you're #1 in the regular season.
We performed well today, and it also gave us a perfect ending to the regular season.
The smile on Guohao's mouth never broke. 3 months ago, when Top was first established, no one thinks highly of them. Even he himself is not very confident. Just think about making it to the playoffs or successfully avoiding relegation. Who would have thought that the team would actually take first place in the league and become the biggest dark horse in the LPL this year? Scanning the players in the room, he pulled them all over one by one. What is the best manager in the league? Thinking of this, Guohao couldn't help but want to put his hands on his waist in an awesome way.
Let's have a dinner together.
Guohao waved his hand proudly.
I'll take you to eat well today.
After enjoying a round of delicious food, everyone returned to the team base, and Guohao announced,
You can take the next few days as a vacation, or go home if it is convenient for you, and then come back and prepare for the playoffs.
This is the playoff format. Because top is the first in Group A, they will advance directly to the semifinals in the playoffs, waiting for the 2, 3, and 4 players in Group B to decide the final winner and compete in the semifinals. There will be a long period of time in between. And you can't do targeted training in advance without knowing your opponent. So it's better to take a holiday so that the team members can get a short rest and adjust their condition. Said it was a holiday. But in fact, no one in the top team will go back at all. They are still living in the team base. But people like Gao Dui who have girlfriends can use this time to take B-boy out for a walk. Candy.
Xiang Renjie. I see that you greet people every day on your mobile phone. Give them red envelopes and give them takeaways. Especially Qingming Festival. You treat it as a holiday and give people gifts.
It's outrageous to think about it. What are you looking forward to giving gifts to people on Qingming Festival? Do you hope that people will be buried as soon as possible?
Why isn't Tomb Sweeping Day a good day?
Candy quickly retorted. Question mark. Li Hansheng was a little confused.
Is Tomb Sweeping Day still a good day? Does it mean that you are still thinking about worshipping on Tomb Sweeping Day in the future? And you are afraid that your ancestors will be too lonely? So you want to invite a dance troupe to sing and dance? Let's have a real person. A disco on the grave? Go. Go. Go.
Candy rolled his eyes and glared at him angrily.
If Qingming Festival is not a good day, why does the country give 3 days off? Okay. Okay.
Li Hansheng didn't bother to worry about this. He continued to ask.
You said you put in so much to ask for help. Have you met? Nonsense. Of course I've seen it before. Have you ever chiseled it?
Li Hansheng asked again.
Candy
was stunned for a moment and didn't react immediately. It took him a long time to understand what Li Hansheng was asking. On the contrary, the old man seemed a little shy and hesitated for a long time.
Actually, I have the idea of doing a little digging. But we have just reached the stage of holding hands. Is it going a little too fast? I'm afraid she will think that he's a casual guy. Lao Li, you think I won't look too anxious like this? Right.
Look at Candy's innocent eyes. Li Hansheng could no longer think of any adjectives to describe it. However, he did not continue to tease or complain. It can only be said that today's professional players are still a bit naive. In the final analysis, they are a group of teenagers who have not been out of society and maintain the most primitive innocence when it comes to relationships. If you really like someone, you won't be filled with thoughts about trying to figure it out. Instead, you will be cautious.
Come on, brother.
Li Hansheng patted Candy on the shoulder and said nothing more. In the next few days, apart from not playing training matches, Top's life was not much different from their usual lives. In fact, they were always active in the base. Oh, there are more live broadcasts. The playoffs are coming soon, so I won't have much time to broadcast live. So I have to seize these few days to broadcast more, in order to avoid the situation that the live broadcast time is not enough and wages are deducted. Except for Gao Dui and Imp, who have annual salary contracts worth 1 million. And Candy, who has hundreds of thousands. The salaries of everyone else in the top team are not high. And the bulk of their income currently comes mainly from live broadcasts. How distressing would it be if wages were deducted for live streaming?
Go up. Go up. Go up. Sure, Ming. Why are you so cowardly? Hack. You Winba. You're hacking sick. Your teammates are so far away. What are you doing? I'm going to do it. You're selling me out. Right. MD. Didn't you say you wanted to retreat?
Li Hansheng, who was sandwiched between the two of them, heard them having sex with each other. If he hadn't been wearing headphones, he would probably have been knocked unconscious by the noise.
Ha!
Brother Hansheng asked the two little brothers to be quiet, laughing. Why do I laugh the whole time when I see the two of them trolling each other? When Bo and Shiming are quite a match. Brother is cute. Put the public screen on the match. Li Hansheng shook his head dumbfounded. He was not in a hurry to rank, mainly because he had already broken into the top 20 in the Korean server. It's a bit difficult to push up, and it basically takes more than 10 minutes to get one in. I could only hang up the game and interact with the barrage while chatting. Before he could speak, I heard the imp on the side slamming the table of the base angrily, and after slapping it for a long time, he came out with a bilingual rap.
I want to kill this and *% Yuan and Shiba.
Table HP 1-1-1. This doesn't look like a training base. It's just a vegetable market.
Let the brothers laugh. I can't help it. It's a bit noisy. Let's just make do with it,
Li Hansheng said, turning on the music player.
In order to make up for everyone, I decided to invite Jay to come to this live broadcast room to sing.
As he spoke, he clicked on the familiar song, Chili Xiang. As soon as the prelude sounded, many people's DNA moved.
The sparrows outside the window are talking too much on the telephone poles. If you say this game, it feels like blind licking.
Facts have proved that after so long, there is still no one who can compete in the Chinese music scene. And we have to rely on Jay Chou and others. The new generation is either not good at singing, or they are tailors, who just piece together the melodies of classic old songs or change them. Continue to use the tune. However, there is still no one in the queue. I have been waiting in line for almost 15 minutes. But I am still in the queue. And I have not found enough people to start the match. Li Hansheng originally thought about not filming. But the barrage suddenly exploded. The fight started. Fight! QG's midfielder is fighting. Real. Everyone. Go and watch. Doimb and Swift are fighting. Baiting dogs are really unlucky things. Why do they explode in the middle and jumble wherever you go? I even wonder if the baiting dog is an ancestral professional in team dismantling? Li Hansheng was a little confused when he saw this barrage. It couldn't be such a coincidence. Right? He quickly opened Douyu's League of Legends division. And Doimb was indeed live streaming. As if he was playing double Q with Swift. It didn't start out as a fight. But the two did quarrel. Doimb is still playing Rambo. And the two of them are yin and yang with each other. Is QG's midfield break coming? Li Hansheng thought about it, and it seemed that the time was indeed about the same. Because the two of them didn't act like good friends quarreling with each other. But they were really angry. If it hadn't been during the live broadcast, they might have raised the bench and smashed it at them.
Huh? Are you really quarreling?
Shui and Ming also ended the game. It is probably because the barrage in the live broadcast room was also discussing this matter. The two of them were also watching Doimb's live broadcast. The barrage was all going crazy. From Doimb and Swift to Uzi. Uzi was really lying about this matter. But who made him experience the middle and jumble split version 1.0 in OMG last year? And now he is experiencing the middle and jumble split again in version 2.0. It's hard not to suspect that he does have a bit of bad team-breaking attributes. Li Hansheng didn't want the barrages in the live broadcast room to quarrel with each other. He thought about it, and kicked Shui directly under the table.
Wenba, do you prefer to put the flash on the D or F key? Me?
Shui was stunned for a moment. Then answered truthfully.
I'm used to putting D. Huh?
Li Hansheng smiled.
I was watching an LCK game before. And Faker was interviewed and said that the highest level of a person whose flash is placed on the D button is no higher than silver. It seems that you are just a silver pen in the eyes of the big devil. Why are you still engaging in rank discrimination?
Shui was indignant.
Ming showed off with a smile. Dude, it's F flash. MD. Next time I get Faker in the queue, I'll have to use Draven to punish him and let him see if D flash is actually silver.
The rhythm has been successfully picked up. There is no need to lead the barrage at all. The anchor will do it himself.
Brothers, let's take a look at the statistics. Where do you usually place flash on?
Good to drive. Not to mention Li Hansheng's live broadcast room. The barrage in the live broadcast rooms of Shui and Ming also changed from discussing QG matters to arguing about the flash button. No. Right? Isn't there really a colored pen that puts the flash in D? Laughing to death. Isn't the person who flashed F just a child with cerebral palsy? I want to laugh. Can what Faker said be true? Do you understand the value of the great Demon King? How many champions do you have? Faker is a loser. SKT is strong. You want him to try another team? Li Hansheng smiled, and let the barrage exchange words for a long time. Seeing that everyone was almost noisy, he picked up the Coca-Cola placed next to him and took a swig. Feeling the slight pain caused by the happy water flowing through the throat, and the feeling of fullness after the gas entered the stomach, he burped and said with a smile,
Actually, D Flash is like Pepsi. F Flash is like Coca-Cola. Really, if I have to choose, Coca-Cola is the eternal god. In our base, Pepsi-Cola is used as a toilet cleaner. No one in the barrage likes to drink Pepsi-Cola. Right.
Good guy. One wave has not subsided. And another wave has arisen. Start a group? Good guy. I also think Coca-Cola is the eternal god. Not a human being? My dogs won't drink Coca-Cola because they feel like vomiting when they smell it. He. Brother Hansheng is such a bad guy. He's starting to set the pace. Right. Good to drive. I unilaterally choose Coca-Cola to be the king of colas. I unilaterally declare that your announcement will not work. It's about having a rhythm. Li Hansheng can go from flash keys to Coke, then to tofu now, whether it is sweet or salty, and then to Naruto and pirates. Who is the ceiling of migrant comics? He can carry it on as long as he wants. He got the barrage right. Hey, as long as the barrage doesn't talk about other things. But, after all, the QG incident caused an uproar in the entire esports circle. During the live broadcast of Duo Q, the two sides quarreled over a trivial matter. But this was just a trigger. The essence is that the midfield conflict between Doimb and Swift has long been irreconcilable. Both sides directly disclosed the conflicts within the team on Weibo. The two immediately started to fight with each other. But at present, Doimb does not seem to have an advantage. Mainly because Swift exposed that he usually likes to bring his girlfriend into the team base, and complained that his voice was too loud during live broadcasts. The entire team base was very noisy, which affected other people's rest and normal ranking training. Public opinion suddenly turned completely towards Swift. Doimb also defended himself on Weibo. But at this time, except for his own fans, no one would stand on his side. After all, whether it's affecting other people's rest, training, or bringing your girlfriend into the team base, in the eyes of passers-by, it means that you don't take any responsibility. Li Hansheng also knows that from the perspective of public opinion at this time, Doimb is a street rat that everyone wants to beat. His public opinion changed after he won the championship in the S9 season. But even so, it could not wash away his stain in QG. Just when this matter was getting into trouble. In addition to Uzi, the QG players also personally came out one after another to accuse Doimb of doing things that affected others. This time, Doimb was pushed to the forefront and made him the target of public criticism. Those who originally spoke for him began to turn around and criticize him, as his teammates were dismissed one after another. Chapter 102: The ceiling of LPL top laner ability. The playoffs are in full swing. QG has caused such a thing. You must know that they are second in Group A after top. They will play against the third and fourth winners of Group A. And the final winner will go to the first place in Group B. EDG will advance to the semifinals of the second half. However, QG seems to be suppressing the matter forcefully. Although the matter has been fermented online, the game is still going on normally. QG's opponent is the Snake team that defeated LGD. If it were to perform normally, this Snake team would not be a match for QG at all. But with QG already experiencing internal strife, Snake could still struggle. The two sides fought fiercely for 5 games. And in the end QG successfully defeated Snake with a difficult score of 3-2 and advanced to the semifinals. Their opponent will be the first EDG team in Group B. In the top half, RNG finally defeated the VG team and successfully advanced to the semifinals. The final showdown between the upper and lower halves has also been officially determined. EDG versus QG. RNG versus top. The winner will successfully compete in the finals.
Our opponent is RNG. Although we defeated them in the regular season, it has been 4 versions since that time. We need to pay more attention to them.
Before the game started, Bayueyao was making pre-match tactical arrangements with the players. Although the game updates throughout the spring season are almost all minor repairs, and will not have any impact on the current game pattern of professional competitions, changes to popular heroes will also have a big impact. For example, after the skateboard shoes experienced a weakening at the beginning of the season, their landing capabilities declined, and they have basically bid farewell to the professional arena. This season, the top laners are all 3 fantasy gods. Their ability to tank with skateboard shoes is inherently poor. They rely on one-handed landing to suppress early quick attacks. Now their early ability has been weakened, and they are completely G. Instead, Wheel Mom has become the new favorite in the bottom lane. Because Wheel Mom's W, ejection, can now critically hit in the follow-up. In the past, even if Wheel Mom fired W and hit a critical hit, only the first hit would critically hit, and the follow-up damage would still be normal. Now, as long as the first hit can hit a critical hit, the damage of subsequent bounces will also be critical hit damage. In fact, Wheel Mom is just like skateboard shoes. Not very good at tanking. But Wheel Mom is a normal critical attack equipment. In the later stage, it will be 100% critical. In team battles, as long as the opponent's position is denser, a W will damage it even if it is hit. Tanks can also be ejected to the back row. This greatly improves the carrying ability of Wheel Mom.
Actually, I don't think RNG is thinking too hard.
Ashue expressed his opinion.
It's good to introduce Looper. Orphan lanes, like top laner, don't need to communicate to play.
Li Hansheng turned his head and looked at Ashue.
Little B-boy, what are you implying? Their brain is mana. But Mata's Chinese level is not enough to complete high-frequency command. Therefore, RNG seems to have improved its operational capabilities this season. But it is actually far inferior to EDG. There is nothing wrong with what Ashui said. EDG is letting domestic players take on the team's rhythm position. The 2C positions who only need to play output in team battles don't need to communicate anyway. So they can just play output with peace of mind. But in fact, this also has disadvantages. That is, the mid laner is originally the most important rhythm position. But the communication skills of General Pawn are not good. However, the game understanding and personal abilities of the factory director and Pawn are on the same frequency. So they can complete the mid and jungle to a certain extent. Linkage. But facing a top team like SKT that can communicate without pressure in the middle and jungle, they will appear slightly inferior to their opponents. When playing against RNG, I think we only need 3 lines to put enough pressure so that Mata can't move and Candy can keep grabbing the position of the incense pot in the jungle. Then we can beat the opponent. There's nothing wrong with what Jack said.
Li Hansheng smiled and emphasized.
So all 3 of our routes must use heroes with early line rights to help the heroes invade the jungle and seize positions. We don't give the opponent a chance to link up. And we just fight hard with the opponent. Fight on line operation and personal ability.
In fact, this is a bit similar to the NBA. All teams are powerless against the Warriors' pass and cut tactics. The Rockets just use one move. Infinite defense changes. And don't play any tactics with you at all. Forcibly turn the game into a 1v1 duel among the stars. Same reason. As a new team, Top will definitely be worse in terms of operational capabilities than RNG, which is Mata, and EDG, which has been operating for several years. Under such circumstances, wouldn't it be foolish to compare operations with others? The best way is to play to your strengths. What is the biggest advantage of Top right now? The personal abilities of the 3 CS are top-notch in their respective positions. Then let the game become a competition of C position ability. And Top can easily win. But restricting linkage is not just a matter of words. There must be a supporting strategy. The simplest one is to arrange the vision to know the opponent's jungle support movements in advance. Have enough vision information in advance. And then create a safe invasion opportunity for the jungler, so that the jungler can find the opponent unlimitedly. Jungle. There is no need to counter the jungle. Nor does it need to be successful in a duel in the jungle. As long as the opponent's jungle position can be captured, the online hero can suppress it unscrupulously.
There's nothing wrong with what you said.
Bai Yueyan nodded.
RNG is indeed a little bit behind. Their bottom lane can't match the strength of our bottom lane. And the same goes for the middle and top lanes. The only advantage is the linkage of wild assistance. As long as kill this.
The layout of tactics before the game sounds simple. If you really want to implement it, the difficulty is another matter. RNG is not a bad team. It is a real strong LPL team. And they will find their own strategies to deal with it.
In terms of overall strength, we are definitely the better team. You don't need to put too much pressure on yourself. Just perform well. Just like in the regular season.
Bai Yueya clapped his hands and encouraged. He told the truth. If you ask anyone now, they will all think that Top is stronger. Only a few and very few people will think that the playoffs BO5 will further test the adjustment ability of both sides. Top may be lacking in this aspect. But before the fight started, who knew? After all, Top is a new team, and does not have any historical results to refer to. It's not like there are teams that perform well in the league, but collapse as soon as they reach the playoffs. There are also some players who stand out in the regular season, but become GG when they are targeted in the playoffs. For Li Hansheng, in the eyes of many fans, after passing the test of the line-changing game, he still has to accept a more targeted test from his opponents in the playoffs. After the meeting, Li Hansheng ran back to his room immediately.
MD, it seems I need to strengthen myself again.
Since Li Hansheng was sanctioned by EDG after the last year, 2 months have passed since Li Hansheng finished adding points. Li Hansheng has accumulated nearly 7,000 points. Since he was about to enter the semifinals, he planned to spend all his points in one go. Now he still has to think about whether to continue to strengthen his landing ability or strengthen some other weaknesses. The current points are enough for him to increase his team fighting ability and development ability to 90 points. In this way, he can become an all-around top laner with all attribute scores above 90 points. Or you can increase your landing operation ability to the current limit of 95 points, and continue to strengthen your landing suppression power. Finally, Li Hansheng chose pure line suppression.
Increase the operating ability to 95 points, and the reaction speed to 90 points.
Each upgrade above 90 points will cost 500 points. while above 80 points will cost 300 points. In total, 5,500 points have been spent here, and Li Hansheng still has a surplus of 1,300 points. After thinking for a moment, he simply spent it all at once and increased his team fighting ability by 4 points. In this case, his current attribute value becomes Host, Li Hansheng, enjoying the energetic buff. Host properties. Version understanding, 100 points. Operation ability, 95 points. Development ability, 80 points. Reaction ability, 90 points. Average hand speed, 90 points. Team fighting ability, 84 points. Comprehensive evaluation, A+. You are the ceiling of the current LPL league, and at the same time, you have no obvious weaknesses that can be targeted by your opponents. Looking at his attribute values, Li Hansheng grinned. At present, his operational ability has reached its peak. If he wants to continue to improve, he must win selection awards and championships in various competitions. However, it can be seen from the evaluation that the LPL League's landing ceiling means that from the perspective of landing alone, there is no opponent for him in the entire LPL. Even if you look around the world, it is estimated that only players such as the Shy, Sam, Someday, Khan, and Duke can compete with me. No exaggeration. Li Hansheng currently has one of the top 5 landing abilities in the world.
MD, I can still change lanes now. After I can no longer adopt lane-changing tactics. I'll see how you guys play with me.
Li Hansheng is now just waiting for the 6.15 version, which adds a bounty for the First Blood Tower, and a version patch that does not have additional defense protection in the early stage of the first tower in the bottom lane. At that time, the lane change game will completely become the tears of the times, and no team can avoid the most critical landing period. April 17th. It had been raining for several days in the Magic City, but it finally cleared up today. Everyone from top came to the game early, and the playoff schedule was as tight as the regular season. The 2 semifinals will be played on the same day to determine the winner, and the 2 losing teams will compete in the third-place match tomorrow. This involves league points. The qualifications for the S competition in the LPL division are the Summer Championship, and the team with the highest league points throughout the year. In addition to these 2 teams that are guaranteed to qualify for the S competition, there is still one remaining qualification, which will be determined through the bubble competition. League points teams ranked 2 to 6 can qualify for the bubble competition. So, league points are very important for teams aiming to participate in the S competition. Certainly, if you can directly win the Summer Championship, you don't need to look at this.
Lowly, are you nervous?
Candy looked at him while handing his peripherals to the on-site staff for inspection.
Do you think I'll be nervous?
Li Hansheng also handed over the peripherals and asked,
Are you nervous? How can it be?
Candy participated in the playoffs with M3 last year, so he has playoff experience. There are only 4 people in the team: Li Hansheng, Shui, Ming, and Lu Mao, who have no experience in the playoffs. Imp and Gao Dui have won championships, let alone the playoffs. This situation is simply a small case. But it doesn't matter whether Shui or Ming has experience. They couldn't play anyway. They just came to the scene with the team. Looking at the slightly depressed Shui, Li Hansheng smiled and consoled him.
Jack, wait. Let's watch my brother go up and beat them 2-0 to give you a chance to play. Okay, then I'll wait for your good news. Brother Hansheng.
Shui smiled. Shui is just a little regretful. After all, he knew immediately when he joined top that Imp's current main position in the bottom lane is basically impossible to be shaken. He can only wait patiently for Imp's condition to decline or other situations to occur.
Welcome everyone to watch the semifinals of the 2016 LPL League playoffs. Today we will have exciting duels between EDG and QG as well as RNG and top. That's right. The first game will be between EDG and QG. Players from both sides are taking the stage right now.
Appearing in the commentary box today are Wang Lao, Sister Zhou, and Hao Kai. Wang Lao, who was originally broadcasting the battle situation, was suddenly stunned.
The news we received on the spot is that QG team's mid laner Doink player cannot participate in today's game due to personal reasons. And the substitute mid laner that QG team is looking for is on the way. The venue is on the road, so the game cannot start immediately. Huh?
Hao Kai and Sister Zhou looked at each other in confusion. What's happening here? The main mid laner didn't come to the semifinals?
This is a decision made after consultation and communication between the 2 teams. QG seems to have just confirmed that Doink player cannot participate in today's game. So they now need to temporarily find a substitute mid laner and call him to the scene.
Wang Lao will probably the reason was explained. And then a shocking news broke out.
If QG's substitute mid laner fails to arrive in time before the normal start time of the game, EDG will be directly judged as the winner.
The audience was furious. There are less than 10 minutes left before the normal start time of the game. How can they make it in time? If you want to send EDG to the finals, just say so. Hey, it's normal. EDG is the Princess team after all. Do you want to ruin China esports? Can this still happen? I'm really convinced. QG, consider yourself unlucky. Who made you the opponent of EDG? Do you understand what the Prince team is? He. I understand everything I know. And I'm too lazy to elaborate on what I don't understand. Doimb is so raw. Why don't you come to the game? If I were the boss of QG, I would kill him. No. Right? Is there anyone who really thinks Doimb is okay? The top people backstage were also a little confused and thought it was outrageous. Only Li Hansheng knew this result a long time ago. Actually, EDG takes the blame. The rules of the game have indeed been there for a long time. Rules are rules. If these rules are changed arbitrarily, what restraint will there be? It can only be said that QG did not expect to be tricked by Doimb in the last round of the game. Although Doimb had completely fallen out with his teammates, he still came to the scene to participate in the game, giving QG the illusion that Doimb would finish the rest of the game honestly. As a result, in today's semifinals, Doimb disappeared in a wave, giving QG a big change, completely putting QG.
Gui. Can it still be like this? Didn't EDG really win and advance to the finals?
Gao Dui was a little surprised.
QG only found out before the game that Doimb was not coming. How could they come here in such a short time? Hey, then consider yourself unlucky.
Oshui shrugged and laughed happily.
I already have a premonition of what EDG's public opinion will become. Why are you worrying about this?
Bai Yueyao waved his hand.
I guess QG's substitute mid laner won't be able to make it to the scene. You should be ready to play.
In fact, it can be seen from the official reaction. Soon, the staff set back the peripherals of Li Hansheng and others, and also reminded them to be ready to go on stage. 15 o'clock sharp. It was the scheduled start time of the game. And still no news was received. The QG fans who came to the scene to cheer for the team caused a riot. They were dissatisfied with Doimb for bringing the team together at a critical moment. And they were also dissatisfied with the officials. Finally, Wang Lao announced the result of the game after receiving the notice from the on-site referee. He left the commentary box alone and came to the top of the stage to read to the audience below the stage.
Because the stipulated time has come. But the substitute mid laner of the QG team did not arrive at the scene. So after the judgment of the on-site referee team, a decision was made. QG was directly awarded the loss. And EDG became today's winner.
QG fans at the scene immediately went crazy. Even though the outcome was known in advance, it was still hard to accept when this moment actually happened. Wang Lao then spoke.
So RNG and Top will bring us the second semi-final showdown. You can watch this game carefully.
At the same time, people from the Top and RNG teams have already arrived at the backstage passage. And the EDG players have just come down from it. Because the game never started, there will be no post-game interviews. Judging from the expressions of the EDG team members, they were actually a little confused. Li Hansheng just smiled with gloating that this blame appeared because of Doimb's personal grudges with the team. EDG can't even think about memorizing it.
What the HL is this? What on earth is QG doing?
When passing by everyone in EDG, Li Hansheng could vaguely hear the factory director communicating with Koro One beside him. He himself was confused. Come to the stage. Li Hansheng and others plugged in their peripherals step by step, and then began to debug their peripheral equipment, and go to the store to buy various runes, and prepare all the rune configurations that may be used in advance. Then he entered the competition room. After the referee behind him confirmed the situation to both sides, he announced that the game had officially begun.
No one expected this to happen. I hope everyone can understand the official decision and let us focus on the exciting game to come. That's right. The judgment that has been made cannot be modified. Let's see if QG Club will make a more detailed announcement about this matter in the future. Let's turn our attention back to the field.
Chapter 103 Let's Rock Together. Accompanied by the clash of metals, there was a crisp sound. The live screen switches directly to the BP screen of both parties. Because Top is first in Group A and RNG is second in Group B and came up from below, the priority for selecting sides in the first, third, and fifth rounds is in the hands of Top.
Top is still the same as usual. taking the initiative to choose the red side as usual.
The choice of top did not surprise everyone. However, if top can actively choose a side, they will basically choose the red side. This season, the blue side has a higher winning rate, and other teams will basically choose the blue side. This also results in top 80% of the games basically appearing on the red side.
It's normal.
Hawkeye explained the reason clearly.
Because top is noob and can maximize the value of the red counter position.
In 90% of cases, top's counter position will be reserved for Li Hansheng. The purpose is to make Li Hansheng more comfortable in the lane. In fact, Hawkeye had another reason that he didn't explain. This season, the winning rate of the red side is generally low because not only they have to bear the ban position, but they are also robbed by the blue side of powerful heroes. But because Li Hansheng was too strong, he turned a hero like Jace that other teams would never play into a hero that must be banned against top. Moreover, Li Hansheng is more than one Jess. Opponents such as Sword Lady and Captain must be dealt with according to the situation, using precious ban positions. It's like two cups of poison placed in front of each other. There are only 3 ban positions in total. You can either use all the ban positions to target Li Hansheng, which means that the other 4 top players can easily get the heroes they want, or just ignore Li Hansheng. But Li Hansheng has proven that if you really ignore him, he can definitely carry the game. Fly now faces a choice. Which cup of poison did you drink?
Sheepa!
He whispered quietly and elegantly. And Fly turned his head and glanced at the white crescent moon next to him. His eyes are full of envy. In his opinion, Bai Yueya should be the easiest coach to draft in the entire LPL. The core 3 CS of top are all heroes, who can give Bai Yueya the maximum support in various free choices and combinations. Withdrawing his envious gaze, Fly made a choice. I would rather make Li Hansheng comfortable than make the entire top team comfortable. If you have the guts, Li Hansheng can defeat my entire team with a single blast. RNG's first ban was given to Digger. This hero was the hero with the highest selection rate in the jungle position by top in the spring split. After all, everyone knows that the carry ability of the 3C positions of top is quite arrogant. And the ability to eat the jungle economy, there is no distinction between them. Candy's jungle area can only choose this kind of economy that does not eat too much. In the early stage, there are 2 heroes who can help the line establish an advantage. The jungle cores that are popular in the season, such as Male Spear, Kindred, and Leopard Girl, have a very low top selection rate.
It seems that RNG is planning to start from the jungle.
Wang Lauer chuckled.
Once the playoffs come, the confrontation between both sides will be full.
Top's backhand ban was clear, and the intention was very clear. The real core of the wild assisted linkage system that RNG is proud of this season lies in Mana. MLXG just plays the role of a thug, and the brain role that issues instructions is Mana. Mana, who is not in bad shape, can be called a battlefield brain. His overall view and on-field insight are second to none in the world. He is a model of playing games with his brain. Just talking about the operation of Mana is not enough. In the early years when he was in OGN, he was known as the Korean Xiao Xiao and the Korean Sun Yeo. He was also habitually short-handed. Although he was not good at operation, he was still able to sit firmly in the main position. He relied on his mind is indeed very similar to Xiao Xiao in this regard. In the ancient IG team, Xiao Xiao also played the role of the brains of the team. If you want to limit RNG's wild assistants from roaming together, then limit Mata's choices in hero selection.
The intensity of the playoffs is indeed different. Both sides banned players in the first round.
Hawkeye nodded. RNG's second ban gave Ice Girl, who is also one of Gao Dui's favorite heroes. She can roam and start a group, although her damage ability is lacking. The most important thing for top is to deal damage. Moreover, Ice Girl can also counter the Enchantress. Xiuhu's Enchantress win rate this season is as high as over 80%, so she naturally has to clear the way for Xiuhu. Top's backhand continued to target the support, banning Mata's character Thresh, who has a champion skin.
Only top has the capital to ban players in only one position.
Hawkeye lamented.
Any team that chooses such a ban idea will put other lanes under tremendous pressure. But top has this capital. The 3C's personal abilities are all top-notch, which makes them very comfortable in the BP stage. I have communicated with many coaches and players of professional teams in private, and they all said that top is the most troublesome. The problem is that they have too much room to play in the BP stage.
And 3 ban positions are obviously not enough.
RNG is also in such distress. And top's current intentions are very clear. Just for your team's brain mana.
If the opponent has a third ban support, it seems that Leopard Girl can be released. How about you just help me grab Leopard Girl?
MLXG is eager to try. After being weakened in several versions, Leopard Girl is no longer the only T0 hero in the jungle. But that doesn't mean he's not strong. It just means his strength has dropped from T0 to T1. He's still a popular choice on the field. With his super high mobility in the jungle and his super ability to clear the jungle, he can get opportunities to play. However, the hero Leopard Girl does not have much space to play in team battles. So she must crush the opponent's jungle area in the early stage, and then attack the opponent's lane to gain a huge economic advantage and use equipment and levels to crush her. Come and make yourself invincible in team fights. Just like in rank, the local Leopard Girl is only worthy of being a wet nurse in team battles. And she can't even understand the jungle. That's why there is that sentence. There are 10 Leopard Girls and 9 generations. And there is 1 generation within the generation. Players who are not capable are not powerful enough to control this double-edged sword hero. The positioning is similar to heroes such as Draven and Pantheon, which focus on early suppression. Once the early stage is not handled well, it will directly become a burden to the team. It's okay. Mata nodded, agreeing with MLXG's idea. We can get easy in Karma by then. There aren't many force support left. Just pull with the opponent and form a poke system. We can even when it comes to grabbing Jace. Top usually decides on the top lane hero at the end. In fact, the 2 classic strong open heroes, Japanese Girl and Titan, are still out there. But in fact, before the appearance of the S8 season, Aftershock, the selection rate of these 2 heroes was not high at all. Titan appears more often on the top lane, while Sunshine Girl is basically ignored. In the version without Aftershock, it is easy for these 2 heroes to be instantly defeated by the opponent as soon as they rush in. In fact, the only auxiliary with the ability to force open in the current version is Nyoto, and Thresh barely counts as half. This is also why Mata said that the strong opening support is basically gone, because Japanese women and Titans are not within the scope of his consideration at all. Then we have to ban Lucian? MLXG reminded. Laoli is very good at using Lucian to beat Jace. MLXG would occasionally appear in 7 Wolves of Ionia, and would meet him by chance in the Korean server rankings. The 2 of them had a personal relationship, so he would also be called Laoli. Ban Lucian would expose our tactical intentions too directly. Mata shook his head. Top is not a pig. Lucian is not even the most popular choice in the current version of the bottom lane. If you ban him directly, wouldn't you be exposing your intentions? Under the premise that you have to grab Leopard Girl, but someone backhand grabs Jace. What can you do? During the heated discussion with Nozook, the head coach Fly did not say a word during the whole process. And he did not even feel that his dignity as the head coach was being challenged at all. He started out as a StarCraft player and later came to League of Legends to become a coach. Regardless of ability or performance, Fly has no honors. The only honor may be that in 2014, he led LMQ to North America to complete the triple jump and enter the World Championships. But that's mainly because the overall competitiveness of the North American League is too low. The LMQ players going to the North American League are just trying to reduce their dimensionality. As a result, S4 was not able to qualify from the group stage. And after several subsequent moves to RNG, he was considered to be the one with the worst resume among the Korean players and Korean coaches. Compared with the top Korean coach the 2 of them have nothing in common except that they have both been professional StarCraft players and are Koreans. This is like the only thing many people have in common with Peng Yuyan is that they are both men. Fly is also happy to see this situation. Not only does having Mata as a coach on the spot greatly reduce his workload, Mata does have this ability. So why not do it? It doesn't matter. We can grab Lucian to lay down the lane and form a double poke system with Leopard Girl and Jace. Then we will look at the opponent's lineup and decide whether to use the plane as a backup player. Mata's thinking is very clear. If you are unable to gain the initiative, then simply use a lineup with strong pull ability. Focus on poke, and compete with top for resource replacement capabilities. The last move. RNG chose to ban Victor, while top chose to ban Bader. RNG immediately grabbed Leopard Girl. Let's see what top will choose. Top doesn't play according to the routine. Just grab Jace, Hawkeye exclaimed. Mata and others on the player bench also looked shocked. Don't talk about martial ethics. Did you agree that Li Hansheng would only be promoted to the counter position? Top directly grabbed Jace, and then locked on Karma. Wow, RNG is a bit difficult to handle now. The noob Jace knows everything. What hero can Looper use to compete? Poppy? Poppy has AW, which can restrain Jace's close range. Hawkeye gave come up with your own answer. But Poppy still has to be suppressed by Jess. And it's not easy to cooperate with the jungler for ganks. It means that the noob Jess can develop without pressure throughout the whole process.
Wang Lao retorted.
There's no way. Poppy can avoid being killed in lane. But if you choose a hero like Dashu, noob will try every means to get at you.
Hao Kai shook his head.
When noob takes out the hero Jace, it doesn't matter what you choose in the top lane. Unless the looper can backhand Lucian in the top lane. Can't you get it out?
Sister Zhou flipped through the information she had prepared before the game. It showed the players' selection of heroes this season, and some recent ranking records in the Korean server. She still put a lot of effort into it.
Looper. Recently Lucian has never been selected in the rankings. And there is a high probability that he will not be able to get it.
Ghost? Is Sister Zhou so professional? In my brother Han Sheng's competition, Sister Zhou must be more professional. Can Looper play top laner Lucian? He doesn't have the ability to know. Since your RNG won't give me Han Sheng brother Ruizabe during the ban stage, then I, Han Sheng brother, will tell you what the suppressive power of a carry-type top laner is. RNG can only adjust its selection ideas. But as the core hero of the lineup, Leopard Girl still has to build a lineup around Leopard Girl.
Li Yuanhao should take the plane? In this way, we can choose heroes with lane rights and easy coordination in the upper and lower lanes,
MLXG suggested.
Okay.
Mata nodded. In this way, the entire team can build a lineup around the two poke systems in the middle and jungle, and just choose the tool players from the upper and lower lanes to start the team to compensate for the damage, based on RNG's understanding of top. When Jace appears on the top lane, there is a high probability that Candy will choose tool players such as barrels and spiders as junglers, who also do not require much economy. This is equivalent to saying, Leopard Girl's jungle suppression power is greater than that of the opponent's jungle hero, which can make up for the aircraft's disadvantage in the middle. In the BP stage, the middle and jungle can actually be regarded as a position. There is a bond between the two that complements each other. The weak mid laner paired with a strong jungler is also a very classic standard combination. The strong suppression force in the jungle helps relieve the pressure on the line in the mid lane. Anyway, Leopard Girl is flexible enough in the wild area, can climb over terrain, and accelerate through grass. Even if she is surrounded, she can escape on her own. RNG directly grabbed the plane plus Jin in seconds.
RNG's lineup has basically been determined. Should we focus on the middle and jungle?
Hao Kai thought for a moment.
Actually, that's okay. This season's RNG itself will focus on the middle and jungle to drive the game.
It's still the same version. In the Tappy version after S9, the positioning of the mid laner is more of a tool player who grabs lane rights to help roam in the jungle. Because you must have lane rights to have the capital to seize map resources such as Rift Pioneer and roam on the side lanes. Use the tart skin to roll the snowball. But now it's S6. The mid laner in the S6 version does not need to take on so many tempo-driven responsibilities. The overall tempo is slow. From a positioning perspective, he is more inclined to play the role of DPS in team battles. There is no doubt that this season Xiaohu has the ability to play DPS in team battles. First class. Therefore, the RNG in S6 essentially revolves around the middle. Even with the subsequent addition of Uzi, RNG still revolves around the upper midfielder. There was once a selling dog tactic, and it was not until S8 that it returned to the 4-guarantee-1 strategy. System. The carry ability demonstrated by Xiaohu is also worthy of the trust of the entire team. However, top blocks the wheel mother plus male gun with the backhand. These two selections greatly exceeded RNG's expectations. In their imagination, top will most likely take out Easy plus Karma's bottom lane and form a double poke system with Jace. And the jungle will bring out heroes who do not eat resources. Result?
Gui Gui. Top selection is indeed beyond everyone's imagination.
Hao Kai and others also looked stunned. I didn't expect that today's top would not play according to the routine at all. A close-up shot of top's player bench can be seen. The white crescent moon is chatting and laughing with the players, highlighting a relaxed and comfortable atmosphere. In the final analysis, the coach's BP is completely based on the player's personal ability and hero pool. Many times the coach can think of a perfect hero to target the opponent. But if your player doesn't know how to play this hero, what can you do? Make bricks without straw. White Crescent Moon doesn't have to worry about this problem at all. Gao Dui is famous for his hero pool. Imp is also proficient in all shooter heroes in the bottom lane. At this time, the term, Magic Core, is not popular in the bottom lane. Li Hasheng in the top lane is also proficient in all heroes. But he is more inclined to choose Jace, who can deal damage. Just a warrior.
Ha! I guess everyone in RNG is confused. Right. Candy laughed. If you are confused now, won't you be even more confused later?
Lu Mao was also laughing. They are really planning something big. At this stage of BP, RNG can no longer modify the lineup ideas that have been decided. The selection of the last two players is more about tinkering with the already established framework.
Is there a possibility that Gao Dui will play Titan to enhance their team building ability?
MLXG made a bold guess. Gao Dui once used the mid laner Titan, and Top's current lineup also needs a tool mid laner. This conjecture can also be established, because there are not enough resources. Jace, Male Gun, and Will Mom are all heroes that need resources. If you choose another hero like the Tsar, they will all be heroes. With 4 resource-hungry heroes, how does Top allocate resources? With limited team resources, there is a high probability that none of the 4 cores will be able to develop. After all, today's teams are basically single-core and dual-core. And there are very few 3-core teams. Quad-core. That is pure fantasy. If you dare to choose such a hero, people will think you are crazy.
It's possible.
Xiaohu nodded.
I can't limit the Titan's push in the early stage, so that the Titan can help the male gunner protect the jungle and frequently roam the side lanes. Of course, it's also possible that the opponent will let Karma hit the center. The support may use a troll or something to restrict our top lane tank hero.
As soon as RNG was discussed, the more I thought about it, the more I felt it was possible. Therefore, on the final choice, they chose to give Bobby to the top lane. As the commentator analyzed, rather than cooperating with the jungler to gank Li Hansheng to death, RNG hoped that the top lane could ensure that they would not die and would not be easily broken through by Li Hansheng with the ball on the wing. And in the final hand, they chose Trolls. Troll is used as a support this season to counter the 3 fantasy tank heroes such as Titan. The effect of the ultimate move to draw double resistance is very obvious. Moreover, the deceleration effect of the E skill combined with this poke system can greatly increase the skill hit rate of the RNG lineup, and at the same time prevent the top players from using it to disgust themselves. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
RNG's lineup is perfect.
Hao Kai gave his own evaluation.
The top mid laner will most likely choose Titan to enhance the ability to start a team.
Hao Kai's thoughts are exactly the same as those of everyone in RNG. There are too many core heroes on the field, and there is no room to choose the Tsar. However, in everyone's stunned eyes, Top selected a hero in 5L that no one expected. Big bald head covered in blue. King of Thunder Rise. Chapter 104. Top also fights the bladder game.
Huh? Rise?
Wang Lao exclaimed.
Is it really Ritz?
After seeing Top blocking his choice, Hao Kai looked even more unbelievable. Rise, Gunslinger, Jace, and Wheel Mom. These 4 heroes are on the field. Anyone who sees them will get a headache. Right? How are resources allocated? They are all heroes who need a lot of economy to buy equipment to increase their damage.
Shiba?
Fly also had a look of astonishment on his face, and his native language subconsciously blurted out.
Their lineup? Is it because Rise is forced to make up for the AP damage?
Mata frowned slightly, trying to guess Top's true intention. Because if Rise is forced to play just to supplement AP output, it will prove that Top's BP has failed, because the hero in the counter position is a last resort choice. But if Top is the active choice, it proves that Top has other tactical intentions. One is active, and the other is passive. The meanings they represent are completely different. Mata thinks it's more like the latter. No matter how you say Top is ranked first in the regular season, how could you make such a low-level BP mistake at this time? Rise was still a regular in the banned position in the early spring split, but the previous 6.4 and 6.6 versions had certain weakening effects on Rise's ultimate move and Q skill respectively. Plus the weakening after the end of last year's S5 World Championship let Rise's strength drop a lot. At least now, it's not completely impossible to target. Rise, who has not been weakened in S5, is called a
mechanism plus numerical value
dual monster. The current Rise's numerical value is average, mainly because the mechanism of passively refreshing the skill CD is buggy. Using numerical values to forcibly increase your own numerical values through equipment in the mid to late stage, combined with powerful mechanisms, you can perform well in team battles. The landing depends on your numerical value. If the numerical value is not enough, it means that I can target you in the landing and defeat you. So now almost no one bans Rise, because Rise is no longer a numerical monster.
I'm not too scared if Rise hits the target.
Rise has a strong standing ability, but his hands are very short. This shortcoming did not change whether it was before or after the redo. And even the second redo did not change it. The long-handed hero Tinkrise. The plane has this. However, when Top finally changed positions, the crowd was filled with exclamations again. After a period of adjustments, the lineups of both sides were finally determined. RNG is on the blue side, and Top is on the red side. Top lane, Poppy vs Rise. Jungler, Leopard Girl vs Male Gun. Middle lane, Airplane vs Jace. Bottom lane, Jhin plus Troll vs Wheelmom plus Karma.
Jace made the move. And Rise made the move? Top made a swaying substitution. And the situation was revitalized. Originally, if Rise is in the middle, he will be able to fight against the plane. But if it is Jace, the plane will face huge pressure in the lane. And Rise can also develop smoothly on the top lane.
Ghost. Brother Han Sheng really just takes it? I hate it. Bringing such a big surprise to the Lewin family again. RNG is probably just stupid. Right? Brother Han Sheng really wants to control the thunder and lightning on the top lane. Everyone in RNG was disgusted by this sudden swing. But at this time, they can no longer make adjustments to the selected lineup, and can only bite the bullet and fight on. Fly could only give a few words of advice before leaving.
Listen more to Shurheng's command. Communicate more with each other. Give back more useful information. Use what we are best at. And don't be intimidated by their weird lineup.
Bai Yueya didn't even need to warn them. He just patted the players on the shoulders, and took off their headphones, and turned around to leave. With the cheers and cheers of fans from both sides. Both sides entered the game.
Get out quickly! Everyone, take a position on defense.
The first time he entered the game, Mata quickly bought equipment, sent signals at several intersections in his wild area, and got stuck on the air wall next to the spring. Players like Mata, who have come all the way from ancient times, have already developed the habit of buying outdoor outfits quickly. After all, before S5, there was no air wall setting in Quan Shui, so you could go out immediately. In professional competitions of that period, it was often the case that one team was unable to take a position in the jungle immediately due to wasted time buying outfits, resulting in being invaded by the opponent. Therefore, even if the professional players who came from that period had the air wall setting and had to soak in the spring water for 15 seconds, they still had the habit of buying it as soon as possible and setting it up at the extreme edge of the spring water. The combat effectiveness of the first level teams of both sides seems to be about the same. But in fact Top has the advantage. One RQ from Karma is enough for them to drink a pot. Not to mention Rise's W as a stable first mover. RNG needs Troll's E to cooperate with Poppy's E to achieve the control effect. Troll is fine. But if Poppy learns E at level 1, how will he line up next?
Top gathered together and headed straight for RNG's bottom jungle area. It seemed that they wanted to prevent RNG from changing lanes. RNG was unable to put up any resistance and could only let the opponent enter its own jungle area.
The next scene made everyone exclaim about Li Hanqing's status in the team. When invading RNG's lower half jungle area, Top did not leave a field of vision at the red buff, but just asked Wheelmom to run behind the second tower in the bottom lane to prepare for the lane change. Then the auxiliary immediately stood in the grass and returned to the city, while the remaining 4 people retreated out of the wild area as a group. After returning home, Karma went straight to the road and placed a field of vision in the grass closer to the blue defense tower on the line, before returning to the city again.
Noob status and treatment in the team would make the top laners of all other teams want to cry. Right.
Wan Lauer joked with a smile.
But the top laners of other teams can't perform at the carry level like Noob.
Sister Joe smiled.
The position in the team is achieved by oneself.
Brother Han Sheng's treatment in the team is really bad for the team leader. Brother Ming, why am I annoying you guys by crying? Keep the public screen moving. Tears. Brother Han Sheng must carry. You deserve the trust of your teammates. Ozil. Although this is a bit of a disadvantage in the bottom lane, Noob is so handsome. The commentator is not exaggerating. Indeed, only top laner Li Han Sheng in the entire LPL can enjoy such treatment. It's equivalent to using the 2 most valuable accessories in the early stage to protect the top lane of your own bottom lane combination. The essence of the I position to prevent lane changes is to protect the top lane. This also completely cuts off the idea of RNG trying to change lanes.
They didn't have an eye on our lower half?
MLXG asked.
No.
Mata shook her head.
Then I'll brush from top to bottom. The opponent doesn't know my movements. You go down lane slowly and come online, pretending to help me clear the field.
MLXG immediately thought of countermeasures. He came to the upper half of his home alone, preparing to start from the Demon Swamp Frog, which was also MLXG's plan, because punishing different wild monsters has different effects. Punishing the demon Swamp Frog will obtain Gift of Toadstool. And the target that attacks him will be given a buff that continuously drops blood, which is equivalent to having an anti-damage armor effect. And if MLXG normally brushes from bottom to top, it will start from the Stone Man. Punishing the Stone Man will get the Gift of Heavy Hand. The first attack and the fifth attack can stun wild monsters and minions. While the buff continues, if level A, the defense tower will cause additional damage, but the buff will disappear immediately. Both are buffs that help the jungler clear the jungle. But Gift of Heavy Hand focuses more on helping the jungler maintain his own status, so that you can be in a better state to gank online or invade the jungle. And Gift of Toadstools actually enhances its own efficiency in clearing the field. What MLXG wants is to clear the jungle faster. If the leopard girl wants to go fast she must place the trap in advance. This time, because Top invades the jungle, he cannot place the trap array in advance. So Gift of Toadstool is very necessary. Both junglers started normally. The director immediately switched the camera to the road, and everyone was amazed again, because only then did everyone realize that Ryze's going out outfit was actually Extraction.
Huh?
Wang Lauer was slightly surprised.
Extraction? Is it because of my long hands that I need to use flat A more frequently in the early stage to consume it? I don't know. But since Noob made this choice, he must have considered it.
Hawkeye shook his head. It's outrageous. I found that Brother Han Sheng really likes to extract this piece of equipment. Everything can be extracted from the door. Once you see it, you won't watch Brother Han Sheng's live broadcast. Look at the ID. If Brother Han Sheng did this, it would be understandable. It's hard to say whether Ryze can extract out. But one thing is certain. Li Hansheng really doesn't regard Looper as a human being, or he doesn't regard Poppy as a human being. This is purely because I feel that the other party will not put too much pressure on me. Li Hansheng didn't know that there was a heated discussion among the outside world because of his ordinary choice of going out. This time, he didn't even go to the grass to grab a position in advance as usual, but followed his own line of troops slowly to the top road. The position was slightly conservative, and there was no thought of stepping forward to suppress or exchange blood.
Won't you press me?
I can only say that the last time I faced Li Hansheng, I got used to his unreasonable and forceful suppression during the landing phase. Line up again. Li Hansheng's sudden change of style made Looper somewhat uncomfortable. At first, he thought Li Hansheng was just pretending to be cautious and wanted to do something through the military line. But when both sides were reaching level 2 and were about to reach level 3, Li Hansheng still stood behind the line of troops and only touched up his tail sword. Not to mention exchanging blood. He didn't even take the initiative to get past Poppy. Instead, Poppy used his passive to attack him. Check out the immortality effect. Looking at Ryze, who had transformed into the 4th defensive tower on the top lane, Looper couldn't help but sigh.
He is really so stable.
From the beginning to now, Ryze has been just doing last-minute damage and controlling the line without any thought of using his long hand advantage to consume Poppy. The few times he uses skills are also used to replenish troops. The landing situation and the way to deal with it are not static, and there is no static matchup. If Ryze is facing warrior heroes with the ability to rush, such as Sword Lady, Raven, and Crocodile, he really has to take advantage of his long hands to consume blood and use skills desperately. Use mana to exchange the opponent's blood volume in exchange for space for your own stable development. But facing tank heroes like Poppy, you can't play like this. Although Poppy does not have online recovery ability, he goes out with Corrosion Potion and his body is extremely solid. In addition, Ryze has been weakened in the early damage ability and increased the mana cost of his skills. If you forcefully impart a set of skills to others, it won't be painful for them. On the contrary, your frequent promiscuity skills may cause the soldier line to be pushed out or your own mana to be exhausted. The only difference between a mage without mana and an ordinary ranged soldier is that the damage of your basic attack is slightly higher than that of a long-range soldier. Leave. When the time comes, Poppy will forcefully carry your flat A to push the line, and cooperate with Leopard Girl to cross the tower. In a normal landing situation, Poppy plus Leopard Girl can't do anything to you. But when jumping over the tower, Poppy directly hits the wall with E and takes control first. Combined with Leopard Girl's super high damage, it can be easily controlled. Li Hansheng is indeed aggressive in the lane, but he is not brainless. After watching the top lane matchup for 2 minutes, the director couldn't bear it and switched the camera to the junglers of both sides. Even the commentators couldn't help but sigh.
This is the first time I've seen Noob play so steadily. Actually, This can also be regarded as a manifestation of Noob's growth. Hao Kai, as a former professional player, has a strong say in this aspect. Anyone would like to dominate the opponent during the landing phase. That is really cool. But it will put yourself in danger. And the severity depends on the situation. Noob is now developing in a stable and fierce direction. Once he can truly become such a top laner, our LPL region will welcome a top laner with no shortcomings. It's like the difference between a young boy and an uncle. Inexperienced guys will only pursue speed and strength. Blindly pursue speed and ruthlessness. And this will easily lead to lack of stamina. But the uncle knows how to be fast sometimes. Sometimes slow. Sometimes light, and sometimes heavy. In this way, he can completely control the rhythm and take the lead, making people want to stop. Wang Lao gave a vivid metaphor. I'm talking about massage. Don't think wrong about the technique. Can you drive on this broken road? Right? You can't tell. But Wang Lao is also a slut. Gone. The old drivers of Chiu Mingshan have gathered. Good guy. Is this massage you are talking about serious? Is this commentary content that I can listen to for free? The fact that the commentators are still joking shows that the pace on the field is not very fast. But a sudden change will soon come. The junglers on both sides have a completely mirrored start. The male gun starts from bottom to top. And the leopard girl starts from top to bottom. After clearing the 3 groups of wild monsters in the lower half, the male gun goes straight to the Sharp Beak camp. It seems that Candy plans to kill all the wild monsters. Brush. However, MLXG ignored the Sharp Beak bird on the side and went straight to the small dragon pit. After switching forms, he jumped into the dragon pit with W and sent wild signals to Wheel Mom and Karma in the bottom lane. RNG knew at the beginning that the top bottom lane duo had used up their accessory eyes. So the timing must not be good yet. Which means that top's bottom lane is now completely in a vacuum of vision. MLXG has planned this wave of captures from the beginning. He starts from the top and brushes 3 groups of wild monsters, and then goes to the bottom lane to capture. Although he does not have a red buff. As long as the line can help provide control. Leopard Girl level 3 with a set of bursts. Just adding some damage online can definitely kill people. Moreover, both Wheel Mama and Karma were still at level 2 at this time. And their positions were slightly forward. So they were not aware of the danger at all. Very normal. Although Jin has excellent lane pushing ability, the auxiliary troll does not have the ability to push the lane at all. It is inevitable that RNG will be pushed in the bottom lane. This also gives RNG a chance to seize it. Top doesn't seem to know that the leopard girl attacked from above alone. Wang Lao's voice increased in vain. The leopard girl came all the way to the bottom river and was not discovered in the grass. Can I join? MLXG had already asked. Asking immediately, waiting for Mata to give online feedback. Will Mom has never used W, so she may have saved skill points. Mata has been carefully observing the skill usage of Wheel Mom, and found that although Wheel Mom has reached level 2, she has never used W to push the line. So she judged that Wheel Mom has skill points left. This is normal. Old people like Imp are on guard. Kill Karma. He signaled to the auxiliary fan mother, and then deliberately went ahead and revealed a flaw. Seeing this, Lu Mao subconsciously used Q to consume it. Up! 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 Mata shouted, handing over Ice Pillar directly. Suddenly, a thick and strong stone pillar appeared under Karma's feet. The troll stone pillar can have a force displacement effect. Mata's skill was released very well, and it just perfectly stuck Karma towards him for a certain distance. And the trolls at level 1 can cause a 30% slowdown. Jin on the side directly followed up with W, Deadly Brilliance, locking Karma in place. At the same time, the leopard girl also rushed out of the grass and launched her Q from the extreme distance. Karma, who was imprisoned in place, could not dodge at all. 1/3 of his health was knocked out by the leopard girl's Q. Then, Karma on the way to retreat, predict and use West to place the clip. After putting on the passive hunting mark, the leopard girl immediately switched to the beast form and jumped into Karma's face from a super long distance. Even though the leopard girl brought Power of Time instead of the more ferocious Thunder Lord's Decree. But one set of explosions successfully reduced Karma's health volume to less than 40%. Karma quickly handed over RE and tried to run back. Troll flashed over with AQ to supplement the deceleration control and ignition. Jin immediately drew A and then Q to continue to reduce the blood volume, while Leopard Girl was chasing after him. The Force Karma also flashed directly and distanced herself again, while the Wheel Mom who had been ignored did something secretly. Wheel Mom immediately went to activate E and stepped on the clip
that Leopard Girl had arranged in advance to prevent Kalma from being put into the prey passive again in the future. When the Leopard Girl flashed over and tried to take away Karma's head, she was stunned to bring up Karma's health with a sip of treatment to ensure that Karma's maximum health was not dead. The health was still very subtle, making it difficult for Jin to flash. Pursuing, after all, may not necessarily lead to death with one shot. When Leopard Girl switched to her adult form again, Wheel Mother acted as a human wall in front of Karma, not giving Leopard Girl a chance to use Q again. Seeing Kalma's bloody escape, RNG fans at the scene could only sigh.
It's a pity. It's just a little bit close.
Hawkeye shook his head.
Top's bottom lane combination is too strong in self-protection, and the effect of their 3-band support is also reflected, which means that the troll control ability is not enough. Indeed.
Sister Joe nodded.
Thresh, Nyoto, or Braum, any one of them will die if they come to Karma. It's really a pity.
Wang Lauer also felt sorry for RNG.
Xianghua's gank plan is very clever. Top has no defense at all, but Karma's shield is too thick.
Really? It's a shame that Green Hair didn't use her indiscriminately during the landing phase. If it was just the basic shield value of E's skill, it wouldn't be able to withstand so much damage. And Leopard Girl comes with a blue buff level 3, which also makes the top people react to Leopard Girl's jungle route.
What the HL? Did Leopard Girl open in the upper half?
Candy was stunned. He originally wanted to go directly to the counter jungle, but now there is no need. Conscientiously clear out all 6 groups of wild monsters, and then control the river crabs in the upper half of the area. After clearing all the wild monsters, the male gunner tried to hit the road for a wave of gank. The feedback given by Li Hansheng was that Bobby went to the river at about 2 minutes and 50 seconds to release the field of view. The male gun was released at the beginning of 3 minutes, and the level 3 wave with double buffs faced the gank on the top lane. But this Candy's male gun chose to quickly brush 6 groups of wild monsters plus river crabs. By the time the male gun came on the road, Poppy's jewelry eye had just disappeared. Looper was actually very careful, because his Leopard Girl was active in the lower half, and the male gunner was most likely in the upper half. He didn't even go to replenish his troops, but just stood in a conservative position to gain experience. But who would have thought that Rise suddenly moved forward, and was stunned to catch up with him, and use his W to stop him. The male gunman in the grass in the river also came out immediately. The W smoke bomb continued to slow down, and then he walked to Poppy's face, and stuck it with the red buff slowdown. Seeing that Rise was about to trigger his passive, and use his second W, Looper quickly flashed to distance himself, to avoid being killed.
Looper seemed very decisive, and didn't give Top any chance.
Poppy didn't dare wait under the tower with his remaining health, so he could only go home to replenish his health. Li Hansheng asked Candy to help him push the line into the tower, and handle the line of troops perfectly. In this case, the next line of troops must be a push line. See the scene. Looper is also helpless, but can only accept this situation. After returning home, Rise had just enough money to buy Tears of the Goddess, and then continued TP, and returned to the lane to control lane development. During this time, the director also switched the camera to the center and took a look. Result: Jess and Airplane are also developing at a very stable pace. Although Gao Dui has tried several rounds of replacements, Xiaohu is very stable. This makes the health of both sides of the middle lane very healthy, which means that both junglers will not have much interest in the middle lane. Both sides have no control skills. No matter how much damage you do, what's the use if you can't keep people?
Well, maybe it's because it's the first game?
Hawkeye explained.
Both sides didn't want to lose the first game, so they played very steadily. It seems that it will take a long time for both sides to have a substantial confrontation. I feel like this one will most likely end up with a bladder attack. I also think that there is a high probability that it may be the bladder game. The lineups of both sides are biased and lack control.
Wang Lauer also has the same view. At this time, he was extremely lucky that he went to the toilet before the game started. Otherwise, it's really a bladder bureau. Isn't it you who is feeling uncomfortable? Chapter 105. Do you understand what the King of Thunder and Lightning is? When the male gun went home for the first time to update his equipment, and his next movements were revealed, only then did everyone understand Top's true tactical intention. The male gunman supplemented the green jungle knife with a pair of straw sandals and a real eye. He immediately ran to the bottom lane and placed both the real eye and the green jungle knife in the bottom lane to ensure his own bottom lane safety. Then he did not clear the jungle, and went straight to the upper half of RNG's jungle area, because of Leopard Girl's previous gank in the bottom lane. Top has learned that Leopard Girl starts from top to bottom, So the second group of wild monsters will also be refreshed from top to bottom. The male spearman ran directly to the demonic swamp frog on the blue side. As soon as he came over, he saw the leopard girl swiping the demonic marsh frog. When she saw the male spearman, the leopard girl immediately used Q+ punishment to quickly remove the demonic marsh frog.
Damn it! Why did the male gunman from the opposite side come to my side? He doesn't farm?
MLXG was a little confused. Unfortunately, none of his teammates could support him. The aircraft in the middle lane had no line rights at all when attacking Jess. On the top lane, Poppy and Rise's troops were at a 50-50 split. Both sides could come to support immediately. But Poppy did not flash. If we rush here on foot at the same time, Rise with Flash will provide the most stable first-hand control. And with Jace who also comes to support first-hand, there is a high probability that RNG will not be able to defeat it. And the expected behavior of the male gun against the three wolves was not there. The male gun just stood here and looked at the leopard girl. A strange scene suddenly appeared on the field. The junglers of both sides are at the blue square magic swamp frog. You look at me and I look at you. This, Sister Joe didn't know what words to use to describe it.
Are Xianghua and Kindy making eye contact?
Wang Lauer was also a little confused.
Kindy's behavior is very abnormal.
Hao Kai frowned.
There is no reason for a male gun not to brush his own wild monsters. It is best to remove the wild monsters as soon as they are refreshed without wasting any time. Oh, I understand.
Hao Kai suddenly shouted.
Kindy is dragging the incense pot and blowing himself up together. He is helping his teammates to resolve the threat from the jungle with the naked eye. Top has many core C position heroes, as long as the three-line heroes can develop stably. In other words,
Wang Lauer was dumbfounded.
This male gun is a pure tool? That's right.
Hao Kai nodded.
Probably because the male gunman is not afraid of the leopard girl in the wild.
The passive of this version, Pure Man, will add magic resistance. Unless the leopard girl has a very large lead. Otherwise in a pure 1v1 duel in the jungle, the leopard girl and the male gunner will most likely be helpless. If the spider, barrel, etc. are replaced, if you are a hero, your damage will not threaten leopard girl, and leopard girl will keep chasing you. Such a style of play will put yourself in danger. Only the male gun is the most suitable choice. Especially when the demon drinking knife comes out later. Leopard girl will be directly at a disadvantage in a duel. And MLXG also seems to realize that Candy is just wasting time with him here, and simply ignores this group of three wolves. Anyway, he has no punishment now, and his teammates cannot quickly support him. So he might as well go down and clear the jungle. He and the plane are the poke core of RNG's lineup. It is impossible for him to blow up in the jungle without farming like Candy. Seeing that the leopard girl was gone, the male gunman took care of the three wolves, and then handed the punishment to the three wolves of RNG, letting the wolf spirits roam back and forth in the upper half of the opponent's area. As soon as the leopard girl left, the middle lane is okay. After all, leopard girl can still rely on the middle lane for support. But the looper on the road felt so uncomfortable. He had been caught flashing before, and now the male gun was clearly wandering in the upper half, and the army line was controlled by Rise in a very ambiguous position. This position just allows him to gain experience, but he has to be in danger to replenish his troops. This kind of troop line is quite disgusting for the top laner. Normally, the jungler would be asked to come to the top lane to forcefully help clear the line. But now that leopard girl is driven to the lower half, who will help him? Looper is also a discovery. Top is a team that likes to think of ways to disgust the opponent's top laner, and they don't do anything involving others.
Can we do a wave of opposite bot lane?
MLXG, who came to the lower half of the area, was farming while asking about the situation in the bottom lane.
No chance.
Mata shook her head. Top's bottom lane learned from the previous lesson and never actively pushed the lane again. Moreover, Karma's positioning was also very tricky. Standing diagonally behind the Wheel Mother, facing the combination of Jin plus Troll. As long as Wheel Mom holds E to block Jin's W from being locked in place, there will be no threat at all. Even if the opponent intends to attack, Karma only needs to give E to Wheel Mom for him. Accelerating can also help the Wheel Mom get out of danger quickly. However, in the face of RNG's deliberate move to bring back the troops in the bottom lane, Top's bottom lane went straight back to the jungle to farm their own demon marsh frogs.
Sure enough,
seeing that Top's bot lane began to use resources in the jungle so early, Hao Kai strengthened his guess.
In Top's tactical design, the male gun is a tool player.
Stoneman, demon swamp frogs, F4 and even 3 wolves can be brushed off as long as the C position heroes in the 3 lanes have enough status. This way, One's own jungle economy will not be wasted. And the male gunner can also go to the jungle to find lepers, with confidence. Female player blew herself up. Anyway, as long as the leopard girl can't get the head, she has the dual advantages of level and equipment. Even if she loses 1 to 2 groups of wild monster male guns, she is not afraid to face the leopard girl, who gives the top 3 lines the right to push. Good guys. These cute brothers really make me cry. It's not easy for Candy. Wow. 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 I'm so moved. I posted my emotion on the public screen. Really suck it? I dare not say anything else. The factory director will definitely not be able to fight in top. After all, F4 is his lifeblood. Everyone else plays the male gun as the core. But Candy makes the male gun look like a top-notch tool. But I am a Buddha anyway. Although there is no headcount explosion. Top is still in the lead financially. Both the middle and upper lanes have advantages in last-ditch hits. Although the bottom lane was ganked a few times, it still didn't affect Wheeler's slight lead in last-ditch hits. The jungle area suffered a little loss. But it didn't affect the team as a whole. RNG fans at the scene listened to the commentator's analysis and couldn't help but worry about the difficulties the team they supported was facing. And on this side of the road, Li Hansheng was so happy. After making Tears of the Goddess, he began to use skills to exchange blood more frequently. In fact, it was not to reduce Poppy's blood volume, but simply to increase the number of layers of Tears of the Goddess. It's actually quite outrageous. Perhaps because Rise has the same name as the president of Riot. He has never been weak in Li Hansheng's mind. The first version of Rise, which is Fatin's positioning magic machine gun, stands out as simple and brainless. Because the tank is very powerful, and the damage is very high. You don't need to know how to play at all. If you rush into the crowd and roll down the keyboard, you can always produce a lot of output. It is currently the second version. Riot's original intention was to increase the difficulty of operating Rise in this version. And it has indeed achieved its original design intention. This version of Rise's combos are more particular, and cannot be played on the keyboard without a brain. The difficulty of the problem is not that high. As long as you understand the principle of passive stacking, the operation is just as simple. The core of this version of Rise is his passive, arcane specialization. Passive effect. Every time Rise uses a skill, a layer of the Mathematical Master's passive will be superimposed. If no skill is used after 12 seconds, the layer will be automatically cleared. When Rise stacks up to 5 layers, he will enter Overload mode. Rise will immediately gain a layer of shield based on the maximum mana. At the same time, in Overload mode, every time Rise uses each skill will reduce the cooldown of his other abilities by an amount equal to the cooldown of his Q. For example, Rise's Q has a 4-second CD. After entering Overload mode, every time Rise uses any skill, the CD of other skills, including his ultimate, will be reduced by 4 seconds. And the most buggy thing is, Rise's ultimate move, Force of Despair, has a passive effect, which is a 10%/20%/30% cooldown reduction. Actively turning it on will also gain double bonuses of movement speed and spell blood stealing. Rise, who activates his ultimate plus Overload mode, will be the immortal god who truly controls thunder and lightning. To know. Although this version of Rise Q is no longer a directional skill and can be shown off, with Li Hansheng's current attributes, there is no possibility of being shown off. On the road, he is torturing the looper unilaterally. Damn! You're disgusting. Aren't you? MLXG was really disgusted. From the beginning to now, he has not been happy at all. He failed to succeed in gank and felt uneasy in the jungle. At this time, as a jungler, he must stand up and change the situation on the court. But his jungle route is clearly understood by Top, who can always find his position. In this situation, he must make changes. That is, at the expense of abandoning the 2 waves of wild monsters 1 to 2, and forcing a wave of rhythm online. Otherwise RNG will continue to play at this rhythm, which RNG obviously cannot accept. When the 3rd group of wild monsters was refreshed, the time came to more than 6 minutes. And at this time, the 2 single-player lanes had reached level 6. Leopard Girl did not go to the Demon Swamp Frog immediately, but went straight to the road. He placed the wards in his own blue buff area in advance to detect the male gunner, and came to interfere again. The jungle area is for you. The labor and management are going to arrest you. MLXG gritted his teeth and showed his fierce look. This time he was really determined to kill. On the line, Ka's vision entered the grass, and he pinned signals wildly at Rise. Looper deliberately moved to create a flaw, giving Rise the opportunity to use Q to consume him. He seized the moment Rise was walking forward and directly activated W, steadfast style, to gain acceleration. He turned around, and the minion came to Rise's side. After getting close to Rise, Looper was not greedy at all. He directly raised his sledgehammer and knocked Rise away.
Noob! It's dangerous! Rise is not strong at this time. He might die if he gets caught in the fire.
The scene that had been dull for a long time suddenly turned around, and Wang Lauer's volume increased in vain. Leopard Girl lurking in the grass. At the moment when Poppy's ultimate move knocked Rise away, she made a Q move from the extreme distance, and her spear flew straight towards Rise.
Can you hand over Flash?
The top fans at the scene all had their eyes widened, clenched their fists, and were worried about the danger Li Hansheng was facing. Buzz. Moments before Leopard Girl's Q hit, Rise finally landed and handed over Flash in advance to avoid being focused.
Hack! Lao Li is so unlucky.
MLXG could only curse to vent his frustration.
Help me go to the jungle area.
After forcing Rise back, Leopard Girl took Poppy and immediately headed to her own jungle area. But after the male gun countered the blue buff, he immediately used E to escape through the wall and run to the middle. Jace immediately came to respond, and the plane had no way to do anything.
This fragrant pod must be very depressing.
Wang Lauer can fully understand how depressed MLXG is at this moment. That feeling of being unable to exert any strength in your body is particularly disgusting. Although Rise's flash was forced out, it failed to cause a kill, and could not affect Rise's development at all.
The lineup lacks first-hand control, and Xianghua can't do anything about it.
Haokai shook his head.
Let's wait for the wave of explosives on the plane.
Really just have to wait. What else can I do but wait? After another 2 minutes of boring exchanges, Xiuhu quickly communicated with Xianghua in advance.
Teacher Gua, I'm going to go home to pick up explosive packs and make a wave on the road? There is no way to go on the upper road. The male gun is patrolling the upper road like a dog. If we don't handle the tower attack well, we will be easily counterattacked.
MLXG shook his head, and then gave his own suggestion.
Go down.
The moment when the plane picked up the explosive package, air raid sirens rang throughout Summoner's Rift, reminding everyone to be careful of planes. Both the midfielder and the jungler went straight to the bottom lane, and they were bound to use the power of the plane's explosive packs to set up a rhythm and open a breakthrough point. Fly, the coach of RNG backstage, saw the scene in the broadcast and couldn't help but clenched his fists secretly, holding his breath for fear of missing every detail. The plane stood in the triangular grass on the bottom lane and waited for Leopard Girl to take her position. Their goal was the double mom combination on the bottom lane. The troll directly activates W to accelerate itself, which is another perfect E skill. It blocks Karma's retreat and forces it to move a little distance to the blue direction. Jin tried to use Fatal Brilliance to supplement the control. This time Lu Mao learned his lesson and decisively handed over the dodge skill, and directly handed over RE to accelerate himself. However, the aircraft used the enhanced W of the explosive pack to complete a wave of ultra-long distance displacement, and the Overlord body bounced Kalma back again. The Leopard Girl also rushed out from the direction of the river immediately. Jin stood on the spot and fired R directly, in order to prevent the night from getting too long. The Leopard Girl even flashed out to compensate for the damage. Karma, who did not flash, eventually became a corpse on the ground. First Blood. The First Blood did not break out until more than 8 minutes into the game, which showed how slow the pace was. And the head was taken by Leopard Girl to supplement her own development. Then RNG won the first dragon of the game.
There is really nothing we can do about this wave.
Haokai shook his head.
There are really too many people coming.
And with the rhythm of the plane's wave of explosives, even teammates with TP can't come to save them. But today's top really allowed us to see a different side of them than in the past. With the IDs of both teams covered, you would never imagine that this is a top game. Indeed, today's top played like EDG.
The assistant died in battle, but it did not affect the mentality of the top people. After expressing their comfort, they all chose to continue their development. After the Leopard Girl captured a head, the male gunman did not enter the jungle as unscrupulously as before. But it's not necessary, because the most dangerous early stage has been passed. After finishing the wild round, the game time has reached just over 10 minutes. MLXG went home to update a round of equipment, and then turned his attention to the top lane again.
Even if Rise brings Insight, Flash, it should still be more than 20 seconds away. Be decisive later and attack him first.
Okay. Looper nodded.
Exactly.
At this time, Rise seemed to have returned to the city, and Poppy had a chance to quickly push the line into the tower and form a pushback line. The leopard girl also took advantage of this time card vision to enter the grass on the road and hide in it. What makes RNG Widow even more excited is Rise actually chose to TP. Rise, who had just landed, directly gave Poppy a WQ to tie A. Poppy ran back, and Rise took 2 steps to chase him. As if he sensed danger, he stopped chasing. Hack. MLXG, who was about to freeze his hands, saw Rise turn around and became very angry. He could only patiently suggest, "Let's flash first." Bobby stepped forward again to sell his ass and seduce. Rise really took the bait. After hesitating for a moment, he still couldn't resist the urge to exchange blood and chased after him again. It's still a familiar routine. Poppy suddenly opened W to accelerate himself. But this time, he didn't use the East minions to get close to Rise, but turned around and flashed out. Buzz turned into a golden light and came to Rise's side. Open R in seconds and knock Rise away. When the leopard girl in the grass saw this, she immediately used Q first, and then placed a W behind Rise in anticipation. After the Q hit, she directly switched forms and flew towards Rise's face, dealing crazy output. Wow. Leopard girl who can't wear shoes does a lot of damage. The two of them hit half of Rise's health. Rise's flash is not good yet. Can Noob run away? Run? Rise didn't run at all, because he landed and played a set of Poppy before, which resulted in 3 stacks of passives. And he was waiting patiently at the back for WCD. A backhand W, Rune Imprisonment, held Leopard Girl in place. And then activated R, Despair Power. Gain movement speed and spell blood-sucking effects. And passively enter Overload mode after reaching 5 layers. Instantly transformed into the immortal Dharma King, who controls thunder and lightning. QEQ is used to level A. The effect of this version of Rise's E skill, Spell Surge, is to throw a pure magic ball that jumps back and forth between the enemy and himself. Each jump reduces the enemy's magic resistance by 8%, and the maximum is add 3 times. And the maximum number of jumps is 6 times. Rise, Leopard Girl, and Poppy were fighting face to face, and Rise's E bounced back and forth, twice for each of them, which is 16% magic resistance reduction. The Leopard Girl in the jungle originally did not have magic resistance in her runes, but now her magic resistance has been reduced by 16%. The magic resistance attribute on the panel is even lower, combined with the Rise rune and the spell penetration in her talent. It makes her Rise's damage on Leopard Girl is no different from real damage. However, Rise's W at level 1 can only control the time for 1 second. Seeing that the damage was wrong, Leopard Girl wanted to turn back and distance herself first. But after playing QQ, he used a W again to stop Leopard Girl in place. And then another set of QQ beat Leopard Girl to residual health. When Leopard Girl tried to distance herself, Rise was the third one. W takes action. The fully blooded Leopard Girl was directly killed by Rise. There was an uproar at the scene, and top fans screamed, "Oh my god!" Juan Lauer also exclaimed, "I've seen this scene before." At that time, Faker's Rise was the card that instantly killed Pawn like this. That's right. Hawkeye nodded. This is what happened at the S5 World Championship last year. It was also during the S5 World Championship that Faker allowed the world to see the horror of the hero Rise again. This combo of standing still without any solution was also the root reason why Rise was weakened after the World Championship. Now, the famous scene reappears again. Chapter 106 Don't Come Over. The death of Leopard Girl caused a burst of screams from the top fans at the scene. And the barrage in the live broadcast room was also rolling crazily. Ghost. I actually thought it was Lee Sang-hyuk operating this Rise. It smells like Rise from last year's Demon King. Faker, nicknamed the Big Devil by people, is also known as the Little Noob. Who is Lee Han-shung? He dares to touch the porcelain volute? Let's take it easy. Let's win the league championship first, and then try again. Okay. I really want to scream. The Rise Circle marketing is true, and Top has figured it out. A Navy AD who only played 1 game has the hope of becoming a domestic AD. And a top laner who has no honors now dares to touch him directly. A Faker? Oh my god! Juan Lauer was still exclaiming. It seems like the looper can't leave even if the incense pot falls down? Can he leave? Rise's passive is over, and he has no follow-up skills. After killing Leopard Girl, Rise chased Poppy for a long time, but ultimately failed to kill Poppy. It's a pity that if there was no weakened version last year, this Poppy would have died. Unable to get a double play, Lee Han-shung shook his head with regret, blaming himself for his classic advantage. Gui Gui. Lao Li. Are you too fierce? Xiang Renjie. Stop chatting and come to the middle to help me push the lane. Ah! Nisha! Nisha! Loudly! Strong!
Candy took a look while he was on his way, and suddenly exclaimed,
What the H.L. Loudly! Are you a pervert? The other side probably didn't look at your equipment at the first time. After seeing your equipment, I guess they will never dare to provoke you.
After hearing this, Gao Dui and others also used tabs to observe Li Hanqing's equipment. Everyone was silent. The staff of time plus tears of the goddess plus straw sandals. No wonder the damage was so exaggerated, killing the full-blooded leopard girl instantly. This development speed has simply exceeded their common sense and involves their knowledge blind spots. The foundation that supports Li Hansheng to have such luxurious equipment at this point in time is the last hit. The current game time is 10 minutes and 21 seconds. And Li Hanqing's last hit count is 105 knives. As professional players, they naturally know that the number of troops sent out for 10 minutes on the road is 107 troops, including 5 artillery troops. This is the most basic common sense. There was a joke back then. If you want to know how many troops will be sent out in 10 minutes, you can see the number of last hits of Xiao Xiao. This is a set of data that the former Wii celebrity Xiao Xiao told everyone in ancient times using the solid basic skills he learned from Qifan. $107. Nowadays, the overall personal strength of the professional team has improved. And the same is true for basic skills. During normal personal training, the 3 positions except Nosuk will open custom practice to last more than 100 knives. The top-notch one is also very simple. But this is customization. It is difficult to achieve this number in actual combat, because you are also facing the most talented group of top players in this game. The pressure you face in the line is not at the same level. In addition to replenishing troops, the opponent also needs to consider how the enemy will exchange blood, control the line, lose experience, lose CD, and return home for supplies. The pressure on the opponent's jungler will also make you miss some last-minute hits. As a result, during this 10-minute landing period, Li Hansheng only missed 2 swords? In fact, it's not that exaggerated. During this period, Li Hansheng ate 2 sets of stone men, which was 4 knives. But the number of last hits in 10 minutes was more than 100 knives. In addition, Li Hanqing's go-to outfit is Extraction. After he tops up $100 and withdraws his deposit, he sells the extraction to the store and gets more than $100 back. Every penny spent by Li Hansheng was not wasted. And there was no early-stage equipment, such as the Dolan series, that cannot be upgraded later. The combination of solid last hit plus natural growth of economy plus extra income from extraction allowed Li Hansheng to make the luxurious equipment of Tears of the Goddess plus Staff of Time plus Straw Sandals in just 10 minutes.
Absolutely. If Leopard Girl hadn't influenced me, I would have been able to do a little more last hit.
Li Hanqing smiled and waved his hand. It seems easy to say it, as if it doesn't matter if you have the skills. But in fact, players at their level know how difficult it is to do it. Look at the last hit of the opposite Looper. $76. You can't say that Looper's personal strength is poor, right? But there is a CS difference of nearly 30 between the 2 sides. This is also thanks to Candy. Li Hanqing's self-destruction gameplay in the early stage allowed Li Hansheng to spend the first few minutes comfortably and safely. Then Candy frequently showed up on the top lane, making the Looper afraid to make up for many hits. Naturally, the gap in the number of last hits was narrowed. Open. Let's look at the last hits of both ADCs. Imp made up $93, while Wuxin only made up $86. RNG's MLXG also pinned Rise's equipment information after his death.
What the H.L.? How did this be developed? Did he modify the economy through cheating?
MLXG looked stunned. He turned his head and looked at his 2 previous teammates. All are single lines. Everyone already has 1.5 pieces of equipment. But you 2 are still only wearing small items? Why is the gap so big? Seeing Rise's exaggerated growth, the entire RNG team fell silent. How to fight this? Who can handle this Rise? However, Li Hansheng, who has been developing for so long, decided to speed up the game. The Looper seemed to be a little short of money, so he was not in a hurry to go home, but was half healthy under the tower waiting for Li Hansheng to push the line. Obviously, Li Hansheng's moderate landing thinking from the beginning to the present has greatly reduced his vigilance. During the push, Li Hansheng stacked his passive to the 3rd level. In fact, the Looper was on guard when he saw Rise, who was passive on the 3rd level. Moving forward, he instinctively leaned back. But you have offended the abbot and still want to leave? Buzz, Rise, whose flash CD had been turned. Flashed Rekekek directly, even though Poppy had a small green armor and magic resistance. He was in poor condition and died before Rise released his third W. The fans at the scene burst into screams again. They have been waiting for this moment for too long. The successive deaths of Leopard Girl and Poppy put RNG in the awkward position of having two players on the field. Fortunately, Top did not want to attack, and the male gunner came to the top lane to help Rise take down the Canyon Pioneer. After returning home, Li Hansheng directly upgraded his straw sandals to 3-speed shoes. Rise has short hands, and his W only has a casting range of 600 yards. If he wants to hit the opponent, he must be able to get close to the opponent. And the most effective control in this RNG lineup is the Trolls E. The 3-speed shoes just increase the deceleration resistance, which can help him move more flexibly to approach the opponent in team battles. After returning online, it happened to be a wave of pushback lines. This time Li Hansheng saw that Looper did not choose to develop with him again. He had 3-speed shoes. His essence also contained 3 movement speed runes. The Vanguard buff would provide 40 points of movement speed, allowing him to he could easily catch up with Bobby, who only had a pair of straw sandals. Bobby is not afraid even if there is a line of soldiers around him. After Rise activates R, in addition to adding spell blood stealing and movement speed, the skill will also be converted into AoE damage. Anyway, Rise's ultimate move is not worth it, because it can refresh the skill CD. So when you meet, you can activate a set of R and clear troops. Chasing Poppy all the way to the defense tower means that Poppy can get a 10% extra double resistance bonus because of W, Steadfast Style. And this effect will be double below 40% health. And Poppy is equipped with magic resistance. Rao is so. Poppy, who was full of health, was also chased by Rise until he only had 1/3 of his health left. If it were anyone else in RNG, no one would be able to withstand Rise's damage.
He's back!
Wong Lauer looked at the familiar scene and laughed.
This is the noob we are familiar with. That's right.
Sister Zhou Shou also shouted.
You just have to be fierce. You just have to press the opponent to fight. It's a classic noob style of play.
It's time for the much-loved RNG phase of whipping corpses again. Tell me loudly. RNG. Do you regret it? Hee. If I were Bai Xing, I would definitely kill San Shao, the NT who only knows how to write a diary. Blood loss. The champion top laner, who was imported with a lot of money, was beaten by the youth training top laner that he looked down on. Right? Third young master. People from EDG are like this. In their eyes, the status of the top laner is not as good as that of a dog. In the background, the third young master's face was terrifyingly gloomy. He will not admit that it is his mistake. He will only think that there is something wrong with the team. 2 players from the former championship team. Mata is also the leader of the Samsung White team. This RNG lineup on paper is invincible no matter how you look at it. Why can't you beat a mere top player? Just on the field, Xu who's playing came to the bottom lane again and tried to help the bottom lane open up the situation. But it was still perfectly resolved by Imp and Green Hair. On the contrary, Gao Dui took the opportunity to lower the health of the first tower of RNG in the middle. Bot lane, Xiao Xiao once again firmly believed in his idea.
We must contact an ADC with top carry ability. Wu Xian's ability can no longer keep up with the development of the club.
On the field, due to Li Hansheng's sudden attack on the top lane, the entire top half of RNG was under tremendous pressure. In 12 minutes, Li Hansheng single-handedly demolished the opponent's top tower. The lineup advantage of top is also reflected, mainly in the bottom lane. Wheel Mom has already made attack speed boots, Storm Sword, and Caulfield's Warhammer. With this level of equipment, you have the capital to quickly clear out a wave of minions with Q followed by W. Moreover, the opponent's Jin plus Troll's strong opening ability and strong killing ability under the tower are not strong, which gives the green hair a chance to roam. Middle road, Gao Dui, who had always been calm, suddenly took the lead. In Warhammer form, Jace used Q to move into the minion pile. The AoE damage hit the aircraft and slowed down the aircraft. The aircraft did not falter. He turned on E to reduce Jace's double resistance. Directly AR, and instantly hit Thunder. He already had a dazzling effect. The small burst damage of the aircraft is very considerable. Jess didn't give in. He went straight to AE and immediately switched to the cannon form. Awk. The reinforced cannon was dodged by the aircraft using W. The junglers of both sides seemed to have agreed upon it, and they rushed out from both sides, one on the left and the other on the right. The male guns flash followed by Q to force out the plane's flash. And then the big move. The plane suddenly shot a super bomb backhand in front of the plane to lower Jace's health.
Jace ducked to avoid Leopard Girl's cue. He seemed to have accidentally stepped on the trap. And Leopard Girl switched forms and pounced.
The Leopard Girl in Beast form flew over with W from a long distance. And directly AQ planned to use Q's ultra-high kill to damage Jace, who was left with HP in seconds. The moment Leopard Girl was about to kill Jace, Karma appeared behind Jace, and the RE Second Company put a thick shield on Jace, and then tied the Leopard Girl with W. Without Flash, the Leopard Girl without skills could not get away at all, being held in place by Karma's second stage W. The male gun followed up and continued to deal damage. Jace, who was already out of danger, could even turn around and use his normal Q in the form of a cannon to collect the head. At this time, the troll then waved his stick and led Jean to come late, and,
with tears in his eyes,
collected the corpses of his teammates. Fortunately, Jess was out of shape, and RNG's timely support in the bottom lane prevented the first tower from being quickly demolished. However, Wheel Mom also took the opportunity to lower the health of the opponent's first tower in the bottom lane. The court was completely passive and beaten, and everyone in RNG could not hide the sadness on their faces. What to do? Mata was very anxious, but this time he was unable to move at all. Jin plus Troll can't kill Wheel Mom from the tower, but Wheel Mom plus Karma can definitely kill Jin from the tower. Top gave 3 precious band positions to the support, and now it finally works. Mata was effectively restricted online, and the Yusuk linkage that RNG relied on to survive in the league could not be launched at all. RNG can now only wait for the plane's second explosive package. At just over 13 minutes, the plane picked up the second explosive package and headed straight down the road.
RNG seems to be on par with Top's bottom lane. We must open a gap from the bottom lane.
Sister Joe felt very strange why RNG was so stubborn when it failed to achieve results in consecutive attacks in the bottom lane.
Is there a possibility?
Wang Lauer said with a smile.
RNG doesn't dare to go out on the road to provoke the Rise Demon King?
Sister Joe was speechless for a while. This time, Top's bottom lane was on guard and did not give RNG any chance. It retreated to the closed grass early and allowed RNG to push down its own tower in the bottom lane. In the end, the plane could only use the explosive packets to travel, but RNG was not completely without gains. They quickly harvested the second dragon, but as long as the current version of the dragon is not the 5th dragon bathed in dragon blood, it is just like that. In the eyes of professional teams, its priority is very low, not even as good as a wave of minions.
Wait for me to lay down the explosive package.
Xiaohu rubbed his brows in distress. He was under great pressure, as Leopard Girl failed to gain an advantage in the early stage. The plane is the final guarantee of RNG's lineup, and the entire team's output is directed at him. Fortunately, although he failed to get a kill, his development was okay. After some resource replacement, the aircraft was able to make the magic shoes, 3 items, and Yellow Cross in 16 minutes. Considering that this version of the 3 items is more expensive than the Endless, without a loss of life, it is already a long time to have this equipment in 16 minutes. Rare. During this period, a fierce team battle broke out between the 2 sides in the bottom river. However, due to the lack of stable enough control in the lineup of both sides, they lost each other's skills for a long time, and both of them lost their health. On the contrary, Li Hansheng pushed the opponent's first tower in the bottom lane flatly. At this time, the rhythm point that RNG has been waiting for is here again. 18 minutes. The third explosive package of the aircraft is refreshed. This time RNG will target Rise, who leads the lane to the second tower.
Hack him!
Xiaohu and MLXG had already gritted their teeth at Li Hansheng and wanted to kill him immediately. Only by killing Rise can the counterattack begin.
It's better to be careful. Right.
Looper clicked on Rise's equipment information. The Wand of Time, the 3-speed shoes, the Staff of the Seraph, the explosive wand, and the most important thing is that Rise is the highest level 13 in the game, 1 level higher than the airplane. Tears of the Goddess Res is very fast, and Li Hansheng's one is so fat. He stacked up the stacks early and upgraded Archangel to Seraph. It has an effect that can be used actively. After using it, you will get a shield.
It's okay. You can trick him with his skills first. He has no defensive equipment. We can beat him.
The damage of Leopard Girl plus aircraft is enough to kill Rise without armor.
I'm coming to help you too.
Mata also plans to join the battlefield. The disadvantaged side must take the initiative to find opportunities. Otherwise the snowball will only get bigger and bigger. The Leopard Girl and the Troll circle directly from the jungle area, while the plane went directly to the front. Poppy, who had already made an ice fist, immediately attacked Rise, using the ice fist deceleration to stick him. Rise's backhand was WQE. Poppy was afraid that Rise would distance himself and immediately released R to save someone.
The looper used his ultimate move very decisively to retain people. The troll and leopard girl had already completed the circle, and the plane was on the way. The troll's pillars were used perfectly. The plane made a super Valkyrie dive, and whereas position was blocked, it's so painful to be stuck.
Li Hanqing's current position is very delicate. The troll's pillars, the wall, and the aircraft's enhanced W have stuck him in a nearly blind spot. If he wants to run away, he has to step on the fire path left by the aircraft's W, or just can stand still. MLXG decisively exchanged Q, throwing a javelin, and the javelin flew straight towards Li Hanqing, who was restrained in place. Li Hanqing chose to take advantage of Leopard Girl's Q. However, he used Seraph to obtain a huge shield in advance to offset the damage he received.
Be careful not to rush up to deal damage. He will do a lot of damage.
Although Q hit first, MLXG did not forget the terrifying memory of being instantly killed at full health on the road. He did not even rush to switch forms. Instead, he used West to place a clip next to Rise, and cooperated with Xiaohu, who fired E to sweep up from a long distance. Mana and Looper turned into shit sticks and stuck to Li Hanqing, slowing down and disgusting him.
Why doesn't Noob fight back? He's already down to half health. And Noob's here. Flash to the face.
Li Hanqing has actually been waiting patiently for W's CD. The moment when the CD is good, Buzz, flashing away from the two shit sticks and coming to the plane's face. Rise's terrifying side was revealed. Rise's W, Root Imprisonment, is an instant skill, and Xiaohu has no time to flash to distance himself. WR, Enter Overload Mode, Kekwek. A set of perfect combos will directly kill the full health aircraft. Because Xiaohu is facing Jace, there is no magic resistance in the runes, and there is no magic resistance equipment. Facing Rise, who already has full level E, the magic resistance reduction is as high as 12%. After 3 layers, it is 36%. Xiaohu can't stand it at all.
Oh my god! What kind of explosion is this? What kind of damage is this?
Hawkeye exclaimed in disbelief. Xiaohu, who was under the camera, looked at himself, who had been captured for a moment, slightly opening his mouth with a stunned expression on his face. MLXG reacted very quickly, because the troll had disabled ignition. Even if he turned on R, Rise didn't draw much blood.
Xiangwu changed his form and rushed over. Oh! Can't catch up?
3 speed shoes, movement speed purification, and ultimate speed acceleration. This Li Hanqing's talent is not Rise's common power of time. Instead, he chooses Storm, which is almost useless in early landing, but very useful in mid to late team battles. Surge of Knights. Leopard Girl threw herself on Rise's face. She had just finished hitting AE, but before Q could take action, Rise had already distanced herself. Seeing that Rise was just short of his last 200 health points, the ultra-high kill of his beast form Q skill could definitely kill Rise. Buzz, Leopard Girl flashed to catch up. The bite animation of the Q skill has taken effect, and the damage is about to be determined. At this time, Rise made a W backhand, and then the shield effect of Overload Mode appeared on Rise. QQ. Buzz. Poppy flashed to level A and then Q, trying to kill Rise instantly. Can. Then I saw a subtle lightning effect flashing across Rise's body. Rise's level 2 ultimate has a CD of only 60 seconds. 20% combined with the 15% of the rune talent is now 35% of the CD. This means that the CD of Rise's ultimate only takes 39 seconds to improve. When he instantly killed an airplane, a set of skills made Rise's ultimate CD almost turn around. Now enter Overload Mode again. Directly refresh the CD, and start it again. The serious injury effect of Ignite has long since ended. Both Poppy and Leopard Girl were in Rise's face, with full AoE damage. Rise also used his super fast movement speed to get out of the range of Poppy Q, and did not take the percentage damage of the second period. Another WQQ suppressed Leopard Girl's health. MLXG quickly switched to human form and tried to recover blood, but Rise quickly added a flat A and killed Leopard Girl again. Double kill. Double kill. After killing the Leopard Girl, Li Hanqing did not show off anymore, but ran back without looking back, using his own movement speed advantage to widen the distance between him and Poppy and the troll. There are also kill prompts coming from the wild area. It turned out that Jin wanted to use his ultimate move in the jungle to support the bottom lane. But he was caught by the male gunner and Karma. The male gunner cooperated with Karma and killed Jin directly. Top took advantage of the situation and directly demolished RNG's middle tower.
Oh my god! You can kill 2 of them in 1v4 and still escape.
What happened on the field was so shocking that Wang Lauer suddenly lost control of his emotions and burst into laughter.
This is noob! With such a noob, why would Top lose the game?
Sister Joe yelled with all her strength. She had to do this to ensure that her voice would not be drowned out by the screams of the fans at the scene. 6666. If Faker comes to play Rise, it's nothing more than that. Right? I'm so stupid. Why do you think you provoke him? Ozzel. My husband is so handsome. I think I asked him to give me a supermarket package. RNG. Just asking if you regret it. Esports Xiaoyan is awesome. This wave of counterattacks undoubtedly caused the morale of everyone in RNG to fall to the bottom. Even Mata, who has been on the battlefield for a long time, is a little confused. He has never seen such a fierce top order. The entire RNG team's voice was as quiet as the Busan library.
Only, always awesome,
Candy yelled in the voice.
You are too strong. Calm down. Calm down.
Li Hansheng waved his hands with a smile.
This is the first day you know I'm so fierce? Hey, why are you just pretending?
Gao Du rolled his eyes.
I'm tired. I'm tired. Awesome.
Imp turned into a ruthless 666 machine. After this wave, RNG could no longer stop Rise's development. The shortcomings of the lack of lineup control were also exposed. In a disadvantageous situation, without stable first-hand control, it means that you cannot find opportunities by grabbing orders. After knocking down the opponent's first tower in the middle, Top only needs to slowly nibble away step by step. 22 minutes. All 6 outer towers of RNG were lost, and all the dragon's vision was cleared. They can only use blue jewelry to detect. But this thing will fall into a long CD after one use. All jungle resources fell into the hands of Top, and MLXG completely lost room for development. Originally, he was ahead of the male spearman, but in turn, he was suppressed by the male spearman by 2 levels. Once the hero leopard girl lags behind the opponent's jungler in level, she can only act as a Nani on the field. At the 26th minute, when I saw the top players crowded into the Baron pit and dealing crazy damage to the Baron, even if RNG knew that they would be sent in the past, they still had to rush forward. The 2 tanks of Troll and Poppy rushed to the front. Click on the top that fills the field of vision here, and clearly control every move of RNG. When you see the other party approaching Dalong pit, Li Hansheng stacked the passive layers in the Dragon pit in advance to the familiar 3 layers. This version of Rise seems complicated, but in fact, once you understand the mechanism, it is not much different from the original version of the rolling keyboard. The moment RNG is about to approach Dalong pit, Will Mom roars and activates her ultimate move. And Kalma also has a second Ari company. The double Mom combination is equivalent to adding a twin turbocharged engine to the team. Li Hansheng stuck on the edge of the wall. Buzz. Flash out of the Dragon pit. WR, entering overload mode, Kekwek, the perfect output of a set of face-rolling keyboards, hit the plane in the crowd. And Jess was also stuck at an extreme angle. The QE's second battery of reinforced cannons flew from the side of the troll into the crowd. The plane that was protected among the crowd once again performed a wave of blood-barred disappearing skills, and was instantly destroyed again. Rise, who already owns the deluxe 4-piece set of the Staff of Time, Seraph, 3 speed shoes, and hat, can start this wave of AoE with his ultimate move. Although Jin and Leopard Girl were not the first targets of the concentrated fire, they were affected by Jace's enhanced cannon AoE, and were further affected by Rise's terrifying AoE damage. 2 people, both became reduced to residual blood. They immediately flashed each other to distance themselves. But how to run? 3 speed shoes. Movement speed purification. Ultimate move. Wind Rider. Will Mom's ultimate move. And Karma's RE. Although the acceleration effect of League of Legends has a marginal benefit, the more it is stacked, the lower the benefit will be. But there are so many effects.
This Rise, even if he sprints away from me and has the home guard effect, that's the fastest. Right. Who can stop this Rise?
The 3 commentators no longer knew what words to use to describe Rise's state on the field. Li Hansheng easily caught up with the leopard girl who flashed away, and killed her with a precise Q hit. Then he turned around and used an AE to kill the still healthy Jin on the spot. Triple kill. 3 kills.
Can you kill 5 times?
Wang Lauer looked very excited. And the 5 kills were the scene that most stimulated the audience's emotions. Pity. The troll was too squishy and was killed by Jace. Li Hanqing's 5 kills were in vain. However, he didn't really care. It's not like there won't be any chance of pentakill in the future. It's just a little bit of a pity.
Away! I don't care. If you kill me 5 times, you have to pay for the supper tonight. Okay. Okay.
Gao Dui chuckled, but did not refuse. After the group destroys the opponent, Top, who did not get rid of the dragon's hatred, turned around and took out the dragon. Li Hansheng and Gao Dui both TP'd down the lane, and a large wave of troops happened to gather. They pushed directly all the way and successfully demolished RNG's base crystal. Chapter 107 Happy Style Man. As the RNG base crystal was pushed flatly, Wang Lauer shouted loudly,
"Let us congratulate Top for winning the first game in the BO5 match between the two sides and taking the lead temporarily with a score of 1-0.
The fans of Top immediately burst into thunderous applause and screamed continuously. The Top team logo also appeared on the big screen of the live broadcast, and an exciting BGM sounded. Li Hansheng habitually took a look at the data after the game. In the past 2 years, the LPL has specially set up a first-person perspective for professional players. The Child's Wandering God won the title of Esports Yuan Shao because he clicked on the damage statistics panel after the game. Because at that time in S4, the official did not announce the amount of damage done to both players after the game. If it were not for the posture operation, it is estimated that the Child Yusha would not have been complained about so miserably.
Gui. The output is more than 2W ahead?
Candy came over curiously and took a look, and his eyes widened in surprise. Li Hanqing's previous damage was 28,443, while the looper he faced only had 6,934. The first reaction when looking at this data is that it is outrageous. But if you look at the process of the game, you will know that this is a normal thing. Poppy is not the kind of character who is easy to damage. If Li Hanqing also chooses a tank, the two of them can honestly trade Grasp of Immortality on the top lane. However, Li Hansheng does not care about martial ethics and chooses a long-handed hero like Ryze. As a result, the looper can't touch anyone at all during the Lang phase, which is the best time to gain damage. In addition, Candy has been wandering on the road, and he can't go up to deal damage. Team fight? The disadvantage is too great. Even if he is Poppy, he will basically be melted in the first moment of the team battle, and there is no chance for him to be a troublemaker to deal damage. In other words, when you cooperate with your teammates to catch Li Hansheng, you can deal a little damage. If you don't have those few waves of ganks, the damage will probably be even lower.
The damage of the nest is not low.
Imp also came over to take a look. His boss-like character rarely really convinced someone, but the carry ability displayed by Li Hansheng really convinced him. On the way backstage, he patted Li Hansheng on the shoulder, gave a thumbs up and praised.
"I'm tired. Keep up the good work. Otherwise the next MVP will be yours."
Ha. Li Hansheng laughed.
Give it to you. I have a good record. So everyone is helping me. Xiang Renjie and Ah Wei are the men standing behind me. Go away. Gay is so angry. I have a girlfriend. You faggot. Stay away.
Candy and Gao Dui immediately looked disgusted, and deliberately distanced themselves from him, as if they were afraid of being overturned by him. But it was obviously because of their good relationship that they could make such jokes and react like this. If the relationship is not good, the only response will be indifference. If a team wants to maintain an overall positive atmosphere, it is essential to praise each other, whether in private or during interviews. Li Hansheng never expresses the attitude of,
"I am the carry to win the game."
He will constantly praise his teammates, and he almost wants to drag them to the stage for interviews. He knows very well that you can be the most eye-catching one in the team, and you can also be the red flower. But you must take into account the feelings of green leaf, so that your teammates can also enjoy the benefits of team performance. If one person eats alone, he will eventually lead to dissatisfaction among the green leaves who have been working silently in the team, leading to the disintegration of a perfect team. Teams always collapse from within first. This top team is an excellent team with the potential to win the championship. How could Li Hansheng allow such a team to fall apart? Before they even entered, people from the training department rushed to the door to greet the players. In fact, Guihao and Baiyue were a little worried, fearing that the tense atmosphere of the playoffs would affect the newcomers in the team. But look at Li Hanqing's performance in the first round. They knew how unnecessary their worries were. How could such a scene have an impact on Li Hansheng?
Everyone played very well. Xiang Renjie, your early response was perfect. Lu Mao's several ways of roaming were also very smart. The 3C positions all played very steadily. If we continue this state, we can defeat any opponent. Bye-bye Crescent Moon encouraged one by one. Hee hee. Li Hansheng did not forget to praise him in turn. The main reason is that BP is comfortable. The 3-band support strategy is very effective. If RNG lacks mana to drive the rhythm, it will be like a headless fly. Li Hansheng is not bragging. Facts have proved that White Crescent's previous BP strategy was completely effective. The 3-band support weakened Mata's roaming ability to the greatest extent, causing RNG's tactical system of wild support linkage to be unable to play. And it looked very awkward on the court. Good BP strategy and lineup design can make players feel particularly comfortable on the court. Allow already advantaged teams to gain greater advantages, and allow disadvantaged teams to close the gap with strong teams through lineups. That is to say, the level of professionalism is not high enough now, and the personal gap between top players and ordinary players is quite large. Even if the BP is slightly worse, the players can make up for it through their personal abilities. If this were the case in the S11 and S12 seasons, when the personal gap between players was not that big, a good BP would be enough to determine the outcome of the game. No matter how powerful a team is, it may be dragged down by stupid BP and lose to a team that is not as strong as itself. Of course, White Crescent's BP strategy is also based on the deep hero pool of top players, especially the 3C positions, which gives him too much room to play in BP. If it were a less powerful team with a limited mid laner, top laner or ADC hero pool, the space for BP to play would be much reduced. Excellent coaches and excellent players actually complement each other and achieve each other's success. The most typical ones are Keikoma and SKT. Okay. If we win the first game, we will have the upper hand. Bai Yueyao waved and motioned for the team members to come over. I will lay out the tactics for the second game. In this fierce confrontation of BO5, both sides will use their most confident tactics in the first game. Once they can win the first game, you can take advantage of the BO5 confrontation. Because as the winning party, you don't have to make any changes and remain unchanged in the face of changes. The losing side must take the initiative to make adjustments, and there is a high probability that it will show its last trump card. Once it shows its trump card and still loses, it will most likely be GG, making it too difficult for 2 to chase 3. This is why 2 chasing 3 is called a miracle. After losing 2 games in a row, there is basically no trump card left, and the team is under great psychological pressure. The invisible pressure that one mistake may cause the entire season's efforts to be wasted will make the players intimidated. The more this happens, the easier it is to not dare to perform on the court. At that time, the strength displayed by the players may be less than half or even lower than their true strength. Over here at the commentary desk, the 3 commentators were conducting a simple review of the previous game. Top's 3-band support strategy is eye-catching. I feel that in the first round of the confrontation, Top's coaching staff completely defeated RNG's coaching staff. Wang Lauer was generous in his praise. Indeed. Hao Kai nodded in agreement. Mata is the brains of the RNG team. Once he is restricted, the entire RNG strategy will not operate smoothly. The RNG coaching staff needs to make adjustments to this, because if nothing goes wrong in the next game, Top will most likely continue to support with 3 bands. When Mata can't step up, who can take on RNG's second rhythm point? I think Xiaohu should step up. Don't let him get the big core in the late stage, and get some heroes who can drive the rhythm in the early stage. At this time, the director shows the output panel of the previous game on the big screen. At any time, bursts of screams suddenly sounded from the scene. The attention of the 3 commentators was immediately attracted. After seeing this set of data clearly, the 3 of them were stunned for a moment, and then took a breath of cold air, which invisibly increased the burden on the on-site air conditioner. Other locations are fine. The main thing is to place orders on both sides. Li Hansheng's output was more than 2W ahead in the matchup, and the Looper's overall output was not even enough to lead him. To know, Looper is the world champion top laner in S4. He is the man RNG would rather kick Li Hansheng out of the team in order to get him. The ultimate reason for the feud between RNG and Li Hansheng is that the team wants to introduce the champion top laner Looper, while ignoring the newcomer Li Hansheng. These 3 people don't know how to describe them. The live broadcast room was a complete explosion. 6,934? If I put too much rice on the keyboard, it would be like this if a chicken comes to play. Right? Gui. Is this the champion top laner? It's really funny. What about those sunspots, who said that Brother Hansheng will reveal his true colors in the playoffs? The little black guys are leaking their chicken feet now. If RNG wants to win, I personally suggest banning Noob. This way we should be able to win.
Of course, I'm just suggesting it. You can ban any of the top midfielders and junglers. Learn from EDG. EDG will teach you how to win BO5 in 1 minute. Before the game officially starts. There are many Li Hanxing haters on the internet who have confirmed that the playoffs are the time when experienced champion top laners, like Looper, can show their value. Li Hanxing just made a fool of himself during the regular season, when no one was serious. No doubt. Li Hanxing once again slapped this group of people in the face with his superb performance. And the MVP of this game was once again won by Li Hanxing. His handsome makeup photos also appeared on the broadcast screen, once again attracting screams from the female fans at the scene. Luxurious super statistics of 802. 39.5% of the terrifying output ratio. All the data illustrate how much of a storm the last blue bald head controlled by Li Hanxing caused in the arena.
I feel that when the statistics of the regular season are released, Noob statistics on units will be ahead of everyone by a cliff.
Wang Lauer exclaimed.
Not to mention other things. The number of kills, the number of deaths, and the average points in terms of damage, damage ratio, and KDA. In the top lane position, Noob should be the first, and there should be a gap in the middle. And then everyone else? Brother, be more confident. At least open 3 gears.
Hao Kai also followed suit.
You don't need to be limited to the upper unit. Even if you put it among all players, Noob's various statistics can still be ranked first.
The mainstream style of play in the S6 Spring Split is actually similar to that of S5. The top lane and support are responsible for the team's front row and team initiating. And the mid and bottom double CS are used to play output. Poppy and Dashu firmly occupy the top 2 positions in the top lane. Li Hanxing is either Jace, Sword Lady, Captain, Crocodile, or other heroes. If you compare your damage ratio and average damage with them, isn't that bullying others? Li Hanxing's average damage, even if compared with the ADC position, can still be ranked in the top 3.
I know there is a noob with statistics that are definitely not as good as others,
Sister Zhou said awkwardly.
His injury ratio is definitely not high.
However, Wang Lauer slapped her in the face on the spot.
Noob's injury ratio is 24.6, ranking 4th among all top laners.
Huh? Sister Zhou was dumbfounded. This was different from what she had imagined. In fact, it wasn't just her. Many viewers also looked shocked when they heard this data. This is pure flow of impressions. Because I always see Li Hanxing chasing others in the game, often hitting several of them. And the number of deaths in each game is extremely low. Many times there are 0 deaths. These data can indeed easily create the illusion that Li Hanxing is not very resistant to damage. But it's not.
It's normal.
Hao Kai gave a professional explanation.
If you think about it carefully, Noob often goes to one-on-one with a few. And top opponents often have multiple people going to the side to catch Noob. In team battles, he was the first to rush into the crowd. And the damage he dealt to Noob was not low. The main reason is that Noob can often have an advantage in matchups. His level and equipment advantages allow him to sustain huge damage in team battles without being instantly killed. This huge advantage gives him full fault tolerance and room for operation. So his death count is low, but the actual damage he sustains is quite high. Let's think back to the game where EDG defeated Top. Noob's gameplay didn't change, but he lost. And there were sudden deaths in team battles. Why? It was because of that game where he switched lanes extremely unsuitable. There is no advantage for him to accumulate levels and equipment during the laning phase, resulting in insufficient levels and equipment to support his aggressive and high-risk play style during the team battle phase.
Wang Lauer also nodded with deep understanding.
Noob's playing style is indeed radical. A typical high-risk, high-reward representative, but because he can always accumulate enough advantages in the laning phase. This is equivalent to an improvement in direction changes. Noob's personal fault tolerance rate. If it were other people playing like this, it would most likely be a ghost. Noob is too scary. You can't feel any ups and downs in this person's status, which is really outrageous.
The commentators seemed to be analyzing Li Hanxing, but in the end, they were praising him from another angle. The players from both sides returned to the stage again, and after being notified by the referee behind them, started the BP mode again. RNG took the initiative to choose the blue side, while Top continued to stay on the red side. No way. There is only one top team in the LPL that actively chooses the red side.
RNG chose to ban Ryze as soon as they came up. It seems that they were also frightened by Noob's amazing Ryze.
Because you feel that you can't target it. You will ban the hero who performed well in the last game. This represents the highest respect for you from your opponent on the stage of League of Legends. The top fans at the scene waved their support sticks vigorously, and some of them shouted at the top of their lungs.
It seems that RNG still doesn't want to catch it. Most likely, it wants to change lanes. Right.
Based on RNG's ban, White Crescent made a reasonable judgment. Rise is not invincible. On the contrary, the hero Rise has obvious shortcomings in the early stage of the road. Although he has some control, the W control time at level 1 is only 1 second, which is almost non-existent. His body is fragile. His damage in the early stage is not very high, and he still has short legs. Former SKT professional player Otto's famed battle was when he used Crocodile to kill Rise, who was going, the top laner in the country at the time. Facing such a warrior with the ability to rush forward, Rise has no power to fight back in the early stage. If the jungler attacks again, he can jump over the tower at will. But RNG still chooses to ban, which can only mean one thing. They don't plan to focus their offense on the top lane. However, this will not affect Bayuia's thinking.
Continue to ban Yodo. Wow. Top followed the same idea as in the last game and banned Mata's signature bullhead again.
Although this was expected in advance, when he actually saw Nyoto being banned again, Mata couldn't help but look sad. Top has obviously tasted the benefits of 3-ban support, mainly because RNG's other 4 positions have no value worth targeting in the eyes of Top. Is Gao Dui not as good as Xiuhu? Imp is not better than Wu Xian. Is Li Hanshin afraid of Looper? Although Candy is not as dazzling as Xianghua, he is still the best in the domestic jungle position. I'm not afraid of the other 4 positions, and I can even crush you. So why waste my ban position? Top can gain an advantage in normal laning. In this situation, as long as Mata is trapped on the line and unable to roam, Top will be completely crushed. To this, RNG's coaching staff couldn't come up with any solution at all. Such extreme situations of banning people in one position rarely occur on the field. But Top did this and still won. What can you do? In the second ban position, RNG gave Jace. Since they had chosen to target the top lane, they simply targeted him all at once. Moreover, they were also quite afraid that Li Hansheng would take Jace because they had no countermeasures.
Is it possible that RNG wants to top lane in the third ban?
Wang Lauer made a bold guess.
It's unlikely.
Hao Kai shook his head.
The top 3 ban supports are because there are only a few popular supports in the current competition.
To be precise, there are only a few popular supports on the field that meet RNG's tactical requirements. Tauren and Thresh are the best. Braum is slightly worse. Thresh, Braum, and Yodo are the 3 supports that Mata has chosen the most throughout his career. He rarely plays other supports, especially soft supports. This is also in line with Mata's style. His style is to focus on linking the jungle and assistants, roaming wildly. So naturally he must choose a hard assistant with a solid body and the ability to control first.
Noob has chosen more than 10 top lane heroes this season in my memory. Right. There are many unpopular choices like Raven and Noob. 3 ban positions are simply not enough for Noob.
And Top has indeed not changed his thoughts on banning people. Send Thresh to the ban position. RNG chose to ban Raven in the last move, and it turned out to be 3 bans for the top laner. It caused a burst of exclamation from the scene.
Oh my god! RNG is really the top laner in the third ban.
Wang Lauer was completely dumbfounded.
But Noob has many other choices.
Hao Kai interrupted Wang Lauer with an exclamation.
I seem to understand what RNG is thinking. They did it on purpose, so that all the excellent choices in other lanes will be released.
RNG's idea is a bit similar to that of the S5 World Championship. The captain and Tetsuo are not banned at all. At most, there is 1 player for each of them. Let's have a try. However, the current version does not have heroes whose strength can affect the balance of the game. RNG's real idea of doing this is to get itself a more comfortable lineup. But the cost is that Top can also get a comfortable lineup.
Do you want to compete with us in terms of strength?
Li Hansheng chuckled, picked up the ice water on the side and poured it into his mouth.
Are you so confident? It's okay if you don't have confidence. I guess there's no good way.
Candy joked.
The only way is to use self-destruction tactics.
The third ban position in Top was once again given to Braun.
RNG snatches the Enchantress.
Wang Lauer looked very excited.
It seems RNG is really going to risk its life. But heroes like Ice Girl and Lulu are outside. Would it be okay to choose the Enchantress first?
Sister Zhou hesitated for a moment, and then raised her own question. Hao Kai on the side explained to her.
In fact, Ice Girl and Lulu are not as easy to defeat the Enchantress as imagined. The duel between these 3 heroes depends more on the individual performance of the players.
To be honest, look at the ID. Some people can use the Ice Girl to defeat the Enchantress. And conversely, they can use the Enchantress to defeat the Ice Girl. But for some people, the Ice Girl can't beat the Enchantress. And the Enchantress can't beat the Ice Girl. League of Legends rarely has the kind of 100% counter relationship. After all, there are only a few situations where the Stone Man beats the Barbarian King from the beginning to the end. Most of the so-called counters just have 1 or 2 points that make landing or team battles a little uncomfortable for you. The counter of Ice Girl against Enchantress is more because W and R will restrict Enchantress when she enters the field. The same is true for Lulu, which is far from reaching the point where Stone Daddy beats the Barbarian King's son.
This is the core player of the team.
Wang Lauer sighed.
Xiaohu is equivalent to taking the initiative to shoulder the pressure of the team's offense.
The blue side's grab is the core of the overall lineup framework. When Xiaohu takes out the Enchantress in this situation, it is equivalent to the NBA falling behind at the last minute and the star player holding the ball in singles. As for Xiaohu's confidence to dare to choose the Enchantress, his 80% winning rate is his confidence. Top once again remains unchanged in response to changes. The combination of Wheel Mom and Kalma Mom is locked. The choice is back in the hands of RNG. It's just Excavator plus Gnar. Gnar is a choice that takes into account both landing and team play. It is not difficult to understand why RNG would ban Riven. Because Gnar is particularly afraid of a hero like Riven, who has multiple bursts and a super high burst. Not much to say about the Excavator. Obviously RNG hopes that the midfielder can carry the rhythm of the entire team. The midfielder of Enchantress plus Excavator is here to deter the opponent's center or the 2 wings.
Good guy.
Li Hansheng was stunned for a moment. When he saw NAR, he suddenly had a good idea. The corners of his mouth raised slightly.
Oh wait, do you still remember the routine I told you? Oh?
Gao Dui was stunned for a moment, then smiled.
It's not like we can't play. How about giving it a try?
Li Hansheng rubbed his hands excitedly.
I have no problem.
Gao Dui naturally would not give in.
Bring me the bright moon. My bright moon will counter everything.
When saying this, Gao Dui looked proud. Jiao Yue is his most confident hero. Otherwise, he would not have used this hero in the life and death battle in the S5 group stage. Pity. His bright moon failed to save the team at that time. Which is also a point he has been talking about. Li Hansheng was just about to speak.
I haven't heard the story about Jiao Yu's inappropriate relationship for a week.
I heard Gao Dui mutter.
Last year, if the bright moon of labor and management did not TP and go to the bottom lane, the cliff could be C, and there would be no way to lose the game. Okay, since you want to play, lock the wine barrel before taking it to Renjie.
Bai Yueya did not refuse. Having been the head coach of LGD last year, he knows that Jiao Yue is indeed Gao Dui's most proud and confident hero. Mainly, this routine was played by Li Hansheng and Gao Dui in training matches, and the effect was quite good. It's no problem to take it out.
Is it a bright moon?
The commentators were suddenly confused. RNG is also confused here. No matter how you look at it, Bright Moon is not a popular choice in this version. Why should top be chosen? Gui. Alway has started. Right? Woohoo! I can see Alway's Bright Moon again. Inflated after winning 1? Gao Dui really can't change his attitude. Haha. You idiots have no idea how powerful the Patriarch's Bright Moon is. Do you understand what the Jingyu Jinchuriki is? No matter how. Top's proactive formation change is good news for RNG. Especially if you choose this version of an unpopular hero. Enchantress versus Bright Moon. Enchantress has an absolute advantage, no matter how you look at it. RNG finally made its last 2 choices. Easy plus Japanese women.
Sure enough.
Haokai smiled.
For RNG, the team cannot lose Mata's roaming if it wants to win. Just like the West cannot lose Jerusalem. Just like EDG can't lose the big tree?
Sister Joe added subconsciously. This immediately caused a burst of laughter from the audience. In fact, the EDG audience was still there, because they won BO5 in 1 minute. They simply stayed and continued to watch the game. Even the EDG audience was amused by this sentence.
But Japanese girls are not a good choice.
Wang Lauer shook his head.
Japanese girls are too fragile, and it is easy to get in and not get out. But Japanese girl meets all the requirements of RNG. 2.
Japanese women have controls. And there are 3 controls. Japanese girl plus easy is also a helpless choice. If Mata wants to roam frequently, she needs a shooter with strong self-protection ability in the bottom lane. Easy is the best choice. To be honest, RNG never considered winning the bottom lane at all. What they thought about was how to revitalize the overall situation. As long as the team's advantages were brought out, it didn't matter if the ADC followed suit. Next, It's Top's turn to select someone. Everyone is curious about what kind of hero Li Hansheng will choose.
If you want to fight Nar, it's best to have a hero with the ability to rush forward. What else is there on the road now?
Wang Lao was very curious.
Is it possible to choose Sword Girl? Don't tell me. Sword Girl can really beat Nar.
Hao Kai nodded. However, as long as there is an audience after S8 who sees this scene, if there is a bright moon, a wine barrel, or Nar on the other side, you will immediately think of which hero it is. The next second, the answer is revealed. Gale Swordsman Yasuo. Chapter 108. The two of them add up to 800 tricks. Death is like the wind. Always with me. I don't know how popular Yasuo is on servers in other regions. Anyway, in the Chinese server, Yasuo is the well-deserved number one. The swordsman's way that Chinese culture loves. His agile figure, elegant operation, and supermodel mechanism all combine together to make Yasuo the well-deserved popular king in the game. Yasuo, who just came out in S4, is definitely a supermodel monster. His ultimate move is beyond the range of the screen. He can do 4 layers of 200% damage. And he can truly achieve half the health of the opponent in seconds with one skill at level 1. Although there is no super high burst damage. The output basically comes from level A. But it has a built-in critical strike doubling mechanism. So that this hero can achieve critical strikes with a knife after being equipped. And can kill the opponent with level A. The one-handed wind wall makes all traditional mages miserable. And is known as the real mage nemesis. However, with the weakening of multiple versions, Yasuo's strength has dropped significantly. Especially the revision of the 3 synthesis formulas, which has restricted Yasuo's outfitting ideas. Nowadays, the mainstream equipment is nothing more than to use the electric knife to increase the pushing and consumption ability when fighting the mage. When fighting the assassins and warriors, the green cross is used to increase the dueling ability. The subsequent equipment is endless and bloody. But this decline in strength is only compared to Yasuo when he just logged into the canyon. If in the past, you could operate it with your hands, and you could win against most players. Now it requires certain operations to reflect the strength of this hero. But this does not prevent Yasuo from becoming the hero with the most appearances in the Chinese server and being deeply loved by players. When Top picked Yasuo in seconds at 5L, it was clear from the audience's reaction. The scene suddenly erupted into screams.
Oh my god!
The 3 commentators also looked shocked.
Did you really choose Yasuo?
Even when he was at his most intense, Yasuo was not a regular on the court. Very simple. The difficulty is too high. It is easy to be targeted. And it is too difficult to perform perfectly in the game. The professional game prefers heroes with high error tolerance. Yasuo needs to enter the field to deal damage. But he does not have the solid physique of a warrior. He is more like an intermediate value between a warrior and an assassin. This makes Yasuo very difficult to enter the field. If he is not careful, he may be on the spot. Death suddenly. Therefore, in the professional arena that pursues high fault tolerance, Yasuo is generally a hero that only strong men dare to control. Ghost? Brother Hansheng is interested in the position of the honorary bar owner of the Happy Style Man bar? Presumptuous. Be bold. Is that what you can call Happy Man? Call me Gale Swordsman. Fart. Brother Hansheng clearly said that he likes the bunny girl Rui Mingming the most. He is the honorary bar owner of our Rumingming bar. If you say this, I, the desert death god, will not accept it. Good guy. The moment Brother Hansheng took out this hero, I declared that Top had won in advance in my heart. I declare that your announcement is valid. And I, Yi Lianshen, also agree with it. You, Yi Lianshen, are nothing but a hammer. Have you ever asked me? Zhao Ritian? RNG also looked stunned, but soon became ecstatic. Mata quickly replaced the ignite he brought with weakness. And weakness suppressed everything and entered the field. RNG's lineup has Japanese women and excavators with enough point control to limit these heroes entering the field.
Xiang, you must move around this time and observe the map more so that Xiangwa can better drive the rhythm. You know?
Fly patted Mata's shoulder. And then explained.
I was the one who played the last time. There is a problem with the BP. This time our lineup is not inferior to the opponent. But you are definitely not inferior to the opponent in terms of personal ability. Think more about how we won in the regular season and beat them in the way we are accustomed to.
Although Fly's business ability is not good, his success lies in his self-awareness. Just like during the BP stage, he will try his best to delegate power to the players, allowing them to perform freely. And he also knows how to take the blame. He will not force the blame for losing the game on the players. So the RNG players feel good about him.
I will win this one.
Xiao Hu pushed up his anti-blue light glasses, looking very serious and serious. On top side, Bai Yueya had almost no pressure and kept a smile on his face. After a few simple instructions, he took off his headphones and left the stage. The lineups of both sides were finally officially determined. RNG is on the blue side, and Top is on the red side. Top lane, Nar vs Yasuo. Jungle, Excavator vs Beryl. Middle lane, Enchantress vs Bright Moon. Bottom lane, Easy plus Japanese Girl vs Wilmon plus Karma. Amid the cheers from fans on both sides, the game was quickly loaded and entered the Summoner's Rift.
Top is still crossing the river in a group and heading straight into the lower half of RNG's wild area. Is it an invasion or a vision?
Wang Lauer discovered Top's movements immediately.
In terms of first-level team combat effectiveness, Top has a bit more advantage.
Hao Kai calmly judged.
Except for Easy. Everyone else in RNG is not that interesting.
A level 1 Japanese girl is as awkward as a bullhead. If you learn E, there is no follow-up control. If you learn Q, you have to get close to control it, in order to ensure the efficiency of clearing the jungle. It is best for the Excavator to learn Q at level 1. And the same is true for Enchantress. When playing in the Bright Moon, learning Q or W at level 1 can make it easier to suppress the line. But learning E will be almost useless. Let alone Nar. Although Top is not too strong, it is just slightly stronger than you. If it was the RNG in S5 last year, it might really force you to operate for a while. But now it is commanded by Mata, and the RNG that implements Korean operation ideas will never accept this kind of level 1 that has no obvious advantages or even a disadvantage. Group. RNG simply lay flat and allowed Top to enter the jungle. They also knew that the most likely way for Top to enter the jungle was to arrange a ward position to change lanes. Really. After still inserting a jewelry between the second tower in the bottom lane and the high ground tower in the bottom lane, all Top members evacuated.
Hey, why don't you go to the road to help plug holes with this green hair? Noob wants to fight in melee and long range.
Sister Joe was a little surprised.
It's not that I won't go. It's that I can't.
Hao Kai shook his head and explained.
This Mata holds a Japanese girl, and the incense pot holds an excavator.
When these two heroes are combined, the top-bottom lane will be under tremendous pressure in the early stage. If you are not sure about MLXG, just turn your head and grab it at full brush speed 3 in the lower half. If the top-bottom lane river channel does not arrange protective eye positions, it will be easy to suffer serious consequences. Both sides still started normally. The director is very sensible and knows who is the protagonist on the field. Locked the camera to the road for the first time. Before the army line arrived, Yasuo was standing under his own tower. Li Hansheng used Yasuo's companion skin, Western Cowboy, and there was no original plan to use it. Perhaps feeling the close-up of the director, he even danced on the spot. Yasuo thrust the wind blade in his hand into the ground, then leaned against the blade and took out a bamboo flute from behind. The melodious sound of the flute passed through the performance. The sound from the center spreads throughout the venue. After a while, the soldiers from both sides came online, and Li Hansheng followed the soldiers to the line. Looper did not rush to suppress Yasuo as soon as he came up, but first clicked on Yasuo's character, observed Yasuo's attribute panel, determined the choice of Yasuo's runes, and then used Tab to see what ultimate talent Yasuo chose.
Grasp of Immortality?
Looper frowned slightly in surprise. Although he doesn't play, he occasionally encounters Yasuo in rank. In my impression, Yasuo's mainstream talents are nothing more than two: Warlord's Bloodthirst and Warlord's Zeal. At first, Bloodthirst was better, because the effect of Bloodthirst at that time was that after a critical hit, you would gain a 20% attack speed bonus and recover 15% of the health of the damage dealt, which perfectly fit Yasuo's characteristics and needs. However, with the rework of Bloodlust in version 6.4, this talent no longer perfectly fits Yasuo. The current mainstream thinking is simply to choose Bloodlust when the pressure on the line is high to increase the ability to rely on the line in the early stage, and when the pressure on the line is not big, choose War Zeal to increase the damage. But in fact, the effects these two talents can achieve during the landing phase are limited. Yasuo does not lack damage, but what he lacks is his early landing strength. After several versions of weakening, Yasuo's landing strength has dropped significantly. As the ultimate talent of the defensive system, Grasp of Immortality can perfectly help Yasuo get through the weak landing period in the early stage. Again, the landing phase is the foundation of all lineups. You must first be able to survive the landing phase before you are qualified to talk about the mid to late game. What's more, Even in the late stage, Grasp of Immortality, Yasuo will not be inferior to Yasuo with offensive talents.
You have to be careful.
Looper felt that Li Hansheng couldn't choose a useless talent for no reason. What kind of trick could it be? However, he still took 2 steps forward, trying to wipe away Yasuo's passive white shield with flat A. But Yasuo retreated directly without giving him this chance. The range of Gnar at level 1 is only 400 points, which is only slightly farther than melee heroes. Gnar could only give up. But at this moment Yasuo suddenly turned around. Gnar also turned back. Yasuo turned around again. And Gnar turned around again. I can only give up. The two sides fought back and forth. And soon Gnar really gave up. Because the melee minions on both sides were all at reduced health. And he needed to replenish his troops. The next second, Yasuo also turned around. And at the moment, when Narpit A raised his hand and froze, he directly targeted the melee soldier and exchanged E/. E kills the minion and also moves Yasuo in front of Gnar. Only then did Looper realize that the ultimate purpose of Li Hansheng's constant pulling back and forth to lure him to a white shield was to trick him into joining Xiaoping. Different from ordinary melee combat, Yasuo's shooting range is a full 175 yards. This range is enough for him to attack Gnar with A after completing the displacement of E.
Shiba.
Gnar, who had just shot with A, was unable to counterattack with A and could only use Q boomerang. However, Li Hansheng seemed to have predicted in advance that the Looper was going to use Q. At the same time, the melee soldier on the side of E escaped Gnar's boomerang. And then E the melee soldier returned to Gnar again. At this time, the interval between Narpin's A and A had just ended. A shot from Narpin's A. But it only broke Yasuo's white shield. Yasuo also hit Gnar with a backhand A. And the two faced A. When Gnar's boomerang came back in the second stage, Yasuo directly handed E and moved behind Gnar. The damage of E, which has been stacked 2 times, is quite considerable. After landing, Yasuo turned around and leveled A. This time, it had the effect of Grasp of Immortality. Little bits of green light poured into Yasuo's body, restoring some health points. 3 shots leveled A, including 1 leveling A with Grasp of the Immortal damage, and fully damage. But Gnar only leveled Yasuo twice, and most of the damage was offset by the white shield. Even with the help of 3 ranged soldiers, Yasuo only lost a trace of blood. Gnar lost a full third of his blood. Looper was shocked. He brings War Zeal. The long-range hero can only be stacked 1 level. The initial attack speed of Gnar at level 1 is 0.625. Even if some attack speed runes are inserted into the runes, the attack speed does not exceed 0.7. Q is now in CD. If he wants to reach 8 levels of War Zeal just by drawing a stack, it will take more than 10 seconds. The CD of Grasp of the Immortal is only 4 seconds, which means that before he reaches the full stack, Yasuo can produce at least 3 effects of Grasp of the Immortal. He was really determined to fight A. Looper estimated that he really couldn't fight. Gotta slip away. He quickly pulled back, preferring to be beaten by white A rather than fight back. In order to distance himself, Li Hansheng chased A twice without hesitation, and then chased A again for a second immortal. Then turned around with E long-range soldier. Create distance. A wave of blood exchange came down. Yasuo still has over 60% of his health, but Gnar's health has been reduced to less than 40%. The Looper had to knock down the only bottle of red medicine to replenish his state. The entire exchange process between the two sides was recorded by the director's camera, and everyone was dumbfounded.
Oh my god!
Wang Lauer shouted in disbelief.
Is Yasuo so strong at level 1 with Grasp of Immortality? This is really the first time I've seen Yasuo with this talent. It seems to be really effective so far.
Hao Kai was also a little confused.
The combination of passive white shield plus immortality allows Yasuo to exchange blood in the early stage. Greatly enhanced.
Brother Hansheng, your routine may be very good, but the next second it will be my routine. Should I drop a turtle? Learn and learn. I'll go make a handful of immortal Yasuo later. Warn! Warn! A large number of immortal Yasuo are attacking. Brothers, remember to ban Yasuo when they are in rank.
It's comfortable.
Li Hansheng chuckled. Although Yasuo in the S6 period was also weakened a bit, it was not as miserable as in the S12 period. He had the lowest initial health in the league and no capital to exchange blood with others. Moreover, all the basic attributes have not been weakened, so it is just fun to play.
Gui. Lao Li, what did you do? You pushed the opponent out of the experience zone at level 1?
Candy was stunned when he saw the situation on the road. Melee combat in turn pushes long range out of the experience zone. And you can make a lot of money by exchanging blood.
Calm down! Calm down!
Li Hansheng waved his hand. He is not a looper, but simply crushed by Li Hansheng's black technology routines, advanced game understanding and operational details. It is impossible to squeeze out of the experience zone. After all, it is melee combat and long-range combat. But it is still enough to interfere with the opponent's last hit. Moreover, Yasuo's real suppression of Gnar has not yet come. The director checked the situation of other lanes. The Enchantress in the middle lane was fighting very fiercely. This version of Haoyue has not been reworked yet. R is for sprinting, and E is for group pull. Therefore, before level 6, Haoyue does not have the ability to get close. Even if the wine barrel comes, the Enchantress is not very scared. This way down the road, Top's bottom lane still takes advantage of the combination to suppress them as soon as they come up. Even if you know that the opponent's selection of Japanese women and jungle diggers will pose a great threat to the bottom lane, you must play with pressure at the node where you should take advantage. Karma. If you don't beat the shit out of the Japanese girl at level 1 and keep the Japanese girl in a full state, the Japanese girl will have no brains to hack you as soon as the jungler comes. Instead, he seizes the level 1 violent pressure to lower the opponent's health line. The jungler may not come to the bottom lane for gank due to the poor state of the lane. After all, the jungler's online gank must not only be based on the troop line, but also based on the status of his own and the opponent's heroes. When the camera returned to the top road again, both sides had reached level 3. I saw that Yasuo was extremely smooth and used the soldiers to use the forward slash to reach Gnar's side. Gnar had just become smaller and was in a weak period. How could little Gnar dare to face Yasuo again? Looper directly uses AQ, trying to break the white shield with a first, and then use Q to slow down. However, Li Hansheng used W wind wall with his backhand to confiscate all of Gnar's A and Q, seeing that Yasuo was approaching. Gnar quickly handed E back, but there were no minions behind him, and he could not complete the double jump. On the contrary, Yasuo had already used his E skill on Gnar. While Gnar jumped back, Yasuo was also moving forward, and the distance between the two was not widened at all. After hitting AQ, he immediately turned around and pulled the long-range soldier away, not giving Gnar a chance to get out of the third ring. Li Hansheng once again showed Yasuo's ability to use his white shield to steal the opponent's health. Even if Shiba is a veteran like Looper, he can't help but feel a little irritable now. After pulling away, he picked up the ice water on the side and poured it into his mouth, trying to calm himself down in this way. Can Yasuo restrain Gnar so well? It really is. Gnar is afraid of multiple thrusts, while Yasuo can dash forward and move infinitely as long as there is a line of troops. But this is just one of them. This involves the core of Gnar's line. Gnar can barely be considered a one-size-fits-all choice in the top lane. What does it rely on? The percentage damage of the third ring allows him to naturally suppress tank heroes. The slowdown of the Q skill can allow Gnar to kite and pull the opponent back and forth. If the opponent is forced to move to the face, Gnar can use E to further distance and pull the opponent. But none of this works against Yasuo. The wind wall did not retract the boomerang directly, and the damage was not dealt. Secondly, the main reason was that it had no deceleration effect, which made Gnar unable to use movement speed and range to pull the opponent. As for E, as long as Yasuo is close to Gnar and Gnar goes behind E, Yasuo can directly transfer E and move over with him. This makes Gnar only rely on level A to deal damage in front of Yasuo. In terms of playing level A, Yasuo is an ancestor level figure. Isn't it just an all-round beating? It can only be said that this is still a dimensionality reduction attack that belongs to advanced game understanding. Yasuo countering Gnar has become a consensus in the professional arena. It is already a matter of S7. And now no one thinks of this level at all. At this time, Looper saw Yasuo walking around in the direction of the river, seemingly to lay out his vision. And in the wild area, MLXG is deciding where to go for his first wave of ganks. From the perspective of the lineup, RNG's main attack point must be the middle and lower lanes, especially the middle lane. The hero Enchantress is not very powerful if she purely develops her troops normally. She needs the help of her teammates to get 1 to 2 heads in the early stage to snowball. Under normal logic, everyone would think that MLXG's first gank target would be in the middle. But he could think of it. And Candy on the opposite side could also think of it. Maybe Candy would squat in the middle? MLXG turned his attention to the upper lane. Yasuo's position was a little forward, which seemed to be a good opportunity. When everyone thinks they are going to capture the middle lane, if they go directly to the center, they can catch the opponent off guard. This is called reverse thinking or reverse logic. Certainly, it's also possible that Candy thought the same way and anticipated MLXG's prediction. But this is the fun of the game between the two junglers. Because the field of view information is limited, you cannot accurately capture the movements of the opponent's jungler. So you have to bear the risk of being counter-crouched when ganking online. Certainly, you can bet that the opponent's jungler is not there. It is essentially a psychological game. When top teams compete, the junglers on both sides must have at least 800 tricks in total.
Can I come?
MLXG asked about the situation.
He seems to have set his sights.
Looper sent a signal to the location of the grass in the river. MLXG could only go back the same way to kill the 3 wolves and the marsh frog. He took the speed 3 route. And now these 2 groups of wild monsters are still there. However, the scene was in an uproar. Because the audience and commentators from God's perspective can clearly see that the entire upper half of top is completely dark. Li Hanqing's previous behavior of going to the grass in the river was actually a lie to the Looper.
Wow! Xianghua and Looper were fooled.
Wang Lauer couldn't laugh or cry.
They were tricked by Noob. This trick is easy to use in competitions.
Hao Kai reminded with a smile.
Don't learn it in rank. The junglers in rank are quite stubborn.
Professional junglers are generally afraid of being exposed to the opponent's vision. So when teammates report that they have vision, they won't be so stubborn and forcefully attack. But if you're in rank, I don't care if you have vision or not. I'm going to hack you today. After finishing the 3 wolves and the magic swamp frog, MLXG returned to the original route again. The early accessory I only lasted 60 seconds. And now the cliff has disappeared. The excavator crawled all the way to the river grass on the upper road. Yasuo did not seem to be aware of his arrival. And he still played arrogantly. But every time MLXG wanted to come out of the bush, Yasuo could always turn back in time. And when he wanted to give up gank, Yasuo moved forward so that he could see the opportunity. After being pulled repeatedly several times, MLXG looked very embarrassed and realized that he had been tricked. There must be a view in the grass.
Didn't you say that he had let it go before?
MLXG was very angry. The Looper also realized that he had given false information to his teammates. As a result, the excavator wasted more than half a minute on the road. Both of them understood immediately. That was the first time Li Hansheng went to insert the eyes. He was pretending to lie to them. The second time was the real eye-piercing. Apart from admiring Li Hanqing's courage, what else can be said? You just had the guts to use this trick. But you still fell for it.
Incense pot. Come on!
Mana also noticed the situation on the road and quickly reminded him. Although the excavator is not as extreme as the spider, it is still something that must be done in the early stage to help teammates open up the situation. Otherwise, in the mid to late stage team battles, he will be a pure front row player. MLXG is also ready to use the tricks he learned from the factory director. If you don't decide when something happens, go for it. Chapter 109 The Happy Man He goes forward and escapes to the extreme. Judging from the footage of the director, Yasuo was shuttled back and forth between the minions. Very happy and very skinny. It's not that Li Hansheng has to show off like this or be so naughty. But this is how Yasuo, the hero, must play. Use E to get closer to the opponent for consumption. And then use E to distance him. All Yasuos have to play this way. All of this relies on military lines. In the version of Dao Girl that has not yet been reworked, Yasuo is the only hero with a huge difference in combat effectiveness between those with a line of troops and those without. This version of Dao Mei can show off even with a line of soldiers. The R group of minions restores health and reduces the health of the line of soldiers to facilitate QQ. However, in the end, it is not as exaggerated as the increase in Yasuo's combat power given by the line of soldiers.
These 2 waves of people squatting in Xianghua waste too much time.
Wang Lauer looked at the situation on the field and tried to assume the role of MLXG. But a headache suddenly appeared.
His rhythm has lagged behind Candy in all aspects.
Candy started with the demon swamp frog in a serious manner, and brushed all 6 groups of wild monsters to level 4. After returning home, he ran to the bottom lane to control the river crab. No time was wasted in the whole process. And I was able to make a green jungle knife for the first time when I returned home. He knew that RNG most wanted to open up the situation in the middle and lower areas. So he inserted all the free eye positions provided by the real eye and the green jungle knife in the bottom half in advance. By the time MLXG slowly returned home and went out again, Candy had already placed his sights on the key points in the lower half, and he had no chance to seize the bottom lane.
Pretend to trick the fragrant pot and waste his time.
Candy sent wild signals to the excavator exposed in sight, and then motioned to his teammates on the bottom lane to act like Li Hansheng. This kind of operation is very common in professional competitions. The vision is to know the whereabouts of the opponent's jungler in advance. Pretend not to know. Delay the opponent's time. And create a safe gank opportunity for your own jungler. After all, as long as the position of the opponent's jungler is determined, then your own jungler's gank will never be reversed. Wheel Mama and Karma were really suppressing them very fiercely, giving RNG the illusion that they could be caught and killed. But if you carefully observe the positions of Kalma and Wheel Mom, it will be clear that they are definitely on guard. Karma seemed to be suppressing her, but in fact she was standing a little behind the Wheel Mother. With Yi around, the Wheel Mother was not afraid of the Japanese girl's forcible attack. Moreover, the two of them always maintained an ambiguous distance from the military line, ensuring that the excavator could not force it to hit them as soon as it came over. Xiangguo and Mata were in the bottom lane fighting against Lu Mao and Emchi, but Candy has already arrived in the middle, aiming directly at the Enchantress.
Wow! Xiangguo went to the bottom lane immediately. Before he could help Xiuhu set up a protective eye position in the middle lane. Mata hadn't returned home yet, so Xiaohu didn't notice it at all.
Realizing that there might be an explosion of people, Hao Kai couldn't help but raise his voice. It just so happened that Enchantress took the initiative to hand over QW to exchange blood and deal A thunder damage. When Enchantress did not go back immediately but flattened A, Jiaoyu decisively cut off W and used the shield to offset the damage. Then turned E on the spot and pulled the Enchantress to her face and backhand leveled A, which also dealt thunder damage. The wine barrel also shot directly out of the grass, drank W in advance, and then moved towards the Enchantress on the line.
Hack!
Xiaohu was shocked, but he didn't panic too much. He knew that Jiaoyu didn't have the ability to chase before level 6, so he immediately flew back with the second W, facing the wine barrel coming from E. He also handed E to chain it, but Yao Ji still inevitably suffered solid damage from Licker's EAQ, and Jiaoyu also used a backhand Q to make up for the damage. The two of them worked together to successfully fight off Yao Ji's clone. But as the control of Enchantress's second stage took effect, Licker could no longer continue the pursuit, although it was not life-threatening. Xiuhu still looked ugly. Wine Barrel found this timing very well. He had already exhausted all of Jiaoyu's supplies, and now it was Jiaoyu's most uncomfortable time. Even if he had TP, he would still lose troops when he returned home. As a result, Wine Barrel came over to help untie the thread, and even lowered the Enchantress's blood volume. To know, in pursuit of landing suppression and solo kills, Xiuhu had brought a lot of fire. But now, he was feeling very uncomfortable. After retreating to the defense tower, Xiaohu immediately chose to return to the city, while Jiogong was helping Jiaoyu push the line.
Candy's wave of ganks in the middle was so smart, and helped Wei Shen a lot.
Hao Kai praised loudly.
Originally, he was forced to hand over TP to return to the line, but now he can go home safely and save a TP.
This way down the road, MLXG also realized something was wrong again. He walked out of the triangle grass and entered the river grass in the bottom lane, and saw Relay here. And because the wine barrel protruded in the middle, he could also see the green jungle knife inside the wine barrel backpack.
Hack! Be Like Candy has probably supplemented his vision in the bottom lane, and I've been squatting for nothing.
MLXG is really angry. He has been being teased from the beginning to now, and the root cause of all this is the looper in the top lane. Error message. The rhythm of the jungle position is originally 1 step slower, and 1 step slower. After all, Mata had seen strong winds and waves. He was not as eager as MLXG. Instead, he was thinking seriously. He immediately said,
"Help us push the lane, and then you go wild. Wait for me to come out, and we will capture the middle lane."
I chose the combination of Japanese girl plus easy because I wanted to roam more and let Wuxing play online alone, since the bottom lane can't open up the situation. Then he will take the initiative to roam. As the excavator came to the line to help push the line, the top duo was forced to retreat. After clearing the line, RNG went home as soon as possible from the bottom lane. Wuxing had a lot of money and could not afford Tears of the Goddess, so he could only buy Extraction. After Mata bought the straw sandals, he added 2 more realized traits. Head towards the middle. After the excavator finished brushing the stone man, he immediately came to the sharp-beaked bird camp and punished the big bird to obtain the effect of the True Sight potion. He first circled around the area and found that there was no view of the opponent, and then circled in a large circle. Go to the upper half of the map and cross the river to enter the top Sharpbill camp. Separated by a wall, he stared at the bright moon not far away. Mata had also crossed the river at this time and came to the thick wall of grass below the first tower in the red square middle road. He placed a relay inside and waited for the Enchantress in the middle to push the line. The positions of RNG's Nakano and the other two players on the map happen to be a triangle. And the center of this triangle is Gao Dui's Bright Moon.
Are you going to kill the middle lane? Mata's first wave of roaming.
Wang Lao raised his voice again. This time, there is really a possibility of killing people. It happened that Lu Mao also came out of the house at this time. But he did not go to the middle lane immediately. Instead, he took his own blue buff and ran to the river in the Xiaolong area to lay out his vision. He missed Mata perfectly.
It's over. Candy is on top. Lu Mao is preparing to return to the bottom lane. Wei Shen is really in danger.
Sister Zhou's voice also increased again, worried about what Top was about to face. Middle road. Enchantress has begun to slowly push the line of troops inward. Because the wine barrel helped to clear the line before, there was a wave of pushback in the middle. This time, RNG got an opportunity.
Prepare to freeze your hands. Prepare to freeze your hands.
MLXG could no longer hold back. He was eager to open up the situation.
Go!
Mata immediately froze her hands.
RNG is on! Mata! E-flash your hand? You're so decisive. Just use AQ to ignite it. The excavator also uses East to get close. Flash W and knock the Bright Moon away again to regain control.
Hack, Gao Dui realized something was wrong. Because Mata disappeared from the map for too long. And there was a huge pushback line in the middle. He was about to ask Candy to come over and protect him from this line. The result was severe consequences. He couldn't even move during the whole process. And was forced to death by the opponent's damage. First blood.
Xiaohu is so happy now. He got first blood.
Wang Lao shouted excitedly.
When Mata gets a hero like this that can roam, RNG will indeed change a lot. And the familiar wild assistant linkage appears again. Indeed, even if you choose an unpopular hero like the Japanese girl, you must allow Mata to swim, rather than letting him choose a troll to hang up in the bottom lane.
Haokai nodded in agreement.
Wei Shen is so hurt now.
Sister Zhou can still understand this most basic common sense even though her rank is not high. The two waves of minions under the tower cannot be eaten. And Jiayue is suppressed by at least half a level.
This is the second one. The main Enchantress's rhythm is taking off.
Haokai pointed out the most critical point. The breaking point of the RNG lineup is Enchantress. The very smooth and fat Enchantress can dominate the game with her flexible body, short CD, and high burst. She also has strong map running ability, which can not only put pressure on the wing, but also cooperate with the invasion of the jungle. Enchantress is a very typical snowball hero. She relies heavily on her teammates to help her get 1 to 2 kills in the early stage to establish a certain advantage, so that she can swim and move. Now, RNG finally achieved its said goal. What's more valuable is that this head allows the Enchantress to obtain a second level of Murder Ring, which will help the Enchantress start the rhythm of the Murder Book in the future. It's simply killing multiple birds with one stone. The belated wine barrel could only accept the inheritance of his teammates, who died in battle with tears. But judging from the slightly raised corners of Candy's mouth, he was feeling happy anyway.
MD! Xiang Renjie, you are going too far.
Li Hansheng exposed it mercilessly.
You kid, your teammates were caught. And you were laughing and swiping at the same time. Right. Go away.
How could Candy admit it? He shouted emotionally.
You slandered me. You slandered me. Don't be. Come to 6. These 2 waves of troops are not for nothing.
Li Hansheng said his request with a smile. Candy finally reacted.
You kid. If you want me to catch you, just say so. I'm eating Wei's soldiers. Shouldn't I help him catch him first? Wei is my good brother. If you use his inheritance to give me feedback, Wei will not be sad, but will be happy. Don't you think so? Go away. Neither of you is good.
Gao Dui had a dark face. Too lazy to deal with these 2 shameless things.
He.
Li Hansheng laughed wildly. The rhythm of RNG is very smooth, but it also pays a corresponding price. Neither Nozook nor Nozook flashed. Certainly, being able to use the summoner to open up the situation for the team is definitely a profit. But if there is no flash in the next period of time, RNG Nozook's roaming ability will be slightly reduced. Hit the road this way. Li Hansheng, who came home for the first time, took out his attack speed shoes and 2 short swords, maxing out his attack speed. When Nar returned home for the first time, he only bought cloth armored shoes because he was pressed for last hitting. But it was enough. Facing a hero like Yasuo who relies on flat A output, cloth armor shoes are the most cost-effective equipment in the early stage. But this only makes Looper feel a little better, because it is impossible to reverse his landing disadvantage. Yasuo beats Nar. The initiative in the lane is in the hands of Yasuo. Whether it is exchanging blood or pushing the lane, Gnar can only respond passively, and, after the attack speed increases, Li Hansheng can use the skill of Seamless E to quickly move forward and come to Gnar. He can always accurately use the wind wall to confiscate Gnar's Q, causing Gnar to have no choice but to run when he sees him. Every time the director cuts to the top, he sees the scene. Why is the former champion top laner beaten like this now? Looper, don't come over. What's the use of pressing? Xiuhu will punish you later. Looper, hold still. As long as you don't get single killed, you win.
The Looper is too passive in the lane.
Haokai shook his head.
This is very dangerous.
Losing the initiative in the lane is very scary, especially in the top lane. When your opponent can control the lane if they want to, and push the lane if they want to push, you are essentially on the verge of danger. There is a risk of being killed. Looper himself knows this. But there was nothing he could do. He could only seek feedback as much as possible and prepare coping strategies in advance. Estimating the time when the jungler is about to reach 6. Looper keeps communicating with MLXG.
How long does it take for the opponent's jungler to reach 6?
MLXG looked at his own experience, then looked at the refresh situation in the jungle, and gave a rough estimate.
He should be almost at level 6. After all, he's suffered 2 waves of troops in the middle. But at this point, he should be clearing the jungle in the lower half and helping Jiaoyue get blue.
This guess is correct. The junglers of both sides farmed from the bottom up. So the reset route of the wild monsters was also the same. Even Candy's experience of eating 2 waves of soldiers in the middle was taken into account by MLXG. Very detailed. But it's no use. This normal speculation is valid for other teams, but not for top. From a god's perspective, the wine barrel is in the upper half at this time, and the wild monster Candy in the bottom lane is not worried at all. Do you know what the idea of top's middle lane is? Hearing MLXG's speculation, Looper felt slightly relieved. When he saw Yasuo pushing the lane, he just retreated to his own defense tower to prepare for tower repairs. In fact, at this time, Wine Barrel had already used E to get into their jungle area, and then came to the triangular grass behind the first tower on the top road to wait patiently for his CD. The troop line entered the tower, and the CD of Barrel E also changed for the better. And because he had been pushed behind him, Gnar was not angry enough at this time, and was a vulnerable little Gnar under the tower.
Candy, are you ready to freeze your hands? Up. The wine barrel walks out of the grass, and the Looper has nowhere to escape.
When he saw the wine barrel that W drank in advance appeared on the first tower on his way, Looper was a little confused. Candy, on the other hand, won't do too many BBs with him, and he doesn't even care about skills at all. Direct E flash. Meat, egg, onion and chicken. Gnar was directly pushed away, and Li Hansheng stood next to Gnar. Instead of rushing to catch up, he stole the damage of an AQ first, and then used R at the last moment. The violent wind cuts off the breath. Yasuo, who was the first to land, hit another AQ and had already accumulated a whirlwind. This version of Yasuo's ultimate move will not reset the layers of whirlwind slash. Candy is also very detailed. At the moment when Gnar is about to land, he throws her on the spot. The landing point of the ultimate move was well chosen. Little Gnar was not blown away, but was stuck in place because of the wall. Yasuo could use this to deliver another round of output. After drawing A, he immediately connected with Q and knocked Gnar away again. At present, Yasuo has no critical hits and does not have any equipment that increases attack power. The damage is really limited. The wine barrel also has power of time and is a meat-based outfit. Gnar also has cloth armor shoes, which is close to full health status. The two of them concentrated their fire for a long time, but failed to kill Gnar instantly. Gnar flashed out directly, and with the help of his own soldiers, who had just arrived behind the tower, he used E to complete a double jump and run back. The thing is, if the lane can help you, it can also help Yasuo. Li Hansheng decisively used the skill of Seamless E to catch up with Gnar again, and was stunned to kill Gnar in front of the autistic grass on the road.
Although the damage was a bit low, the kill was still successful.
Haokai smiled and then joked.
Yasuo and Barrel almost made Gnar run away because of their outstanding performance. You should know what heroes you should buy. Right. RNG, which had finally made some progress, was hit hard again. MLXG and Looper looked at each other, but neither of them spoke. You lied to me once, and I lied to you once, and they are equal to each other. Looper will not blame MLXG for passing wrong information, because MLXG is based on normal logical judgment. Who would have thought that Candy would give up half of the jungle without brushing it? When MLXG ran to the lower half of the top jungle area, he found that the entire half of the jungle area was empty. Where did the wild monster go? At this time, Looper actually missed the cute junglers of LCK. LCK pays more attention to operations. In the final analysis, operation is to reduce all high-risk behaviors, and proactive ganking is a high-risk behavior in the eyes of LCK, because gank may not be 100% successful, and there is a possibility of being shown off and being counter-crouched. And even if it is successful, the opponent's jungler can recover the economic losses by counter-jungling. Therefore, the junglers in the LCK are almost all anti-crouching, and there are very few active ganks. Not to mention the behavior of Candy, who does not farm the jungle, but also forcibly crosses the tower. If this were in the LCK, even if it was successful, the coach will be furious when he returns to the backstage. But Candy's behavior is normal in the LPL. It's okay. Try to hold on as steady as possible. We'll come to help you later. Mata comforted his old teammate. Looper will not collapse so easily. This is the difference between the experienced and the young. The young is stimulated, and even if it fails, he has to stand up and fight again to prove his fighting ability. Experienced people will use, didn't have a good rest, a little tired, not in good condition, to excuse themselves. Just like the Looper can comfort himself at this moment. The Enchantress is up, and he only needs to follow the gangster. Gain the essence of experience. And RNG is indeed organizing a counterattack. The wine barrel is far away on the top lane, and Gnar is killed. There is a high probability that the upper half of the jungle will fall. MLXG came to the lower half of the jungle of top. Although he did not encounter any wild monsters, he successfully penetrated into the belly of top. He immediately came to the middle to prepare for the attack. Road 4 Pack 2. After Enchantress gets ahead and has economic and level advantages, she completely controls the lane in the middle. Go straight to the wild area to meet the excavator. Enchantress, go down. Be careful. Gao Di could only remind her, but there was no way to support her immediately. Imp and Lu Mao were also very smart in their response. Wheel Mom and Karma were forced to use their skills to clear the line and prevent the line of soldiers from entering the tower. At this time, the hero's flexible advantage is reflected. Seeing that the troops cannot enter the tower, Enchantress uses W and Excavator uses E to forcefully move over, aiming directly at the bottom lane. Wheel Mom has E and Flash to protect herself. Karma is hit by Enchantress E and wants to flash to distance herself, but Enchantress follows her and dodges. Eventually he was captured and killed. Enchantress took another head to continue to expand her advantage. And RNG also took advantage of the situation to consume a wave of HP of the defense tower and turn around to win the first dragon of the game. Beautiful. RNG successfully attacks again. Wang Lao prays loudly. The palms and backs of his hands are all flesh, so he naturally doesn't have any bias. He just hopes that the game will be more exciting and not one-sided. Moreover, RNG did perform better in this game compared to the frustrating loss in the first game. But why isn't RNG willing to demolish the bottom tower? Sister Joe was a little curious. In fact, taking down the bottom tower will not affect the subsequent acquisition of Xiaolong, because the Enchantress didn't bring TP. The explanation given by Hawkeye went straight to the core. Xiaohu has no TP. Once he knocks down the bottom tower, the top will inevitably change lanes and switch the Wheel Mother to the middle lane to continue to develop, so that when the bright moon comes, he can go to the side lane. At that time, it will be equivalent to top being 1 TP ahead, and RNG will lose part of the initiative. RNG definitely doesn't want to see such a thing. As the advantage of Xiaohu in the middle became larger, RNG became more proactive. The Japanese girl brought the excavator and tried another wave of gank in the middle, but it didn't work. But then RNG hit hard on the wine barrel that was trying to remove the relay in the grass in the river in the middle. The excavator flew directly into the Xiaolong pit with his big move. And Enchantress, who had lane rights, also acted immediately. The RNG midfielder and jungler completed the encirclement of the wine barrel, because it is clear that the barrel does not flash. The demon girl directly stepped on the face of the wine barrel with W, and Q followed the E to make up for the control. The wine barrel tried to use the big move to blow the demon girl away to avoid being left behind, but the demon girl immediately flew back with the second W. But the chain was not there. Break free. The excavator follows up and controls the two people to lower the health of the wine barrel. It is not so easy to die if the meat barrel is installed. However, subsequent teammates could not quickly provide support, and Candy was still killed.
The little tiger enchantress once again gained ahead. Is this the charm of the enchantress? With an 80% winning rate, the little tigers in the spring game are strong. Today, Xiu, will tell the entire LPL who is the strongest domestic mid laner. RNG Rush Rush. The continuous rhythm finally gave RNG fans an opportunity to feel proud. Not only the barrage, but also the fans at the scene also let out waves of screams in response to the players' excellent performance on the court.
Top may have to be careful. The flashes of Mana and Incense Pot are about to change,
Hawkeye reminded. This also means that RNG must pick up another wave of rhythm. Really? The voices within the RNG team are also communicating.
Catch a wave and hit the road.
MLXG had long wanted to mess with Li Hanxing and said his plan in his voice. It was Li Hanxing's fake I-insert behavior that caused him to fall into a near-collapse situation in the early stage. Mata thought for a moment and nodded.
Okay. Shall I go with you?
Xiaohu also had thoughts about going on the road. Li Hanxing is Top's biggest point on the surface, and is also Top's core player. If Li Hanxing can be restricted, it will deal a heavy blow to Top's overall morale.
No.
Mata shook her head.
If you disappear, you will be too conspicuous.
Whenever the three-headed enchantress disappears from the map for more than 5 seconds, it will inevitably alert the entire top team. Yasuo has just made attack speed boots and green forks. This is also due to the fact that in version 6.5, the price of green forks has been reduced to 2,550, making it a relatively cheap piece of equipment. The attack speed is enough, but the most critical endlessness has not been achieved. So now is the best time to catch Yasuo. I really want to wait for Yasuo's 2-piece set before grabbing it. If I'm unlucky and encounter a line of soldiers, Yasuo can show off his talents.
Then Kakagogo,
MLXG urged. Every time he cut the screen and saw Li Hanxing happily going back and forth on the road, he hated it. It is a bit difficult for Digger plus Gnar to kill Yasuo. But once combined with Sunshine Girl, who is full of control, Yasuo will definitely die. If you catch Yasuo to death, you can also take the Rift Herald and give the Herald buff to the Enchantress, so that the Enchantress can roll the snowball more comfortably. The two met in the middle and headed straight to the top.
Is RNG going to attack the top lane?
After Wan Lauer noticed RNG's intention, he raised his voice in fear.
There seems to be a chance.
Hawkeye immediately added.
Top's vision in the upper half is a bit empty, and the wine barrel is in the bottom lane at this time. No one can support him, and Noob's position is also a bit forward.
Li Hanxing was also startled when he saw the excavator and Sunshine Girl coming out of the river.
MD, don't you give me a way to survive?
If he only had the excavator, he could still operate it. But the arrival of the Japanese girl completely made him give up the idea of fighting back and hit him with the head. Once the opponent is connected to the control chain, it will be a luxury for him to even move. The excavator gradually approached, and the sun blade in the hand of the Japanese girl pointed towards the sky. Solar Flare. Mana decisively took the lead with his ultimate move, and the displacement of his ultimate move was also very clever. Just a little bit behind Yasuo. From this position, no matter which direction Yasuo flashed behind him, he would be affected by the Japanese girl's ultimate move. Enemies at the center of Hina's ultimate move will be stunned, while enemies at the edge will be slowed down.
What the HL? Let's give it a try.
Li Hanxing gritted his teeth and decided to try to escape. How would he know if he could escape without giving it a try? The next second, just when all the top fans were worried about Li Hanxing's terrible situation, they saw Yasuo moving. There was no attempt to escape backwards, but instead, he actively moved in the direction of Gnar. Don't retreat but advance. I saw that Yasuo used Gnar as a springboard to step forward and pass by Gnar. At the same time, he used the wind wall to avoid Gnar's Q to avoid being slowed down.
Do some damage. He wants to send the tower away,
Mata reminded quickly. Gnar immediately repaired the broken shield of A, and the excavator underground used Q to launch a shock wave to cause a little damage, cutting off the possibility of Yasuo sending the tower. But does Li Hanxing really want to send the tower away? The position of the army line was relatively forward, which became Li Hanxing's hope of escape at this time. He once again used the forward slash to the front E and ran towards the second tower of RNG's upper road.
Chasing! Chasing! Chasing!
The three RNG Unisuk, who were determined to kill, continued to pursue. Because the new army line has not yet reached the high ground, there will be no soldiers to serve as a springboard for Yasuo. This Yasuo will definitely die, especially since the Japanese girl has made 5-speed shoes, which can quickly chase Yasuo. However, I saw Yasuo running to a position in front of the autistic grass. which is next to the wall of the demon swamp frog spawn point. He inserted the accessory eye through the wall. And the fat figure of Frog Princess, the number 1 ADC in the jungle, came into view.
Nice!
Seeing Yasuo's sudden pause, Mata and the others behind him suddenly had a bad thought. Really? I saw Yasuo making a forward slash and moving directly across the wall to the front of Frog Concubine. That is, he officially entered the RNG jungle.
Hack! Chase!
The cook duck wants to fly. How can RNG accept this situation? Without saying a word, MLXG directly handed E and moved over the wall. Looper also used E to jump over the wall and pursue him. Mata was more brave and flashed directly over the wall.
What the H.L.?
Li Hansheng was dumbfounded when he saw the 3 RNG men chasing after him.
Do you really need to be so cruel?
Originally, he wanted to retreat from this direction to the river, but it seemed that was not possible. So he could only continue walking down towards the direction of the 3 wolves. The power of Japanese women's 5-speed shoes is reflected. And it is already fast after all. Then point forward. Zenith Blade. Buzz. The excavator also flashed to close the distance, preparing to provide follow-up control immediately to prevent Yasuo from escaping. However, here Yasuo used the little wolf in the camp to use the forward slash to enter the 3 wolves camp. Then he quickly clicked the mouse on the ground to adjust the position, and then used the little wolf in the other direction to use the forward slash to move. Everything was a flash of lightning. On the screen, Yasuo's movement in the 3 wolf pit looked like a 7. At this time, the army line in the middle just passed by the second tower, perfectly giving Li Hansheng a springboard to strike forward again, using minions to quickly pass in front of the opponent's second tower in the middle. It was originally a pursuit in the upper half, but Li Hansheng was stunned to run to the entrance next to F4 in the lower half.
Hack!
MLXG was dumbfounded.
Is this guy a loach? He can really run. Huh? Noob is still running.
Wang Lauer shouted excitedly.
It seems that he can escape smoothly. Noob is still showing off. Still showing off. He has not given up the hope of survival.
Sister Joe laughed out loud.
This wave of Noob's desire to survive is really full.
At this time, Li Hansheng saw that the CD of his wind wall had improved again. He walked to the wall and handed over the W wind wall to open up the view inside the Sharpbill camp. Sure enough, F4 was still there. He first E-bird through the wall into the F4 pit, and then adjusted his position again so that the bird next to the big bird moved again, directly out of the F4 camp, and was already on the middle line. Everyone looked at the broadcast with astonishment. It is equivalent to Yasuo penetrating 2 jungle walls from the 3 wolves camp in just a few seconds, and then penetrating 2 walls in F4. At this time, the Japanese girl in the 5-speed shoes had just caught up to the second tower on her home road. Excavator and Nar were still next to the 3 wolves camp, having already been thrown away by countless positions.
My God!
Wang Lauer didn't know how to describe it anymore, and could only keep exclaiming.
If nothing else, Noob's Yasuo is at least 1,000 game level. Outstandingly smooth.
Hao Kai was also full of praise. Can this Nima Yasuo still play Jiangzi? Strongly request Hansheng to make a Yasuo teaching video. My roommate asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live broadcast. Isn't this operation very simple? Lang Xian often plays like this. What kind of prodigal son is worthy of being promoted to brother? You ask Lang Xian to run from top to bottom using wild monsters. Do you think he can succeed? Many people know that Yasuo can use wild monsters to move through walls. After all, there are many unique skills in China, especially Liang Xian, who is at his peak, who often performs such dramas. But the difficulty lies in Li Hansheng's operation. This is a stage that attracts everyone's attention, and the psychological pressure I bear is on a whole other level. If the anchor fails to perform the operation, the audience will complain about it. If Li Hansheng fails to perform the operation, the team may lose as a result. And, in most cases, anchors just were a set of wild monsters. Li Hansheng used the demon swamp frog, the 3 wolves, and the sharp-beaked bird to complete multiple movements through the wall. If he made one mistake, he would be left in place. It's normal to make no mistakes in a maximum operation. 2 or 3 times is a bit abnormal. RNG was stunned, and so was everyone at top. They really didn't expect Li Hansheng to be able to escape from danger like this.
What the H.L. Old Li!
Candy was interrupted by Li Hansheng before he could speak.
Hack! I'm here already! Hurry up and hack Li Yuanhao! Yes!
Candy quickly came to his senses, and came to the wine barrel next to the grass in the middle road. He directly came out of the grass, and hit the enchantress on the line with R from a long distance. The Enchantress was immediately knocked into the air by her ultimate move. Yasuo followed up with R and once again completed the long-distance movement, already moving to the center line of the middle lane. Bright Moon also approached with QR, constantly leveling A. Enchantress was not instantly killed, but the moment she landed, Enchantress tried to use W to run away. But Hao Yue turned E at this moment, forcibly interrupting a section of Enchantress W, and waited until Enchantress tried to use R to move again. By that time, we could no longer distance ourselves. Shut down. Xiao Yue captured this precious final bounty head. At this time, the 3 RNG Unisuk who were chasing Li Hansheng for most of the map came to the middle one day ago, and they could only collect Xiuhu's body with tears in his eyes.
This is outrageous.
Wang Lauer laughed.
Originally, RNG dispatched a division of troops to chase Noob, but Noob ran away and killed RNG's core Enchantress. Noob, this operation is scheduled to be the first place in the best escape collection this year. Do you think it's okay?
Sister Zhou also praised it.
Then the question is, does this wave count as an escape or a kill? Xiuhu died in battle.
Hao Kai chuckled.
Does this count as a gank that circles the earth? Top, there are 2 people in the same team. Any sports Magellan?
Laughing to death. Before Always Arrow came back, Brother Han Sheng had already proved to him in advance that the earth was round. Ha ha ha. RNG has been embarrassed and lost this time. They should be able to experience Ryu's mood? The cliff is the background board. Every time I play Brother Han Sheng's wonderful operations in the future, I will definitely show this Yasuo escape. Right? Why don't RNG fans stop shouting? You like to pop the champagne at halftime. Right? No doubt. Li Hansheng's Tianxiu operation dealt an all-round blow to the entire RNG team. It's equivalent to him showing off 4 people at once. Unisik walked his dog through most of the map. But in the end, the little tiger in the middle was seriously killed by a group of people. The development rhythm of Enchantress Tianfei is interrupted, which actually means that the overall rhythm of RNG is interrupted. At the same time, bad news also came from the bottom lane. Mata has been showing up in the top lane for so long, and Top knows that there is only one person in the bottom lane. In fact, Wu Xi unconsciously ran to the closed grass in the bottom lane to hang up at first. But Imp and Lu Mao played a careful trick with him, pretending to go to the middle lane for a gank. But in fact they killed a wave of counterattacks. Although easy self-protection ability is indeed good, but facing the accelerated pursuit ability of the duo of Wheel Mom plus Karma, I was really helpless. I was chased all the way to the second tower of my bottom lane. Wheel Mom made a beautiful Q, which dealt 2 rounds of damage and killed easy under the tower. In the end, Top took the lead in knocking down RNG's bottom tower.
RNG is completely weakened now.
Wang Lauer kept shaking his head and said regretfully,
RNG originally had a good situation, but Noob showed off it alone. It's true.
Hao Kai nodded in agreement.
Whether it was the death of Xiuhu in the middle lane or the unintentional death in the bottom lane, in the final analysis, it was because RNG failed to catch this move and was shown by Noob Tianxiu instead. In this case, RNG is quite dangerous. Their lineup has an advantage in the early stage, but in the later stage, 5v5 has no advantage at all against the top lineup.
RNG seemed to have a good early rhythm, while Top was passively beaten. That's because the focus of both sides' lineups is different. RNG's focus is originally on roaming and ganking abilities in the early stage, but its actual team fighting ability is average, lacking AoE damage. And NAR's team fighting performance is also extremely unstable. Neither Double C is a true late-game core hero. On the contrary, Top's lineup is a standard team battle face rushing system. Since Wheel Mom's W can critically hit subsequent units, she is no longer the pure tool position she once was. So, the early landing phase of Top will be a little uncomfortable. But in 5v5, even if you are a few thousand behind in economy, you are not afraid. Let alone a team battle under such economic balance or even superiority. That would be even more invincible. And you can win with a direct attack without thinking. After Li Hansheng returned home, he directly bought a purple rain for his fist. The commentators did not know his thoughts, but simply understood that he wanted to bleed.
It seems that Top may have to take over the team in advance. Yasuo has already started to prepare for the team fight. But if he is dressed like this,
won't the damage be a little low?
Hao Kai was a little surprised.
Yasuo shouldn't give priority to critical strikes as it stacked to 100%. Noob, you have your own considerations.
Wang Lauer did not try to guess Li Hansheng's thoughts. It's easy to get slapped in the face. Talk less, watch more, and find room for your own performance in fierce team battles. This is how Wang Lauer positions himself in the league commentary box.
Let's see if RNG can find its rhythm again in the future.
Try to find. How to find it? Watching the flash of myself and MLXG entering the CD again. Mata has a headache. Especially after both supports made ice stones. The eye positions of both sides on the map will increase, leaving RNG to capture orders. And the opportunity and space to start the rhythm will be reduced a lot invisibly. Cut the screen again to take a look at Yasuo, who is happily on the road. He also became like MLXG. Teeth itching with anger. Chapter 110. Charge into the battle with no solution and win another victory. But no matter how angry he was, there was nothing he could do about Li Hansheng now. Withdrawing his gaze, Mata began to switch his screen back and forth between the three lines frequently. She picked up the ice water at hand and took a few sips. Then took 2 deep breaths and adjusted her cross-legged posture. Mata tried to calm herself down a little through these small movements, so that her thoughts could jump out of the current messy situation. The early offensive pressure is on RNG, and the advantages they have achieved so far are not enough to satisfy them. We must find a way to bring the situation back again. He thought about it and decided to take the middle route.
Wuxing, let's go directly to the middle route. And you can come with a fragrant pot.
They used the bottom tower with remaining health as bait in exchange for a surprise attack on Gaodui in the middle. If things went well, they might be able to lower or even knock down the top tower in the middle. By then, RNG can take advantage of the field of vision to start a full-scale attack on top's jungle area. Fighting small-scale team battles in the jungle area is the advantage of RNG's lineup. The Enchantress with the advantage of Xiuhu will become a nightmare for all top members in the jungle area. They are under tremendous pressure every time they enter the jungle.
RNG's duo did not go down, but rushed straight towards the middle. Xianghua also came to the middle. Are they planning to attack Wei Shen again?
Wang Lauer saw RNG's intention.
Can Wei Shen sense the danger? Xiuhu takes action. WR double stomps on the face. Doesn't rush to use E. Japanese girl uses a big move. Forces the flash of the bright moon. Enchantress. Enchantress E is hit.
The Enchantress behind the cheek looked at the snake skin Haoyue in front of her and was not in a hurry to take action. Instead, he waited patiently for the Japanese girl to come over and throw or to force the bright moon to appear. The flash distance was not enough to help Haoyue escape the range of Enchantress E's skill. And Xiuhu did not disappoint his teammates, hitting accurately. The Excavator and Easy are both ready to jump in immediately to produce output. In their eyes, this bright moon will definitely die. The Excavator was handed over to the feet of the bright moon, flying with W, and open QAE to burst out. And Easy also came over with the E and directly AQWR, trying to kill the bright moon with all its output.
However,
the bright moon looks unusually fleshy. Gaodui's game is a combination of double Dolan plus Mercury shoes to Nash's Fong. With the double Dolan in hand, his health value is very high. Moreover, when the Enchantress took action, he did not rush to throw away skills. Instead, he waited until the Excavator came close to activate W, because the Excavator's output required close proximity, so that he could ensure that he would generate 2 layers of white shields. Bright Moon's W can gain a layer of white shield the first time it is released, and after all the spheres explode, it can gain another layer of white shield. RNG's output is not enough either. Easy's backpack contains Tears of the Goddess plus Yugwang. It's a bit flattering to say that a small water gun can only hold him to death with a small toothpick. How can a bad woman like Jiayue be afraid of the harassment of a small toothpick?
The bright moon was not wiped out in one instant.
Hack, is this thing so meaty?
MLXG was a little surprised. It was really meaty beyond his imagination.
It's okay. Kill him quickly. He is out of health,
Xiuhu urged. At this time, Jiayue suddenly retracted his cue, and then turned around to into the crowd. In order to focus on Jiayue, the 4 members of RNG stood very concentrated. At the moment of Jiayue's E, the 4 of them did not have time to evacuate and were pulled into Jiayue Moon's face. The next second, a figure galloped from behind the bright moon. It hurts. The violent wind cuts off the breath. It turned out that Li Hansheng immediately chose TP's own ward position next to F4, and finally caught up at the last second. After Yasuo landed, he directly AQ outputted Easy, and the wine barrel came belatedly. A beautiful E-dodge hit the Enchantress, and Easy played the Enchantress's passive. After leveling A, he then connected with R. The Excavator and Japanese girl were directly bombed into top's defense tower, and Easy was instantly killed on the spot by 2 critical strikes from Yasuo's 2 swords. The enchantress was not focused because she was passively temporarily invisible. So she quickly moved back to W to distance herself. Yasuo immediately caught up with the E minion, forcing the enchantress to flash. Then he went back to deal with the Japanese girl and the excavator. Neither of them showed up. Thinking of killing Jiayue quickly, the arrival of Lu Mao made their wish come true. Karma handed over Ari to put a thick shield on the remaining health of the moon. How could the excavator and Japanese girl get the follow-up damage and kill? There was no chance to even get close to the bright moon.
Wow! Top support was so timely,
Sister Joe explained.
Wei Shen escaped death. Indeed. RNG obviously didn't expect this support speed.
Hao Kai nodded.
But in the end, RNG overestimated its own damage and underestimated Jiayue's frankness. They couldn't kill Jiayue immediately, but Jiayue was forced to resist until his teammates came to support him.
Just this. Do you know that Top's main theme is brotherhood? If you dare to touch me, I will kill you all. One thing to say. This bright moon is indeed ridiculously fleshy. Backstage at RNG, Fly really grasped the essence of the Sichuan opera's face-changing. He originally thought that the team would regain its rhythm before he could be happy. The next second, he was slapped back to reality.
Shiba, why is the damage so low?
Fly couldn't figure it out. Why can one bright moon withstand the damage of 4 people? The third young master on the side was also incompetent and furious.
What are they doing? Are they still playing this Wuxin? How can the damage of Easy be so low? If I throw a lot of rice on the keyboard, the damage of chicken hitting may not be as high as this Easy is low. In 2 consecutive games, something happened in the bottom lane. Does he feel that his main position is stable?
In Mikami's eyes, the game process is to put aside the top assistant first. The 2 champion players cannot be wrong. The midfielder and jungler are also very good in the early stage. So the unknown Wuxin can only take the blame. On the field, the excavator and the Japanese girl failed to escape, and their 2 heads were deliberately given to Li Hansheng by their teammates. Triple kill. 3 kills.
It's so cool. If I could make this much money every time I TP, I would be willing to leave every TP to you.
Li Hansheng said that he was very satisfied, and he couldn't help but smile so happily.
I have everything in my dream. Why don't you go to sleep first?
Gao Dui, who had narrowly escaped death, rolled his eyes and said,
I just want good things. I came all the way to save you, and you're just treating me like a fool?
Li Hansheng covered his chest with a look of sadness and anger.
You don't even want to call me father. Get out of here,
Gao Dui shouted.
Li Hansheng, believe it or not, I ran after you, snatched your soldiers, and even gave your head to the other side. Hee. Don't.
Li Hansheng immediately changed his face and joked with a smile.
Just kidding. I'll wait. I thought you would become more humorous after you got a girlfriend.
But I didn't expect you to disappoint me so much.
B.
Why did I fall in love with you? That's right. Unlike me, I become much more humorous after falling in love.
Candy came over and preached together.
Dog boy, are you sure you are in love? This is not your unilateral imagination.
Right? Li Hansheng's face was full of doubts. He doubted the authenticity of Candy's words.
What are you talking about?
Candy shouted, dissatisfied.
My stinky baby said that as long as I win the championship, he will give me a reward. Do you still have to doubt it? You?
Good guy. Li Hansheng almost vomited out his overnight meal. He shook his head repeatedly.
No. Referee. I want to report Xiang Renjia for openly talking about things other than the game in the game voice. Hurry up.
Fine him. Lao Li, you are jealous of me, aren't you? Do I need to be jealous of you? Humph. Just admit it. You envy my stinky treasure for giving me a reward.
The referee girl behind her shook her head helplessly and started to dissuade the 2 of them.
Player noob. Player Candy will give you a warning. You are not allowed to talk about other things, or I will fine you.
The 2 of them stopped arguing and returned their attention to the game. After another 3 kills, Li Hansheng went home and bought the giant belt directly.
What is going on?
Sister Joe was stunned.
The synthesis formula of Bloody Hands is not like this. Right. This synthesis formula seems to only have a big ice hammer?
Hao Kai frowned.
It seems so. Is it because I have the immortal grip that I have to wear a meat suit?
Wang Lauer speculated. But then he became very doubtful.
But the question is, wouldn't the damage be enough? There is no 100% hundreds of critical hits. Without Endless Yasuo, the damage is still a little bit meaningless. Right.
When Li Hansheng returned to the line, Looper also had the same idea as Wang Lauer. In fact, if you encounter Li Hanqing's outfit in an ordinary pub game or a training match, Looper's understanding of the game can quickly get to that point. But in this tense situation, he cannot judge and think calmly. During the melee in the middle, Imp finally demolished the opponent's bottom tower, then switched to the middle, allowing Gao Dui to continue developing in the bottom lane. In this way, the support of both sides is released at the same time. It makes RNG's offense more difficult. In the final analysis, it is because the first tower in the middle has not been removed. 17 minutes. After Li Hansheng earned enough money to synthesize the scroll, he chose to return to the city where he was. As expected, he made a big ice hammer. When he came back to the lane, Nar was pushing the lane. No way. The green cross will increase the movement speed by 7%, making Li Hanqing's map running speed very fast, while Nar's own development is not good, and the pushing speed is a bit slow. Li Hanqing had already finished sending out his equipment, but Nair had not yet returned his troops to the tower. Looper is already very careful. He is still in the form of Nar, and he deliberately hides behind and uses Q to clear out the last few minions. But this Yasuo doesn't care about martial ethics at all. The wind wall directly confiscated the huge stone, and then the soldier came to Nar's face. When the two got close to each other, Yasuo directly hit AQ, and the Looper's expression suddenly changed. I saw snow-white frost fragments appearing under the soles of Nar's feet. This was the passive effect of the big ice hammer. Yasuo is a melee fighter, and the melee ice hammer effect slows him down by 40%. Nar couldn't walk at all. The director immediately cut the camera and everyone was dumbfounded. Yasuo had no operations at all, and just chased Narpane all the way. Although the damage was a little low, it couldn't withstand Yasuo's fast attack speed and high attack frequency. And because he was slowed down, Narpan couldn't stand it at all. He couldn't move around to twist Q. He could only be chased all the way, and then knocked away by Yasuo's Q blow. After being knocked into the air, Li Hanqing did not rush to take the big move. Instead, he first stole a flat A and then connected with a Q, and then fired the big move. The difficulty of landing double wind in this version is not high. As long as the attack speed exceeds 1.37, it can be achieved. At present, Li Hansheng has already reached this requirement, and it is more a matter of habit. It's like an instinctive muscle memory. And this is also one of Yasuo's landing details. After turning on Breathless Slash, Yasuo who enters the Breathless state will gain 50% armor penetration. This version of Yasuo has not been weakened yet. It is not that only critical damage can enjoy this bonus, but all attacks will enjoy this bonus. Originally, this weakening occurred because Yasuo, the Ice Hammer armor, was too strong. But now this routine has not been developed at all, so naturally it will not be officially targeted. Nar was killed directly.
Hey, this is an outfit.
Wang Lauer was stunned for a moment, then showed his joy of painting.
I suddenly felt that my Yasuo seemed to be
good.
Again, after using the Ice Hammer, he became fleshy and could stick to the opponent. It's just a matter of having hands. Hee hee. I think I can play a trick too.
Sister Joe also realized this.
Indeed.
Haokai also nodded.
Originally, what Yasuo was most afraid of was that his Q would be twisted away by someone else's position. But after using Ice Hammer, if you can still empty Q under the 40% deceleration, that can only mean that Yasuo is a hero that really has nothing to do with you. And it may not be suitable for you in League of Legends.
Brother Han Sheng's routine is very good, but the next second it will be my routine. Smart people have already opened the game and used new routines to have fun. But stupid people are still posting Barrage BB. F***CK. Brother Han Sheng has this good trick of not telling us during the live broadcast, but secretly enjoying himself during the game. Right? Hee hee. Why do I feel like RNG is going to return it? The world champion top laner can't do it either. If you want to return the product, we at top will not accept it. If you want to return it, go to M3. It is none of my top business. After NAR was killed, Li Hansheng took advantage of the situation and pushed down the opponent's first tower on the road. And at the same time, a fierce team battle broke out between the two sides in the bottom river because of a real eye. There was a melee between the two sides. At this time, the shortcomings of Easy became apparent again, because Mata kept wandering around without caring about the bottom lane. The unintentional development was really mediocre. Even with Extraction, he couldn't make the Demon Sect blade in 17 minutes. The only equipment is an Ice Fist plus Tears of the Goddess plus Pickaxe. If Easy wants to do damage, it must have Magic Cut. Otherwise the damage will be like scratching an itch. Although the Wheel Mother, who has already made a blue sucking knife plus attack speed shoes plus yellow cross, is only 1.5 pieces. The blue sucking knife increases attack power, and has a chance of critical hit. The combat effectiveness of both sides bot lane is not at the same level. This version of the Japanese girl's body is just not solid enough. There is no aftershock. And the pace is not as fast as the version after S8. You can get more money in the early stage, and die quickly in this kind of melee. The reason for the loss in team battles is that TP. The TPs brought by the Bright Moon can support the front immediately, while the Enchantress has to come on foot. If you use the skill to pass through the wall, you will easily fall into the embarrassing situation of having no skills to deal damage when you reach the front. But if you don't use the skills, the Daylily will be cold by the time you reach the front. The final wave is 1 for 2. Liquor replaced the opponent's Nozook and Gao Dui's Bright Moon and scored 2 heads. RNG's middle and lower double CS were still there, and they immediately turned around and went to demolish the opponent's first tower in the middle. Easy couldn't defend it at all, and Yaoji didn't know if it was a communication error within the RNG team. Xiuhu's Yaoji found support. Before the team battle, he ran back to the bottom lane instead of going to the middle lane. Haoyue, who has already made Nash's Fang, is extremely fast when combined with passive tower demolition. There is also a Wheel Mother on hand to help. It was very easy to demolish the opponent's middle tower.
Wow! RNG is really hard to play now.
Haokai spoke with some solemnity.
They are a lineup that wants to attack in the early stage and have an advantage. But now it is a disadvantage. Their lineup is not very good in team battles.
More than just being difficult to perform, the huge pressure from the 2 wings is enough for RNG to drink a pot. It's okay for the Enchantress. After all, she's flexible enough, and the Bright Moon has a high probability of being able to do nothing to anyone. But what about NAR? Especially once Gravius and Karma started to sneak into the jungle. Looper's good days are finally over. NAR, who was originally standing under the second tower, suddenly saw a huge wine barrel flying from the shadow next to the wall. Boom! He was blown out of the defense tower and hit Li Hanxing's face. Still using AQ. Then Yasuo took the ultimate move. RNG plans to counterattack and go to the middle to catch the Wheel Mother. How smart can it be? When S4 was in Samsung White, Mata often let him play alone. When S5 was in LGD last year, Hirono Aya also liked to travel around and let Imp play online alone. Imp is incredibly experienced in handling this situation. Facing the opponent's pursuit, he directly pulled back with his ultimate move, and used his E to block Japan's ultimate move, and Japan's E dodge. But he turned and moved to avoid it. After pulling away, Imp didn't forget to dance on the spot and mock his old partner. Revenge for the keyboard headshot. The second tower on the road is broken again, and the actual economic gap between the 2 sides has been infinitely widened. The situation RNG faces now is that there is no chance of winning in a front-on 5v5. And NAR on the wing cannot face Yasuo, especially when Yasuo is about to make endless moves. The damage will usher in a qualitative leap. 23 minutes. Li Hanxing finally took out Endless, and Top directly directed the fight against the Baron. RNG had no choice but to deal with it head-on. Facing the menacing RNG, Gao Dui took the lead in starting a group, hiding in the Dragon's Pit. He didn't even make the first Q, but are towards Hino, followed by a beautifully dodge. Hit 5 people directly. Li Hanxing took his time with EQ and then followed with R, and then landed another EQ combo to focus on the fire easy, showing off his skill of landing double wind.
Oh my god! Is this the team fighting ability of Top's lineup?
Wang Lauer shouted excitedly.
I can only describe it as picturesque. With full control and full damage, RNG has no ability to resist.
Haokai also explained quickly.
If RNG's lineup does not have an economic advantage of 5,000, it will be broken in a single touch when joining the team head-on.
A wave of 0 for 5. RNG was directly destroyed by the team, and Top didn't waste time. After winning the Baron, he pushed all the way. Finally, the game time was fixed at 26 minutes. Chapter 111: The Alternation of Old and New Eras.
Congratulations to Top! Another victory, changing the score to 2-0 and winning the match point. It can be said that we have one foot on the stage of the finals. Only the final kick is left.
Wang Lauer plays the role of a doll at the end of each game. They will use high-pitched and exciting voices to convey first-hand information about the stadium to the audience.
Before the game, everyone had some doubts about Top's performance in the playoffs, especially the new players who dominated the regular season. But looking at it now, The winning of both games has the most direct relationship with new players. He led the team to victory with his wonderful personal performance. Not only Noob, but the entire top team played very well, even when they were at a disadvantage. They didn't panic at all until they found an opportunity to complete the comeback. Sister Joe also added appropriately. In the audience, fans from both sides were frustrated and cheered, as if they were in a world of ice and fire. It can only be said that human joy is not the same. In the passage back to the backstage, Li Hansheng joked with a smile. RNG even took out the heroes at the bottom of the box. I guess they won't be able to come up with a good solution next. In a BO5 duel, the normal situation for the team is basically to use a small black technology that they have recently prepared in the first game. Once they lose the game, they will use the system they are most confident and best at in the second game. Once the system you are best at is defeated, it means you are really helpless. No-Suk linkage is the most convenient system that RNG uses in this spring split and is their best system, helping them defeat strong teams like EDG. Although there are heroic reasons, the Japanese girl is still not as useful as the bullhead. But the BP mechanism is here. The top players have the confidence to support the three bans. Who prevent the other positions of your RNG from sharing the pressure of the ban position? Let's see. Maybe someone will explode into a small universe and let 2 chase 3 and nail us on the pillar of shame in history. Candy joked jokingly. There should be no more humiliating situation in League of Legends than being left second and third. Even the teaching game of forehand and backhand is not that humiliating. Being educated on forehand and backhand is nothing more than showing that your ability is not good and your skills are not as good as others. But letting 2 chase 3 means that you win 2 games first, proving that you have the strength to defeat the opponent, and also force the opponent to a dead end. In this case, being overturned 3 games in a row is not just a simple loss of morale. It may even cause irreversible damage to the player's self-confidence, which may affect their subsequent careers. It's impossible. Li Hansheng shook his head. It's impossible with me here. Oh, I'm so confident. Candy smiled and quickly followed the footsteps of his teammates. Back in the backstage lounge, everyone in the training team stood to greet the returning players. Guihao smiled so happily that he patted the players on the shoulders one by one. Well done. Well done, everyone. Adjust your condition well and try to win another game. In the early stages of the second game, Top was once at a disadvantage, and Guihao was worried in the background. It wasn't until Li Han's escape show with Yasuo across half the map that the team completely reversed the situation on the court that he felt relieved. It's okay. RNG can't break our 3-ban support strategy. They should have used all their cards and have no backups. Bai Yueyao looked relaxed. It's not that he is arrogant. He just doesn't want to put unnecessary pressure on his players at such a critical moment. This is like a student who can easily pass the 985 or 211 exams. Just let him develop freely when the college entrance examination is approaching. On the contrary, some parents always feel uneasy and give them various instructions and emphasize the importance. Put unnecessary pressure on children. On the contrary, excessive pressure causes children to perform abnormally. Looking at the 2 games, although there were twists and turns in the midterm, it did not affect Top's victory in the game. There was not even an anxious scene. This shows that the strength of this top team is higher than RNG. They only need to perform normally and have normal BP, can obtain the final victory. The TV broadcasting the live footage happened to be showing the MVP announcement. It's still Li Hansheng's handsome makeup photo. It's just that the background image of this one is replaced by Yasuo. 804. The data is still luxurious, but the damage ratio is not that exaggerated. 28%. If the top laner of any other team had such a high damage ratio, it would definitely be blown to the sky. But considering Li Hansheng's damage ratio has been above 30% all year round, this damage ratio is really not good enough. After all, the average damage ratio of top laners in the spring split is only about 22%. This is because of the monster Li Hansheng who forcibly raises the average. It's a bit similar to the concept that Jack Ma and Ma Huading have an average monthly income of several billion. If Li Hansheng's data is removed, the average damage ratio of the overall top laner is less than 20%. It does not seem to have dropped much. But considering that there are so many teams, and many teams will rotate the top laner, the base is huge. 2 consecutive MVPs? This is undoubtedly the best response to those doubts from the outside world. Although there is nothing wrong with Brother Hansheng, I always feel that the officials are deliberately praising Brother Hansheng. Nonsense. If I were an official, I would also praise him. He is capable, popular, and good-looking. Why not?
I wonder, when did MVP requirements become so high? Didn't brother Han Sheng win all the MVPs by himself? My husband is so strong. Why can't he be MVP? Isn't it true that my husband is in C and top? Sisters in the fan circle. Don't be in this barber shop. Just calm down. You will only bring trouble to brother Han Sheng. Is there a possibility that this is a male sister? A fan of a certain team who came here to deliberately discredit brother Han Sheng? Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the officials are praising Li Han Sheng. In some games, his teammates actually performed very well. But in that situation of giving or not giving, there is a high probability that the MVP will be awarded to Li Han Sheng. That is to say, Li Han Sheng's performance is stable enough and eye-catching enough. Although there is some controversy, it is not that controversial. This can also be regarded as a common method of capital, using the power of publicity to create a god, and then using the publicity effect of signature players to attract more people to pay attention and join the circle, thereby increasing the commercial value of the entire LPL league. Live streaming is the most obvious in this regard, but it also proves that capital is really powerful. If one brother or sister falls, another Dongfang true selection will appear immediately. Brother Han Sheng's MVP count this season, I guess, is almost double that of the second place player. Right, Ashui boasted. Even the factory director doesn't get this kind of treatment. Hey, the main thing is for the brothers to give me face. Naturally, Li Han Sheng would not take the credit for himself as a matter of course. Guo Hao nodded with satisfaction. This is why he is more and more fond of Li Han Sheng. And the team also strongly promotes him to become the team's top player. He can speak well, is not greedy for merit, and knows how to support his teammates. The most important thing is that his personal business ability is extremely strong, and it is difficult not to become the core of the team. At this time, news came from the staff that RNG was making personnel adjustments and Wuxi was replaced. Former EDG player Nami, who is known as the world's #1 ADC in S4, took the place. Top also made adjustments. After thinking about it, Bai Yueya decided to let Ashui and Ming go up to experience the game atmosphere that was different from the regular season. Both sides have to make personnel adjustments. Wang Lauer in the commentary box also received the notification of the substitution immediately. RNG will replace Nami, and Top will replace Jackie Love and Ning. Isn't this a confrontation between old and new in the bottom lane? It seems true. Nami and Mata are players of the same era, while Jackie Love and Ming are typical players of the new generation. Hao Kai nodded with a smile. RNG takes the initiative to seek change. But can Nami become their savior? Sister Zhou looked very confused. Top has the capital to make substitutions, and the 2-0 score is Top's confidence. RNG's substitution in such a desperate situation means that it is unintentional and its reputation is not high. If it replaces a slightly more popular player, it will be understood as finding an unlucky guy to take the blame. Falling behind 0-2, being eliminated after losing one game, and going on stage under such great pressure is not good news for the substitute players. But Nami is a battle-hardened veteran, so this little pressure is nothing to him. It doesn't matter if you make some substitutions. Nami is also a seasoned veteran and has performed at the top level before. Moreover, she is not the same type of player as Wu Xian. Hao Kai is also a professional player in ancient times. He has personally fought against Nami on the field. He has a strong say. Wuxi is more team-oriented. He can sacrifice himself in exchange for the opportunity for Mata to roam. Perhaps RNG wants to change its tactical style by replacing Nami and try to protect 4-1? After all, Nami was the absolute core of EDG back then. But I don't know what his current status is. I still believe Nami in S4. Nami now? Let me be clear about the prerequisite. To be precise, Nami before eating beef noodles can be trusted. I seriously suspect that Nami simply ate too much beef noodles. If Nami could do it, would King be relegated last year? As for being unintentionally pushed to the bench this season, RNG is really a little sick this time and has to seek medical attention. Right. Li Han Sheng thought this substitution was outrageous. After the S4 World Championship ended, it was basically announced that Nami had fallen out of the ranks of top players. He is just an experienced veteran now. Beef noodles is just a joke. As the leader of EDG in S4, he was the first to take the blame for the team's poor performance. In fact, looking at S5, S6, S7, S8 until S11 won the championship, EDG was synonymous with foreign competition. This team had a serious problem when it competed in foreign wars. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain why it could produce results at home every year but fall behind when it goes abroad. What made Nami lose his self-confidence as a top player in S4 that year? The S5 club introduced Def to take his place. This obvious distrust further destroyed his self-confidence. 2 years have passed. And he has aged 2 years. And his reaction speed has further declined. Not to mention the imp, who is still at his peak. Even the immature Ah Shui may not be able to stabilize his pressure.
Hee. Then we are very lucky.
Ming was quite relaxed. But he was quite stressed.
Sure, Ming. Can you be successful? You have to be the strongest. What's the point of winning against 2 old, weak, sick and disabled people? I'm the one who wants to compete with Poo-Poo for the main position. As my official assistant, I don't want to have such a salty fish mentality.
Ah Shui was not very satisfied.
I'm just saying it,
Ming retorted unconvinced.
It's best this way. If you keep this salty mentality, you won't be able to be the main force in your life.
Bai Yueya smiled after hearing his words. He also admired Ah Shui's mentality. With this kind of mentality coupled with excellent personal abilities, this kind of player is destined to succeed on the court.
Come on! You performed well this time. I'll give you a chance to play against Deft in the finals.
White Crescent Moon patted him on the shoulder and encouraged.
Really?
Ah Shui looked very excited and licked his lips excitedly.
I have to take this seriously.
Top still maintains the tactical idea of 3 bans and supports. And although RNG does not really have 4 guarantees in one, they have chosen a very satisfactory lineup that revolves around the double C in the middle and bottom. Since Ah Shuidu said that he should perform well, Li Hansheng is also happy with the beauty of adulthood. He deliberately chose a top laner who didn't need jungle management. The meaty Echo is just used as a troublemaker in team fights. This also makes top a lineup that revolves around the double C in the middle and bottom. However, facts have proved that Nami cannot keep up with the intensity of the current competition against top teams. Facing the fledgling Ah Shui, he got the signature Lucian, but was killed by a lion. You must know that in this spring's regular season, his Lucian also scored 5 kills against VG. Xiaohu in the middle faced Gao Dui, and chose the late game Big C to compete with each other's development and team fighting capabilities. Gao Dui tried his best not to laugh like a pig. Would the person who invented the egg cap clockwork be afraid of competing with you in terms of true growth and development ability? However, the overall pace of the game was relatively slow. It wasn't until the 28th minute that Li Hansheng played a double stun technique that was extremely difficult for Echo in the Dalong pit, which helped the team win the team battle, win the Baron, and win the game in one fell swoop. And Li Hansheng also won the MVP again with his wonderful operation in the Dalongking team battle.
Let us congratulate Top for their clean victory over RNG with a score of 3-0. A week later, they will compete with EDG for the Spring Split Championship on another venue.
Wang Lauer spoke very fast, like Gatling, but his enunciation was very clear. The big screen at the scene showed the Top team logo and the word victory.
Nice! You actually made it to the finals. You guys are so cute.
Ming was so excited that he jumped up from his seat.
Is it so easy to enter the finals?
Ah Shui also looked in disbelief. He obviously wanted to hold a cup, but he revealed that he was equally excited.
Look at how you have never seen the world.
Candy originally wanted to pretend to be a big brother, but Li Hansheng on the side did not give any face.
Xiang Renjie, have you ever entered the finals?
The only 2 people in the team who have experience in the finals are Gao Dui and Imp.
Can't you just show off?
Candy retorted angrily.
Isn't this your first time in the finals? TCH.
Li Hansheng waved his hand calmly.
Because I have known for a long time that we can enter the finals. This is all expected, so I don't feel very excited. Hey, Brother Hansheng. Can you control your expression before you say this? Your mouth is almost up to the ceiling.
Ah Shui came over and pointed at Li Hansheng with a smile without mercy. Puncture him face to face.
You win, Ba. Do you want to die?
Li Hansheng clamped his neck with his backhand and fired. Although Li Hansheng is a time traveler, his mind is indeed a little stronger than ordinary people. But that is also based on the fact that he has experienced many things. Can you make it to the finals? This was his first time. The system gave him extremely powerful abilities, and made him much calmer than normal people. However, it did not completely deprive him of his emotions. Nor did it turn him into a competition machine with no emotions. He will also be happy. Angry and sad like a normal person. How could he not be happy? Unhappy and excited when he enters the finals for the first time? It's just that he is a little more restrained than his teammates. Do not ask. Asking is about having idle baggage. After a short celebration, everyone lined up to go to the RNG player bench. It can be seen that they were very upset and blamed themselves for losing the game. especially Nami. He knew very well that this might be his last game in RNG. So he just sat blankly in his chair. Although we are all old acquaintances online, we don't meet many times offline. And I also know that MLXG was in a bad mood just after losing the game. Ashui and Ming didn't deliberately tease him. They just patted him on the shoulder comfortingly. When Nami shook hands with Ashui, she gave him a kind hug. The hero is dying. And in Ashui, he sees the vitality of young people. This is the era of young people. As a remnant of the old era, perhaps he will indeed be eliminated eventually.
Top's first trip to the playoffs can be said to be very successful.
Wang Lauer was full of praise.
Noob proved to everyone that he can not only dominate the regular season,
but also the playoffs. 3 consecutive MVPs, that's the best answer. But fans of RNG don't have to be upset. This young RNG has already shown enough potential. If we give them a little more time to adjust, after today's failure, they will be more mature in the summer split, and will bring us more a different surprise.
The host will praise the winner as usual after the game. And of course, he will not forget to praise the loser. Neither party is to blame.
I have a hunch that the LPL League will enter an era of newcomer dominance.
Hawkeye said with emotion.
Newcomers represented by Noob and Jackie Love are increasingly emerging in the league. And the old guys who are my contemporaries will eventually slowly step back, and the new LPL will continue to challenge for the highest honor.
Last year's S5 really completely defeated the entire LPL. No doubt. The rise of Top this year has become the light in the hearts of LPL commentators and viewers. And on this side of the player tunnel, Li Hansheng was stopped again. But the person who stopped him today was not Yu Shuang, an old face, but another acquaintance, Xiao Yu.
Hello, Noob. Please let your teammates take your peripherals back first. You have to cooperate with us in the post-game interview.
This was Xiao Yu's first interview with Li Hansheng, so he seemed a little embarrassed and nervous. Chapter 112. Brother is not a good person either. Seeing Xiao Yu looking slightly embarrassed and nervous, Li Hansheng wanted to laugh a little, mainly because the memories and images of her in his mind were of her being very confident and calmly interviewing players. Of course, there were also some bad images, such as the stench of some barrages whenever Rookie was in bad condition. The level is comparable to today's S6 using the idiom
Yen
to tease Su Xiaoyan. After taking the line card from Xiao Yu, Li Hansheng looked at her and asked,
"What? Are there words on my face?"
"Ah?" Xiao Yu was stunned for a moment, as if he didn't react, and then shook his head.
No. No. Then why do you react like this? It's like I have words carved on my face, saying,
"Keep strangers out."
No. Xiao Yu blushed and wanted to explain in a panic.
"It's okay. It's okay."
Li Hansheng waved his hand and said with concern,
"You don't have to be so nervous. I'm not a good person anyway."
As soon as he finished saying this, Xiao Yu was even more confused and was stunned for a long time. It wasn't until the voice of the on-site PD sounded inside her ear that she came back to her senses and walked forward quickly like a frightened little rabbit. After taking 2 steps, she seemed to remember that she should remind Li Hansheng, and immediately turned back to Li Hansheng, make a small fist, and make a threatening gesture.
"I have to go on stage for an interview. And that's it. I'm not nervous. It's not nervous. It's not nervous. You should be more serious when you answer questions later."
Important things must be said 3 times. Interesting. Li Hansheng smiled. How can I be serious like this? The first reaction that came to my mind was the most classic movie line.
"Miss, you don't want to lose your job because of my lack of cooperation."
Soon, the two returned to the stage. Seeing Li Hansheng reappear, the fans at the scene suddenly burst into screams again, especially the female fans, who were more relaxed than the group of gentlemen in this situation. After the fans calmed down, Xiao Yu finally spoke.
"Hello everyone. I am Xiao Yu, the host of this game."
As she said this, she turned her head to look at Li Hansheng. Although she was wearing high heels, she still looked so petite in front of Li Hansheng, who was just over 1.8 meters tall. She had to raise her head and asked,
"How do you feel about the new player after winning this game?" It's a very standard question and answer. So many viewers will be bothered by such unnutritious questions later on. But that's not the case now.
I'm very happy, but the happiness is limited.
Li Hansheng chuckled and shrugged.
I thought it would be great if I won the game. But looking at it now, it's just like that. It's far from the point where I can smoke a cigarette afterwards. I can say neither good nor bad.
Xiao Yu looked at Li Hansheng in astonishment as he drove off after a disagreement. The audience had long been familiar with Li Hansheng's interview style,
either holding a glass or driving. A while ago, I called her Xiao Tian. But now I call her Mrs. Niu. Right? Bah. Scumbag. Although this kind of comment is very scumbag. But Noob is so handsome. Also, RNG is no longer on the same level as Top. Who would be excited about defeating a weak team? You were indifferent to me back then. But today I have made it impossible for you to reach your heights. RNG regretted now? Third young master still dares to say that in front of my brother Han Sheng. He is not a champion. But you are not a champion? Fortunately, Xiao Yu had done a lot of homework before taking the stage. So she was aware of this in advance and was mentally prepared. She then asked,
In the last game, your Echo performed a wave of tricks similar to double stun near the Dragon Pit, laying the foundation for the team's final victory. Can you explain to us what the principle is? How did you discover this technique? It seems that few people know about it.
Backstage here, Gao Dui, Shui and others all said in unison.
It's broken. Brother Han Sheng Laoli wants to fill the cup.
The corners of Li Hanqing's mouth raised slightly.
The principle is very simple. Just go in and trigger W once as soon as it takes effect. And then use the ultimate move to go back and trigger it a second time. How did you find out? You also know that I am a very low-key, humble person who loves to study games.
Ultimately, the audience immediately started shouting, interrupting Li Hanqing's act of filling the cup. However, Li Hanqing didn't care and continued to fill the cup.
24 hours a day. Apart from sleeping, eating, shopping, KTV, and team building, I will spend the rest of my time studying games. So I discovered this technique.
The corner of Xiao Yu's mouth twitched slightly, and she suppressed her desire to complain, and asked,
Really? Okay.
Li Hanqing stopped smiling and answered seriously.
At that time, I felt that it would not be good news for us to continue to delay. I just saw an opportunity. So I went up and did a simple operation.
You call this a simple operation? Woo. Is this the world of great gods? I still haven't understood the principle of Ike's double halo. Is it just a simple operation here? It's simple. If you do this first, then you'll get dizzy. No one can't understand this. Right? It's not that Li Hanqing deliberately hid things, but that he didn't like to give detailed explanations. Moreover, even in the later S9 and S10 eras of Ike's double halo, only the top unique skills knew this technique. Unlike Riven's Lightspeed QA and Yasuo's landing double wind, which are well known. Although it has high practical value, it is difficult to find opportunities to use it. Then Xiao Yu asked again.
1 week later, we will face EDG on the final stage. And we all know that the only time Top lost in the regular season was to EDG. This time we meet in the finals. There will be revenge.
Any idea? Of course.
Li Hanqing said categorically.
Our goal is the championship. No matter who the opponent is, it will not change. But it would be better if it is EDG, so that we have a chance for revenge. I will give EDG a big surprise dive.
The fans at the scene screamed again, which was a response to Li Hanqing's domineering declaration.
Then we wish new player and top team can finally get what they want. And let us witness the crowning of the new king in a week. Thank you new player for accepting the post-game interview.
Ha! I just like to see my brother Han Sheng filling the cup. That is. Hack EDG. Then go to MSI. This year's MSI is held in the country. MD. Given the lessons learned from Away and Poo Poo, I am really afraid that Top will overturn when they participate in international competitions. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. With brother Han Sheng fighting abroad, we won't overturn. But those B top laners in Korea are really fierce. Don't talk about this for now. Are you going to go to the finals next week to cheer for brother Han Sheng? You can all come together, and we can be companions then.
Are you going to watch the finals offline?
Wang Xian, who was half lying on the bed and holding her mobile phone, couldn't help but feel a little moved when she saw the conversation in the fan group.
After several months of live broadcasts and games, she has become attracted to the game League of Legends. She will also watch other anchors and games of other teams. But after a round of comparison, she still felt that the match between Li Hanqing and Top was the most enjoyable to watch. Other teams, aside from other things, choose two meaty guys on the road to brush each other's immortal grip with integrity. Even if they have an advantage, they still have to fight hard. Unlike Top, who will never mess with the opponent when they have an advantage. If it can end in 25 minutes, it will never drag on to 30 minutes. In terms of experience, watching the game live is worse than watching the live broadcast in the dormitory. But this thing is just like a concert. It's all about the atmosphere. The lively atmosphere at the venue cannot be created in the dormitory. But when she thought of going alone, Huang Xian couldn't help but give up. At this time, there was a rush of footsteps outside the door, and the next second the door was pushed open, and the roommate sat in his seat angrily.
Xiaoxin, what's wrong?
Huang Xian asked curiously.
Aren't you going out to eat with your boyfriend?
Her roommate's name is Wenxin, and both of their names contain the character Xian, so they have a good relationship.
Don't mention it. I get annoyed when you talk about this.
When Xian looked unhappy and kept complaining.
We made an appointment to go out for dinner. I went out to wash my hair and get a manicure today. I don't care what clothes I wear when I go out. I have been hesitating for a long time. Who am I doing this for? Isn't it just to give him more face? It turns out that this guy is like a piece of wood. He didn't even praise me when we met. Forget it. You didn't pay any attention to me while eating. So you just put your phone there and looked at it.
The more when Xian talked, the angrier and more aggrieved he became. When he raised his head, he saw the iPad screen in front of Huang Xian, which was the source of his anger. The LPL semifinal match screen.
I really don't understand you. Just play the game normally. What's so interesting about this game?
Well, Huang Xian didn't know how to explain it to her roommate, and she didn't intend to dwell on this issue.
Your boyfriend is indeed too much. Yes. Yes. He's really going too far.
Warm-hearted little chicken nodded. But Huang Xian, as a girl, naturally knows how to comfort her in this situation. You have to listen to what she says first. Let her calm down, and then reason with her after she calms down.
Actually, you have to understand. Your boyfriend is usually very nice. But maybe he was negligent today because of the competition? Everyone has their own hobbies. Think about it. If he went shopping with you, did manicures with you, or did things he didn't like, he would still accompany you well. You should also be considerate and take care of him. It's a hobby. If you don't believe it, just take out your phone and take a look. Don't you know whether your boyfriend cares about you or not?
When Xian had lost most of her anger on the way back, but Huang Xian's recognition at the beginning made her step down again. She took out her phone half-heartedly. Naturally, she would not say that.
Humph! You said that. Then I'll just take a look.
Good guy. Huang Xian took a cursory glance and saw a dozen WeChat message reminders and a dozen missed calls. The warm attitude was not the same as before. She looked at the messages on her phone and looked very hesitant. Huang Xian immediately understood. She stretched out and said loudly on purpose.
Oops. I'm a little tired after watching the game for a long time. I'm going to bed first. No matter what you say, I can't hear it.
When Xian couldn't help laughing, she complained coquettishly.
Hey! 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 Do you have to be so fake? Just listen if you want to. Humph. I just want to make singles like you envy me.
Huang Xian just smiled. Consciously put on her headphones, put down her iPad, picked up her laptop from the side, and skillfully opened the League of Legends client. There was currently no training mode, so she could only open customization and quickly upgrade to after level 6. I plan to copy Li Hanqing's double halo operation, but no matter how hard I try, I can't get it out, which makes me a little annoyed.
It seems like a very simple operation. Why can't I try it out?
A big doubt appeared in Huang Xian's little head. I don't know how long it took. When Xian walked to the bed and patted her bed, Huang Xian took off her headphones with a suspicious look on her face.
What's wrong? Xin, I just promised my boyfriend to accompany him to watch the game live. But I don't understand this game. I see that you have been watching the live broadcast every day recently. How about you educate me about it? Huh?
Huang Xian showed a bad smile.
Science popularization can be done. I'll pack your lunch this month.
When Xian is very sensible.
That's not necessary.
Huang Xian continued to smile mischievously and put forward her request.
I just want to be a light bulb. You can go to the game and take me with you. I also want to watch the game live. No problem.
Wenxin agreed readily. Love that goes both ways is the perfect answer.
Hey, that's fine. I'll give you some popular science. The two teams participating in the finals are Top and EDG. Top? I know. There is a guy named Noob. Right. My boyfriend likes him. Ah. Yes. Yes.
Yes. After the interview, Li Hansheng returned to the backstage, and Xiaoyu was beside him. With an expression on his face that seemed hesitant, Li Hansheng took the initiative to stop and look at her.
What? Even if you were teased by me, you wouldn't have this expression. Right. No way.
Xiao Yu shook his head, and then summoned up the courage to speak proactively.
Well, can you add me as a WeChat friend? Hey,
Li Hansheng joked.
I just want a WeChat ID. If you don't know, you would think you want to borrow millions from me. Then why don't you give it to me?
Xiao Yu could also see that Li Hansheng was very wood-like. The more she behaved like this, the more Li Hansheng would tease her and ask for it confidently.
Give. Give.
The two of them became friends with each other, and Xiao Yu smiled and said,
Come on for the finals.
After jumping away, she didn't forget to turn around and make a face at Li Hansheng, as a small revenge for Li Hansheng's teasing her. Returned to the lounge. I heard Guahao's hearty laughter.
Ha ha! Our great hero is back? Please, Brother Hao, can you be successful?
Li Hansheng rolled his eyes.
Where are you now? It's not like you won the championship. Hey, you kid.
Guahao scolded with a smile.
I'm not complimenting you. Sorry.
Li Hansheng made a cool expression.
I refuse verbal praise. Please give me something practical. Look, let me tell you.
Candy curled his lips.
Lao Li's GDX is Jiang Zi. Yes. Yes.
Guahao waved his hand.
Let's go. Let's have a big dinner.
It really deserves a good celebration. Except for Li Hansheng, who was a bad guy. No one in the top team could have imagined that the spring split could be so successful. Even Gao Dui and Imp initially wanted to train for the spring split and strive for good results, and then start sprinting in the summer split to try to win a spot in the S split. Both of them are eager to enter the World Championships again and prove themselves again. Who would have thought that the team would have such smooth sailing? On the way to the hotel, Li Hansheng did not forget to take out his mobile phone and check his group. Under the advice of the operations department, he established mini-fan groups. Each large group of 2,000 people is overcrowded, so there should not be too many messages every day. However, Li Hansheng also took the trouble to reply proactively in every group.
Thank you for your support. I will work harder in the future.
Then I opened the 7 Wolves of Ionia, and this small group was also very lively today. Zhanqi TV. Xiang, MD. How come you Winba? A piece of shit. Can play.
Ah-huh.
Why isn't Brother Hansheng the top laner of our team? It's a pity that there is no if/degree. Are you envious? What is protagonist treatment? This is called protagonist treatment. Topming, hee hee hee. Zhanqi TV. Katanda, stop barking. Give me Hanshengda. Gao Dui. Imp. And I can enter the LPL finals lying down. It's a pity that there is no if/degree. Got it. You dislike Xiang. Zhanqi TV. Katanda, go away. GDX. I really don't know what kind of bad luck you had to be able to be so smooth. No wonder Ming and Ashui are holding their mobile phones and smiling silly. Are their feelings just showing off in the group? Even Xianghua, who usually doesn't talk much, showed up to talk. RNG MLXG, gone. Laoli is so fierce. The NT third young master was still spraying us just now. If this SB hadn't kicked Laoli away, I would be the one hugging him today. It's a pity that there is no if/degree. Hey, you don't have the vision of a buddy. When Hanshengda was ranked for the first time, I could see Hanshengda's potential right away. So now I am the one holding the thigh. You can only envy. Li Hansheng almost laughed out loud. But Ashui's vision is indeed good. He is really good at picking teammates. I wanted to go to IG at first, and then I wanted to go to RNG. Although I was stuck in a contract with RNG and lost millions. But it turns out, the RNG club is not that good. But the group of players in the League of Legends division can really produce results. It's hard to say if Ashui really goes to RNG. As for going to top in the future, this group of teammates from top is not bad either. Taisho is indeed very powerful in the right version. He is really top-notch with heroes that can see. But tool players like Ice Girl play greener. This also has to do with the style of play. Not everyone can be as comprehensive as Rookie. Not to mention that sometimes Rookie is not suitable for the version. For example, the mid laners of S10 are all warriors. And Rookie is extremely uncomfortable. Only, no matter how you look for a team, it is no longer possible to put together a lineup as perfectly adapted as IG3C. This is also a regret in the minds of many fans. Chapter 113, then sliding on the Tianyin wave. It was already noon when Li Hansheng woke up. He took out his phone and took a look at it to make sure he didn't miss any important information. I originally thought about continuing to sleep for a while, but I really couldn't fall asleep. Energetic, this buff is so effective that Li Hansheng can't even fall asleep when he occasionally wants to sleep more. I don't know whether to cry or laugh. The entire corridor was very quiet, and it was obvious at first glance that the pigs had not yet woken up. The next second, Li Hansheng was slapped in the face. Gao Dui, the most pig-like person in the team, opened the door and walked out of the room, combing his hair like an adult and putting on a handsome suit.
Sure enough, men who fall in love will become coquettish.
Li Hansheng joked with a smile.
Huh?
Gao Dui just smiled contemptuously and deliberately held the phone in front of Li Hansheng with his right hand. In fact, he just wanted to show off the bracelet on his wrist. It was given to him by B-Boy. B-Boy himself also has one, which is a couple's model.
How can a single person understand my happiness? Ah. Right.
Right, when you don't know how to fight back. This is the universal formula. If it were the canine boy candy, Li Hansheng would still be able to say a few words. After all, the girlfriend Candy was licking madly had an internet celebrity face and looked like an internet celebrity in every aspect. Li Hansheng does not discriminate against internet celebrities. After all, everyone has the right to pursue beauty. But under the influence of big data, it is true that celebrities with internet celebrities are more likely to act like monsters. It's not Li Hansheng's fault. If he really wanted something like this, with his current reputation, he would be able to hook her up easily. But what's the point of this? Purely to vent physiological needs? Bizai and Gao Dui are low-key, and they are sincere to each other. A true two-way relationship.
Hee.
Gao Dui waved his hand.
Let's go. Just go ahead and envy me.
Li Hansheng rolled his eyes and gave Gao Dui's back a middle finger. Since it is quite a long time before the finals, and most of the domestic teams have already gone on vacation, the teams in the LCK cannot be contacted, and no one has made an appointment for a training match. After Guahao and Baiyuya discussed it, they simply gave the team members 2 days off to let them adjust to their condition. When they came to the kitchen, the aunt still cooked for them as usual, but the team's lunch was equivalent to ordinary people's breakfast, and all they prepared were steamed buns, siamai, porridge and the like. Li Hansheng took 2 buns and prepared to go to the training room. He doesn't have a girlfriend, and he doesn't have anything to play with, so he might as well continue to rank and earn points. Currently, he still has room for improvement in his hand speed and reaction speed, not to mention his development ability and team fighting ability. It is also necessary to earn points. By then, if he wants to further improve his landing ability, he can only use honor.
MDS6 is cheating because it doesn't have the regular season MVP award.
Li Hansheng bit his bun unhappily. The regular season MVP is also considered a tournament award, which can bring him honor points and improve his abilities. But he remembered it after thinking about it carefully. The regular season MVP award was only established in S7. Now in the S6 season, there is only one annual MVP selected at the end of the year. The selection criterion is the accumulated MVP points accumulated in the 2 regular seasons in spring and summer. Currently, LPL is still organized by the Banana Project. Principal Wang has been trying to connect the entertainment and esports circles to turn esports players into entertainment stars. The awards presentation at the end of 2016 also invited many popular celebrities to the stage. Result: celebrities simply don't look down on you. The 2016 annual awards eventually became a joke among players, and it was declared that the Banana Plan was basically a failure. Principal Wang's investment in business is compared to the resources he has, and his achievements are sincere. So.
Winning the championship, I will add points to my landing ability. I wonder what will happen.
Li Hansheng sipped milk from a straw, and his mind was already imagining how he would kill everyone on the field after maxing out his landing ability. Look like. After logging into his Hanbok account and waiting in line, Li Hansheng opened his browser and prepared to go to the anti-pressure bar to use the restroom. Fight the pressure. It was a lively event yesterday. First, EDG completed an unprecedented 1-minute BO5, and then Top brutally tortured RNG. Both things are hotly discussed. Isn't Bath Dog an unlucky guy? How come the middle and jungle break up wherever you go? Did the puppy kill your horse? Can this damn thing be blamed on a puppy? Hey, why don't you blame me for bathing the dog? If it weren't for the Bath Dog slandering others in rank and then being slapped in the face, how could QG have endured so much pressure from public opinion for no reason? If I were Bai Xing, I would really fire up San Xiao, a student who can only write short essays. Such a strong top laner was kicked out like trash by him. Not to mention Spicy. Guahao smiled. Top is making a lot of money. Actually, it's also QG's bad luck. You said it's not good for you to meet anyone, but you met the Prince EDG. I asked who dares to say that he is better than EDG? My EDG can finish the BO5 in 1 minute. Can you? Noob is a real monster. With 3 MVPs in 3 games. I feel that even if he were placed in the LCK, he would not be worse than Sem and Someday. Li Hansheng continued to browse. And some people were talking about the LCK playoffs. But the popularity was not high. Mainly talking about what happened in yesterday's semifinals. At noon in the Korean server, there were not many people playing high-level rankings. This was mainly because most teams in the LCK had also entered a state of vacation. And not every professional player had the same, energetic, buff as him. Improve yourself by earning points. It's only human nature to relax when you're on vacation. It took almost 20 minutes to get into the game. At this time, the door of the training room was pushed open. And Ah Shui walked in, with a chicken nest on his head. He was startled and said,
Hack! Brother Hansheng. You secretly discipline yourself and don't call yourself a brother. Right. What does it mean to be secretly self-disciplined?
Li Hansheng rolled his eyes.
It's as if I don't have self-discipline any day. TSK. TSK.
Ah Shui curled his lips. He really couldn't refute this. Li Hansheng's self-discipline is well known in the entire esports circle. After all, his ranking records in the Korean server will not be faked. Fans can see many 4 or 5 o'clock games in the morning by looking up his Korean server ranking records. Game. And then, there will be another game at 12 noon.
Auntie has made steamed buns and siamai in the kitchen. If you want to eat, you can go and get them.
Li Hansheng reminded.
By the way, help me get a bottle of best Coke. The last sentence is the key point. Right.
Ah Shui complained immediately. However, he still got up and went to the kitchen honestly, and got Li Hansheng a bottle of iced Coke from the container in the corner of the training room. He didn't play. He just sat and watched Li Hansheng operate.
Damn it. Brother Hansheng. You Roywin are too good at this. How can you be so good as a top laner if you're not a top laner? It's really outrageous. So outrageous.
After a while, people came to the training room to prepare here one after another. They may have heard Ah Shui's movements.
You Winba. Why are you whining so early in the morning?
Ming rubbed his eyes and yawned as he walked inside.
Oh, sure, Saming. While you were sleeping, Brother Hansheng and I were already practicing self-discipline. Just envy you.
Ah Shui showed off proudly.
I'm thinking you don't even have your computer turned on. How can you be so self-disciplined? Is it self-discipline to watch Brother Hansheng play games?
Ming complained mercilessly.
Can't I learn how to operate? You're an ADC and you're learning from the laner? What? You still want to go on the road and play as a marksman hero? Why not? Brother Hansheng just played Lucian as top laner. Are you worthy of comparing with my brother Hansheng?
Li Hansheng was caught in the middle, and his head was about to explode. I just wanted to end the game quickly. This time he filled in the jungle and played the blind monk. At this time, both sides were fighting near the Dawang pit, and he stood on the edge of the crowd trying to find an opportunity. Every blind monk dreams of kicking 5 people away with one arc kick. In the process of repeated pulling and pulling between the two sides, the opponent's Jhin relied on the effect of the artillery to move forward to draw A and consume it. Li Hansheng's accidental movement was keenly caught. Li Hansheng was typing on the keyboard and flicking the mouse very quickly. The frequency of his fingertips made Ah Shui feel dizzy. Q, Tianyin Bo, flew diagonally towards the side of the crowd. It was really diagonal, so that the opponent Jhin had no defense at all, and did not retreat. Instead, he continued to take a step forward and wanted to use A's artillery passively.
Brother Hansheng's hands are shaking. Aren't you?
Ming originally wanted to make a joke, but his words stopped abruptly the next second.
What the HL?
Ah Shui on the side opened his eyes wide, as if he had seen a ghost. At the moment when Q took action, Blind Monk touched the eye with W plus flash to Jin's side, and directly kicked the Divine Dragon to swing its tail. A library. Jhin was kicked out, and just caught the sliding Tianyin wave. The most important thing is, because Jhin moved forward, the opponent's entire lineup also followed suit. Li Hansheng's kick kicked Jhin away, knocking several people behind him away as well. After the Tianyin wave hit, Li Hansheng flew into the crowd with his second stage of Q, landed AE and connected with the greedy Hydra, which also produced the Thunder effect. A set of explosive AoE is full, and you can use your own power to cripple the opponent. On his side, Easy pulled a big move on the spot and directly received a wave of 3 kills. And then he came up to collect another kill. It's a pity that Li Hansheng's damage was too high, and he instantly killed Jhin and failed to let Easy get the pentakill. But his teammates still gave him crazy praise. A series of boxes cannot be displayed in Korean. Maybe they also recognized that Lee Han-shung was not Korean. So they just said good? Even his opponents were typing in full screen to praise him. With this wave of group destruction, Lee Han-shung won easily and added 18 points, allowing him to successfully break into the top 10 of the Korean server.
Oh my god!
Ah Shui and Ming realized at this time.
Brother Han-shung, what was your move just now? That's right. I didn't even see it clearly. And B. Jean was kicked away. Are you going to play top lane blind monk?
Lee Han-shung smiled. During the S6 period, Teacher to See had not yet become popular. So naturally the idea of horse-style triangle killing had not become popular either.
It's just a very simple blind monk operation. You don't even know this? What nonsense!
Ah Shui rolled his eyes.
I can also play blind monk. Why can't I do this trick? Brother Han-shung, don't pretend to be a cop now. And there is no audience. Everyone is a buddy. So you pretend to be who's watching?
Hey, Lee Han-shung smiled. He didn't hide his clumsiness on purpose. He gave a rough explanation.
He just deliberately threw his Q crookedly to lower the opponent's defensive mentality. Then he touched the eye with W plus flash to get close to the opponent. And then kicked the target towards Tai Nyenbo with R flying position. That's it?
Ah Shui called Candy directly.
Lao Xiang, do you know the operations of the blind monk? Brother Han-shung?
Candy shook his head in confusion.
I don't know. He looks pretty good. Brother Han-shung, teach me. Teach me. If this is used to hold cups during a live broadcast, the effect will definitely be amazing.
Ah Shui opened the custom room with a smile. Ming, Candy, and even Imp and Lu Mao, who came late, also started to challenge him to learn this trick. Lee Han-shung naturally would not refuse and taught them in detail.
Then Tai Nyenbo is gliding.
In fact, it's just for fun. This thing is relatively reliable for live streaming, but it is difficult to use in actual combat, mainly because the price/performance ratio is not high. In the S6 version of the game, it is almost impossible for the blind monk to have the damage of a single second ADC. And it is not the mythical version with overflow damage. The R flash spin kick is the most cost-effective way to play in the game. So when he was teaching, he specifically told Candy,
Xiang Renjie, just use this thing when you're showing off during live broadcasts. You don't have to play triangle kills during the game. Nonsense. There are no candidates for this version of blind monk.
Candy waved his hand. 2. The spring split is not friendly to Lee Sin. Either the leopard girl or the male gun, which can be farmed quickly, or the spider, wine barrel, or excavator. As for the former, the Lee Sin's jungle clearing efficiency cannot keep up, while the latter is the existence of the Lee Sin as a counter in the wild area. As a result, almost no one cares about this evergreen tree in the wild area in the spring split.
Come on! Noob! Look to the left. Yes! Yes! Raise your head a little higher.
Lee Han-shung followed the instructions of the staff and assumed various postures, and the teammates around him also followed suit. The 7 contestants had straight faces and pretended to be serious, and even had a murderous look in their eyes. Their hair was combed like adults, shaved and put on makeup, making them completely different from usual. It is worthy of being one of the 4 evil arts. Lee Han-shung can clearly feel the changes in his external image.
Very good! Perfect! Keep it up! That's it!
After hearing the last sentence, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that they could finally take a rest. Just as Lee Han-shung wanted to find a place to sit and drink water, he was called away by the director.
Noob! You have to stay and take some pictures alone.
This is the filming site for the promotional video and posters of the finals, including the advanced shooting of the trash talk session. Lee Han-shung also filmed before the start of the regular season, but at that time Top and he were both marginal figures in the league and did not have such a heavy filming task at all. But now, first there were team shots from various angles, and then there were individual shots, which was really tiring. After finally completing the filming progress here, I was pulled to shoot the trash talk session. Since it is not a face-to-face trash talk on the spot, the director will inform the other party's ideas in advance during the shooting so that you can use it as a basis. In response, after a whole day of back and forth, Lee Han-shung finally completed his shooting task. No way. Who makes him the #1 player in the team that Top is currently favoring. And LPL officials also intend to favor him. How to support it? This kind of highly anticipated moment gives him more personal shots. After finally finding a place to sit and drink 2 sips of ice water, Ah Shui and Ming came over and pulled him out.
Hurry! Hurry! Brother Han-shung, Xiang and the others are already waiting for us.
This is the first offline gathering of 7 Wolves of Ionia, proposed by Ashui. Mainly at this time, everyone is free. Even the busiest MLXG started to take a vacation after being eliminated by Top in the semifinals. I originally planned to hold a party during the semifinals. However, considering that they had just defeated RNG and eliminated MLXG, it was not appropriate to ask people to come out for a party at that time. That's why it was postponed until today. LWX they have found a place to eat. A hot pot restaurant specializing in Sichuan and Chongqing flavors located next to Hongqiao Tiandi. The main group is basically people from the Lianghu area. The taste is relatively strong.
Yo. Our big star is here?
MLXG was a little sour. Teacher La Xiang's emotional intelligence will not disappoint as always. Li Hansheng didn't care. He smiled and greeted everyone proactively.
Hey, Xiang. Songbao.
I noticed that everyone was a little embarrassed. After all, we were just chatting happily online. In reality, this was the first time we met. At this time, Li Hansheng was already a hot superstar in the LPL. The gap in status and popularity created an invisible barrier between everyone.
What?
Li Hansheng glared.
Everyone is pretending to be cold and indifferent. Right.
Seeing Li Hansheng being so enthusiastic and proactive made LWX, LQS and others relax a lot. And they all sat down one after another.
How dare we pretend to be cold in front of Brother Hansheng? We are all your fans. Hey, Xiang. Your eyebrows are quite distinctive.
Li Hansheng joked. LWX has standard thick eyebrows and big eyes, and is also over 1.8 meters tall. The first impression that comes to people is his 2 thick eyebrows, which move every time and are easily reminiscent of Crayon Shinchan. LQS, on the other hand, has a long fringe covering his eyes, making people wonder how he plays games with such sight conditions. Not everyone in the group came. After all, some people were far away. Before eating, the group asked the waiter to take 2 photos, and then sent them to the group to give those who couldn't come a sense of participation.
Let us wish Hansheng, Wenbo, and Sinming to win the championship as they wish in the finals the day after tomorrow.
Drinking is naturally out of the question. All are replaced by drinks. Li Hansheng smiled and drank the wine in one gulp before speaking.
I also wish you a smoother career path in the future. I will be waiting for you in the LPL. I also hope to see you in the LPL as soon as possible. That's it. Don't you guys relax? Don't wait for me to grab Poo-Poo's main force. You haven't come to LPL yet. Hee. Let's work hard together.
Chapter 114 No Mole. Come on. April 23rd. God is very kind to me. The weather was very sunny on the day of the finals, which was very suitable for travel. The Qizhong Forest Sports City Tennis Center in Moda covers an area of 508 acres and is the largest tennis center in Asia. It can accommodate up to 15,000 spectators. The stadium that has hosted many international tennis events has been rented as the venue for the finals. Since the game officially starts at 3:30 p.m., there is an opening ceremony for nearly half an hour before the game. Players need to officially appear on the stage and put on makeup. They also need to conduct a brief rehearsal before the game to prevent mistakes during the opening ceremony. Therefore, at around 10 a.m., the entire top team took the bus and headed to the competition venue. The spectators have not yet entered the stadium, so the huge stadium looks empty. But this does not prevent the players of the 2 teams from rehearsing. Before the game, officials said there would be a mysterious guest. Li Hansheng thought it was Zhu Zhen, but when he arrived at the scene, he discovered that it was Duan Xian, the CCTV commentator who signed the contract with the Banana Project. As a well-known commentator on traditional domestic competitive sports, Banana plans to attract him to serve as a platform for the emerging esports industry, which shows his ambition. After being busy for a long time, the staff could start to eat, and the players on both sides, whether they were the main players or substitutes, could only watch the staff eat helplessly while secretly swallowing their own saliva. No way. It's almost 2 o'clock. If you eat at this time, it will be digested almost right before the game. No one wants to make mistakes at such a critical moment. At that time, if there is a huge mistake in the operation deformation on the field due to a lack of timely response, it will be worth the loss. If you are really hungry, just eat a banana or some chocolate to avoid hypoglycemia. In fact, when the value has been stabilized by the system, Li Hansheng doesn't care whether he eats or not. Anyway, stomach digestion will not cause his operation to decline. But he has to follow the crowd. And everyone is hungry. So why should he put it aside? Eat? He took out a banana and began to persuade.
Brothers, eat a banana first to cushion the blow. Don't regret not eating a banana before the game to replenish energy if you don't perform well on the field. No way. Right.
Ashue joked with a smile.
No one made a mistake and lost the game because he didn't eat a banana before the game. Right. Hey, that's hard to say.
Li Hanxing smiled.
Eat everything. Don't be polite to me.
Guo Hao also took the initiative to persuade.
Han Sheng is right. Just eat a banana to be prepared.
In fact, a similar scene was also staged in EDG's lounge. It was impossible to eat. Only bananas in that bar.
TMD.
Candy bit into the banana fiercely, feeling very unhappy.
After this game, my employer and I will have to eat meat for 3 days in a row. Don't let anyone stop me then. I want to eat too. Barbecue, fried chicken, and beer.
Imp also followed suit.
Are you still eating? Puff, you're going from imp to omp.
Li Hanxing rolled his eyes and complained. I don't know if it's because Top's food is so good. Imp is clearly showing signs of developing into an omp. The top team uniform is designed to be very slim. But when he wears it on Imp, you can see his bulging belly. When he walks, you can feel the fat trembling. At this time, the staff seemed to have finished lunch, replenished energy, and came backstage to put makeup on the players.
The new player's looks are indeed very good, and he is better than many young talents.
This is not the first time Li Hanxing has heard words like this from a makeup artist. He just smiled politely. After makeup is completed, there is still a little time left for the players to make final adjustments, and for the coaches to make final tactical arrangements.
Don't be too nervous. It's the same as playing RNG in the semifinals. It's just a bigger stadium.
Bai Yueyao clapped his hands and tried his best to reduce the pressure of the players. He also knew very well that it would be unrealistic to expect the players to be completely unnervous on a stage like the finals. And there were tens of thousands of spectators at the scene. Playing in front of hundreds of spectators is a different feeling than playing in front of tens of thousands of spectators. Gao Dui and Imp don't need to worry. But the other 3 people are encountering this kind of posture for the first time. So he is quite worried. Bai Yueyao subconsciously glanced at Li Hanxing beside her, and found that the boy was lowering his head and playing with his mobile phone. He leaned over to take a look. I saw Li Hanxing sending out several messages in the fan group. No mole. Let's play and fill in the blanks. I hope you can understand what I mean. Throughout the ages. 1.5 stars. Profit-seeking. Bai Yueyao didn't react at the first moment. He was still thinking about it seriously. But as he filled in the blanks one by one and read them together again, his expression suddenly became weird.
It seems like I'm overthinking this kid.
Bai Yueyao shook her head dumbfounded, and once again lamented that Li Hanxing's mental endurance was really strong. It was obviously the first time he came to the scene. But he acted like a normal person. Oh, no. There is another one. Ashue.
This is the team's hope for the future.
Huang Xian and the other 3 were stuck in traffic for a while. When they arrived at the stadium, it was already crowded with people. There was a dark line of people queuing in front of them. There were even people who had not bought tickets and were paying high prices on the spot to buy one ticket. As a light bulb, Huang Xian is very conscious and tries to reduce her presence as much as possible to prevent herself from ruining the atmosphere of the world between her best friend and her boyfriend. So she keeps looking down at the messages in the fan group, and happens to see a message from Li Hanxing. Content. Want some color pictures? Brother Hanxing. If I win this championship, I will donate all the 500 G seeds I have collected for many years to you. Good guy. It turns out that the source of power comes from Neko? Brother Hanxing really desires power as much as I do. Pooh. You LSPs. Don't lead my husband astray. Bad Shengbao is so charming. Shengbao. Come on. We will cheer you up. Huang Xian's long and slender fingers tapped on the phone screen deftly. And she also said, come on.
Xin, why are you laughing?
Wenxin came over and took a look curiously. Then blushed and complained angrily.
Huh? This Li Hanxing is probably not a serious person. What?
Her boyfriend also took a curious look and showed a smile that all men understand.
Brother Hanxing is worthy of being a member of our generation. Sure enough. Brother Hanxing and I still have a lot in common. If you try hard, maybe can you be as powerful as him? Why are you imitating him? Isn't he immoral?
When she rolled her eyes at her boyfriend, took his arm and walked forward.
Hurry up and get in.
Huang Xian also quickly followed. She did not forget to remind her friend.
Shixin, you are not allowed to bring water in. Oh? Why? Wenxin looked confused. Well, we have to start from ancient times. Her boyfriend caught a chance to show off. Because in the SWL competition that year, IG defeated Wii, which was very popular at the time. As a result, when the awards were given after the game, we unconvinced fans threw mineral water bottles at the IG members on stage. Ha! Can it still be like this? Wenxin laughed suddenly. Although Huang Xian had already known about this matter, his eyes couldn't help but turn into two crescent moons when he heard it again. The three of them lined up to enter the venue chatting and laughing. At the door, they also received gifts to cheer for the top team. There are 15,000 spectators entering the stadium today, and the stands on all sides are open. You will definitely be shocked. The three of them bought enough soft drinks, and then started looking for their own seats. They were all from pretty good families, and Wenxin's boyfriend had some connections with friends to get some tickets at excellent locations. It's right in front of the contestants' seats, not very far from the stage. Directly in front of the stage is a small booth, with the silver dragon trophy symbolizing the championship placed on it. As soon as Huang Xian sat down, she looked around curiously and found that there were quite a few girls like her, all whispering to each other. Although the environment was a bit dark at this time, it could still be seen that these girls were pretty good looking. Sure enough, there are a lot of female fans. Hello. Let me borrow it for a moment. When Huang Xian heard this, she looked up and saw a brightly dressed girl looking at her. She turned slightly to let the girl pass. When she saw that the support card in Huang Xian's hand had the word noob on it, she asked with a smile. Are you also a fan of Sheng Bao? Me too. Yes. Huang Xian nodded. She was not as familiar with him as she was. But girls who were both girls were not so wary of each other. Smiling politely at the other party, she lowered her head to play with her phone again. The girl next to her seemed to have come alone. From the corner of her eye, she inadvertently saw the name of the group chat on Huang Xian's mobile phone. It was the core fans group of more than 2 super rockets in Li Hanqing's live broadcast room. She came over again. Hey! Are you in this group too? I am too! Huang Xian looked at the other party with a blank expression, and the other party introduced himself enthusiastically. I am also the administrator of the fan group. My ID is Nami Sushi. Oh! Huang Xian suddenly realized that she had seen this ID before. But the impression is a bit not so good, because she remembered that occasionally there would be discussions in the fan group about other players, and some people would post some anti-fan posts about Li Hansheng. Nami's ability to make people laugh with her sushi is also unparalleled. Genealogy rises to heaven at every turn. A pretty girl. Why does she curse so harshly? Huang Xian's little head still couldn't figure it out. If Li Hansheng was here, he would definitely recognize it. Isn't this person named Nami Sushi the future LPL commentator? Before Guangdu could say anything, the official countdown started on the screen above the stage. Everyone's attention was attracted by the gorgeous lighting effects on the stage. Chapter 115, Love Trash Talk. The tennis center, which can accommodate 15,000 spectators, was packed with seats. Countdown numbers began to appear above the stage and on the floor of the stage. Every time a new number appeared, the cheers of the audience would get louder and louder. The free light sticks distributed for support showed the red and blue colors of both sides of the canyon in the darkness, and they were divided along the center line of the venue. From above, it looked like they were competing against each other. 3, 2, 1 inch. As the countdown ended, a burst of gorgeous fireworks burst out from the edge of the stage, and the sudden cheers from the scene mixed with the muffled sound of the cheering sticks, echoing in the huge stadium. The numbers on the big screen disappear. Instead, there was a human hand, clenched into a fist and hitting the screen, accompanied by crisp sound effects. The image of broken glass appeared in front of the audience, symbolizing that the barrier between virtuality and reality was shattered, and eventually transformed into the Riot logo. The screen went dark again. When it lights up again, the first thing that catches the eye is the top of the venue. This is the unique design of Qizhong Forest Tennis Center. The outline structure of the ceiling is specially designed to resemble the blooming process of the white magnolia, the flower of Magic City. Everyone was amazed. And then the lights dimmed and came back on again. The actors responsible for the opening ceremony performed on it wearing ancient costumes of Han culture, dancing gracefully and gracefully. The most eye-catching thing is the floor of the stage. This is advanced ground screen technology. The inside of the floor of the stage is like a broadcast screen, and will show various pictures as the stage elements change. This can also be regarded as a preview for the opening ceremony of MSI next month. After all, this year's MSI will be held in Shanghai.
After a wonderful performance, the officially announced mysterious host also made his official appearance. Duan Xian, a well-known commentator from CCTV Sports Channel, came to the top of the stage wearing a smart suit and holding a microphone.
Friends here. Friends watching on the screen. How are you?
Duan Xian started with his iconic speech, accompanied by the applause and cheers from the scene. He slowly walked to the booth on the stage.
I believe everyone has seen the trophy next to me that symbolizes the championship honor. The two teams will compete to win the trophy. And in a fierce battle, who will be the winner today? Let us invite players from both sides to appear.
Another short video cut in. This was the finals promotional video shot by the two participating teams before the game. Whenever a player showed up, there would be a burst of screams at the scene. It ended with Li Hansheng descending from the sky, slowly raising his head, revealing a determined and murderous look in his eyes. And the atmosphere of the scene was also rendered to the extreme. Countless female fans screamed. Huang Xian vigorously shook the cheering stick in her hand. And Gu Gugu beside her shouted at the top of her lungs without any concern for her image.
Ah! Shengbao! Shengbao!
It really made Huang Xian, who is also a girl, see why the internet said that the fighting power of girls in the Rice Circle is terrible. After the short video ended, the contestants from both sides began to appear. The players from EDG were the first to appear. They walked out of the venue in a neat queue from the left channel of the venue. After arriving on the stage, they were equipped with advanced floor screen technology. With every step taken, bursts of blisters and ripples would appear on the ground screen, creating the illusion of a lotus growing step by step, until the 5 players stood in the preset positions. A pattern appeared under their feet. Stone pillars, like plum blossom piles.
Top players come on stage!
The staff on the side reminded. Li Hansheng, who was standing at the front of the team as a superior, nodded, and also stepped onto the stage, coming to the top of the stage from the passage on the right. The top fans at the scene also gave the warmest cheers to welcome the contestants. Li Hansheng waved to the audience seats on both sides. Looking at the dark audience in front of me, I felt a huge shock in my heart. Even though he had made all the assumptions in advance and made all psychological preparations, when he actually faced such a scene in person, his heart still couldn't help beating violently. It seemed to be on the same frequency as the tapping sound of the cheering sticks at the scene. He also understands why so many players are eager for honors. The title and glory of the championship not only represent more financial income, but also get you corresponding flowers and applause. How can such a scene not be fascinating? No one can remain absolutely calm in such a scene. Not even Li Hansheng. It is still the same as the EDG players. The players from both sides are facing each other. The entire stage is like a circle, with both sides clearly separated on both sides, which exactly corresponds to the position of their fans. Next, each player will be given a close-up shot, and Duan Xian will also loudly introduce the player's ID and location. The ground screen under your feet and the screen above your head will be replaced with handsome poster photos taken by the contestants. After their debut, the contestants lined up in a row, with Duan Xian standing in the middle.
The players on both sides looked very calm, and the shining silver trophy symbolizing the championship honor was clearly visible in front of them. But only one side can become the winner and win the championship. And only one side can represent our LPL division in the MSI Mid-Season Invitational next month. I wish you good luck. Provide a wonderful showdown for the audience, and let yourself have no regrets.
It ended with cheers from the fans at the scene. The players from both sides began to go to the player seats for final equipment debugging, and the live screen switched to a short video again, which was the trash talk session that the audience was curious about.
It's time for the much-loved Shengbao trash talk session again.
Gu Gugu looked forward to it, like a little fangirl. Huang Xian is also looking forward to it. After all, Li Hansheng always talks dirty words in a set way.
Xin, let alone watching the game live is like watching a concert. This atmosphere.
The noisy environment at the scene made Wenxin have to lean into Huang Xian's ear and raise the volume to ensure that the other party could hear what he said clearly.
I don't usually pay much attention to the game, but I feel very enthusiastic. You didn't see it just now, but when that noob came on the stage, my boyfriend was more excited than the girls next to him. I have never seen him like this. This is the charm of esports. Right.
Huang Xian smiled.
I would say take the initiative to accept all this, and you will discover another side of your boyfriend.
When Xian hummed softly, pouting dissatisfiedly.
Understanding is understanding. But why would he be so excited for a man? He has never been so excited about me. What? You still want to be jealous of a man?
Wang Xin teased with a smile.
Go! 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 How could I?
When she rolled her eyes at her, and then said seriously,
I also want to study this game and competition seriously. And then let him look at me with admiration.
The cheers that rang out again interrupted the whispers between the two of them. Because he was here for the much-anticipated trash talk session. Li Hansheng is a famous talker. And the factory director is no less generous.
Due to changes in personnel at the beginning of this season, we have been adjusting. And we lost more at the beginning.
This is Mako's voice.
We are a newly formed team. We didn't expect that we would get to this point at first. But now that we are here, we have to take something away. And I lost to EDG in the spring split last year. I hope to be able to do it this year.
Revenge? Otherwise, I will really have to go back to raising pigs. And everyone knows that I specialize in pawn hunting.
Gao Dui's voice followed, causing a burst of laughter. This is the grudge between the factory director and Gao Dui. The two met in rank, and the factory director angrily complained that Gao Dui was so good at food. Why else would he have a job? Why not go back and raise pigs? It is also a tease of the LPL mid-lane ecological chain last year. Gao Dui can't beat Rookie. Rookie can't beat Pawn. And Pawn can't beat Gao Dui, forming a perfect closed loop.
Although we lost some games at the beginning of the league because of the lineup adjustment, we overcame it in the end because we are EDG, so we can get to this point. Candy has no shortcomings in my opinion. But he also has no advantages. I don't even understand how Top made him the starter.
The factory director's domineering declaration actually caused a burst of screams from the piggies at the scene.
That's right.
Goo 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 curled his lips with disdain.
You're just a guy who's been in the top 8 of the World Championships every year.
This is also the first reaction of many top fans. Not to mention Trash Minkai. He is a trash who only fights within himself. Laughing to death. These domestic colored pens can't beat EDG. So is it EDG's problem? Shouldn't it be those clubs who should reflect on themselves? Ha ha. The only officially recognized international championship in the LPL was won by EDG. Or by the defeated SKT. How can you have the nerve to say that EDG is pulling its crotch in foreign games? I just like the domineering look of the factory director. Although he didn't perform well in the S game, he deserves everyone's praise for his continued efforts towards his dream. You shout slogans every year and talk about dreams every year. Others are either hunger strike junglers or herbivorous junglers. You, Minkai, are the dream jungler. Right. You should show some achievements. The trash talk session had just begun, and there was already a barrage of arguments. This is also the point where anti-fans attack the factory director the most. And the term,
Dream Jungler,
was even coined. How to say, the factory director does have dreams and works hard. His professional attitude is not bad, and he trains very hard. However, it is true that he is too weak to play in foreign games and has no results. It can only be said that his talent and ability are limited. And he is praised so highly by LPL officials that many people have expectations of him that are beyond his ability. When he fails to live up to the expectations of fans and viewers, the behavior that officials praise will eventually lead to backlash.
We have defeated Top in the regular season. If we can win once, we can win a second time. As long as I stay stable in the lane and don't get a huge advantage from Noob, my teammates will take care of his teammates.
This is the voice of Koro1. During the spring split, Koro1 was still EDG's main top laner, and Mouse gradually took his place in the summer split.
In S4, I won the whole year, but lost the most important world championship. In S5, I won 1 win and 1 loss with Gu Shinbin. This time I will beat him again. And I will beat him to tears.
This is a paragraph Korean is spoken by Deft. When S4 was in South Korea, Samsung Blue was beating Samsung in vain. But in the World Championship, Samsung White was beating Samsung Blue.
And there was also a scene where Deft burst into tears on the field.
Alwa wants to see Kim Hyuk-kyu cry again. Those viewers who want to see him cry, well, will let you get your wish today.
Although Imp is very difficult to speak in Chinese, he still insists on speaking in Chinese. He is still the arrogant little boy. Bitch. His fans at the scene also exclaimed, Yi Qing is back?
I want to prove who is the best jungler in the LPL. I have defeated Xianghua. And the only thing missing is the factory director.
What followed were several more tit-for-tat conversations.
Because we defeated Top once, we didn't deliberately study them before the game. To be honest, I was already studying MSI's opponents in advance. Coming. The classic is coming. And what follows is Li Hanqing's response to this. I think after the factory director studied MSI's opponents, He might not want to go. After all, the pressure from MSI is too great, and he can't grasp it.
Li Hanxing, facing the camera, laughed and joked.
Director, be careful. His F4 has been targeted by me, and I will always look for opportunities to brush up on his F4. If you dare to enter the jungle, will he try?
The factory director also argued.
Actually, there is nothing to study in top. Just catch him at level 3 and you'll be done. The factory director must remember what he said. I'll be waiting for him on the way.
Ha ha ha. Shengbao is too naughty. After studying the MSI opponents, I found that they were too strong and decided not to go. Be careful when EDG changes lines again. The factory director will take a truckload of people to look for you on the road. MD, I admire the factory director. He really does this dirty talk. Caught at level 3? This is also inconsistent with the personality of the factory director. Go. 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 Let's get started.
Ha! Both sides are very angry today.
In one corner of the scene, next to Guan Ziyuan was sitting EDG's former coach Abramovich. Now Abu has been promoted to EDG's manager. And on the other side was S6's most popular female anchor Miss. This is the analysis desk before the game.
We can see that in all data analysis. Top has an overall advantage. I would like to ask Abramovich, how do you think EDG will win today?
Guan Ziyuan asked.
Top is a very good team.
When Abramovich opened his mouth, his signature effeminate voice was obvious. He first praised Top.
Their individual abilities are very strong, and their landing abilities in the 3 lines are top-notch. It will be very difficult for EDG to win, but it is not completely impossible.
The standard of suppressing first, and then rising was really mastered by Abu.
Top relies too much on their landing ability. What they pursue is to directly crush the opponent in landing, and they are somewhat neglected at the operational level. I think the way for EDG to win is to avoid battles by switching operations and use better operations. Ability and teamfight decision-making beat Top. Indeed.
Guan Ziyuan nodded, then looked at Miss aside.
Who is Miss more optimistic about? I'm more optimistic about Top.
Miss knows her positioning very well. The official invited 2 people. One is that Abramovich must be facing EDG, and she must be facing Top to form the opposite. What's more, she herself supports Top even more. Who makes Top so popular now? Her own League of Legends ability is indeed quite good, but it does not mean that her understanding is very deep. Even if her understanding is good, her ability to organize language orally and express her thoughts accurately is still a hindrance. However, it must be said that I came to this scene just to show my face and gain a sense of presence.
I think Top is not a brainless team. They actually know how to operate, especially after losing to EDG in the regular season. We saw many teams trying to use lane-switching tactics to defeat Top, but they all failed.
Miss chuckled.
To borrow a saying from netizens, the same trick cannot be used against the Saints a second time. Indeed, based on your 2 views, this game is destined to be a difficult showdown for both sides.
Guan Ziyuan made the final summary.
Let us wait and see who will win the championship in the end. Let us also return the screen to the commentary box.
Sitting in the commentary box were Miller and Wawa. On such an important occasion, senior staff must come to consult. And there is no more suitable combination than the Higher brothers. Although Wang Lauer and Guan Ziyuan performed well in the regular season, they were undoubtedly a little too immature on such an important occasion.
Thank you for the wonderful analysis brought to us by the commentator.
Wawa took over the conversation and continued.
I personally think Abu is right. Compared with outstanding personal abilities, the feeling Top gives us is in operation and execution. In terms of strength, there is always a slight difference, because Top's personal ability is strong enough. So strong that he can crush all the way in the lane with his personal ability. Most teams can't survive when they play operations.
Miller shook his head and retorted.
You can't say Top doesn't operate. It's because even the top opponents can't survive the operational stage. And the outcome on the field is already obvious. Ha ha ha. That's true.
Wawa didn't deny it.
Judging from various data, the 2 teams in today's finals are far ahead. It's not an exaggeration to say that they are not on the same level as other LPL teams. Top leads in various landing data, while EDG has better data at some team levels. Of course, the most dazzling one is Noob. His data can only be described as gorgeous. The KDA of 12.4 ranks first in the league, and the second-ranked factory director is only 7.1. He has 32 solo kills in the season, ranking first among all positions. He ranks first in the top lane in terms of average points output, 4th among all positions, and is far behind in MVP selections. leading to second place. As long as this performance continues, this year's best rookie and annual MVP candidates will basically be locked in advance.
When the various data were revealed, the audience was still greatly shocked. Gui. Brother Han Sheng's data is so scary. The gap between him and the second place is really huge. It is true that in these data, Han Sheng is the only one, and there must be at least 2 gaps in the middle to be the others. It turns out that there is someone who is better than the factory director when it comes to protecting KDA. I thought the factory director KDA was the top one. Please leave this disgusting person alone. Okay. Brother Han Sheng defended KDA? There is no time when I am not at the front. That is, just trash Ming Kai to protect KDA. If you play with a pig girl, you can throw away the pig. If you play with a male gun, you can throw away the gun.
Okay. Both sides have finished debugging. Let's see whether EDG defends the dignity of the old king, or Top's new king is crowned. Let's wait and see.
Chapter 116: The Strongest Spear vs the Strongest Shield.
What do you mean by this noob data?
In the audience, when Xian kept asking questions to her boyfriend and best friend like a curious baby, and they both took the trouble to explain to her, mainly for Bai Xiaoqun, who doesn't play this kind of game very much. She really doesn't understand anything. Wang Xian has relevant knowledge and often plays games, so he understands the meaning of these data, especially the average damage. Li Hanqing's average damage ranks 4th among all positions. What is this concept? The mainstream style of play throughout the spring split is to play around the middle and lower double C, which can be seen through the details in a game. The mid laner of S6 actually has the term line control, which is unimaginable in any later versions. The mid laner in later versions is just a lane pusher. Do you dare to control the lane? The opposing mid laner will blast you on the wing every minute. But in the S6 spring split version, the mid lane can control the lane and develop. When the top laner choice of tanks was the keynote, Li Hanqing just reversed the version and used a carry-type top laner to dominate the sky. You must know that in the list of average damage, ADC has the most advantage, as long as they are not killed immediately in a team battle. ADCs who rely on average A output can easily deal thousands of damage. Those ranked above Li Hanqing are basically serious ADC players. Deft, Uzi and Doimb. Yes, even Imp is lower than Li Hanqing. But this is also because there are too many people in the top team who deal damage. Gao Dui also takes a lot of damage, but Imp's average damage per position ranks 6th among all positions, and Gao Dui ranks 2nd 11th overall position. From the ranking of average damage, we can see why Top ranks 1st in the regular season. The 3C positions can deal so much damage. How can they lose in team battles?
Actually, if you always choose a carry top laner, the probability will be higher. Choosing a tank top laner in a few games has lowered the average damage data.
Wang Xian muttered quietly. However, she can understand Li Hanqing's thoughts. Not only her, but almost everyone can see that Li Hanqing often deliberately gives his teammates opportunities to perform, preferring to choose heroes who are green leaves. Therefore, the fans of his teammates also like him very much. Gao Dui and Imp have quite a number of die-hard fans, and these people are also full of praise for Li Hanqing.
BP has begun!
Gugu shouted at the side, and Wang Xian's attention returned to the broadcast screen.
Brother Sheng went out today without washing his hands. Right. You can actually lose to the opponent.
Li Hanqing was teasing in the voice. Entering the finals, there is no saying that historical results will be used to determine the right to choose a side. The teams will be decided by drawing lots before the game. Bai Yueyao went to participate in the lottery, but lost to Abramovich. In this way, EDG got the right to choose sides in the first, third, and fifth rounds, while Top could only choose sides in the second and fourth rounds.
Can't you, sisterly, tell me about my good intentions?
Bai Yueyao defended his bad luck.
I did this to silence EDG fans in advance, in case they lose to us and then blame them for not choosing the right side. How to make it fair? Ha ha ha.
The team members laughed like pigs when they heard this. Li Hanqing also laughed, and he continued to tease.
Brother Sheng, I feel that if Thanos could be beaten down with a snap of his fingers, you would disappear without even saying a word, and you would still stubbornly tell us that Thanos is not that big. Ha ha ha.
Hearing Li Hanqing's teasing, the team members laughed even more happily, and even the tense atmosphere was diluted a lot. Bai Yueyao was also stunned by these words, and was speechless for a long time. Li Hanqing could feel the excitement in his heart. Playing a game in front of tens of thousands of people. In such a scene, it is impossible not to be excited. It's just that after experiencing the excitement when I came on stage, I'm much calmer now. and my hands won't tremble. He looked sideways, and saw that the expressions of his teammates were pretty good. Gao Dui and Imp have seen all kinds of storms and waves. Candy is not that nervous. LV Mao is also okay. And the team as a whole is not affected by the atmosphere created by tens of thousands of fans at the scene.
But there are so many people.
Li Hansheng sighed subconsciously.
Inside the Hongqiao Tiandi Performing Arts Center. Wearing headphones makes me isolated from the world. I can still hear the sounds outside.
The LPL finals did not have a soundproof room specially built on the stage. Players still used headphones to isolate external noise. But this is the largest tennis center in Asia. All the 15,000 auditoriums at the venue today are full. And no matter how expensive the sound isolating headphones are, it is impossible to completely isolate the outside sound.
Isn't this quite suitable for you?
Gao Dui chuckled.
You like to fill the cup so much. When you make a wonderful operation, you can directly hear the cheers. That's true.
Li Hansheng also smiled. There are 15,000 spectators. Even if these people are just whispering in low voices, the volume produced is already terrifying. Let alone if they all scream together. Thinking about it this way, Li Hansheng was quite excited. Naturally, the more spectators on the way to fill the cup, the better. After chatting so well, the official room has been created. EDG took the initiative to choose the blue side. They chose to ban Karma as soon as they started. When facing RNG, Lu Mao chose Karma many times, and performed quite well. EDG's move was to specifically block the heroes he was hot on.
The first ban position of top is to give General Pawn's card. Wei Shen is not as good as Pawn in terms of rhythm driving, but he is not afraid of facing him. So he needs to block his rhythm heroes and let him follow him honestly in the lane. Line up yourself.
Even though Gao Du used rhythm heroes such as Ice Girl many times in the spring game and has deliberately practiced his roaming ability, he is still not as good as Pawn in this aspect. Bai Yueyan knows this very well. And letting the opponent face off with him honestly is the surest way for top to win. Cards are naturally the top priority. In the version where Rock Bird did not appear and Galio was not reworked, cards were undoubtedly the strongest rhythm mid laner. Pawn's career card win rate is over 70%, which is enough to show that he has no problem understanding and using the card hero.
Did EDG take the initiative to ban Leopard Girl?
Wawa looked very surprised. He looked down at the pre-match data he prepared and asked in disbelief.
The director used Leopard Girl 3 times in total in the spring split. The winning rate is 100%. And we also know that Top is not that fond of the hero Leopard Girl. And Candy prefers to use Rhythm Jungle.
The factory director's Leopard Girl has a very high winning rate, with the Leopard Girl's winning rate being over 90% throughout her career. But the winning rate does not mean that he is very good at this hero. The winning rate of the VN career of the child Yushin is still over 70%. And it does not affect his use of VN to achieve the title of Yuan Shao in esports. The factory director's Leopard Girl doesn't have the flavor of a solo C game. In fact, it is played as a normal map control jungler. For him, Leopard Girl is a jungler who can farm faster, be more flexible, and can support teammates' Excavator. Leopard Girl still has to regard herself as the absolute core like Peanut and MLXG. Let her online teammates cooperate with her to invade the jungle, counter the jungle, snowball, and become the dominant player on the court. This is the best way for Leopard Girl to play. Obviously, the director's game style is mainly about
raising a father,
so he is not suitable for this style of hero. From his debut to the present, the director has never changed on the path of
raising a father.
Therefore, EDG's team building idea places special emphasis on the selection of C-position players, who must be those with great C-level abilities. The white crescent moon here is even more stunning.
Huh? The second ban spot of top is given to the male gunner. In this case, the Excavator will be a point that must be fought for both sides.
Miller frowned slightly and suddenly realized.
If EDG grabs the bull's head, top can after getting the Excavator. If EDG grabs the Excavator, top can also get the bull head. So it's not too much of a loss. Indeed.
The doll nodded in agreement. EDG's third ban option has also been given. And they ban the troll. The intention is obvious. Troll can effectively counter the tank top laner whether he is on the offensive or as a support. After all, the effect of the ultimate move to draw double resistance is too obvious. Seeing this handban people, I all know that EDG's top laner should choose a big tree. EDG cannot lose the big tree. Just like the 3D zone cannot lose Tifa. I found that EDG's coach is really good. Anyway, I can't pick a big tree on the road? What would you choose instead of a big tree? Do you want to compete with Brother Han Sheng for manipulation? He doesn't have the ability to know. Right? Top's team voice was also teasing. After thinking for a moment, Bai Yueya signaled the team members to ban Ice Girl. Thus, Card and Ice Girl, the two heroes with the best rhythm in the middle lane in the current version, have been banned.
Let's see if EDG grabs the excavator or the bull's head.
In the end, EDG let the factory director grab the hero first and directly lock the excavator. A close-up shot was immediately given to the factory director. I don't know if it's because of idle baggage or if I was discovered. The factory director, who was still enlivening the atmosphere, chatting and laughing with his teammates, suddenly changed his face to Sichuan opera. He stared at the computer screen in front of him with a serious face. Under the close-up, his dead fish eyes were particularly conspicuous. Top first locked on the bull head, and then grabbed Lucian. Since the skateboard shoes were weakened, Lucian is the only shooter in the bottom lane who still has strong early-stage suppression. Draven is not suitable for the rhythm of the game and cannot be selected.
Wow!
Wawa exclaimed.
Top's bottom lane is going to be under pressure. Let's see how EDG will deal with it.
Lucian plus Bullhead. If Bullhead has Thunder, the early damage will be terrible. If you find an opportunity at level 2, you can even kill directly. After much hesitation, EDG may have been worried that Rise would be left to Li Hansheng to handle. So they chose Rise first and then Easy.
Is this how you choose people?
Miller frowned and reminded worriedly.
Both Rise and Easy can produce Tears of the Goddess. If both CS can produce Tears of the Goddess, it means that EDG's lineup is in the first 20 minutes. If you don't have fighting ability, you can't touch them in 5v5.
With some changes in the version, Rise is no longer a non-ban option. A big reason is that, if Rise is in the middle, his early combat effectiveness will be lacking, and the team will have to bear huge pressure in the early stage. The opponent is likely to take advantage of your Rise's lack of early combat effectiveness to create a huge snowball, and the battle will end before your Rise develops. When walking up, Rise has short legs and is easy to target. Not every top laner can use Rise to perform terrifying operations like Li Hansheng. And not every top laner can enjoy the team treatment that Li Hansheng enjoys. Is it possible to expect the factory manager to be around Koro 1 on the road at all times?
Is there a possibility? This Rise is the top laner?
Wawa made a bold guess, but Miller immediately shook his head and denied it.
It's impossible. Koro 1 did use the old version of Rise to carry an S4. But after Rise was redesigned, he only used it 3 times in total. And he still used the Fatten outfit. That's the same idea. It's been proven wrong a long time ago.
In fact, after S5 Rise was redesigned, it became popular in the professional arena for a while, and it was basically played by top laners. At that time, everyone still regarded this big bald man as Fatten's position, but his performance was average. It was Faker's pure output Rise in the S5 World Championship that refreshed everyone's perception, positioning, and gameplay of this hero. It's a bit like a vampire. Because of Vampire's passive nature, everyone was still playing it as a Fatten when it was first reworked. It was only later that a purely output-defying gameplay was developed. Game understanding and cognition gradually deepen over time.
EDG is so confident in its ability to withstand pressure?
Candy was a little confused. Rise plus Easy, the double C, is a yuppie who is weak in both lanes, let alone team fights in the early stage.
EDG wants to play a lane-changing game with us, and then try to run the game.
Rise has short legs and short hands. The shortcomings are obvious. The hero who can beat Rise easily is the hero with long hands. Top blocked the Tsar with a backhand, then hesitated for a long time. From the current jungle position, Kindred and Gragas are both good choices, but Kindred doesn't match Top's tactics overall. And for Gragas, double AP in the middle and jungle is a bit awkward. In the end, Top selected a hero who has not appeared in the jungle position this season, the Prince of Demacia.
Oh? The Prince?
The two commentators looked very surprised.
The Prince was countered by the excavator in the jungle. Right.
The priority of the Prince's EQ second chain is so low that even a skill can interrupt it.
Although the Prince's ultimate move has changed from single target damage to AoE, it is impossible for the Prince in the jungle position to use output equipment.
Wawa frowned.
Is it possible that the Prince is in the top lane? It's impossible. The opponent hasn't used it yet. Here's the top lane hero.
In the audience, Top fans were also confused. The Prince has not appeared even once this season, which proves that this hero is one of the heroes eliminated by the version.
Xin. Isn't it said that coaches are very professional? How come so many people question the selection?
Wenxin was confused. Huang Xian didn't know how to explain it to her best friend, so she could only simply say,
maybe this is black technology?
She actually doesn't understand much. But it doesn't stop her from using her brain to think. According to the commentary, Rise has short hands and short legs. Could it be? The next second, Miller at the commentary table deduced the prince's guess.
Is Top planning to use the prince to restrict Rise? The prince's ultimate move indeed limits Rise very much. And if it cooperates with the Tsar, one ultimate move will block it. The Tsar can output without thinking. And the prince's early rhythm driving ability is also very good. He can gank at level 2. I guess Top wants to overwhelm EDG in the early stage. The Tsar in the middle is just a guaranteed choice for the team.
The option goes back to EDG. First they picked Bud, then Ike. Echo is reasonable, because Echo is not easy to die, and can also help the team to supplement a certain amount of output. Of course, the most important thing is that it is not easy to die, and Li Hanqing's single-point blast cannot create a big gap in the matchup. And Bud?
It's not easy for Bard to cooperate with easy-to-face Bullhead plus Lucian. It seems that EDG is determined to switch lanes. After all, judging from the previous selections, the first-level team of EDG's lineup already has some advantages, and they can step into the jungle to control Vision.
The choice finally returned to Top. Under the spotlight, Top's choice in 5L is Rambo. Wow, the doll exclaimed again.
Prince plus Rambo combo? Don't mention it. Plus the Tsar. General Pon's Rise will be particularly uncomfortable, and there will be no room for teamfights at all. Furthermore, Rambo has been strengthened before. Now his Q skill causes 100% damage to minions, pushing the lane faster. Is it true that noobs are not afraid of being caught? Marin's lessons learned from the past are here, and Marin's Rambo was also targeted by Top. Right.
The game between Top and LGD directly pointed the way for all other LPL teams. And the military training Ma Data was done. And Ma Data was also stubborn, thinking that EDG would not catch him. When facing EDG, he took out Rambo again. As a result, he was squatted by father and son again. 3 people squatted, and 4 people squatted, which directly numbed him.
Who knows? Since you dare to choose, it means that the new players are fully prepared.
Miller joked with a smile.
I have never seen noobs undergo crazy military training. Thinking about it, the scene is quite touching.
Thus, the lineups of both sides were officially determined. EDG is on the blue side, and Top is on the red side. On the road, Ike versus Rambo. Jungler, Excavator versus Prince. Middle lane, Rise versus Tsar. Bottom lane, Easy plus Bard versus Lucian plus Bullhead.
Actually, both sides of the lineup are capable of playing well. EDG is quite flexible except for Rise.
Wawa expressed his opinion on the lineup.
Only Rise is suffering. I think the Top lineup is slightly better.
Miller shook his head.
EDG relies on Rise to do most of the lineup's output. Easy alone cannot bear the entire team's output, even with Echo's help. As long as Top fights Rise to death in a team fight, EDG will not be able to do enough damage. And EDG's lineup is a bit too slow. Both CS will have Tears of the Goddess. Can they withstand Top's early offensive rhythm?
The coaches on both sides of the field had taken off their headphones, shook hands and left the stage. In the clearly divided auditorium, fans from both sides seemed to have a tacit understanding. One side shouted, "Come on," before the other side spoke. As soon as Summoner's Rift appeared on the screen, the audience gradually stopped cheering and concentrated on watching the game.
The first round of the 2016 LPL Spring Finals has officially begun.
Amid the exciting and powerful shouts of the dolls, players from both sides rushed out of the spring and went straight to their own wild areas. Chapter 117. I heard that you like to change lanes?
Both sides immediately rushed to their own wild areas as a team.
Amidst the continuous sound of signals, Wawa's voice was sonorous and powerful.
Top obviously wants to prevent lane changes. After all,
normal landing is more conducive to exerting their excellent landing ability. EDG naturally tries to avoid it. I think.
Miller hesitated for a moment, seeming to be thinking about the combat effectiveness of the first-level teams on both sides, and then gave his own evaluation.
If EDG is really determined to defend, it will be difficult for Top to rush into the jungle. The Tsar, Prince, and even the bull-headed ones here at Top are all useless. Lucian and Rambo's hands are also too short.
In comparison, EDG's only real waste is the Excavator. Echo can at least provide a hand to slow down. And in this kind of level 1 5v5 tug-of-war in the jungle, Easy can defeat the short-handed Lucian. Wawa exclaimed. It turned out that when they reached the second tower in the middle, Mako actually broke away from the team and headed to the top road alone. No one on top noticed it at all.
No one seems to have noticed that this EDG seems to be able to successfully change lanes.
Just as Miller analyzed, the first level team ability of the top lineup is too weak. So weak that they don't dare to enter the opposite jungle area. Bard sneaked all the way into the jungle, even picked up a passively generated note, and finally inserted the trinket eye into the blind spot between the second tower on the top lane and the Highland Tower.
Forget it.
Li Hansheng thought for a moment.
Xiang Renjie, follow me to the stone man. And be careful.
Without enough visual field information, you cannot know the opponent's movements in advance and can only blindly guess, which is too risky. If the guess is wrong and the opponent is calculating mentally but not intentionally, then their top single will be able to accompany the jungler to gain experience from the beginning, and Li Hansheng will have to temporarily go to find the jungler, which will most likely lose the experience of the two groups of wild monsters. Therefore, it is the safest way to go with the jungler from the beginning, at least to ensure that you will not lose money.
Go.
Deft had already begun to walk to the upper half of his jungle area early, and then said, "Come here,
Mako." Okay.
Mako responded immediately.
Because?
From EDG's view of the lower river, we can see that top's two-man lane is going down, which means that top is most likely a normal branch. They can just go up. They can even kill the number 1 ADC in the jungle before going online. Kill Frog Concubine first and share a wave of experience equally. On top side, Lucian and Yodo are also at the refresh point of their Frog Concubine, and the two sides have a completely mirrored start.
EDG's line-changing tactics were successful, and they got their most dreamy start.
Unfair. You have the guts to come to the line. EDG's coward. Ha. Fans of the Brave team are also brainless braggarts. League of Legends relies on brains. What's the use of being awesome at operations if you have the guts? Li Hansheng is on the road for 1v2. Missing notice. My son is missing. He has a distinct characteristic. He likes to say,
unfair.
And his behavior is very reckless and brainless. Whoever beats Tao Tai, I will recognize him as his father on the spot. The wild monster spawned, and the prince placed the Demacia flag aside to provide attack speed. Li Hansheng took a look and saw that the other party didn't show his face immediately.
Don't you want to change the line?
He didn't care so much. Anyway, Ka Wang would open his queue to help the prince and then turn to the line. When he came to the line, 3 melee soldiers had reduced their health, and the opponent's double lane also came to the line. Bard immediately chased Li Hansheng in the face. Li Hansheng was not in a hurry and fired Q first. The AoE damage was sprayed on the melee soldiers in front of him, and then he turned back and walked back until he was driven out of the experience area, and then went to the wild area. Fine, Candy.
MD, the B team on the other side can't play without changing lanes.
Right. Li Hansheng kept cursing. He wanted to fast forward to version 6.15. He was really fed up with this disgusting line-changing game. Online. After gaining the experience of 3 melee soldiers, Bard was directly promoted to level 2, becoming the third person in the game after both junglers to be promoted to level 2.
The Frog Queen experience and online experience are shared equally with the ADC. Plus the harmony notes picked up in the jungle before will also provide experience.
Mako's level is a bit high. He seems to want to enter the jungle. He wants to cause trouble.
The doll's volume suddenly increased. Bard, who reached 2, immediately left the top lane. Mako glanced at his jungler's position and deduced that the prince was on his way to F4 at the moment. Of course, he was going to harass her. For a level 2 prince, level 1 Rambo will not pose much of a threat to him, because the prince will most likely have skills to fight wild monsters, and there will be no extra skills to keep him. On the contrary, if he can seize the opportunity to attack the prince and lower the prince's health line. In this version of Bard with Thunder and passive, an AQA can almost hit the prince's health by nearly 40%. Not to mention if he is lucky enough to grab it. If you find a big bird, you will make a profit. Once successful, the prince will have no extra state to carry out the first round of gank after finishing the first circle of wild monsters. After all, an important reason why the prince was eliminated from the game was that the hero was slow to clear the jungle in the early stage and suffered injuries. It took about 4 minutes to clear the first group of wild monsters, including the time to return to the city for supplies. Basically, about 4.5 minutes ago, EDG didn't need to worry about the threat from the jungle prince. Both Rise and Easy need time to build Tears of the Goddess. So EDG needs to do everything possible to delay the pace of the game until both Rise and Easy have formed a two-piece set before facing off against Top.
Pawn! Push! Push! I go to here.
Mako rushed to send a signal to the F4 area of Top's house, while not forgetting to communicate with the pawn in the middle, signaling him to push the line to cover his attack in the jungle. It just sounds a little funny. EDG's team voice. If the ID is covered, you may be mistaken for a European and American team at first. But if you think about it carefully, you will feel that it is not the same. After all, it is impossible for real European and American teams to communicate in such poor and awkward English. No way. Who makes deft and pawn not willing to learn Chinese? This is also the reason why the evaluation of these two people is always lower than that of conscientious Korean aides such as Rookie, Doin, and Scout. We are also Koreans. So why are others willing to take the initiative to integrate into the LPL competition area? After all, most of the Korean players who came during this period defined themselves as gold medal thugs, mercenaries, or even came to make money.
Okay. Okay.
Pawn nodded and started pushing the line. The level 1 Czar can only learn W to summon soldiers, but cannot use Q to command soldiers, and cannot suppress Rise. Rise can also forcefully maintain the position of the soldiers through frequent use of skills. At least, he can do it immediately. Go to help your own auxiliary.
Mako took the initiative to enter the jungle. She just happened to bump into the prince and Rambo, who were playing F4. The prince couldn't take the initiative without the military flag. Do you want Mako to skin him?
Bard seemed to completely ignore the two people in front of him and walked forward forcefully. A flat A hit landed on the prince, and he threw out a ball of energy arrows tightly with his Q, Astral Binding, in an attempt to continue causing damage.
Hack! If I had E, I would have killed him!
Candy screamed angrily. But the prince's control requires the release of two skills at the same time. Now that the E skill is still on CD, it is impossible for him to get close to Bard. This is why Bard is confident. Bard paced back and forth in front of the two of them, as if he had transformed into Fong Tangjing. Hey, I jumped in again. I jumped out again. You hit me. Hit me. The arrogant Mako almost had the words, hit me, carved on her face. The field is like this. Let the opponent know that EDG is invincible. Hey, do you understand EDG's lane-changing game? Really? It's not that the lane-switching game can't target Noob. It's that the lane-switching tactics of other jump teams in the LPL can't target Noob. Ha ha. Mequan is really not afraid of being beaten. This is too arrogant. The scenes on the field were so funny that the EDG audience burst into laughter. Li Hanshun glanced at his experience bar and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Do you like being Fong Tangjing? Then I am Bao Longxing.
Xiang Renjie. Punish Big Bird directly and kill this bee.
Li Hanshun commanded. Candy immediately understood and handed over the punishment. Boom. The big bird with less than 400 health was killed directly. Buzz. A golden light flashed directly above Rambo's head, and he was directly upgraded to level 2.
What the HL?
Mako was immediately dumbfounded and had a Sichuan opera face change.
Why did he reach 2 if he wasn't?
Mako clearly knew that Li Hanshun gained experience from 3 melee soldiers, and was also assigned F4 experience. But he should still be a little short of reaching 2 experience. In fact, Mako was right. But he did not expect that when the Prince Stone Man drove. Li Hanshun had the experience of the Little Stone Man. In the current version, the experience of wild monsters is not only allocated to the killer. As long as you stand next to the killer, you can get experience.
If you like leather, then you will die.
Li Hanshun learned E in seconds because he had been using Q to control Huangwen. So when he shot, he also enjoyed the damage bonus and deceleration bonus brought by Huangwen.
Did Mako go a little too far? Rambo has reached 2.
The doll was shocked. He watched the figures of Rambo and the prince slowly approaching. And Rambo's second electronic harpoon had already been launched and accurately hit himself, causing another slowdown. At this time, the CD of Li Hanshun's Q skill, Arson Feast, had improved, and he started chasing Bard again to continuously lower his blood volume. But Mako still didn't flash. He had to wait until the prince handed over the skill first. The problem is that after being continuously slowed down, the prince has shortened the distance with him. Candy doesn't hesitate. Buzz. The prince immediately turned into a golden light and came behind Bard, raised the halberd in his hand, and smashed it down, using his own red buff to continuously stick to him.
I'm G.
Mako also knew that she couldn't leave. Even if she flashed her, it would be a waste. She might as well keep it. As a result, she was killed by Rambo and the prince in the river. First blood. A blood. It was taken into the pocket by Li Hansheng.
Go to Renjia's middle lane.
Li Hansheng reminded quickly. He just noticed Rise leaning this way. And there was a chance for a double kill. The pawn in the middle was dumbfounded when he saw Mako killed in battle. In order to cooperate with Mako's invasion, he stood closer to the front. But now, he was cheated. The 2-level Tsar directly uses Q to command the sand soldiers to rush in front of Rise, slowing him down while poking him non-stop.
Shiba!
The pawn who didn't like to talk couldn't help but transform into Shiba when faced with this situation. Seeing the prince emerging from the grass in the river, he was forced to sprint. But because he was slowed down by the sand soldiers, he could not directly get out of the prince's EQ range. On the contrary, the prince took action with EQ very decisively, and the Demacia flag fell beside him. In this case, pawn did not dare to gamble. Buzz! Rise's flash was forced out, and he was escaping in the direction of the river below with his big blue bald head racing. If pawn could take off his headphones, stand up and look at the audience, he would definitely be able to see the desperate expressions of EDG fans. The prince, Tsar, and Rambo were still in hot pursuit. And Rise, who started sprinting, gradually distanced himself. Pawn frowned. That's not right. Something is very wrong. It is obvious that it is impossible to catch up with him in the future. Why do the top people still force themselves to catch up? The next second, Pawn's eyes widened in despair. He finally knew the answer. The bullhead suddenly rushed out from the grass behind EDG's red buff. W forced Rise back into the crowd. And the top 4 directly surrounded Rise and killed him again. And this head was taken away by the Tsar's flat A. Li Hansheng really wanted to K, but he couldn't help it. The Tsar's flat A action looks like it has a large hand raise, but in fact it's basically an instant move. Rambo has no skills, so it's a bit difficult to grab a kill with flat A. This, Wawa and Miller looked at each other in astonishment. The game time is now only 2 minutes and 39 seconds. The situation on the field has changed drastically. Everyone believes that EDG, which has successfully changed lanes, will begin to show their operational skills. Result? Send a wave of double kills? Just give a head to each of the 2 heroes Rambo and Tsar? The top fans at the scene, who were worried about EDG's successful line change, burst into warm cheers. So much so that Li Hansheng and others who were playing on the field could hear it. You, EDG, are the only ones who claim to be invincible in the line-changing game? Emotional EDG took the initiative to change lanes in order to kill top? Laughing to death. The bastard is talking. This colored pin makes me laugh so hard. Does he think he is naughty? The result was a wave of rhythm. If EDG lost the game, he would be the #1 war criminal. The EDG team's voice was also silent for a while. The factory director took the initiative to ask.
Tian Yi, what's the matter with you? I'm harassing you. Why are you still dead? I don't know where this B Rambo got the extra experience. I don't know. He suddenly reached level 2, and I couldn't escape at all.
Mako was also aggrieved. His original design was perfect. But who knew an accident would happen? There is a thin line between showing off and being shown off.
It's okay.
The factory director comforted him.
Hurry up and get back online and keep growing. It's just 2 heads.
Yeah, Mako nodded and sighed slightly. At this time, I can only comfort myself in this way. The biggest advantage EDG has over other LPL teams is that they see this kind of scene a lot. There are a lot of domestic finals played, so they won't mess up their position like ordinary teams when they encounter a slight disadvantage at the beginning. Instead, he still carried out his original plan in an orderly manner. Chapter 118 Rapid Offensive. The factory director is thinking about countermeasures. But since this is a lane change round, he can't forcefully regain the rhythm through gank now. EDG's lineup is mainly defensive, and its ability to take the initiative to attack is not strong. Now his safest choice is to go to the top lane and cooperate with Def to forcefully suppress or even directly demolish the top tower at top. The resurrected Bard also comes to the top lane. The 4 players on EDG immediately started to team up and demolish each other on the top lane. There was actually no difference on top side, but the progress was slightly behind. It doesn't matter. Anyway, this version does not have a bounty mechanism for the first blood tower. As long as it can be pushed away, then you can return to the normal landing rhythm.
Don't top plan to change it back? Lucian and Yodo will take the initiative to switch to the top lane.
Logically speaking, after both sides demolish one of each other's towers, they will swap the lines back. Of course, you can also continue to change lanes. That is, to further speed up the tempo, so that both sides can put the ADC in the middle to develop. The development of the mid to upper wing with a single belt is completely to compete with Noseuk's ability to drive the rhythm by roaming.
Top wants to keep up with EDG Hinosuke's pace?
Wawa frowned slightly. He didn't agree with this decision.
Candy and Lumeo did play well this season. But compared with the factory director and Mako, isn't it a little inferior?
If nothing else, the experience of the factory director and Mako is here. Although Mako is also known as a newcomer. He experienced 2 league finals in EDG last year, the MSI finals, and also reached the quarterfinals in the S game. The experience accumulated in 1 year is more than the experience accumulated by the assistants of weak teams in 2 or 3 years.
Indeed.
Miller nodded.
But since Top dares to do this,
maybe they themselves have made preparations in advance.
In such an important game, every decision made by the team must be carefully considered. At this time, Top's voice was inside. Li Hansheng was directing his teammates.
Keep changing. Since EDG wants to change lanes, let's play with them.
At this time, the second group of wild monsters on the map were reborn in their respective camps one after another. On EDG's side, Easy and Bader came to the bottom lane, along with Ike. The 3 of them did not deliberately control the line, but directly pushed the line, hoping to quickly dismantle the defensive tower. Top's start on the top lane was almost a mirror image. However, after the lane push passed, Li Hansheng and Lu Mao disappeared directly from the lane.
Is Nu going to gank the middle lane?
Miller looked very surprised.
It seems so. General Pon seems to be aware of it.
The doll shouted loudly. In the middle lane, Pon saw that there were 2 less people on the top lane, and immediately retreated alertly. This has to bring up the issue of personnel distribution between the 2 sides, because the factory director starts from bottom to top. So at this time, he is farming at the Stone Man, while the other 3 EDG are pushing towers in the bottom lane. Therefore, their vision is in the lower half, and the entire upper half has almost 0 vision. For Pons, it is a great threat.
Come here, Jug.
Seeing that the Tsar was about to clear his troops into the tower, the huge pressure forced General Pon to call for help from the jungler.
Wait me.
The factory director finally couldn't hold it back when he looked at his beloved F4, thinking that there wouldn't be any big problems just because they were separated by a wall.
From a god's perspective,
Li Hansheng and Lu Mao have indeed entered EDG. Especially Nyoto has gone around to the back of the first tower in the middle.
Prepare to freeze your hands. Prepare to freeze your hands.
Lu Mao noticed that the opponent's support had also disappeared online, and decided to freeze his hands first to avoid a long night.
Let's go!
Buzz! Nyoto flashed directly over the wall to the first tower in EDG's middle lane, and directly used W to push Rise out. The Tsar immediately WQ commanded the soldiers to rush into Rise's face, and Rambo on the side also perfectly used WQE to enter the red temperature state. Since Rambo's E skill was changed to a charging method in version 6.5. Therefore, using E to enter the red temperature does not affect the use of the second electronic harpoon.
Top is very decisive, but the factory director is right next to him.
The director didn't expect Top to be so decisive, so he had no choice but to give up F4 and immediately use E to tunnel over, while Rise also used his backhand W to keep the bullhead in place. It's useless. Rise's W control at level 1 only lasts for 1 second. Nyoto is just taking one more attack from the defense tower. He blocks Rise's retreat and knocks Rise away with his Q. However, at this time, the excavator had already moved out of the wall and hit the top with a flash of W, making it impossible for the bullhead to evacuate from the attack range of the defense tower. After firing Q, AAA accumulated full anger, and then turned to E to deal huge real damage.
No. Give me.
Pon shouted desperately, but it didn't stop the excavator from using a set of small bursts in conjunction with the defense tower to take down Nyoto's head, while his own head was taken away by Rambo, who was in the red temperature state, using super high damage basic attacks. Bard finally arrived belatedly and could no longer affect the overall situation, because the prince also came to support from the side, and Top still had the numerical advantage on the scene.
Wild area. Wild area.
Li Hansheng reminded quickly. Candy immediately understood. The factory director and Mako needed to clear the line of troops under the first tower, and had no time to take care of their own jungle area. They could only watch the prince directly EQ the wall and rush into the F4 pit. The factory director pursed his lips, and his dead-eyed expression reappeared inadvertently. But the situation on the field forced him to accept the fact that the wild area was currently being violated by a husband.
Goodbye. My F4. After taking away F4 happily, Li Hanxing and Candy retreated to the lower half of their jungle to prevent Easy and Ike, who had pushed the bottom tower, from entering the jungle to stop their losses. Top's rhythm was so smooth that it didn't give EDG any chance to counterattack. They could only passively follow Top.
Top has evolved again.
Miller sighed sincerely.
Isn't even EDG overwhelmed with this line change process now? Indeed.
Watanabe nodded.
I remember that when Top faced EDG's line-changing tactics in the regular season, they still couldn't find a good solution. Now the operation is in a good shape.
The essence of operation is exchange. An excellent operation decision is often to predict the opponent's next move so that you can take the advantage. This is like rock, paper, scissors. You have to guess the opponent's next move first. That's why vision is so important in the professional arena. Because only by obtaining enough vision information can you know the opponent's movements in advance and make decisions in advance. In the early stage, when both sides lack vision, they have to play games on some small details of the start. What Li Hanxing caught was that Rise didn't flash. And by continuing to change lanes, he drove all the opponent's players to the bottom lane. Why does he dare to be so sure that EDG will follow this idea? Very simple. EDG is afraid of facing them normally. Whether it is Koro 1 on the top lane or Deft on the bottom lane, they will be under huge pressure when facing Li Hanxing and Imp. Changing lanes is the best way to solve this pressure. By changing lanes, you can obtain more team resources in advance. Thus let yourself go through the weak period of weakness. In this wave of exchanges, Top made a lot of money. The auxiliary's change to the mid laner is a huge gain in itself. And the opponent's head is taken away by the excavator. Not to mention that a group of F4S will be lost in the jungle later. Moreover, you must know that Lucian is developing alone in the top lane. And AI is in the EDG bottom lane. Graham and Easy experience on the Deuce line. Due to Rambo's experience of winning kills in the middle, and his continued sharing of experience with the Prince in the jungle, Rambo did not lose in terms of experience, but was even ahead financially. But, with the demolition of one tower on both sides, it also heralds the end of the line change. And both sides will officially enter a thorough operating rhythm. The shooters on both sides have been moved to the middle. The equipment and level gap between Easy and Lucian are the best reflection of Top's excellent operations. Lucian is more than half a level ahead of Easy in terms of experience. And he is also slightly ahead in terms of equipment.
It's okay. Let's go to the wings to look for opportunities. Rambo and Zar are both stupid. Especially Rambo.
The factory director took the initiative to speak. He got a kill. And his development was quite good. Naturally, he turned his attention to Rambo, who was far away on the road. Echo and Rambo are at the same level, although Echo is a little ahead in last-ditch hits. After all, he has some extra troops in lane. But when you look at Rambo's two heads, Koro 1's head is huge. Before Echo took shape, he was not fleshy at all. And even if he made a meat suit, he couldn't really gain a solid body like a tank hero. Echo was better than a flexible and messy stick.
Xiang Renjie. Brother Hao. Look for an opportunity to make another wave in the middle. If you want to catch him completely.
Li Hanxing licked his lips. The competition between top teams is to catch each other's loopholes and mistakes. Now, the biggest loophole in EDG's field is Rise, who does not have dual summoner skills. Regardless of whether Mako made a mistake in judgment at the beginning or something else, it was because of his failure to invade the jungle that Rise lost his double move, leading to the current situation. Li Han stepped up and never thought about crushing Koro 1 in the lane. Echo, a badass hero, is too flexible. Unless he is crushed by equipment, there is basically no chance of a solo kill, especially since Koro 1's performance is extremely wretched. Many times it is better not to last a last hit than to give him a chance to consume blood.
Brother Hao, go to the middle and show your presence. Lower the opponent's vigilance. Xiang Renjie, go directly to the line.
Li Hanxing took a look at the small map and skillfully directed his teammates. Lu Mao immediately went to the middle to join up with his own ADC. The most important thing is to appear in the opponent's sight and give the opponent a wrong message. Really, EDG was crazy about the Minotaur in the middle, especially when they saw that the Minotaur disappeared towards the top.
Tong Yang,
be careful, the factory director reminded him immediately. However, the prince had already arrived in the Xiaolong pit and directly EQ'd into the opponent's jungle area. After Li Hanxing pushed the line, he directly retreated the TP Prince's Demacia flag. The Prince's Demacia flag can also be regarded as a friendly unit and can be used to use TP.
Rambo is missing.
Koro 1 reported to his teammates immediately. But in a few seconds, Rambo and the Prince appear in the bottom lane.
Shiba!
General Pawn's expression suddenly changed. His flash was still far away, and his sprint was still in the last few seconds. Buzz! Rambo didn't give him this chance. Wang Wen's Rambo drives W and flashes directly to the face. QE still uses the electronic harpoon to enter the red temperature state, and imposes a huge deceleration effect on Rise. Rise backhanded a W QE. But the problem was that because Pawn was countered, the talent he chose to relieve the pressure on the lane was Power of Time. So his summoner skill chose sprinting instead of teleporting. If he brought it's Storm Rider Surge, and maybe there's a glimmer of hope. But unfortunately not. The Tsar and the Prince quickly followed up. And upon seeing this, Ike, who was on the road, quickly handed over TP to try to save his teammates. When Pawn saw a teammate's TP, he also thought about operating it. As soon as the sprint CD improved, he immediately started sprinting to try to distance himself. But Candy didn't give him this chance. Facing Rise's snakeskin movement, the Prince sent him flying with a precise EQ.
What's wrong with you?
Candy cursed. Tsar and Rambo made up for the damage in time, and the head was captured by Li Hansheng again. Unfortunately, it is no longer very valuable. Rise, who was killed 3 times in a row, now only costs about 200 yuan per head. This time, Koro One was dumbfounded. TP could not be cancelled now, and he landed among the crowd. Fortunately, Top no longer had the ability to retain people in the follow-up. I quickly hit a 3-ring to gain acceleration, and then flashed and quickly opened up the distance. So he was not caught up, especially when Nyoto suddenly came to support from the jungle. Koro One almost broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he didn't miss this flash. If he hesitated even a little bit, Nyoto would keep him, and by then his head would probably be taken down by Top.
Wow! EDG is losing blood. This Pawn General was targeted so badly.
Wawa kept shaking his head.
The main reason is that the opening wave was too painful. Indeed, Top has actually been taking advantage of EDG's mistakes at the beginning and constantly attacking on this point.
Miller pointed out the most critical point.
In a competition between top teams, this kind of obvious mistake is too fatal.
Mako's colored pen is a trick for the whole team. Just this. Is this the strongest domestic support that Zhu Zong boasts about? This is the level of the best rookie in 2015. No wonder he can't beat the LCK. It makes me laugh so hard. I was so confident in switching lanes with someone, but ended up being pinned to the ground and beaten. Right? The top fans at the scene excitedly shook their cheering sticks to cheer for the players on the field. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that EDG is having a hard time right now. The game lasted just over 5 minutes, and Rise had already died 3 times. After deducting the first minute and a half, Rise was unable to develop. After deducting Rise's death 3 times, he was unable to develop for an average of about 20 seconds each time. It is equal to say, Rise only developed for more than 2 minutes in total. How is this fun? Pawn's Rise is the only hero with explosive ability in EDG's lineup. Once Rise loses his voice, Prince and Nyoto will unscrupulously charge against EDG's lineup. The root cause of all this lies in Mako's misjudgment at the beginning. That mistake was like dominoes being toppled. One wrong step. Another wrong step. Mako blamed himself very much. He was even a little autistic at this time, and his mentality was affected. His bard had no sense of existence, and the whole audience was just shopping. The factory director frowned slightly. In this case, accusations are meaningless. Summarizing the mistakes is what should be done in the review after the game. What they have to do now is how to regain the disadvantage on the field. After thinking for a moment, the factory director decided to take the initiative.
T&I, follow me. Rambo hasn't flashed. You can target a wave.
Rambo, who had 3 heads in hand and didn't flash, immediately became a target that EDG could use to break through. Top's vision layout did not give EDG any chance. Lucian in the middle is very safe, and the Tsar in the bottom lane has flashes and moves, so he is not afraid of being caught. If you use your brain a little bit, you will know that Li Hansheng is the easiest point to be targeted by the opponent. Top uses almost all of its wards to protect the top lane. Every attempt by Digger and Baiter to roam will be noticed by Li Hansheng in advance and resolved. There was a dark cloud hanging over the heads of the EDG team. This defense without any blind spots made them almost think they were facing their old rival SKT. In their impression, only SKT can achieve such perfection in offense and defense. The good news is that Top has surrendered a large number of summoner skills in several waves of attacks, and subsequently slowed down its offensive. And both sides entered a development period with a relatively stable rhythm. But it doesn't mean that Li Hansheng doesn't want to cause trouble. With 3 heads in hand, He was allowed to make a small mask early. On the contrary, Ike still had Corrosive Potion plus Dark Seal on his body. This was also because both parties still had a small amount of savings that they did not go home to spend. But here's the opportunity. In the lane-changing game, because both sides did not have normal alignment, neither party could accurately grasp the opponent's upgrade point. Li Hansheng glanced at his experience bar and raised the corners of his mouth slightly, seizing the opportunity when Ike stepped forward to steal the artillery and chariots. Li Hansheng took action decisively. Perfect temperature control allows him to always maintain above the yellow temperature, always ensuring that his 3 small skills can obtain additional bonus effects. Open W and use acceleration to bypass Echo's Q to avoid being slowed down. Then open Q Arson Feast to continuously cause damage to Echo. Since Rambo's Q is AoE damage, it is not only Echo who is losing blood, but Echo's body is also losing blood. The soldier next to him is also losing blood. I saw the golden light above Rambo's head flash past and reach level 6. Koro-1 was immediately shocked, and his reaction was not slow. He quickly crossed E in parallel to adjust his position, hoping to let Q's flying disc come back and hit Rambo, so that he could overlap 1 ring. And then his EA could immediately hit 3 rings to gain the acceleration effect and widen the distance. But Li Hansheng's reaction was faster than he expected. He moved downward in advance, so that Ike's Q could not hit him. This time Koro-1 was completely dumbfounded.
It's over.
He closed his eyes in despair, because the next second, Rambo had handed over R, constant temperature burning, and used E, electronic harpoon, to hit accurately to slow down. Ike, who didn't even have straw sandals, was unable to escape Rambo's R quickly after being slowed down. The fixed spell penetration effect of the small mask is particularly obvious at this point in time. When combined with the spell penetration in Li Hansheng's rune talent, it is basically dealing real damage. After entering the red temperature, Rambo triggers the passive, mechanical reorganization. Although he is silenced, but it can gain additional magic damage from basic attacks. Warn! Warn! The sound of Rambo in his ears was like the death whisper. Koro-1 could only watch his blood bar continue to drop. But Koro-1 could do nothing. Finally, I got out of the 3 rings to get the acceleration effect. But another electronic harpoon from Rambo completely cut off his hope of escape. Single kill.
Damn it! So strong! Laoli!
Candy praised immediately.
Brother Hansheng is so fierce!
Lu Mao's reaction was also very quick.
Who are you looking down on? Such a simple operation is worth your shouting.
Li Hansheng smiled and filled the cups.
I know you GDX must have a cup.
Gao Du complained mercilessly.
So you can't imitate me? If you ignore this guy, he won't be able to pretend. Oh wait, are you jealous of me? My brother was killed alone. What about you?
How can Li Hansheng be someone who doesn't retaliate when someone insults him?
They say that Gao Dui specializes in pawn shooting. And I can tell that.
After this joke, Gao Dui was so angry that he shook his hands and revealed his cannon. Well, just kidding. He really can't beat Li Hansheng. Single kill is late but a ride. Brother Hansheng is so strong. No way. Right? EDG doesn't really think that switching lanes can still restrict me. Brother Hansheng. Right? Hee hee. It turns out that your choice of Echo is useless. Isn't it still a solo kill? Woohoo! Take off. Rambo is going to destroy the world. Isn't this EDG just making a fool of themselves? Can they be more gentle and play normally with others? The bad news coming from the top lane undoubtedly reduced EDG's overall team atmosphere to the limit. Even with expensive sound isolating headphones, you can still hear the faint cheers from the scene, which is very harsh. The factory director decided to do something. He directly used his ultimate move to fly to the bottom lane, wanting to cooperate with Rise to fight a wave of Zars. But facing EDG's midfielder, Gao Dui didn't panic at all, commanding the soldiers to poke Rise wildly, making Rise pay a huge price before getting close to him. After the excavator used E to get closer, although W knocked the Zar away, he was pushed away by the Zar with R. The director's flash had not yet improved. The Zar was unyielding and commanded the soldiers to stage a 1v2 on the bottom lane without fear, forcing Rise and the excavator back. On the contrary, it was after the factory director showed up in the bottom lane. Candy took advantage of the situation and came to the middle, and directly EQ forced out the flash of Easy's E and Bader, and then directly framed the two of them with his ultimate move. Bader quickly opened a hole with E, trying to get out with Easy, but Nyoto WQ'd 2 in time. After coming together, Easy was forced to flash and pull away, but Bard was directly left behind. The head was pocketed by Lucian.
EDG's middle tower is in danger. Fortunately, the current version of Easy's ultimate move does not reduce the damage to the minions. Easy's backhand ultimate move will lower the health of the minions. The excavator finally arrived, and the two finally managed to hold on to their first tower in the middle. However, the health of the first tower in the middle was no longer healthy, and had been consumed to only about 1/3 of its health. Once the first tower in the middle is pushed, the operating space left for EDG will be further reduced. EDG feels so uncomfortable. They are in a very difficult situation now. Miller frowned. You must know that top strong period is about to arrive, and EDG is about to enter its weak period. The Tears of the Goddess and Easy and Rise's backpacks are destined to be in the next long period of time. No one on EDG can deal damage. Even if Nozook seizes the opportunity to start a perfect team fight, they will not have enough damage to deal with it. Get the other side. On the contrary, with Rambo using magic shoes and a small mask with double spell penetration, except for Ike who has some magic resistance on the field, the other 4 EDG players do not have magic resistance equipment. Rambo's damage to them is not the same as real, the damage is no different. But one thing is certain. Top will never miss the weakest moment of this EDG lineup. 11 minutes. After Li Hansheng went up to the road and cleared the army line, he went straight to the middle. Top completed the assembly of 5 people in the middle in an instant. EDG also wanted to defend strongly, and vowed to defend the first tower in their middle lane. EDG defended the tower very resolutely. Do Top want to respond? Ah! The cow is on its head. EDG obviously underestimated Top's determination to knock down the tower. Nyoto directly flashed to the WQ second company. Although Easy and Ike both used their skills to avoid being knocked away, Excavator and Rise were not spared. Bard quickly used a backhand move to try to cover the top person behind him, but the Tsar followed him into the tower with WEQ from a long distance. The Prince also EQ'd 2 to connect with R, and Lucian used E to move out. Rambo, who had not moved, was covered by Bader's ultimate move, but Rambo's ultimate move had already been launched, and being frozen in place did not affect Rambo's damage at all. The Bullhead, who uses his ultimate move, is like a god of war. EDG has no way to deal with him. This is why Nyoto is so strong in the spring split. The level 1 ultimate has a damage reduction of up to 50%, allowing Nyoto to be more resistant than the top laner when jumping towers in the early stage. Tears of the Goddess, Xiaobingson, and Yogwang are the equipment in the Easy backpack at the moment. If it were a normal landing, Easy would never be able to equip so smoothly. This is the charm of the landing game. It can prevent the development of heroes who are disadvantaged in the early stage from being affected, and even advance them. This kind of equipment is simply not enough. What harm can it do? A Q hitting the bull's head doesn't hurt or itch at all. Not even as good as a small water gun. Rise couldn't even deal damage, and was instantly knocked to the spot. EDG could only fight and retreat, although Echo threw W into the crowd to create a force field. He also stepped into the force field to help his teammates cut the battlefield. But the price is to immediately hand over R and fly back. Rao is so. The excavator still failed to escape, and was forced to stay. Top did not continue to pursue, but took advantage of the situation and demolished a tower in the middle. After all, the main purpose of this wave of attacks is to demolish towers, and killing people is secondary. The decline of the lineup is showing. Miller shook his head regretfully. EDG's lineup is not strong in counterattack ability, and lacks enough burst damage. Rise was targeted so badly in the early stage that he doesn't even have the Staff of Time now. It can be done. Rise, who has developed normally, is definitely the Staff of Time plus Tears of the Goddess at this point in time. However, Pawn died too many times in the early stage, and his development was affected. The Staff of Time also takes time to stack up. The later it comes out, the later it will reach level 10, which will make the EDG lineup that already lacks damage even worse. EDG needs 1 or 2 waves of rhythm to stabilize the situation. But it seems that no one can stand up and play the role of the backbone. Wawa's description is very appropriate. In the past, when EDG falls into this kind of disadvantage, someone will always stand up. This person is Pawn. Now Pawn's waist is almost broken, facing the suppression of his old rival Gao Dui. He also had no extra energy to shoulder the burden of the entire team. After demolishing a tower, Top took advantage of the situation and took down the dragon. Unlocked the first level of dragon attributes. Continue to consolidate and expand our advantages. Moreover, EDG no longer has the protection of the first tower in the middle, and Top can organize a more fierce attack next. Chapter 119 from Bard's Tunnel of Death. Do your vision. Speed up the tempo. Don't let EDG breathe.
Li Hansheng urged his teammates to arrange their vision in his voice. For top, there is no need to put any defensive vision in their own jungle, because it's not necessary. EDG only has one TP, and it belongs to Echo. Unlike heroes like Dashu, Echo is not as intimidating when going around. It's better to use it to facilitate your own attack. At this time, the advantages and disadvantages of both sides can be seen from Noseok. In fact, the statistics of Noseok from both sides are similar. But Noseok from the top family is richer because he gets a lot of team economy from following the team. It has an advantage when it comes to vision. Top is not afraid of fighting you for a career battle. Anyway, Top's wild assistants can afford it.
Wow! Top has deployed a lot of offensive vision in EDG's jungle area.
Watanabe sighed.
From the perspective of vision, we can also see that Top is indeed improving. If the top team at the beginning of the spring split was crushed purely by personal ability, if the landing team was defeated directly, after losing to EDG, Top began to focus on strengthening its operational capabilities. And vision is the top priority of operations. Indeed.
Miller nodded in agreement.
Actually, this kind of vision seems to be an offense. But it is actually a defense. Because EDG has been trapped in its own half and cannot get out. As long as it can light up EDG's jungle area, no matter which way they want to move, Top will be able to take precautions immediately.
For EDG, online ganking is nothing more than a choice between two routes. The first is to go around. But they don't have the capital to go around now, because their jungle area is all in the Top's field of vision. And no matter which way they go, they will be known in advance, which is simply not feasible. The second is to force the front. The problem is that they don't have the ability to force the attack from the front. Not only Ryze's control time is short, but also his hands are short. It is impossible for Czar to let Ryze reach his range first, let alone Echo. Under normal landing conditions, who would let Ike faint? We can only count on Bard's ultimate move to take the lead. But the hit rate of Bard's ultimate move is very low, mainly because it is thrown from a long distance. The flying speed is not very fast, but anyone who is displaced or flashes can react. The factory director frowned, but couldn't think of any countermeasures. EDG was now forced into passivity. Not that they wanted to be passive. I was too afraid to face off against Top normally. So I chose a development lineup, and the disadvantages of counterattack lineup were highlighted at this moment. Zero stable first move, and lack of damage in the early stage. Are you just waiting to die passively? Although EDG was timid, it was during a foreign war. When faced with a group of old acquaintances, the professional and familiar factory director was not timid at all. Instead, he played confidently and proactively.
T&I, come up with me and have a blast. You attack first with your big move, and then open the tunnel.
The factory director thought again, and then fixed his sight on Rambo, who was on the road. Li Hansheng relied on the protection of a large amount of vision, and the suppression was very fierce. Especially after he was equipped with the talent, Embrace of Dark Fire. He consumed a lot of energy, which made Koro 1 miserable.
Okay.
Mako nodded. He followed the two factory directors to the upper road, and then stayed on the right side of the Highland Tower on the upper road. It was close to the long wall next to the second tower on the blue square upper road. Bard's could complete a super by opening a hole here. Displacement over long distances.
Huh?
Mako took a deep breath and stared at Rambo, not far from the second tower on the road to his home. This was his chance to make up for his past mistakes. He had to hit.
Tong Yang, please give him some distance and let him consume you.
When she saw that Rambo couldn't help but fire Q and shake his head repeatedly to consume Ike, Mako took action. Harmonized Destiny. A golden arc of magic was thrown out. At the same time, Bard opened Magical Journey, directly on the wall in front of him, and dug into the hole with him.
Bard's first move. Can it hit? Hit. Rambo didn't walk out. Mako has made a contribution.
The EDG fans at the scene held their breath and concentrated, not daring to express their anger. They stared at the broadcast screen and prayed in their hearts for the team they support and like. Hope nothing happens to them.
Echo put W at Rambo's feet in advance. The 2.5 seconds of control time for Bard's ultimate move is enough for Echo to make up for the subsequent control.
Miller spoke quickly, and his volume suddenly increased.
Excavator and Bard, we've arrived. Excavator W continues to add control.
Bard's Q will continue to control it.
Bard's ultimate move lasts 2.5 seconds. So Ike only needs to stand next to Rambo and throw W to trigger it immediately. After the stun time of Ike's W ends, the excavator also follows and directly W will Rambo was knocked into the air. And after firing his Q, He dealt a set of damage. Bard kept holding on to his skills, but kept getting flat A's. The entire control chain takes more than 5 seconds. However, gradually, everyone realized that something was not quite right. Echo gave priority to the small green armor, which did no damage at all. In order to seize the field of view in the early stage, the factory director's excavator abandoned the red jungle knife and produced a green jungle knife, which itself has no damage, lacks the help of challenge punishment. Lower damage. Bard? After the first flat A and Thunder Lord's decree, there will be no subsequent damage. The three of them used a set of skills to successfully reduce Rambo's health to less than half health. But they lacked the means to deliver a fatal blow. After releasing the control, Li Hansheng sneered and took his time to activate Q and E first, because the control time was too long. His temperature had dropped below the yellow temperature, and the horizontal bar representing the temperature under the blood bar changed from yellow to silver. He first Q and then he made himself become yellow temperature again, and then started W, broken shield. When using W under yellow temperature, the shield value and acceleration effect will be increased by 50%. Can Noob run? The hearts of top fans jumped into their throats. Huang Xian's hands in the audience were clenched into fists, and sweat was pouring from his palms. Buzz! Rambo flashed to distance himself, and used the super-fast movement speed provided by W to keep running back. How could the factory director sit back and watch the pressure cook go away? Chase! Don't waste your skills. Their people are on the way. The factory director quickly reminded. Buzz! Bard had already flashed, and although he couldn't control it with his Q, it also caused a slowdown. Excavator and Ike also flashed and pursued forcefully. Haha. Li Hansheng laughed. I'll wait. Let's see your performance. Gao Dui, who had already TP'd to the triangular grass on the top road, saw the three opponents chasing after him and directly WQ. The factory director and others watched with horror on their faces as a yellow chicken flew out of the wild area. Gao Dui said, If you dare to catch my old Li, I will definitely not be able to shake you. You will definitely not have any good juice to eat. The Forbidden Wall. The human wall composed of sand soldiers directly pushed the three people against the wall. Moreover, Li Hansheng was very bad and deliberately pressed against the wall when escaping. This made the three chasing people subconsciously walk against the wall. The Tsars or the three of them were directly stuck in the wall, unable to move at all. This unexpected scene on the field knocked out the passiveness of the doll, and he shouted repeatedly, What is going on? Is it directly stuck in the wall? Put down Rambo's ultimate move. Wow. EGG feels so uncomfortable. I can't move. I can only stand there and eat Rambo's full R. Miller gasped. Oh my god! What a magical combination this is. The moment of ecstasy for Rambo players. The big move hits full damage. Ha! Close the door and roast the pig. Who gave you the courage to touch our brother Hansheng? Do you understand what the status of team leader is? It's not good to catch anyone, but he went to catch the team tyrant. Li Hansheng and Gao Dui were also stunned, because the sand wall of the Tsar and the walls of the canyon terrain can indeed perform such operations. Just like the troll's pillars can sometimes use the wall to trap people in place, unable to move. Same. But this kind of thing requires a certain amount of chance and coincidence. But you didn't expect that it would actually happen to you? Li Hansheng, who already has the ability to wear shoes and a big mask, can do full damage with this ultimate move. The panel damage of Rambo's ultimate move is very exaggerated. In League of Legends, the more difficult to hit skills, the panel damage is particularly high, such as Shifa's W. The Tsar also directly summoned his soldiers to poke wildly, and the three EDG people could only watch helplessly as they were beaten but unable to fight back. Only Ike successfully escaped by using his ultimate move to go back in time. But Digger and Bud were left where they were. Tsar and Rambo each gain a head. In fact, Li Hansheng's performance improved from the beginning. He deliberately seduced the opponent to catch him. Why is he so bold? Very simple. Rise and Easy are in the middle and lower lanes respectively. They are the only two people in the EDG team who can kill him with damage. As long as these two people don't come, he can resist the opponent's damage and wait until the Tsar's TP comes down. What seems to be EDG's perfect gank opportunity is actually Li Hansheng's perfect seduction. General Pon uses sprinting to perform better in team battles. There is no TP support. Miller shook his head regretfully. Top takes full advantage of the double TP. Li Hansheng had used TP to attack before, and now it was Gao Dui's turn to use TP to attack.
This is one of the reasons why Ignite will never be as good as TP in the professional arena. After entering the rhythm of leading the lane in the middle and late stages, TP's ultra-long distance support and gank capabilities are too important, and are far from being comparable to an Ignition. Nozook was killed in battle, facing the advancement of Rambo and Czar. Echo, who had no ultimate move and still had limited health, simply did not dare to defend the first tower on the road. And here in the middle, the Prince and Yoda were originally supporting the top lane, but in the end, they were not needed. They immediately went around the jungle, and came to the left side of EDG's second tower in the middle. Nyoto directly used WQ to force out Easy's E in the second line. The Prince immediately EQ'd, and then R-framed it. The forced Easy could only flash away again, and escape all the way down. Top side did not chase, but turned back to demolish the second tower in the middle. In an instant, the middle and upper two towers were directly demolished, which also indicated that EDG's development space was further compressed. The game time at this time is less than 15 minutes.
How should I put it?
Miller sighed.
EDG made a mistake in the jungle at the beginning, which led to the overall collapse. Top seized the opportunity to defeat Rise at the beginning, and used 2 consecutive waves of attacks to completely destroy EDG's middle.
The economic gap between the two sides has widened to more than 5,000.
Although it's not a good thing to say this, I think EDG should stabilize their mentality now, and think about the next game's countermeasures in advance.
Wawa seemed very direct.
It's difficult for them to make a comeback with their lineup. And top is not that easy either, for teams that have been overturned. Currently, it is indeed difficult to limit the top team in the lane-changing game.
More team resources mean that the two top players, Nozook, are richer, and the fall of the jungle directly causes the factory director to lose room for development. On top side, the 3 of them came to the bottom lane as a team. Li Hansheng, who was far away in the top lane, directly TP'd down to put pressure. He unleashed a big move and forced EDG to dare not stand under the tower at all. The second tower in the bottom lane was also pushed down. This means that EDG's movable area has been completely restricted to the high ground, and top is taking advantage of the situation to control the second dragon. And at this time, both Rise and Easy still have 1.5 pieces of equipment. In particular, the Archangel Rod of Rise is extremely expensive. It is also an upgrade of Tears of the Goddess. But compared with the high quality and cheap Demon Sect Blade, the price of the Archangel Rod is not so beautiful. As long as Rise and Easy don't have Magic Cut and Seraph, the damage will definitely not be enough. The lineup's first-hand control ability is not strong, and it lacks damage. How can it make a comeback? Next is the moment for top to show off its operations. There were no casualties on either side, but the economic gap between the two sides has continued to widen over time, from close to 8,000 at the beginning to close to more than 1,000 in 20 minutes. Mainly, top is not in a hurry. Anyway, after 20 minutes, EDG will definitely take the initiative to come down from the high ground.
Let's go! Big Dragon! Big Dragon!
After returning home and updating a wave of equipment, all top members set off. Li Hansheng's equipment is luxurious. The Czar and Lucian both had 2.5 pieces, a big mask, a magic stick, and a hat, but he just took out a 3-piece set. On the opposite side, Easy and Rise only have 2 big items. As for Y, looking at Candy's equipment, it is clear that with top's huge advantage, the Prince's last hit is only 10 knives ahead of the inferior excavator. As for where the missing wild monsters went, the answer is obvious. EDG used blue accessories to see all top members rushing into the Dalong pit, and they became anxious. But they know that their own jungle area is full of top's vision. If they rush into the jungle area rashly, they will easily enter the top's ambush. So, they chose to walk as a group from the middle until they reached the midline. Rise once again used blue jewelry to detect the view of the dragon pit, and found that top did not move the dragon at all, but was seducing them.
Don't go there yet. Demolish the tower on the opposite side,
the factory director commanded. Since the top 5 players were all on the Dalong pit side, and no one was guarding the middle lane, EDG inexplicably got a chance to demolish a tower in the middle lane.
Does EDG deserve a blessing?
Wawa teased with a smile.
Top move the dragon.
Miller suddenly interrupted him. In the picture, top really started to move the Baron, and EDG could no longer remain indifferent. Instead, they walked together as a group towards the Baron pit. They were walking through top's jungle area, and they all came to top's F4 as a group. Bard inserted his real eye into the dragon pit at the extreme distance, and all EDG members were shocked, because top did not continue to fight the Baron at all, but all members rushed towards them. What surprised them even more was, the Tsar didn't know when TP arrived in their jungle area, and set up a passive sun disk at the ruins of a tower in the middle of EDG to block their retreat. And the Tsar came directly from behind them to kill them.
Double teams from the front and back. It's over. EDG has no way out now. This is in Top's jungle area. Do they have to retreat to Top's high ground?
Seeing all the top players approaching, EDG didn't know how to deal with it for a while.
I'll open a tunnel and go to the lower half of their house. Hurry! Hurry! Hurry!
Mako suddenly thought out of her wits, and used E to open a hole directly on the wall of F4, hoping to lead her teammates to the ruins of the first tower in the middle of Top. And he turned around and used a big move to try to slow down Top's pursuit speed. However, in desperation, he failed to find the right position when releasing his skills. After the hole was opened, all EDG members clicked on the hole directly to teleport without thinking. But the next second, they were dumbfounded. The exit of Bader Tunnel is actually in the F4 pit.
Oh my god! Mako used E wrongly.
The doll was also completely dumbfounded.
It's over, and you should run away.
Before they could react, the bullhead behind him flashed the WQ Second Company, knocking 5 people away. Gaodu's reaction was also very quick. The Tsar directly WQ super long distance displacement into the F4 pit, and the Forbidden Wall directly knocked the 5 people into the corner of the F4 pit. The Prince directly connected EQ to R. Rambo also fired R from a distance, and Lucian quickly followed up with Baptism of the Holy Lance and a sliding step.
Wow! Top played a perfect team. AoE control and AoE damage were fully maximized.
Miller roared loudly.
EDG has no room to operate at all. Even Echo can barely even use his ultimate move.
How to pay? The bull's head is knocked away. The Tsar's ultimate move is knocked away, and the Prince's EQ is knocked away in 2 consecutive blows. The entire control chain takes nearly 4 seconds. These 4 seconds are enough for Rambo's ultimate to deal full damage. And the Tsar's sand soldiers poke 7 to 8 times. EDG simply cannot handle such a huge amount of AoE damage. Even though all of them are heroes with relatively solid bodies, they are unable to resist the top people who are ahead of their time. Collectively, they staged a wave of blood bar disappearing techniques. All the fans at the scene subconsciously opened their mouths when they saw this scene. There is no more perfect team fight than this. Not only did Top play well, but EDG was also very cooperative and took the initiative to get into corners like this to give Top a chance to beat the opponent. Ghost? Did Mako buy it? This damn thing just opened a death tunnel for teammates. Right? You laugh at Mako's cooking, and Mako laughs at you for paying your mortgage. What the hell is Tianyi doing? I sent it with the pawn at the beginning, but now I send it with the whole team? Brother Han Sheng's 2 waves of ultimate moves really maxed out the damage. Did EDG veteran cooperate with Brother Han Sheng so much to max out the damage? Any Rambo player will be ecstatic when they see these 2 ultimate moves of Li Han Sheng. On the road, 3 people were directly stuck in the wall and burned. Here, they were blocked in F4 and burned. 2 consecutive big moves dealt full damage. This is a really rare situation. Li Han Sheng himself found it a bit incredible.
I guess after the game, T and I will be scolded.
Candy gloated and smiled.
There's no way. He made too many mistakes.
Li Han Sheng shook his head. After the team was destroyed, they directly captured the Baron, and EDG was no longer able to resist Top's advance. The final game time was fixed at 24 minutes. Chapter 120. Then I'll give you a try.
1-0.
Miller raised his voice.
Top was the first to win a city in the finals.
The lights on the dome of Qizhong Forest Tennis Sports Center kept flashing, and the funnel-shaped screen immediately displayed Top's group makeup photos as a map, with the word victory displayed in the middle. Top's fans were so powerful that they shook and danced with the cheering sticks in their hands. There were also some excited fans who shouted at the top of their lungs.
If we were doing a live broadcast, wouldn't we have to say thank you to Mako for sending me the tunnel of death?
Candy gloated and laughed. I really can't blame Mako for the wave on the road. I can only say that EDG mistakenly overestimated its own damage and failed to instantly give Li Han Sheng a chance to counterattack. But the last wave is in the F4 area. Mako's skill is simply a crime. Facing a lineup with heroes like Rambo and Tsar, she took the initiative to lead her teammates into a dead end and was blocked and beaten. Li Han Sheng had no doubt that someone in the barrage had bought Mako. He picked up the ice water on the side and took a few sips. The ice water went down his throat, temporarily suppressing the excitement in Li Han Sheng's chest. He picked up the warm baby on the side and sucked the sweat from his palms dry. He is not nervous, but too excited. If you turn your head and look forward, you can see that the Silver Dragon Cup, shining silver under the lights, is quietly placed on the stand, waiting for the champion to pick it up. In his previous life, Li Hansheng had never experienced such an exciting moment. Even as a time traveler, how could he maintain a calm heart like an ancient well in such a situation? Again, playing in front of tens of thousands of people, holding a cup, enjoying flowers and applause. This kind of experience is simply magical for Li Hansheng, who has always been an ordinary person. It once made him feel very unrealistic. In the audience, it was hard to wait until the fans' enthusiasm was vented. Only then did Wen Xian find the opportunity to talk to Huang Xian, who was standing beside her. She rolled her eyes and complained.
Really? When I agreed to be his girlfriend, he was never so excited. It's really irritating. Hee hee.
Huang Xian smiled.
This is the romance that belongs to boys. You agreed to accompany him to watch the game. Don't you just want to accept this side of him? What? Are you jealous of a man? That's not the case.
Wen raised her chin arrogantly. She didn't quite understand the game. Although Li Hansheng was very eye-catching on the court and was mentioned many times by the commentators, she still didn't understand.
I see you guys, the Li Hansheng I'm talking about doesn't seem to have many scenes. Is he really as powerful as you guys say? Don't everyone say that the opponent's support is terrible. It's not Li Hansheng's carry.
In fact, based on Huang Xian's current understanding of the game, she doesn't quite understand the high-level psychological game between the two sides in the line-changing game. And her little brain can't organize effective language to answer this question for her friends. But when Gugu heard this, she glared at Wen angrily.
Are you watching the game? What does it mean that Sheng Bao is not that good? Did you see who the MVP was? Did you see the whole audience? The highest output? If it weren't for EDG's group of colorful pens, who can only play lane-changing games, Sheng Bao would have killed the opponent in the lane. Why are you, an EDG fan, coming to our top fan seat?
Wen Xian was a little confused by the shock, and she stood there at a loss. Huang Xian quickly explained.
My friend doesn't play games. She doesn't understand the game very well. Don't mind. If you don't understand the game, don't say such things.
Gugu frowned and simply stopped talking. Huang Xian patted the back of her best friend's hand, leaned into her ear, and explained the same.
She has the typical mentality of a girl in the fandom. Noob is her idol. Not all fans are so enthusiastic. I didn't say anything.
Wen Xian felt aggrieved.
There's nothing we can do.
Huang Xian was not surprised by such behavior. In the core fan group where she and Gugu were together, there were quite a few female fans like Gugu. The group of people in the group started to complain. The reality is much more sinister, with the family tree ascending to heaven at every turn.
Just ask me and your boyfriend in a low voice.
Backstage, Guihao deliberately waited for the door of the lounge. Every time a team member walked in, he would pat the other player's shoulder, smiling so hard that he couldn't close his mouth.
Okay. Everyone performed well. That's it. Try to beat EDG. We are the champions.
Guihao is very excited. Everyone can see his excited expression. Who would dare to think that they won the championship in the first league they participated in after establishing the team?
The operation is good.
Bai Yueyao also praised the players, especially Li Hansheng. Top's main caller is Li Hansheng, and some small rhythms such as wild assistant linkage are decided by Candy and Lu Mao. But the overall decision-making of the team, including sideline operations, is directed by Li Hansheng. These are no secrets in the LPL professional circle. Gao Dui and Imp are like two top thugs. They only need to devote all their energy to landing operations. Therefore, the pressure on the top two lanes is also very big. This is why both Bai Yueyao and Guihao value Li Hansheng so much. From a high-scoring passerby whom he picked up at random, he is now treated as the cornerstone of the team. It can not only crush the landing, but also use the extra energy to command the whole team. And the decision-making is basically the optimal solution. Guihao still feels that he is like smoke rising from his ancestral grave. You can pick up top talents like Li Hansheng if you pick a leak.
Hey, Brother Sheng, your BP is also good.
Li Hansheng responded with a smile.
Brother Hansheng, come on!
Shui and Ming, who were sitting in the corner watching the battle, came over and squeezed Li Hansheng's shoulders and slapped his back. If they can really score 2-0, they will have a chance to play. The atmosphere has reached this point, and we have come here. How regretful would it be if we couldn't experience it in person?
Brother Hansheng, will you give your brother a chance to play?
Shui looked at him pitifully. No. The scene of N's sexual transformation suddenly flashed through Li Hansheng's mind. He quickly shook his head and put some evil scenes behind him.
Don't worry.
Another time. The overall morale of EDG is relatively depressed. The main reason is that Top played very well in the last game. But EDG was not beaten so badly. It was set almost 5 minutes in the early stage. The root cause of all this was Mako's mistake. This kind of human error led to the loss of the game, and really hurt morale. Although Abramovich has resigned as the head coach, he will often speak after the game because of language communication problems with the Korean coach Kwaisho. And he has not delegated power so completely. Didn't he come over from the guest analysis booth to scold the team members?
T&I, what did you think in the last game?
Although Abramovich's voice was very girly, it was really serious and gave people a sense of oppression.
This is the finals. The opponent is not the cat or dog you met in the regular season. Before making any decision, use your brain first. How do you usually teach me? Did I tell you that you can just enter the opposite jungle area without using your brain?
Abu didn't even mention the last wave of team battles. This is the biggest difference between professionals and ordinary fans watching the game. The last scene of the death tunnel can even be called a ghost scene, and fans enjoyed it very much. But from the professional perspective of a coaching team like Abramovich, this is nothing more than excessive pressure on the players in a disadvantageous situation, resulting in deformed operations. What they are looking for is the root cause of this disadvantage. The root cause was that Mako's invasion failed at the beginning, which triggered a series of chain reactions. Rise was chased and targeted by Top because he had no double moves. Mako didn't say anything harsh. She was very upset and blamed herself. Abu still looked very stern, but he did not continue to preach.
It is acceptable to lose once, but you cannot lose next time. Do you know?
The team members nodded. And then Abramovich signaled the fast star on the side to lay out the tactics for the second game. He also needed to rush back to the guest analysis desk quickly. The finals have longer intermissions, including the time to and from the stage and the lounge. It was almost a quarter of an hour. In this way, the team can also get more time to summarize and deploy tactics than in the regular season, making the game more exciting. The audience will not be too impatient, because the organizers have prepared a lottery ceremony between the venues. However, the spring split is different from the summer split. The summer finals and the anniversary have always been bound, and the benefits at that time were more generous. When the contestants from both sides returned to the stage, the lottery had just ended, and the audience was still unsatisfied.
Welcome back to the live broadcast of the 2016 LPL League of Legends Spring Finals.
After a short rest, Wawa and Miller adjusted their condition, and their voices were still full of energy. As usual, Wawa read out a long list of sponsors in a straight line. As the LPL becomes more and more popular, the overall commercial value of the league is also increasing. Both the list of sponsors and the amount of sponsorship are growing day by day. The entire esports industry is also booming. After finally waiting for the baby to finish reading the list of sponsors, both parties directly entered the BP session, and the director immediately cut the screen.
The second game between the two sides has officially begun. Let's see what kind of adjustments EDG will make. There is a high probability that Top will not change their formation,
Miller said eloquently. In the BO5 duel, the first game is indeed crucial. The winning side can completely maintain the original BP and remain unchanged in response to changes, while the losing side needs to take out what is at the bottom of the box. Otherwise, you will lose again. The pressure 0 to 2 endures is much greater than that of 0 to 1, almost growing exponentially. Let 1 chasing 3 seems normal to ordinary people, and they won't make a big deal about it. If 2 can catch up with 3, it will be an epic comeback that can be recorded in the professional history of League of Legends, and it will be talked about by fans even after many years.
Top still chooses the red side, and EDG is on the blue side. They sent the Tsar to the ban position. It seems they want to target the middle?
EDG also found that it is really not cost-effective to use the ban position so preciously to target Green Fur. The 3 CS with strong personal abilities help Nozook, and the 2 share the huge BP pressure. Any team facing Top will be in a situation where there are not enough ban positions. Naturally, no one will deliberately target Lu Mao and Candy.
Top is still blocking the cards and not giving General Pawn a chance to move.
Top's BP strategy has never changed, which is to force EDG to play a landing match with itself. If you can beat me in the landing. And don't think about rolling the snowball through roaming or ganking. The main reason is that the version of the S6 Spring Split has neither Rockbird, Galio nor Silas. The card's roaming ability is unique in the middle.
EDG backhand banned Jace, while Top blocked the big tree.
Dashu's teamfight ability and TP bypass ability are the strongest among the 3 fantasy gods. Say it again. EDG's big tree deserves a ban. The top two most picked heroes in Koro 1's career are Dashu and Nar. EDG gave the Excavator the final ban.
Are you banning Excavator?
Miller was a little surprised.
It seems that he forced Top to ban Yodo first.
White Crescent Moon did signal the players to send the bullhead to the ban position. There was no reason to give up this hero to the opponent. EDG directly grabs Leopard Girl on the first floor in seconds. The factory director decided to play more proactively. The nature of the Excavator hero meant that if he couldn't open up the situation in the early stage, he would be a useless hero. Although his Leopard Girl is not very offensive, it clears the jungle quickly enough to put enough pressure on Candy in the jungle. And it can also put pressure on the top three lines.
Top's backhand is to use the male gun, and then grab Lucian's double gun combination.
Miller chuckled.
Top's male gun has its own rules. It may not be Candy who uses it, but it may be Noob who uses it. Indeed.
Wawa nodded.
However, the male gun has been weakened in several versions. After the numerical weakening, the suppression power of the top laner may not be that strong.
The male gun was weakened in version 6.3 and 6.8 respectively, and the values of Q and passive were weakened. The numerical value is a key factor that affects the hero's landing ability, but it does not affect the most fundamental point of the top lane male gun. That is, Pure Man's numerical value has not been affected, and the male gun of Double Dance Blood Demon Flow can still be played. EDG's backhand locked Jin plus Thresh.
This bottom lane control is very good.
Miller nodded.
It seems that EDG decided to play more proactively this time.
Top's backhand locked Ice Girl plus Braum. A double polar combination. Braum's passive is a perfect match for Lucian's, and it has a certain restraining effect on Thresh and Jin. Ice Girl is a perfect match. If the male gunner is a jungler, they will be a perfect match for each other. A very decent choice. In fact, it feels a bit like grabbing instead of banning, because I don't want to give pawns heroes who can easily roam around. EDG finally chose Rise again, and then hit the road and released Crocodile in seconds. Zhu Winnow is back.
Wow!
Wawa yelled excitedly.
EDG's lineup is so proactive. All three lanes have control. Director Leopard Girl has a lot of room to play. That's right.
Miller also agreed.
It seems that EDG is really going to fight Top. This lineup is really too proactive. Now it's Top's turn to have a headache. Which top order should they choose? Both Captain and Nushu are unlikely. Sword Woman. Right.
Don't talk about chickens. Just be civilized. GHS.
Right.
GHS takes the lead in commentary.
Right.
I also think Sword Girl is good. She can cut down the opponent. But Sword Girl is also under a lot of pressure in the early stage. The Zhu combination of Crocodile and Leopard Girl is too unreasonable. Believe in Sheng Bao. Sheng Bao is the best. White Crescent didn't expect that EDG would suddenly come up with such a proactive lineup. The most important thing is, judging from the current situation, EDG has no disadvantage at all in the middle and lower lanes. Considering the factor of Leopard Girl's jungler, does it even have a slight advantage?
Hansheng.
What hero do you want to use?
Bai Yueya decided to give the choice to Li Hansheng.
Let me think about it.
Li Hansheng did not give the answer immediately. He was also thinking and hesitating.
I want to have a little bit of a fox. Can you please do me a favor?
After thinking about it, Li Hansheng asked with a chuckle. Huh?
What are you talking about?
Bai Yueya didn't answer.
Let Xiang Renjie get the barrel and put some pressure on the opponent in the early stage. I'll use the male gun to play the top lane.
Li Hansheng explained.
Are you sure? There's a Leopard Girl and a Crocodile opposite.
Bai Yueya asked.
It's okay. At most it's just 1v2. Besides, Xiang Renjie can also counter-crouch.
Li Hansheng waved his hand indifferently. After Bai Yueya thought for a moment, he felt that what Li Hansheng said was feasible. Ice Girl plus Wine Barrel are very capable of starting a team, and are also very capable of roaming and ganking. The most important thing is that these two don't use much resources, so they can concentrate the entire team's resources on Li Hansheng and Imp.
That's okay.
White Crescent nodded. On top side, 5L came out of the barrel, which meant that the male gun was swung to the top.
Wow!
Miller exclaimed.
Is he really the top male gunner? Ha ha ha. I don't believe Noob can play top lane Wine Barrel. He must be a top lane male gun.
After the two sides changed positions for a while, the lineup was officially determined. EDG is on the blue side, and Top is on the red side. On the road, Crocodile versus Male Gun. Jungler, Leopard Girl versus Wine Barrel. Mid lane, Rise versus Ice Girl. Bottom lane, Jin plus Thresh vs Lucian plus Braum. The coaches of both sides were giving their last instructions before leaving the stage. Kuai Xingyu spoke quickly, and the translator also quickly told his thoughts to the team members. Mainly 3 domestic players.
We try our best to help Leopard Girl fight for control of the jungle. And then Clear Love will decide which lane to focus on. Help Leopard Girl establish an advantage in the early stage. And we will be very comfortable. Mako should swim as much as possible. And Def should try to be careful. Don't think about competing with him during the landing phase.
At the same time, White Crescent also gave similar instructions.
Our lineup can invade the jungle to prevent the opponent from changing lanes. Candy, please pay more attention to the top lane. They may want to target Han Sheng.
If a male gun fights a crocodile, the male gun must suppress it. So it will definitely give the opponent a chance. In addition, Li Hansheng himself has an extremely fierce fighting style.
Okay.
Candy nodded and joked with a smile.
Laoli and I have a deep love between father and son. How could a father not pay attention to his precious son? Get out.
Li Hansheng said in one concise word. Bai Yueya just smiled, then patted Li Hansheng on the shoulder, then took off his headphones and left the contestant seat. With the fans cheering and cheering, players from both sides prepared to enter Summoner's Rift.